He is an immortal, indestructible demon king, but the gods somehow reincarnate him as the holy son of humanity. It turns out in his past life, he luckily won the lottery jackpot. But before enjoying a single cent, he discovered he had cancer. Somehow, bad luck turned good. Right after kicking the bucket, he luckily reincarnated as a simple skeleton monster. But check this out. Evolving from a weak, low-level skeleton, he became the immortal king, leading his demon race to massive prosperity. Though his real name is Isaac, everyone closely calls him Isaac, but his absolute goal is to become human just so he can fulfill his dream of taking a dump. Because of this, Isaac traveled to the divine world, having already struck a deal with these gods. If he wiped out the rebel forces fighting against them, they would turn him into a real human. But right from the start, those gods had zero intention of keeping their promise. They actually had no way of turning Isaac into a human and just wanted to use him, he finds out. He gets absolutely furious. Damn it. How long are you bastards planning on tricking me? You cannot even make my simple dream of eating and pooping come true, so you should all just turn to crap. Enough stalling. Let us follow Isaac on his wild journey to finally take a dump, as a clear blue sky and a massive hospital appear. He panicked, with only one thought echoing, I want to live. I do not want to die. Dr. Tram thoughtfully announced that his illness had never been discovered before and would be named after him. Pausing, the doctor regretfully said he had 6 months left to live. Clutching the medical records tightly in his hands, he felt agonizing pain as those words rang in his head. Bystanders gossiped about his strange behavior, but his soul felt completely, utterly empty. Unbelievable. He wondered why life had to be so incredibly unfair to him. He worked his butt off like a dog, finally achieving some stability, only to face death. Wandering aimlessly down the street, someone suddenly pulled him back, their urgent voice warning him to be careful because this spot was very dangerous, but he no longer cared, collapsing onto the dirt as dark thoughts completely consumed his mind. Looking at the lottery ticket rolling on the ground, he bitterly realized the cruel irony he had just won the jackpot. Falling to his knees, he trembled, desperately begging, Fate, I want to live. I cannot die yet. Clutching the ticket, he prayed for a miracle. But then things get completely wild. Even though he begged to live, he never expected to survive as a literal skeleton. Staring at his new body, he can only scream, did I really have to reincarnate like this? No pooping. Even taking a simple dump is no longer physically possible. As a three-eyed beast lunges at him, he draws his sword, roaring that he will slaughter them all. His blade gets stained with blood, but seeing a giant approaching, he quickly readies his guard. Smash! A heavy strike from the giant launches him into the air, but he quickly counterattacks, channeling all his strength into his glowing red sword, shouting, this nightmare has to end. Finally, the massive enemy collapses, and he coldly declares that the rebel suppression is officially complete. Reincarnating as a mere low-level demon, he gradually climbed the ranks to become the legendary undead king, as cheers of immortal demon king echo everywhere. He goes on narrating his crazy journey, starting from resurrecting a demon army that was nearly extinct for centuries, into standing tall before the gods who once treated him like a throwaway pawn. Sure, he might be completely bald now, but he is the Demon King. Wrong name. A trembling servant calls out his name but gets the pronunciation completely wrong. Exhausted, he reminds them his name is Isaac, not AAC like they keep calling him. But these guys apparently will never get it right. Wanting to end this useless talk, he simply tells them to take care of themselves. When someone worriedly asks where he is going, he coldly replies that he is off to collect his reward. He deeply yearns to achieve his ultimate goal of becoming a human. Glaring up at the celestial world, he proudly declares he has eliminated all their enemies, demanding they now keep their promise to make him a real human. Instead of keeping their word, they hesitate, whispering back and forth that they never expected him to finish the job in such a short time. A few of them even quietly plot about forcing him to work for free for just a little while longer. He snaps, I can hear you loud and clear, you know. Raising his voice, he angrily reminds them that they promised to make him a human if he defeated every enemy. Seeing them still hesitate, he grits his teeth and curses. Right then, one of the top celestial leaders flashes a highly suspicious, knowing smile, asking if he can do just one more task. His anger instantly explodes, even if I am a skeleton. You guys need to draw the line. He screams out, you bastards. You keep making me do forced labor when you actually have a way to make me human, right? The more he speaks, the more his fury surges, and now, even facing literal gods, he feels absolutely zero fear. The head god panics, seemingly realizing something scary. The guy next to him warns everyone they never should have trusted him from the start. That guy is incredibly arrogant, wondering why they even have to compromise with a madman. Furious, He yells out, "Is that all they can say?" Aside from forbidden summoning magic, they cannot create or destroy anything at all. As an undead spirit, he never got to truly live. And yet, they still want to use him. If they cannot make him feared by the heavens, he has zero use for them. Terrified, they quickly beg for more time, promising that if he helps them with a few more tasks, they will grant his wish. But he cuts them off, roaring that they will pay for their broken promise with their very lives. Declaring he will turn them into dry skeletons just like him, his dark power suddenly floods the room. He laughs with absolute satisfaction. But right in that moment, something totally bizarre happens. He is utterly shocked to realize his magic is gone, and he cannot move a muscle. The blonde guy standing in front of him sneers. He claims that once he writes a name on the paper in his hand, they cannot move. They all shout out in unison, revealing this is high-level holy magic meant to seal away disasters like him. Mocking him with pure contempt, they sneer that a lowly demon should be grateful to serve them. From now on, he will have to live a pathetic life like a worm. Smirking, he mockingly asks if they could have at least chosen a worm with a bit more hair. He scoffs, mocking that the demon is still pretty obsessed with his hair. Just as light flashes from the paper in his hand, he senses something is off. He keeps laughing mockingly, pointing out they should have acted faster before he caught on to their little scheme. Instead of turning into a worm, he chooses to end his own life. They panic at his sheer madness, completely unable to believe his actions. But then, one of them quickly calms down. He confirms the ritual still worked, meaning the Demon King is sealed. But when he wakes up, oh, you are not ready for this. Instead of becoming a worm, he discovers he has hands, soft skin, and the body of a newborn baby. He cannot believe it. Did he actually reincarnate as a human? Strangers surround him, calling him a holy saint. A nurse is thrilled he is awake. Others? They think he should sleep more. He is totally confused. Who are these people? His caretakers. Did he truly become human? But his doubts only grow deeper as he catches their pretty shady expressions. One of them speaks with dark intent, saying they must complete their duty regardless. Before he knows it, a highly suspicious baby bottle appears. They softly apologize for forcing him back to sleep. Then come the final words, "Rest in peace, my lord." Panic sets in, but he can only cry out. Did he seriously just reincarnate only to die again? The bottle touches his lips, but he instantly turns away, shocking everyone in the room. They have absolutely no clue why he refuses to drink. Turning his back, he thinks he finally became human, so there is no way he is drinking this shady milk. But why did he even become a human in the first place? His caretakers look totally lost, wondering why he is not acting normal. At this rate, will their young master ever sleep? Someone suddenly calls him Ya, giving him quite a shock. Is that not his real name? But they quickly correct it to Isaac. Slowly, the truth hits him. He was indeed sealed, but somehow ended up reincarnated into a body that shares his actual name. He gives a cold smile, quietly mocking those fools who sealed him away. They thought they were so clever, yet messed up his imprisonment. While he is deeply lost in thought, the bottle is shoved back in. He fights back instantly, leaving the caretakers completely flustered. They gasp at how a tiny baby can be so incredibly strong. What on earth is this? Vegetable juice? Disgusting. He honestly wonders if this nasty blend is actually an attempt on his life. Talk about terrible luck. He fought so hard to finally become human, only to end up dealing with this crap. Meanwhile, inside the grand temple of the Holy Kingdom of Helen, a sly old man chuckles. He is absolutely certain that the child is dead. Right beside him, Alexander coldly asks why he looks so pleased. Bowing respectfully, he explains the Joshua family only came to greet the saint candidate, as the holy temple must keep close watch. The emperor gives a knowing smile, agreeing that since this involves their precious saint candidate, they should personally verify things. But he also warns it would be quite unfortunate if anything happened after handing the baby over. Back at the room, servants burst inside in absolute panic, but contrary to their worst fears, the scene in front of them completely blows their minds. He is totally fine, and he even downed 15 whole bottles of vegetable juice. The servants are thrilled that he is eating so well, calling him a total angel. Meanwhile, the old man stands there in shock, unable to believe his ears. This makes absolutely no sense. He should have been dead after drinking that stuff. He is furious. That bottle did not have normal juice inside. It was filled with holy ruin, a deadly poison that destroys holy power. If you drink enough, it is a guaranteed painful death. But our hero already noticed something pretty weird happening inside his body. He instantly gets that this is not normal poison. It is actually a massive source of raw energy that can be converted directly into demon magic. Smiling, he happily absorbs it, amazed his enemies are accidentally helping him gain magic power so easily. He even playfully demands another bottle, completely shocking everyone watching him. The schemers smirk, thinking that the more he gulps down, the better it is for them, since the poison does not kick in right away. But he thinks differently. This is perfect. To win, I will swallow every bit of this magic. Deep within his subconscious world, he starts concentrating, slowly condensing all that newly absorbed power right into his mana core. But here is the crazy part. As the magic starts to settle, he discovers something totally bizarre. His mana core is not standard colored. Instead, it glows with a pure white light. He has no idea why this is happening, but this incredible power feels way beyond anything he expected. He wonders to himself just how many divine blessings are crammed into this tiny baby body. If he uses all of this, he can become a monster far stronger than anything he ever dreamed possible. Over at the Holy Palace, a piercing shriek rings out. An angry voice demands to know who dares claim a saint will rule the Holy Kingdom. That is the furious Cardinal Hoyi, losing his mind with rage. Fuming with rage, the cardinal snaps that absolutely everyone is suddenly claiming their own kid as a saint, even the most pathetic, low-ranking families. An old bishop standing below quickly tries to calm him down, promising that all other saint candidates have already been dealt with. The cardinal nods in agreement but remains tense, noting some pretty nasty rumors are still floating around. These words leave the old bishop feeling quite uneasy. His voice turns ice-cold as his face darkens, warning that there is still one saint candidate left from the Rozua family. Hearing this, the bishop stammers, pointing out that this family is a major powerhouse in the imperial court, meaning they cannot easily touch them. But before he can even finish his sentence, the cardinal drops his wine glass, cutting him off completely. Wine spills all over the floor, looking exactly like fresh blood. The cardinal declares that the child will die the moment the bishop arrives, and his only job is to confirm the corpse. He stresses that everything has already been taken care of. With a terrifying look in his eyes, his words carry a deadly, chilling threat. He demands that the next saint must come from the Barris family. Meanwhile, the bishop stares at the baby, thinking the kid should definitely be dead by now. Yet right there in front of his eyes, the child is breathing and fully alive. Panic strikes the bishop, sending cold sweat pouring down his face. The emperor is there too, happily pinching the baby's cheeks and noting that his brilliant golden hair is the exact color of the legendary founder of the Holy Kingdom. Put on the spot, the terrified bishop stammers, confirming that the emperor is absolutely right. Staring blankly at them, the baby realizes that the powerful man standing right in front of him is indeed the emperor. The emperor even remarks that this child seems closer to the gods than the current pope, making him the ultimate saint candidate. Hearing this, the baby is completely stunned, finally understanding why everyone is constantly gossiping about this saint candidate business. No surprise here, the old bishop is sweating bullets. He worries that if the emperor is already favoring this kid, things are going to get pretty messy. Knowing he cannot let this happen, the bishop quickly offers to take the baby, making the emperor ask why. He makes up an excuse, claiming something is off because no normal baby should gulp down that much juice. But the emperor fires back, saying it is normal for a saint candidate to enjoy holy temple drinks. Lying there, the baby laughs. A literal demon king becoming a holy saint candidate is just peak irony. Still, the bishop stubbornly insists they cannot be sure, begging the emperor to let him take custody of the child. But the emperor brushes him off, noting the Rozua family is arriving soon, so it can wait. As the two men continue arguing, the baby suddenly feels a strange aura leaking out. He quickly covers his mouth, terrified that it is dark magic he has not fully digested yet. He nervously glances around the room, desperate to see if anyone caught the dark leak. Refusing to back down, the bishop steps closer, claiming he just detected a faint trace of pure dark mana from the infant. His face shifts instantly as he points a finger, while the baby panics, thinking to himself that this guy has definitely found him out. The bishop goes on, declaring that this baby might actually be a failed candidate who harbors evil, forbidden dark energy. So an immediate investigation is required. Hearing this, the baby fumes, cursing the old man silently in his head. The emperor cannot hide his fury either, yelling at the bishop for daring to speak that way about a precious saint candidate. But the bishop remains entirely unfazed, coolly telling the emperor there is no need to worry, because the pope has already chosen a candidate from the Barris family as the next saint. Hearing this, the emperor grows highly suspicious. He realizes the bishop shamelessly wants to push his own family member into the saint position. How completely shameless. Isaac is furious too, finally understanding why this snake wanted to eliminate him. The bishop scoops the baby up, barking orders to drag him to the interrogation room immediately. Meanwhile, Isaac can only curse helplessly in his mind. The Emperor speaks up, reminding everyone that the Rozua family is a close, vital ally to the crown. As their ruler, he firmly believes this child still deserves a fair chance. The bishop says he understands, but coldly reminds him that the crown prince can only receive his divine blessing after the next saint is officially decided. This threat makes the emperor freeze, forcing him to rethink his entire position. He realizes that if he opposes the pope's chosen child, the pontiff might completely refuse to grant the crown prince his blessing. He wonders if this is truly the will of the Holy Church. Meanwhile, Isaac is getting more pissed by the second, cursing these corrupt hypocrites in his mind who only care about gold. If they ever uncover his true identity as the reborn demon king, things are going to get incredibly messy. Still, his tiny eyes keep scanning the room, analyzing every move. The old bishop raises his voice, declaring they can perform an immediate test right now using his own exorcism powers. But he has absolutely no idea what Isaac is holding in his tiny hands. Watch closely right here. The old bishop keeps on babbling about how a normal human baby won't react, but a demon will instantly expose itself on the spot. Suddenly smash. In the blink of an eye, that heavy baby bottle slams straight into the bishop's face, knocking the old man flat on the ground and leaving him completely unconscious. His teeth get blasted right out of his mouth, raining onto the floor. Isaac just keeps his innocent baby face, shaking his milk bottle with those tiny hands like absolutely nothing happened. He figured his best bet is to just keep acting like a harmless little infant. Meanwhile, the bishop pushes himself up with a swollen face, glaring at the kid with pure hatred. He cannot believe a simple baby bottle could deal this much insane damage. But nobody in the room cares about him. Instead, they are all cheering for the baby. They are completely awestruck by the golden aura radiating from him. With holy power like that, this kid has to be the real saint. Isaac keeps up his innocent look, though he is secretly quite bewildered. He can definitely feel holy power inside his tiny body. But where on earth did this source of energy come from? Brushing the thoughts aside, he happily swings his bottle again, landing another brutal smash right on the bishop's cheek. He wants to see what this old bastard can even do about it. As he gets beaten, the panicked bishop has a terrifying thought. He shudders in fear, desperately wondering if this baby is actually channeling some kind of foul dark magic. Meanwhile, the emperor bursts into hearty laughter, and even the guards are getting super hyped. Isaac is totally enjoying this, pummeling the bishop's face while secretly reinforcing the hardness of his plastic bottle weapon. He thinks, yes, I'll use reinforcement magic to harden this bottle, then play the innocent little baby. How do you like that, you dog? The continuous face slaps send the bishop crashing to the floor. The guards are amazed, shouting out that even the bishop seems deeply touched by the child's holy power. But Isaac looks at his bottle, genuinely confused. Wait, what is this? Even though the power is still pretty weak, every time he channels dark mana, a burst of holy power automatically leaks out with it. These forces are absolute opposites, so how can they coexist? This definitely has something to do with that white mana core. Just as he is about to swing again, the furious bishop reaches out and grabs the baby bottle, staring back with absolute rage. He violently snatches it away, slams it onto the ground, and screams at the emperor. He swears on his life that this baby is a foul heretic, demanding an immediate, brutal exorcism. Hearing this, Isaac can only sigh at what a stubborn fool he is. But wait, it gets even better. The baby slips his tiny hand right into the bishop's robes to search for his dirty secrets. He pulls out a pair of severed hands from the bishop's robes, which are completely surrounded by a creepy, pulsating purple aura. The bishop's face immediately drains of color, completely paralyzed with fear. Those hands are the literal remains of a high-ranking totem demon, a forbidden artifact that allows its corrupt user to quickly absorb the energy of other demons. He was keeping them hidden as a desperate trump card. Now he is completely terrified. How could a mere baby possibly know about this? With a smug, incredibly sly smirk on his face, Isaac casually tosses the severed hands over his shoulder. Keep staring at me, you absolute dog, and you'll seriously regret it. The moment that creepy hand touches the ground, Isaac snaps his fingers, causing the hand to transform into a massive demon. The bishop is terrified. How is this possible? A demon? Isaac looks pleased, very pleased. He tells the giant creature to block the attack. Suddenly, a creepy dark shadow with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws appears inside the temple chamber. Everyone in the room immediately draws their weapons, getting into defensive stances while shouting in pure shock. How is a shadow lich even appearing in a holy place like this? The emperor cannot hide his panic, demanding that Bishop Masabaris explain how on earth a demon could be inside the sacred temple. The pale, terrified bishop tries to defend himself, asking if the emperor did not see that the child literally just pulled out a totem. A nearby young master is totally stunned, knowing totems are linked to dead demons, meaning there is no way it should resurrect a beast instantly. The emperor wastes no time and immediately orders his royal knights. He commands them to protect the child from both the evil demon and the bishop, and the soldiers shout back in unison, understood. One of the royal knights leaps forward, snatching the baby right out of the bishop's hands before the old man can even react. And you have to look at the boy's face here, totally confused as he watches them surround his demon. Serves that annoying bishop right, Isaac thinks, laughing to himself. But suddenly, the demon mutters something strange under its breath, "Saint, saint," then it suddenly screeches out, "Kill the saint." Isaac's face goes completely blank as the demon screams again to destroy him. With that roar, it charges straight toward the boy. The royal knights quickly step in, brandishing their sharp swords to protect the young master. Meanwhile, Isaac is totally bewildered, wondering what on earth is wrong with this beast. He is the one who literally brought it back to life, so why is it targeting him? But whatever, he has holy knights protecting him. Just as he thinks this, a holy knight gets utterly crushed, down on the floor, groaning in pain. Isaac cannot believe how quickly they got wrecked. The demon keeps pressing forward, throwing wild attacks while screaming to kill the saint and save their imprisoned king. One by one, the royal knights are effortlessly knocked down. The knight holding the baby grips him tighter and tighter, shaking with absolute terror. Isaac is practically suffocating from the tight grip, realizing he has to stop the beast himself. Surely no one will notice his mana in all this chaos. The crazed demon charges. Kill him. Isaac looks right back at the monster with cold determination. Why does everyone want to kill him in this life? He literally just saved this ungrateful thing, and now it wants his head. His cold eyes flash with blood-red intensity, glaring at the ungrateful monster. The demon actually flinches in fear, just as a brilliant golden light erupts from the boy. Look at that glare. The light completely overwhelms the dark demon in seconds. This sudden blast of energy radiating from a mere baby leaves everyone in the room jaw-dropped. The holy glow acts like a ward, terrifying the demon so badly that it desperately tries to escape, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke and fleeing. Someone yells out that the demon is running away, and the temple finally returns to its quiet state. Whispers fill the room about this being divine power, as Lord Isaac actually defeated a high-ranking demon. Everyone showers him with endless praise, deeply impressed that a young master so small could possess such strength. Isaac stares at his tiny hands. What is this? Was that really holy power? And why is his mana completely drained? It makes no sense unless this weird body is somehow converting his dark mana into divine energy. But if that is true, how is he supposed to gather dark energy? This holy empire is already starving for dark mana as it is. Meanwhile, two royal knights grab the bishop, who screams at them to let him go. He shrieks in absolute fury, claiming that the kid is a heretic who just openly used demonic powers. A demon? Setting foot inside the Holy Kingdom? He begs the emperor to let him perform an exorcism to reveal the child's true face. But the emperor cuts him off, telling the bishop that is enough, accusing him of slandering an innocent saint candidate. He points out that the bishop literally unleashed a high-level demon right in front of the royal knights. The emperor firmly warns him that even as a member of the Holy See, he won't be getting away with this. Realizing he cannot change the emperor's mind, the bishop starts plotting his next move. The seeds of doubt are already planted, and the emperor will soon hunt down their spies, which would deal a massive blow to the Holy See. Even if it costs him his own life, he absolutely must protect his family's lineage. Quickly forming hand signs, he summons a massive white wolf with razor-sharp teeth and glowing crimson eyes, desperately hoping to at least eliminate this dangerous saint candidate once and for all. The massive white wolf leaps forward, charging straight toward the boy. While the knight beside him panics, Isaac remains incredibly calm, pleased that this stubborn fool has finally revealed his true colors. He really thinks he can kill me with that pathetic, weak move? But as the wolf lunges closer, Isaac panics. His mana? Entirely gone. Suddenly a brilliant blue light flashes inside the room. That sharp light strikes the wolf from all sides, making the beast howl in pure agony. Then, a cold, commanding voice echoes through the space. "How dare you lay a finger on a child of the Joshua family?" A remarkably handsome young master draped in a striking blue cloak steps into the room. Following closely behind him are several other figures, also cloaked in those incredibly majestic blue robes that radiate raw authority. It is the Order of the Blue Faith, the elite knights of the Joshua family, led by their seventh son, Rai Joshua. The prince of the Joshua family orders his men immediately lock up this corrupt bishop right now, on my authority. "Release me, you Joshua family dogs, how dare you touch me?" The bishop desperately struggles, while the little boy stands to the side, his mind racing with wild thoughts. Wait, let's think about this. Joshua? Joshua. I am pretty sure I have heard that family name somewhere before. The prince commands his elite knights to show their respect. Instantly, every knight of the Joshua family kneels down, shouting in perfect unison, "We greet the esteemed young master of the Joshua family." The prince then turns toward the little boy, apologizing softly for arriving so late to help Isaac. Witnessing the raw authority radiating from the prince, Isaac cannot help but make comparisons. Seeing how incredibly solemn this guy acts, he might actually be stronger than even the elite royal knights. I cannot really say this completely makes up for the mistakes of our past, but this is a little gift I wanted to present to you. With those words, the prince gestures for his knight to pull something valuable out from his deep pockets. Is that something shiny? Oh wait, is it actual gold? A solid gold bar? The knight presents it with a proud smile. The knight proudly explains this is a model of the executed skeleton king. Isaac freezes in total disbelief, and before he can process it, they start showing off models of him being burned alive. Or would you prefer a custom model of him getting completely crushed? It is enough to make Isaac feel completely dizzy. Meanwhile, the knights swoon over how adorable their little master looks in this exact moment. Isaac is practically on the verge of tears. How on earth am I supposed to survive inside this absolutely unhinged family? The crowd keeps buzzing with no end in sight. They gush over how he seems to appreciate the gift, claiming he looks incredibly precious doing so. They think he loves it so much he is crying tears of joy. But suddenly, Isaac remembers Joshua. Yes, those were the very saintesses who tried to destroy him. He flashes back to those bloody battles, remembering a girl boldly declaring herself as So Joshua, the 45th saintess. Then another one claimed to be the 61st Joshua saintess, stating he had no right to know her name. He realizes they all came from this very family. Damn it. So not only am I a candidate to become a saint, but I was actually reborn into a family of literal saintesses. What kind of horrible sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this kind of twisted punishment? Suddenly, a voice screams out, "Curse you damn Joshua bastards!" All while an elite knight keeps a firm grip on the struggling bishop. "How dare you touch me, shut your mouth." The bishop keeps spewing venom, screaming that he always knew the entire Joshua family were nothing but filthy heretics. "Where on earth did you even find that freakish creature? I will make sure to expose your true, disgusting identity to the whole world." The bishop snarls, hurling endless insults while a nearby knight quietly places his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I cannot believe you actually dare to carry that monster around. Has the great Joshua family truly rotted to such a pathetic state? I will make sure your entire family is wiped from existence." But before he can finish, a cold blade slashes his throat, sending blood spraying everywhere. The prince of the Joshua family smoothly sheathes his sword. "You should be pretty grateful for our mercy, because that is the only reason your head is still attached." Now look at this reaction. Isaac silently notes this development. Well now, this scary guy might actually be pretty useful. Give him a good enough reason, and he might even launch an attack on the Holy Vatican itself. The knights quickly try to soothe the child, telling their young master to ignore those foul words. He should only look at and hear beautiful things. But Isaac does not care about their baby talk. These brainless idiots can screw off. Literally none of them are going to be useful. Now, I definitely remember them, the Blue Joshua Order. They were incredibly formidable enemies back then. Even my old demon subordinates would shiver in total terror just hearing their name. Meanwhile, the knights keep teasing Isaac without a care, demonstrating how they slice off the Skull King's head. Off it goes, completely severed. "Stop it," Isaac wants to scream out. Finally, the silent emperor speaks up, promising he will never forget this massive debt of gratitude. "And since we are on the topic, could you talk with your family head about the royal family taking over the responsibility of raising this child?" The prince of the Joshua family quickly fires back, "Your Majesty, please do not make such jokes." Isaac's eyes instantly light up at the prospect of the royal family keeping tabs on him. The emperor presses on, warning that every faction inside and outside the Holy Empire will target this young master. "I am pretty sure you have already noticed this, right? The Joshua family is obviously not weak, but are you completely certain your current Blue Faith Order has the strength to protect this kid?" The prince hesitates for a brief second. What exactly are they discussing right now? Isaac wonders, listening in intently. The emperor continues, especially since the Pope rejects this child outright. After all, the boy shares the exact same hair color as our legendary founding emperor. Plus, the Skeleton King might actually be hunting down this kid too. Hearing this, Isaac freezes in pure shock. "Wait, I am the Skeleton King. Why would I ever hunt down myself?" The prince stops them, pulling Isaac into a tight, protective embrace. "Please forgive us, Emperor. Since this child belongs to the Joshua family, we will raise him as a true member of our clan. Whether it is the Pope or the Skeleton King, the Joshua family is more than capable of handling them all." Actually, I believe the former Saintess Melissa would be thrilled to meet the Skeleton King again. The Emperor is completely left speechless. I believe so too, the prince continues. So how could we ever agree to hand over a direct descendant of Saintess Melissa for the imperial family to raise? Now here is a huge surprise. They just mentioned Melissa. Is Melissa really my final enemy from before my assault on the heavens? She was the toughest, craziest saintess I ever fought. Not only was I born as a saint candidate in a holy family, but I am actually Melissa's direct descendant too? What on earth is wrong with this life? What even is a saintess? After the Skeleton King crushed them countless times, they created the ultimate weapon, the saintess. As her power grows, the Skeleton King must be destroyed. A holy scepter created by the gods to punish evil, a warrior of light for the empire, and the highest knightly rank. With the saintess's overwhelming power, everyone believed the Skeleton King would soon be defeated, as their strength and defense rivaled the gods. They had fierce survival instincts, reckless attacks ignoring their own safety, beautiful, long-lived, and powerful. And yet, the Skeleton King remained utterly ruthless. Isaac recalls that he never actually killed any saintesses, doing so would only hurt him. When a saintess is slain, all of her holy power returns to the gods, who then use it to nurture the next generation of saintesses. Still, that final saintess Melissa was incredibly strong. To think that monster of a woman is my actual ancestor. The prince continues, a saintess is an existence that desires nothing but the death of the Skeleton King. Our Joshua clan is the only family that produces saintesses, and our sole duty is to vanquish all who oppose the gods. I am certain the Joshua family can fully protect this child. Having his request denied, the emperor falls deep into thought. A knight of the Joshua family also speaks up. Does the emperor even know how many saintesses died by the Skeleton King's hand? Isaac grimaces. I did not even touch them. Yet they just keep listing off the Skeleton King's alleged crimes. The Skeleton King once locked a saintess inside a labyrinth, claiming she was utterly unworthy of standing in his presence. They claim 5 saintesses died in deep despair, making Isaac feel completely wronged. I literally let her go, so how could I know she was that terrible with directions? Damn it, they should have gone to a hospital instead. The prince reassures him, saying there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Even if you are cursed, we will do absolutely everything to protect you. Hearing this, Isaac is ready to burst with rage. I am the one who cannot accept this, the prince continues, lifting Isaac into the air, saying they are deeply grateful for his birth. Your parents only had one simple wish for you. With eyes completely filled with hope, they wished that you would never grow up to be like that wicked Skeleton King. Isaac frowns, thinking of his nameless parents. Apologies for completely shattering your dreams and expectations. Meanwhile, the emperor refuses to give up and presses on. Please reconsider, Lili. The Skeleton King was sealed away 150 years ago. Hearing this, Isaac finally grasps the current timeline. Has it really been that long? Doesn't that mean Melissa is already dead? She was already 50 years old during our last duel. During that long absence, the demon race has already started expanding their military forces. Having a saint would be the perfect opportunity to boost the Holy Empire's influence, making this young master incredibly vital to the imperial family. However, there is currently not a single active saintess in the Joshua family. More than a year after giving birth, that saintess vanished along with her husband. Isaac's jaw completely drops in shock. Is my mother really a saintess? However, the prince of the Joshua family completely dismisses this. Even if his brother is currently not here, our matriarch is still incredibly strong, and the Joshua family can easily protect this baby. Isaac holds his head, thinking absolutely nothing can shock him now. Can you even imagine anything crazier than your mom being a saintess? Did you not say Lady Melissa is currently out hunting the Skeleton King's remaining minions? She should be returning home quite soon. The matriarch will surely be thrilled to meet her grandson. Isaac hangs his head in agony. That woman has lived for over 200 years. Why is she still alive? Well, Melissa won't be back for a while anyway. But look, the baby seems a bit anxious, doesn't he? Is the boy okay? He will be fine soon. Isaac breaks out in a cold sweat. Do you honestly think I will be fine, with my sworn enemy still very much alive and well? The moment Melissa finds out my identity, she will burn me at the stake. Anyone would be terrified. Melissa is the last person I run into. Isaac grips the Emperor's hand tightly just to survive. Pulling his absolute cutest baby face, he begs in his mind, "Oh, great Emperor, please take me with you." Oh, this poor child. The two of them are playing tug-of-war again. Look, even the little baby wants to join the Imperial family. He is just being a bit too friendly. Pardon me, Your Majesty. The Emperor pulls Isaac closer, arguing that the Imperial family can provide everything this special boy needs. Even if the legendary Rosua family specializes in producing all these powerful saintesses, but they do not have any real experience in raising a male saint. But the prince refuses to back down, arguing that this child is destined to become a holy exorcist knight, and absolutely no house is better at training knights than Rosua. Besides, Your Majesty, he is literally the very first male saint in history. So, does the imperial family actually have any experience raising someone like him either? Both sides keep pulling him back and forth, screaming about who is better, leaving poor Isaac completely exhausted. Oh my god, please just stop. Even the knights step in to plead, please calm down. You two are going to rip the young master in half. Trapped in the middle, Isaac is totally helpless, thinking I will go with the imperial family, so just stop. I do not want to die yet. Plus, that glowing light of life keeps radiating from the emperor. That means his chances of survival are going to be way higher if he just sticks close to the emperor. There is no way he is letting this opportunity slip away, while the emperor grins, utterly unable to hide his satisfaction. Now, the emperor chuckles, wise choice, little baby. Meanwhile, things take a dark turn as we shift over to a completely deserted wasteland. The disgraced bishop stands before a mysterious, dark crowd, desperately arguing it is impossible. I am certain that child used mana. He is definitely a child of the devil. The leader coldly asks, are you saying his holy power was bestowed directly by the gods? As a sharp sword is drawn, the terrified bishop stammers, but I am sure it was mana. How could I ever confuse mana with holy power? The cold-hearted leader simply replies, without a single shred of mercy, the cardinal declares that the Holy See has already handed down its final judgment, instantly slicing the bishop's throat to pieces. With glowing red eyes, the executioner coldly declares his crime blasphemy against the gods. Another subordinate steps forward and offers to assemble an assassination squad, but the leader stops him. There is no need. The emperor will take the child anyway. We will have plenty of chances once they enter the imperial territory, so we can make our move then. Resting peacefully in his cradle, Isaac suddenly gets an itchy ear, while his enemies swear that this time, the brat is absolutely going to die. Under the cover of a pitch-black and freezing night, a group of mysterious cloaked figures gathers in a dark courtyard corner, waiting patiently in the howling wind for their leader's final command. After a quiet moment of deep thought, the leader smirks, letting out a truly sinister grin. The emperor is bound to take the kid with him to the palace anyway, giving our squad countless opportunities to plan a flawless strike on imperial ground. He whispers with cold, absolute certainty this time, that little brat is going to die. Meanwhile, Isaac has absolutely no idea that people are plotting his demise, only noticing a weird, itchy feeling in his ear as he lies around in a daze. Looking through the window right next to his tiny crib, the morning sunlight outside feels incredibly bright and warm. The sky looks completely endless as he scratches his ear, narrowing his crimson eyes in deep thought. He realizes they are finally heading straight toward the Rosua estate. From above, we see a luxury carriage guarded by a troop of elite, fully armored knights. The cloaked ambushers from last night watch from their high vantage point, their faces instantly turning pale with confusion. They all quickly turn their eyes toward their leader, desperate for answers. But wait, we actually have to rewind this story back a few days. A blindingly bright light suddenly fills the entire room, making everyone present incredibly curious. That blinding light is actually radiating from little Isaac, who is currently being held by Alexander. Completely blinded by the glow, he covers his eyes with his chubby hands, utterly baffled. Why is it so ridiculously bright? Meanwhile, Rosua quickly speaks up indeed. Your Majesty, our estate is not a great place to raise a child. Bowing respectfully, he adds, perhaps you think our home is nothing but a dumping ground for demon corpses and mana cores. Isaac is shocked, wondering, is your desire to survive really that bright? Suddenly, a dazzling halo of light flares around Rosua's hands. In a calm, warm voice, he explains the most valuable thing at the Rosua estate is just the ancient skeleton of the Demon King. Hearing this absolute bombshell of a secret, Isaac's baby face goes completely pale as his jaw drops. My actual body? You guys are keeping my old skeleton body? He screams internally, you seriously should have told me that sooner. Isaac quickly reaches out to grab Rosua's hand, causing the man to stop mid-sentence, looking down in pure shock. With an incredibly excited face, the tiny baby flails his arms, trying his best to show everyone that he wants to go to Rosua. Completely powerless against this lethal cuteness, Rosua gasps in deep emotion, before Isaac suddenly snaps back to the present. Isaac lies there completely relaxed, staring out the window with a million thoughts running through his head. Even if they drag him from royalty into the army, he has no choice if he wants his original body back. His thoughts drift back to his old form, a terrifying skeleton clutching a glowing magic orb. If he can just reclaim that godlike body, the one trained to rival the gods themselves, then human-tier power will be absolutely nothing to him. Remembering the blinding light Virosua summoned makes him even more sure of his choice. Besides, that was the first time he had ever seen the pure light of survival burn so incredibly bright. Going with his uncle to Rosua is definitely going to be his best bet for survival. Inside the carriage, the blonde knight is dying of curiosity. Why is the Pope's army chasing after young Master Isaac? Hearing this, Isaac immediately clings to the edge of his crib to listen. He wonders the exact same thing. Why are they in such a panic? Jai Rosua does not hide it, explaining that they received a direct prophecy from the gods. It claims that the saint is destined to become the true child of the gods. The two keep chatting back and forth, having absolutely no clue that Isaac is eavesdropping on them, which means he will be the next pope. Exactly, and that is why the Barrett clan is desperate to claim a saint. Isaac's chubby baby face is completely covered in shadow. What kind of crazy, bizarre plot twist is this? He quickly tries to piece the facts together. The Pope, the absolute strongest holy man who can wield level 10 divine magic. He is basically a king to all the priests and holy knights. Inside the Holy Empire, he is a monstrously powerful figure whose authority is practically equal to the emperor himself. Look at him, legs crossed and rubbing his chin in deep, serious thought. For thousands of years, the Barrett clan has monopolized the papacy, so they are losing their minds thinking a new saint will steal that power away. That is why every noble family in the land is desperate to produce their own saint. Just then, loud gasps of admiration echo outside, catching Jairosua and his companion's immediate attention. He quickly pokes his head out, asking the carriage driver what is happening. The driver nervously takes off his hat and replies they have arrived at the principality. But there is a slight problem. In the distance behind the driver, 3 gate guards are slowly marching toward them. The man who looks like their leader raises his hand to block their path. They state that entry is strictly forbidden. Sensing the heavy tension, Isaac pokes his little head out to see what is going on. What is it this time? Jai Rosua growls in anger, asking if they seriously dare to ignore the legendary crest of the Rosua family. He demands to know what kind of education they received, but the lead guard just smirks, showing off sharp, menacing fangs. Hissing that they obviously cannot enter, the guard suddenly lunges forward as his hand warps into deadly claws, ready to rip them apart. He screams that they must eliminate the child carrying the saintess's blood, leaving the knights completely horrified by his sudden monstrous transformation. Isaac, who was just casually watching, flinches in shock, wondering what the absolute hell is happening. He definitely ordered them to never attack human lands, so what is the new Demon King doing? Meanwhile, the red-haired demon grins, making a loud declaration. He yells out to the lowly humans that their revered king has ordered them to slaughter all saints and saintesses without a single shred of hesitation. Hearing this, Isaac is utterly speechless, realizing immediately that the new Demon King has officially taken over the throne. The obnoxious red-haired demon keeps ranting on, declaring in the name of their great skeleton king that they are going to murder the saint right here and now. Hearing these incredibly arrogant words, Isaac's chubby baby face starts twitching in pure annoyance. He curses silently, wondering when on earth he ever said that, "You absolute idiots." Meanwhile, the dark demon energy explodes around the threatening beasts. He warns that if they hand over the child, their great skeleton king might just spare their miserable lives. Before the monster can even finish his sentence, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down, completely vaporizing one demon and freezing the rest in pure shock. As the blinding light clears, the demon is reduced to a smoking heap of charred flesh, collapsing onto the dirt. Terrified but desperate, one demon spits out threats against the lowly holy knight. Hearing this, Jairosua furiously grits his teeth. He growls, how dare they speak that way to an exorcist of the Rosua family. They must want a slow, painful death. He draws his blade, pointing it straight ahead with his face cloaked in deep shadow, telling them to listen closely. Jairosua flips his sword grip and speaks slowly to protect all the small, innocent things in this world. His family will completely destroy all evil. The knights immediately draw their weapons and follow Jairosua's exact stance, their collective battle morale skyrocketing after those powerful, unifying words. We will hunt your kind down to the very depths of hell to wipe you all out. With his hair blowing in the wind, Rilai glares with razor-sharp eyes, mocking them. Unbelievable that the wicked Skeleton King actually sent his mindless minions here. These demons clearly do not know when to quit. Look at them, charging forward in a bloodthirsty frenzy as they scream about lowly humans. The savage lizard demon lunges forward with slashing claws, screaming in pure, raging fury that they dare blaspheme against the great Demon King Isaac. The Rosua family knights do not flinch for a second, instantly raising their steel blades to block the incoming onslaught. The blonde knight swiftly scoops up Isaac and covers his eyes. Reacting instantly, he leaps away in a flash to escape the oncoming danger. Even after escaping that brush with death, he still tries to comfort him, begging the young master to please forgive him. Whisked away at a lightning-fast retreat, Isaac is completely dazed, wondering what is happening and if someone is actually impersonating him. The blonde knight carries Isaac deep into a quiet, secluded corner of the forest before stopping. Gently placing Isaac down on the soft grass, he softly tells him to please wait here. With a quick flick of magic, the blonde knight casts a protective barrier around Isaac, promising that he will return right away. He stares at the barrier in absolute shock, recognizing it as a protective boundary. Reaching out with a chubby little hand, Isaac calculates that even a high-ranking demon would fail to break through this incredibly strong barrier. After inspecting it closely, a satisfied smile spreads across his face, realizing that since absolutely nothing can enter from the outside, nothing from the inside can escape either. With a clear plan in mind, Isaac decisively closes his eyes and focuses his spirit. Wait for it, his survival instinct kicks in, releasing his magic. The surrounding space shifts into a mystical void as a vast sea of stars floods Isaac's mind, chanting for the magic-born creature with intellect to heed his call. Answering his quiet whisper, the observer begins to manifest. A menacing dark shadow with a terrifying silhouette emerges, but the moment it opens its mouth, all that malice completely vanishes, leaving a cute creature greeting him as master. Isaac quickly slaps a hand over its mouth, telling it to be quiet and hush before they both get caught by the guards. The observer dramatically expresses how much it missed him, crying out that it feared it would never gaze upon his glorious face again. Isaac agrees, admitting he also thought he was a goner. Watching the black bones dance and sing happily, Isaac falls into deep thought, remembering that even though it is just a detection spell, it possesses its own consciousness. He originally created this spell because manually searching and analyzing results was far too tedious, and over their long journey together, the creature developed its own quite innocent personality. The observer giggles, completely cutting off Isaac's deep train of thought. Praising his master's usual wickedness, it congratulates him on stealing a completely innocent child's body, which immediately offends Isaac and prompts him to snap back. Floating around lazily, the observer asks a curious question, wondering what those incredibly filthy gods did to his grand master. No matter how wicked his master might truly be, it refuses to believe they would trap him in such a frail body. But not wanting to discuss this any further, Isaac tells it to shut up and locate the enemies. Getting down to business, the observer drops the playful act and turns completely serious, announcing that it is about to begin. Instantly, it conjures a swirling vortex of demonic energy and shoots forward, announcing that it is scanning a radius of 100 meters. Using its scanning abilities, the observer quickly reports back that there are 88 enemies nearby, and every single one is a monster. Adding that these beasts could never hope to compare to his greatness, the report makes Isaac gasp in absolute shock, almost swearing out loud. Wondering if they are crazy or trying to start a war, a sudden realization hits Isaac amid all the chaos. It will be incredibly troublesome if the security in this territory tightens, making it much harder to summon his loyal minions. Realizing he must finish this before the Joshua family catches him, Isaac drops to his knees with absolute determination. Vowing to do it himself even if it drains all his mana reserves, he pushes on, while the observer continues to report despite his master's struggle. There are 51 enemies remaining. It suddenly calls out with urgent news. Get this, the enemy count is dropping incredibly fast and is already down to just 31, leaving Isaac completely baffled. Acting like a perfect radar machine, the observer immediately updates the count to 13, warning the young master that something massive is heading their way. The Joshua Knights tense up as they order the troops to form a defense line, just as vicious demon creatures begin crawling into view. Only 4 remain as a lizard demon slithers forward with a creepy grin, hissing that the final battle is finally here. Urging them to strike together, the creepy demon mutters under its breath, declaring that today they will take the life of the saint. Before the lizard demon can even finish his sentence, a brutal punch to the gut cuts him off, shocking his remaining allies. The sheer power of the Skeleton King freezes the Joshua Knights on the spot, their faces turning completely pale with terror. The observer grins widely, proudly claiming victory to Isaac, but right in that moment, its warning system suddenly acts up again. In the distance, the knights face a massive monster, as the creature detects a furious shadow lich roaring out in pure rage. How dare you touch my glorious king with those filthy hands? Prepare to pay with your life. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, Isaac's face twitches in complete confusion, unable to understand what is even happening as the totem continues to emit eerie noises. How dare you touch my king with your filthy hands? You must forfeit your worthless lives right now. Anyone watching would be terrified by this sight, wondering what is wrong with it as the totem's eyes flare with murderous intent, declaring him as its one and only king. The totem is radiating an increasingly intense and murderous aura. He screams out, "How dare you trap him in the body of a lowly child?" Since Isaac was the one who freed him, the Dark Lich's twisted devotion completely boiled over. He strictly warns everyone present to stop staring at the child with those absolutely disgusting eyes of theirs right now. The totem roars again, "I will gouge your eyes out." Panic-stricken, the blonde knight quickly asks, "Do lie beside him, young master." What is he saying? But humans cannot understand since it's spoken in an entirely different demonic language. The smug totem bursts out laughing, "Wow, this is pure chaos." Isaac freezes for a second. It seems that Bastard actually recognized him as the Skeleton King, and his effort to follow him is honestly pretty commendable. But now the Holy Knights start moving, drawing their weapons to fight. Inside, Isaac screams in absolute frustration, "What the hell do you think you are doing? Putting on a solo drama." He desperately tries to send a message to the blonde knight standing just a short distance away. "Ba ga ga," basically meaning, "You bastard, do not block my escape route. What about my mountain of precious mana cores?" Seeing this, the knight shouts with heroic determination, "Young Master Isaac, please hold on just a little longer. I will rescue you." Then that eerie, creepy laughter rings out again. The totem is absolutely thrilled. "My master recognized me. My guiding light has finally recognized me." Except, the blonde knight only feels sheer terror as he screams, "Young master." That demon is showing pure hostility. In an instant, the totem dashes straight past the line of knights. Look at that, he's going straight to his master. Everyone quickly realizes exactly where his crazy path is heading. That filthy creature is heading straight for Isaac. The totem charges forward like a complete madman. "You filthy holy knights! How dare you seal my master in such a wretched place?" Isaac watches this and panics. Great, now I have caught his eye. He feels completely helpless, because he cannot let his dark mana core get purified. Isaac tries his hardest to babble out a command, "Start by breaking down this protective barrier." The totem laughs with manic excitement, yelling that he has received his master's command. As he repeatedly strikes Isaac's magical shield, the blonde knight frantically screams, "Young master, the shield." Even R is panicking quite a bit. Isaac smiles with quiet satisfaction. Under the protection of the totem, he silently praises him, "Bah, you did a great job." Then, Isaac reaches out with both tiny hands to grab the totem. "Baba, now stop causing trouble. Time to rest." Before the totem can even process what is happening, he gets launched into the distant sky, screaming, "Master, why?" Witnessing this mind-blowing throw, R's face turns completely pale with fear. "Would you look at that?" While Isaac stands there completely relaxed, R suspects he turned the demon into a totem. The blonde knight can barely contain his pure excitement, shouting he turned a demon into a totem on his first try. Is he not absolutely extraordinary? The other knights instantly start cheering for Isaac too, realizing that only legendary figures like cardinals or saintesses can wield such high-level holy magic. Isaac silently laughs, "That is not holy magic, it is just mana." Still, R is convinced it must be a sacred totem technique. But even if such high-level magic was cast, it is quite bizarre that I did not sense even a shred of holy power from it. But the blonde knight shrugs it off. You know how it is. True genius only shows its real value in moments of extreme danger. He recalls what happened, remembering how that terrifying monster charged directly at the young master. I am absolutely sure even the Dark Lich instinctively sensed the danger, which is why it desperately tried to eliminate the young master first. In his heart, the blonde knight cannot stop praising Isaac. Our young master is truly incredible. I am absolutely sure of it. I am completely sure that the young master is a true saint. Watching from afar, R silently contemplates he is not wrong. Even the demon race targeted this baby. Even if he is not a saint, this child clearly possesses something incredibly special. Gritting his teeth, he wonders why it had to be a boy. R remembers the Skeleton King's curse, which dictates that any male heir born to the Joshua bloodline will suddenly, but the blonde knight's loud voice abruptly cuts off his thoughts. I have made my decision. Holding Isaac tightly, he makes a vow as the captain of the Blue Faith Order. I will protect Isaac's future at all costs. You will become the future of the Joshua family. R is slightly taken aback by this, smiling softly. I understand. I was the one being foolish here. R reaches out his hands to hold Isaac. I was needlessly worrying about the Skeleton King's curse, when this child is destined to bring glory to the Joshua family. Lifting Isaac up, he confidently announces, let us go home. Isaac, your uncle is going to teach you quite a few things. R continues with such extraordinary talent. I am going to raise you to become a magnificent knight. Isaac silently groans, I am absolutely not doing that. Just give me my real body back once we get home. But R suddenly says something that leaves Isaac completely speechless. Even if you do not have long to live, your uncle will protect you at all costs. Hearing this, Isaac just stares in utter confusion. R proudly declares that Isaac's name will soon ring across the entire continent. But Isaac aggressively protests ba ba ba, basically meaning, hold on a second, I have a pretty bad feeling you just said something deeply concerning. Of course, R completely misunderstands, yes, I knew you would love it. Isaac instantly screams out, absolutely not. R suggests that once they get back home, he will start by teaching Isaac how to properly curse that completely honorless skeleton king. Isaac curses under his breath. Damn you all, you miserable Joshua bastards. Just then, the carriage finally arrives at the Duke of Joshua estate. Shimmering golden statues are everywhere, and the design of the entire estate is incredibly exquisite. Isaac glares outside, his rage burning hotter. Those miserable Joshua bastards. They slaughter the demon race with such fervor, only to live in this kind of sickening luxury. Just how much did all this cost? Isaac remembers his time in the demon realm, and his heart aches. While these capitalist bastards live like this, he had to work his clothes to rags just to feed his kids. Whisper whispers in his ear, oh my, master. This place is on a whole different level compared to our rundown castles. Just selling a few of those statues could buy us a dozen Demon King castles. Isaac immediately warns him to pipe down. I know, so shut up. Just then, Riley scoops Isaac up and says, this is the Joshua estate, Isaac. The cradle of all exorcism on this continent. He carries Isaac over to watch a group of young trainees practicing on a training dummy. When you grow up, you will be just like those kids, Riley says. They repeatedly whack the dummy with sticks, yelling for the Demon King to die. The children strike with absolute fury, screaming curses with every blow. Tearing your body to shreds is still not enough for you, Skeleton King. The shouts of die, die keep ringing out, making Isaac freeze right in his tracks. What in the world are you people teaching these kids? Is this some kind of cult family? He quickly calms himself down, realizing it does not even matter. Isaac tells himself that once he infiltrates the Holy Empire, he will burn the Emperor alive and rebuild it as his own empire. Whisper starts teasing him again. What are you doing, Whisper chuckles. A legendary skeleton king holding a grudge against playing kids is just so petty. Isaac tells him to shut up and go scout the area. Whisper eagerly agrees, and they soon reach a glowing, magnificent building that leaves everyone gasping in awe. Isaac looks at the scene and immediately starts calculating. This is incredible. Are those actual mana cores? There are literally dozens of them. Whisper agrees, admitting it is his first time ever seeing so many mana cores gathered in one spot. How many demons did they slaughter to get these? Right then, the servant announces they have finally arrived. Riley steps down from the carriage, ordering them to prepare his room so Isaac can stay with him. The butler stammers, looking extremely nervous. He quickly explains, I am so sorry, young master, but we were ordered to take young master Isaac to the annex. Riley frowns in confusion. Why the annex? The butler awkwardly replies that the fifth young master strictly ordered them to never let young master Isaac set foot in the main mansion. The sheer audacity of this family is wild. Isaac is deeply annoyed, and Riley is just as furious. Are you really trying to send Isaac to that cursed, deadly place? Isaac grows even more confused, realizing this family is completely messed up. Ever since rolling around out here as a newborn, I already knew it. The Joshua family is falling apart. Riley complains about his brother, and Isaac silently agrees. Exactly. I can just live comfortably in the main mansion, so why go to the annex? Just then, Whisper whispers in his ear. The mana cores are stored in the annex. Back off, Riley commands the butler. I am not letting my nephew stay in that creepy, abandoned dump. Baba, no, the annex. I have to go to the annex. Riley has no idea what Isaac is trying to say. Come to my room, Isaac. I will read you holy books about how the saint defeated the Skeleton King. It will be like a perfect bedtime story. And right after that, I will teach you exorcism methods specially designed to destroy the Skeleton King. Hearing this, Isaac's face completely pales with absolute horror. What the hell? That exorcism is meant for me. You want to kill me? Right then, an arrogant voice rings out. Why are you making such a huge fuss over bringing back some homeless street rat? You dare oppose Guy? After disappearing for so long, did you only return to show your face and defy your own brother? The man is none other than the fifth son of the Joshua family, Gwel Joshua. Isaac turns his head to look, completely unimpressed. Seeing them face off, Isaac instantly concludes that this guy is just a thug. Goel sneers, telling Riley to drop the baby so he can send him to the annex. Riley furiously snaps back. Are you joking? This child is a descendant of Joshua. There is no way we are sending him to the Annex, which is basically an exile camp. Isaac is screaming in his head, begging Rylai to put him down and just let him go to the Annex already. Goel reaches out to squeeze Isaac's bony cheek, asking where Rylai even found this skin and bones brat. He scoffs, calling him a descendant my foot. Isaac thinks to himself that he actually loves the idea of going to the Annex. But what is wrong with this trashy guy? Is this guy an esteemed holy clergyman or just some street gangster? Either way, Isaac sighs, realizing he just needs to reach the Annex and feast on those juicy mana cores. Rylai directly confronts Goel, asking if he really thinks his motives are hidden. He straight up exposes his brother's greedy plot. You want everyone to think this child is cursed to strip him of his inheritance. Hearing this, Isaac suddenly panics. Did he say, strip my inheritance? Wait a damn minute. Isaac remembers something and gets so incredibly furious he wants to punch someone. That cannot happen, because I plan to drain this house dry, become a saint, then the Pope, and get revenge on those damn gods. Goel, however, remains completely unfazed. He wants everyone to think that way. Word on the street is a demon showed up to steal this brat, so the kid is probably cursed. Hearing this, the blonde knight yells out in rage, not true. The young master actually helped banish that demon. He seriously explains that the demon appearing specifically for him only proves how incredibly important the young master really is. The knight behind him quickly agrees exactly. He has the holy power of a saint. The guy just bursts out laughing. That is hilarious. How long are you going to keep covering for this piece of trash? Stop playing around. If you keep insisting he is the next saint, then show me his power right now. Just then, Whispers leans in and suggests to Isaac, why do you not show this fool your real power? Maybe summon a meteor? But Isaac immediately snaps back a meteor, my foot. Goel clicks his tongue and makes a deal pointing towards something far off in the distance. Pointing at their family symbol, Goel challenges Isaac, why not tell your little genius to bring back that dead thing he loved so much? That sacred tree died from intense demonic mana. So if this kid actually has what it takes, reviving it should be pretty easy, right? Goel smugly points out that is only if he is actually a real saint candidate like you claim. Rylai confronts him, asking if he even realizes what he is saying. Isaac mutters under his breath, Melissa, you were a great warrior, but your descendants are absolute trash. The oldest son is missing, and the second one got adopted. But then, Isaac notices something. Whispers gets totally confused, asking what is going on. Holding the spirit, Isaac asks for its thoughts. Can you believe he actually tosses the poor spirit straight at the dead tree? Go get him, pup. Whispers shrieks in absolute panic while Rylai still tries to negotiate with Goel. Asking a baby to revive a tree dead for 70 years is insane, but then they both turn, Rylai's eyes widening in shock. What is this? The sacred tree is suddenly bursting back to life. The crowd gapes in pure shock as it blooms. Goel stammers in disbelief. Even high-tier healing and purification magic could not save this thing. He demands to know what happened, but Isaac just smirks. It was nothing special. Isaac realized there was dark mana near the roots, so he fed it to the spirit. Whispers returns, complaining about feeling bloated. The blonde knight asks Rylai in a total panic, how on earth did you manage that? Rylai honestly tells him that he did absolutely nothing, leaving the knight completely stunned. Inside Rylai's arms, baby Isaac internally sighs at the wasted mana. Whispers snaps back, what, you want me to throw it up? Suddenly, the blonde knight shouts that it was baby Isaac who did it. Goel can only manage a forced, desperate laugh. Idiots, nobody in our prestigious family could save this tree, so how could a tiny milk-sucking brat pull it off? He insists someone must have helped, but absolutely nobody cares what Goel thinks as they cheer for Isaac. They yell praises for Isaac, while Goel mutters that Rylai must be behind it. But the crowd drowns him out, shouting about exorcism and purification. Goel shakes with pure rage, accusing Rylai of pulling strings, but Rylai just acts completely clueless. Goel charges forward, screaming that Rylai always relies on dirty tricks. Rylai calmly explains that he could never contact the missing saintess. Isaac gets annoyed watching them, thinking Melissa really needs to manage her household better, instead of just hunting demons. The whole family is a complete mess, and looking closely at Goel, Isaac realizes this guy looks nothing like Melissa. Isaac even suspects Rylai might be Melissa in disguise. Whispers chimes in, pointing out that Goel actually looks pretty similar to that bastard Pope. Goel screams at them to stop playing dumb. He rages, accusing Rylai of bringing this bastard child just to force him into the saint candidate slot. Goel rants about their actual candidate, making Isaac realize there is a massive power struggle happening. Whispers just laughs, you are in for a wild ride. Whispers teases that he now has to fight those guys. Seeing Isaac unbothered, Whispers gets playfully scolded. Do you not think anyone backed by that creep is just as wicked? Crushing someone like that will be incredibly satisfying. Whispers agrees, while Riley grabs Goal by his collar. Riley demands he leave the baby alone. He is their nephew, the eldest brother's son, and the rightful family heir. Goel scoffs loudly, mocking the eldest brother for fleeing when the family was in trouble, throwing crude insults right in front of baby Isaac. Goel keeps ranting about that coward, while baby Isaac secretly laughs at his messed up family history. Ah, yes. He was abandoned. What a beautifully chaotic life he has. Whispers tries to cheer him up. Whispers warns him not to talk about himself so carelessly, but Goal just sneers and continues talking. He sneers that the father was just an illegitimate child they dragged home, but his mother was a saintess. He questions Riley right back, asking how they can even be sure the kid is really their brother's son, noting he looks so pretty that he must take after that woman. Before Goal can finish babbling about selling the baby to another family for a quick profit, a heavy fist slams right into his face. Clutching his face, Goel screams in outrage, asking if Riley has lost his mind. Riley snaps right back, asking his brother if he really thinks he can just bark nonsense like that and walk away, while Isaac happily watches the chaos. Isaac smiles, thinking their brotherly fighting is great since their drama gives him so much useful info. Seeing the two actually throwing hands, the knights rush in to pull them apart, begging Riley to stop. Isaac laughs internally, thinking the messier this household gets, the easier it will be to tear down, his giggles leaving Whisper completely speechless. As Isaac wishes for the family to crumble, Whisper hovers near his ear, asking if he forgot that he will go down with them if the house collapses. The summon asks if his brain shrunk with his baby body, which immediately ruins Isaac's mood. Now, we cut to another bright day at the estate where our tiny hero sits by himself, looking completely annoyed by his crazy family. The elders are busy discussing what to do with him, complaining about getting another useless boy, and wondering what purpose he can possibly serve. Listening to their trash talk, Isaac grumbles that no one in this family treats a child with basic decency. The constant whispering irritates him as they whine about accepting his mother as the saintess only for her to give birth to another useless boy. They keep saying she has no right to hold that title, making Isaac desperately want to scream at these crazy fools for crossing the line. The entire room falls silent the moment the woman running the meeting speaks, who happens to be Henna, the second wife of Patriarch Eli. Serving as the acting head of the house, Henna announces their decision to raise the boy in a tiny, isolated annex far from everyone's sight. A voice breaks the silence, pointing out that baby Isaac has somehow completely cleared the corruption eating away at the sacred tree. The old elders scoff, completely refusing to believe such a claim, arguing that while they knew the tree was corrupted, a baby could never fix it. They question how an infant could pull off a miracle, though one priest argues it is the only logical answer since the boy physically drew out the manna. A spectacled elder adjusts his glasses, admitting that while the exorcism seemed to work, such a dangerous feat was never as simple as it looked. If one tiny thing had gone wrong, it would have killed him. As they debate, Goal's face darkens with intense annoyance, wondering what kind of crazy theories these old men are suddenly spinning about a mere infant. Believing a baby couldn't do this on purpose, Riley chimes in, claiming Isaac must have just acted on pure instinct during the exorcism. Isaac nods his head, quite pleased with that excuse. Riley smugly brags that a tiny breastfed infant just achieved what the entire high church has failed to do for 70 long years, making Goal break into a cold sweat. Annoyed by his brother's praise, Goel slams his hands onto the table, desperate to shift the room's attention away from the baby. He pleads with the elders, asking if they actually believe a mere baby who cannot even talk yet is capable of performing a legendary ritual. If the public ever finds out about this, their prestigious family will become a complete laughingstock. He grits his teeth, pointing right at the kid and claiming it is impossible to believe a plain baby like him belongs to their legendary bloodline. He even suggests that the boy might just be some random orphan from a nameless family snuck into their house. Riley quickly stands up to defend him, telling the council that this boy is destined to become an incredibly powerful saint. He places a hand on the baby, declaring that the kid will easily become the next pope, a claim Isaac fully agrees with. That is the plan, but Riley's very next sentence completely ruins Isaac's mood by claiming the kid will slay the skeleton demon king. I know, right? Isaac is probably screaming inside because his uncle was doing so well until he suddenly dropped that terrifying demon king's name. Just hearing about that nightmare creature makes them shiver, and Henna sneers, telling Riley he is digging his own grave. She throws down a direct challenge, suggesting that if Riley is truly that confident, they should put the baby through a proper test. Henna demands they use the legendary sacred relic vault for the test, as the scene shifts to a dark, dangerous forest in the Empire's northwest. A giant beast falls to a sharp blade, leaving Eli standing proudly in the middle of a massive pile of dead monsters. Sheathing his sword, he mutters about the messy battlefield, while his loyal knight bows low and agrees that the area is indeed in total chaos. After echoing his sentiment, the loyal knight brings up some shocking news, making the curious patriarch ask what is actually happening back home. Eli frowns deeply, snapping that he had already made it very clear that the Holy See was strictly forbidden from touching their sacred vaults. The knight quickly clarifies that the request is not from the church, immediately catching the old patriarch's attention with her next words. She explains that his newborn grandson has miraculously revived the sacred tree, and the elders want to see if the kid is truly a saint. Eli spins around, demanding to know what she means by that, asking how on earth a holy saint could possibly be born into his household. As the powerful head of the Eshua family, Eli strongly orders that he will never allow this. Only a true saint can survive once they step in there, so tell everyone to avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Ilya emphasizes there are no exceptions, but then a voice suddenly cuts him off, telling them to just keep going. Melissa slowly walks over to ask the knight who she means, giving a soft smile and praising how impressive reviving the divine tree is. Melissa then drops a bombshell that shocks the female knight, suggesting that since the archive is open, they should let all the candidates enter. The knight stands there completely dazed, simply answering yes while actually feeling pretty excited about this trial. However, a child from another family might just retrieve something quite valuable from the archive, Melissa says, referring directly to Yang Sheng. Even the absolute most talented saintesses of past generations could not retrieve a single thing from that dangerous place. Perhaps if someone manages to retrieve that artifact, they can track down and finally kill the Skeleton King, she eagerly suggests, adding that they should prepare a grand reward. Melissa immediately commands the knight to deliver her message. Whichever child brings out the absolute best treasure from the vault will receive a reward that even the Pope himself cannot obtain, placing immense pressure on the knight. They will inherit the ultimate legacy of the Joshua family. Melissa raises her hand to announce that she will personally teach them the family secret technique, clenching her fist in excitement while promising to give them absolutely everything. The relic warehouse serves as a secure vault keeping a thousands of years old secret technique alongside legendary holy relics. A saintess has always guarded the archive, and the Hua family is recognized as the rightful owner of this treasury. Since only children under 10 years old are allowed inside, the archive has historically been used as a ritual for saintess candidates. When the infants turn 1, they enter to pick an item, allowing people to predict the exact power the future saintess will wield based on her choice. But get this, that archive is so lethal, even the top saintess candidates risk their lives just by stepping inside. Following numerous tragic deaths, the archive was sealed, but now Whisper speaks up, playfully coaxing his master to see what happens next. If our little master can survive and bring back the treasure, Whisper teases. But Isaac snaps back, asking why he is telling stories. Whisper asks if he is also looking forward to this, and Isaac admits with a grin that he obviously is. His expression turns quite devious as he notes that the remains of the Skeleton King are rumored to be kept there. Suddenly, a hand lifts Isaac right up into the air, with the blonde knight asking if he is excited before sharing some big news. The great matriarch has opened the archive to all candidates, prompting Isaac to quickly calculate his next moves. The knight keeps hyping him up and explains that all the children from the 5 famous families will be gathering there, and even the Pope's cursed household will attend. He confidently claims Isaac will win, while the young master quietly whispers to Whisper on the side. Oh, looks like they are making a massive deal out of this, Isaac thinks, lying there blankly while realizing this is actually good. With more people around to distract everyone, stealing his old body back will be much easier. But then another hand suddenly picks him up. You must be careful, Ilya warns while holding him up, explaining that captured demons from the battlefield are guarding the inside. Isaac quietly wonders if this place is only considered dangerous because of those guarding demons, smirking to himself because he is quite sure they are only tier 6 or lower. Isaac decides he will just use his subjugation skill to control them, but before he can finish planning, Ilya suddenly interrupts his thoughts. A tier 8 demon is definitely not some easy opponent you can handle, making Isaac scream out in pure shock. What on earth? What is a tier 8 demon doing in there? He wonders, as the blonde knight chimes in with more. While a tier 9 dragon is probably the absolute worst part, Ilya casually adds to the conversation, prompting Whisper to complain that the entire Joshua family has completely lost their minds. A dragon in a place meant for a bunch of little kids. Whisper hesitates, but points out that at least Isaac knows a lot about dragons. But Isaac, completely losing all his confidence, grits his teeth in terror, silently cursing and wondering what he should do now. Damn it, dragons are dangerous in a totally different way, Isaac confesses, admitting he has actually tricked them a few times before, making Whisper feel pretty smug. That bastard actually tricked baby dragons. And suddenly, memories of past arguments with furious dragons flash in his mind. They kept demanding to know what kind of garbage he sold to their kids who were not even 3 million years old yet, right as the old skeleton got captured. Referring to that skeleton monster, Isaac thinks back to about 17 of them, feeling incredibly bitter just remembering the whole incident. Worst of all, they have extremely good memories and can easily recognize his soul, prompting Whisper to tease him that maybe it is a good time to find a new master. Hearing that, Isaac snaps that he can hear him, putting his hands down and realizing they are really leaving him with absolutely no other choices. Isaac visualizes the relic warehouse again, which contains Tier 6 monsters alongside a formidable Tier 9 dragon. Right now, he can only barely deal with Tier 6 monsters. Thinking of the glowing mana inside the mansion, he resolves to fight them by stealing all the Joshua family's mana cores, ordering Whisper to move to the annex building. And so, under a beautiful clear sky, he sits down with Whisper to study the book. Sitting by the door, he flips through the research pages while Whisper watches him with sheer anxiety. Shuffling closer, Whisper asks Master, "Are you okay? You look like you are about to be purified." He holds the spellbook showing how to tear apart the Whitebone King, but after reading it, his face turns pale, completely drained of life. His face wrinkles up in pure frustration as he thinks to himself, damn it, if I could just master holy power, learning these simple spells would be a walk in the park. Why does reading this get more discouraging by the page? Now, here is a hilarious reminder for us. Our main character Isaac is still a baby, so he has to scheme a different, devious plan instead. Realizing what he is planning, Whisper instantly beams with a bright smile, full of praise. Master, are you really using dark magic right in front of the priests? You plan to bury this mansion and play the role of an absolute villain, do you not? That gets a panicked look out of him, wondering what on earth happened to Whisper's personality over the last 150 years. While Whisper flies around cheering, he rubs his tired face. There is no way I can master all this dense theory on my own. He lets out a big, sleepy yawn, prompting Dulai Joshua to gently pick him up, cradling him warmly while trying to soothe his tired soul. I bet you had a pretty hectic day, Joshua whispers. Meanwhile, Isaac is so incredibly exhausted he could fall fast asleep at any given second. Whisper follows right behind him, while Isaac tells himself one thing. Exactly, babies my age need 16 hours of sleep a day. As Dulai Joshua carries him off, the blonde knight spots the spellbook and curiously picks it up. Dulai Joshua says nothing, simply waving his hand over the boy to cast Restoration, instantly recharging Isaac's energy and making him grin from ear to ear. Oh, a real spell. He gets so excited he tries to climb out, begging for more. Awesome. Do it again. Fire an offensive spell. But Whisper quickly flies over and begs him, "Boss, please, just stay in one spot." Whisper leans in to remind him you must get to the annex quickly. You cannot keep hiding people here forever. Realization hits him like a sudden lightning strike. Right, the annex. He has to get rid of these annoying people as fast as humanly possible. He puts on a sleepy act for them, though Whisper finds his terrible performance quite painful to watch. Honestly, who would fall for this? Yet, it successfully grabs the attention of the other two. The blonde knight chuckles warmly, noting how fast Lord Isaac drifted off, while Dulai Joshua just beams with immense fatherly pride. What a wonderful quick boy. But Whisper is completely stunned. Did you seriously just fool all of them? They actually bought it. To give the baby some peace, the two decide it is time to quietly step outside. Right. I need to head off to my training anyway. With his plan working flawlessly, Isaac smirks. But hold on, the story is about to throw a massive wrench into his escape. The blonde knight suddenly suggests the totem looks dangerous, so they should remove it. Wait. What? Isaac is completely wide awake now. Dulai Joshua opens the door, declaring it is Isaac's very first precious totem, so they must keep it safe. The knight quickly obeys with a smile. This sends Isaac into an absolute panic. I still need to extract mana from that thing. Who said you could take it? To make things worse, Dulai Joshua decides to display it in the most visible spot, leaving our main character utterly devastated. Man, he did not even get to drain its mana yet. Thankfully, he has a backup plan. Looking ahead with a mischievous grin. Fine then, I will just drain the mana core inside the annex instead. Let's move. With his tiny baby body, he begins crawling away, making Whisper sigh. Are you seriously planning to crawl all the way there? Will we even arrive before midnight? Isaac demands Whisper open the door, and his familiar reluctantly flies over to help. Right away, but do not expect me to carry you. Flying up to inspect the entrance, Whisper suddenly gasps in shock. Boss, your father locked us in. The entire locking mechanism is on the outside, and he even reinforced it with a barrier spell. Before Isaac can even stand up, the realization hits him, making him curse his annoying father in his mind. In the quiet room, he demands Whisper blast it open, but the spirit warns that everyone will swarm the place, thinking they are under attack. Fuming with rage, he slams his tiny hands against the door. He scrunches his face, desperately trying to yank the massive door open with his bare hands. I am seriously going insane. I cannot handle having people gossiping about me every step of the way from here to there. Using magic will only make things 10 times worse. Watching him struggle, Whisper cannot help but snicker. How is he ever going to escape? Suddenly, the door swings open, knocking Isaac backward as Suri Joshua lets out a surprised gasp. Huh? Looking down, the visitor finds Isaac sprawled out flat on the cold, hard floor. Staring in confusion, Suri Joshua wonders how a baby who cannot even walk ended up here. This kid is the son of Goel Joshua, a holy candidate of their clan. Only 5 years old, Suri Joshua is already a potential enemy. But before Isaac can think, he looks down and gasps at the sight of blood. This sends Whisper into a furious rage. How dare he harm my master? Suri Joshua, just 5 years old, grinds his teeth in absolute rage, clenching his fists. There is no way a complete nobody could create a totem that even a genius like him could not make. In his rival's hands, power is gathering to cast a spell, making our main character watch with great amusement. Suri Joshua smiles wickedly at him, boasting that he is the only one who deserves canonization. Seeing this brat raise the power that belongs to him, he only feels utter disgust and starts controlling his favorite toy with a simple flick of his finger. This is exactly how he plans to escape that arrogant Joshua. Lost in his thoughts, he launches his toy straight at Suri Joshua's head, knocking him flat on his back. Highly amused, he points forward and laughs. I found myself a horse to ride, tears streaming down his face. Suri Joshua covers his face and screams in anger. Do you have any idea who I am? Of course. He recognizes him instantly. You look just like that thug of an uncle, so you must be his son, he thinks. Whisper giggles quietly from the side, while he holds his toy and sports a very sinister smirk. I saw you gathering mana to attack me. You little brat, you are going to get exactly what you deserve. He immediately uses his power to send his toy smashing into Suri Joshua, leaving the kid curled up and struggling to defend himself. Whisper praises the beautiful strike, calling him master, which fuels his excitement to unleash an even more relentless barrage. You arrogant brat, get ready to become my personal horse. Unable to take any more, Suri Joshua channels all his strength through his tears, shocking him by conjuring a glowing defense shield in his hands. Do you seriously think you are better than everyone else? Hearing that, he just chuckles and gives a casual reply. Well, it is enough to make Suri Joshua blow his top. Why are you so shocked? At my age, absolutely nobody can cast a level 3 divine defense barrier. To put him in his place, Suri Joshua prepares to show off his real power, shouting that he is surprised way too early, before launching a level 3 holy light attack into the sky. He watches completely unfazed, while Suri Joshua celebrates, believing he surpassed Kimajak. Take this, he yells, as the blinding magic aims straight for him. He just looks up at the sky and quietly admits that it is pretty impressive. Summoning 2 whole beams of holy light is cool, but that tiny spark is nothing to him, so he just grins and says thanks for the meal. He then uses his unique ability to completely dissolve the massive attack, leaving Suri Joshua utterly speechless with shock. The kid can only stare in sheer disbelief, stuttering how on earth did a basic defensive spell get amplified to this level. He just giggles and plays around, leaving Suri Joshua completely powerless and wondering how he could master a move that Uncle had not even taught him yet. Now, the flow of battle is entirely in his hands. While Suri Joshua looks around in sheer terror of what is coming, he flashes a bright smile and shouts out, "Thanks for the quick lesson, buddy. Now watch this, a massive wave of power is coming right back." Suri Joshua watches in absolute dread, repeating that it is impossible. He then points a finger right at the panicked kid with a devious grin. He slowly backs away and stammers, "Wait." But it is way too late to change anything, and a blood-curdling scream echoes through the air. Watching the chaos unfold, he just beams with a radiant smile, leaving Whisper completely speechless at his master's antics. Whisper can only step closer and let out a heavy sigh, muttering that the entire Eshua family must be insane for putting dragons with newborns. Suddenly realizing he might have messed up big time, his bright smile vanishes, instantly switching into pure, depressed sighing. But master, at least you have incredibly deep knowledge about dragons. Whisper says, but then stops to look down at him with a sudden question. What on earth is wrong with you now? Sweat pours down as he anxiously bites his nails, muttering, oh, crap. Now that I think about it, dragons are terrifying. I have been scamming those beasts for a really long time, he confesses, leaving Whisper completely bewildered. Whisper asks, how much did you scam them out of? This triggers a chaotic flashback of angry dragons cursing him on the battlefield for swindling their babies, yelling, what did you even sell to those kids? They were not even 3,000. And some adults were fooled too. Cursing him as a bony bastard, he counts them up one by one until he reaches his final estimate. How about 70 of them? Honestly, that is a crazy high number, and it has him completely sweating buckets. This is bad. They hold grudges forever and will definitely recognize his soul. But unlike him, Whisper has already cooked up a plan, looking totally unfazed by the impending doom. Is this not a perfect chance for us to swap places, Master? He just grinds his teeth, reminding Whisper that he can hear everything. Driven completely into a corner with no escape left, he finally makes his choice. With no other choice left, Whisper quickly transforms into his totem form. He sits back with crossed arms, looking down at Suri Joshua with eyes full of pure contempt, asking what on earth he is doing. With absolute power radiating from him, he commands the trembling kid, get over here, you brat, and carry me right now. That night, Suri Joshua heads out, desperately holding back his anger, knowing he is destined to become a great saint. He wants to escape the cursed Eshua family and become the next pope, but his torture has only just begun. Even as he struggles with all his might, stomping his feet to resist, it is no use. And yep, Suri Joshua is carrying Isaac on his back. While Isaac is totally thrilled, Suri Joshua is running on empty. This little devil is wearing a smug face, shaking his rattle, and giving orders. Daha! To the annex building. Suri Joshua has absolutely no clue what is going on, complaining as he drags his feet. Why are you doing this? Do you even know who I am? Before he can finish, Whisper slips out to threaten him, leaving him pale and completely silent. Move it before I tear you to shreds, you pathetic little insect. Isaac watches this play out with a blank, bored face, totally agreeing with the threat. Right, let's just focus on surviving and getting out of here first. As for Suri Joshua, he's so terrified he bursts into tears. Someone save me. His desperate cries ring out through the dead, silent night. Go left, go left. Isaac is pointing aggressively, while poor Suri Joshua can barely keep his balance. Suri Joshua is gasping for air carrying this heavy burden, but Isaac just looks down, taps his rattle, and scolds him. Daha! Do you want to die? Wake up! Suri Joshua simply can't understand his cousin's impossible attitude. Where on earth are you planning to go in the middle of the night? The howling wind makes Suri Joshua freeze right in his tracks, staring ahead as his face turns pale with dread. Wait, check this out. Right in front of them stands none other than the Joshua family's second annex, which Suri Joshua instantly mistakes for a haunted house. Whisper bursts out laughing at the sight. Isaac remains completely unbothered, trying to figure out the secrets inside, while only Suri Joshua stands there with his mouth wide open. Why did this crazy kid drag me all the way here? Tons of people died here, so the head of the house strictly banned entry. Yet, these two smile eagerly as their plan falls into place. Whisper whispers quietly, looks like there are dozens of them here. You'd have to train for decades to gather this much mana. The rundown building practically sparkles like treasure in their eyes. Isaac gets even more excited, pointing straight ahead to order him. Let's go, kid. Suri Joshua looks at him demanding entry, and finally gets the hint. You really want to go inside? No, we absolutely can't go in there. The elders strictly warned us not to. But before he can even finish, Whisper pops out to threaten him again. Shut your mouth and move, puppy. As dim light flickers inside the decrepit building, two tiny figures slowly make their way into the annex. Isaac's rattle echoes through the empty halls, while Suri Joshua slowly drags his feet in terror. The place is completely trashed, earning a sigh from Isaac. The inside is somehow even worse. Suri Joshua is totally exhausted and hasn't had a single second to rest. Looking around, Isaac spots a very strange spot and pauses. Wait, what is that? Whisper quickly checks it out and reports back to him. The entire building is sealed, Master. Every single door here is protected by some kind of defensive barrier. Hearing this, Isaac lazily flops onto Suri Joshua's head with a deep sigh. What a complete pain in the neck. Suri Joshua, feeling an even heavier weight, begins to tremble. Terrified and exhausted, he looks up at Isaac and begs, let's go back. Everything here is locked. Suddenly, Isaac grabs Suri Joshua's hair and pulls hard, making him widen his eyes in shock. Ow, ow, what are you doing? Let go. He's about to tell his cousin to stop when he looks ahead and suddenly freezes. Staring at the scene before him, he stands completely stunned. Seeing the portraits of the past family heads, Suri Joshua immediately advises Isaac to just give up. Are you seriously still aiming to become the family head? It's totally useless. The next successor is going to be me anyway. Isaac doesn't care about that arrogant attitude, simply using his magic to control a few random objects in the room. With a single swift launch, he completely shatters the portrait. Suri Joshua watches this in sheer horror, screaming out, "Oh my God, our ancestors!" Isaac completely ignores him, using his toys to continuously smash everything to pieces, while Suri Joshua holds his head in disbelief. Hey, have you completely lost your mind? What are you doing to the family heads? And here's where his genius plan clicks. After smashing the portraits, Isaac recalls his toys, realizing that putting a barrier on mere paintings makes zero sense. After checking, Whisper reports back with absolute excitement the barrier has been broken. Master. Hearing this, Isaac is overjoyed. Perfect. Isaac immediately transforms into a cat and leaps down to find the truth, telling him to move out. While he's thrilled, Suri Joshua is panicking. Hey, where do you think you're going? Instead of just leaping, he slowly rolls away, leaving Suri Joshua completely dumbfounded. Are you crazy? After making such a huge mess, where do you think you're going? With a loud thud, he flings the doors wide open. Inside is exactly what he's been hunting for, making him beam. Wow, beautiful. He has one last thing to handle right now, so Isaac orders Whisper to lock the doors. As they slowly slam shut, a confused Suri Joshua runs forward, screaming, "Wait, stop. What are you doing?" A smug, mocking grin spreads across Isaac's face as he thinks to himself, a little brat like, "You doesn't need to know anything, kid." With everything finally set, he sits up and sighs. Phew, let's get started. Green, mist-like aura begins to swirl all around him, and his eyes light up with power. Meanwhile, outside, Suri Joshua is frantic, shouting and pounding on the door non-stop. Suri Eshua screams to get out immediately, threatening to tell the adults everything, and have him kicked out for good. As he pounds furiously on the door, someone suddenly approaches, and that familiar voice instantly makes Suri Eshua break into a cold sweat. Relai Eshua asks what he is doing there, making Suri Eshua spin around to instantly snitch on Isaac's evil deeds. He cries out that Uncle came at the perfect time because Isaac is a monster, but a harsh voice suddenly scolds him from behind. She demands to know what Suri Eshua thinks he is doing, reminding him that the annex building is strictly off-limits no matter what. "How dare you bring Isaac here?" She snaps, leaving Suri Eshua completely clueless as he awkwardly stammers out a confused response. To everyone else, Isaac was just a pitiful, crying victim being carried away into the shadows by some sinister force. Now, watch how she completely turns the tables, pointing out that countless witnesses saw him carrying Isaac here, and there are even traces of offensive holy magic left inside. She declares that Suri Eshua must take absolute, full responsibility for all of this. Her cold accusation forces Suri Eshua to back away slowly, trying to defend himself in pure, desperate terror. He desperately argues that although he did bring him here and use some holy magic, Relai Eshua gently pats Suri Eshua's shoulder, telling him that this time he crossed the line. No matter his reasons, he still went ahead and harassed a baby, who has not even been weaned yet. She accuses him of locking Isaac in here, sending Suri Eshua into an even deeper panic without a single second to breathe. "I didn't lock him up anywhere," Suri Eshua cries out. "He went in there himself, but a sudden noise from inside instantly startles everyone." Relai Eshua rushes to the door, asking if Isaac is inside and panicking upon realizing that the room is actually locked from within. The moment Relai Eshua forces the door open, his face twists in shock as Isaac starts sobbing, prompting Relai Eshua to scream out in horror. She looks at the pitiful sight with deep sympathy, asking Isaac if he is all right since the poor kid looks completely terrified. Suri Eshua stands there completely frozen, clueless on how to react, while Relai Eshua gently strokes Isaac's head, relieved that he is safe. The boy looks deeply traumatized, but thankfully unharmed, as Isaac buries his face in his chest, sobbing hysterically to play the victim. Relai Eshua shoots Suri Eshua a cold, murderous glare before carrying Isaac away, warning him that he should be ashamed of himself, leaving Suri Eshua utterly speechless with injustice. Suri Eshua begs that it is not true, but right then, Isaac whispers a mocking thanks to taunt him. This leaves Suri Eshua utterly baffled, especially when Isaac flashes a wicked, sinister smile, silently thanking him for a wonderful feast. Suri Eshua is completely stunned by this betrayal, left with no way to clear his name while cursing that little bastard in pure frustration. Still, looking back, there are too many suspicious details, leaving them wondering why the boy looked like he was literally on fire. They wonder if it is just because of the freezing cold, while Isaac excitedly holds a bright, burning flame in his hands. He is thrilled to have absorbed way more mana than expected, easily matching what would normally take 100 years of intense cultivation. Absorbing the fire, Isaac realizes that with this massive amount of mana, he can finally set his grand plan into motion. He lets out a terrifying, twisted grin, while Relai Eshua simply assumes that the poor kid is just deeply shaken up from the whole ordeal. As the quiet morning arrives, Isaac is whispering with Whisper during his research when a voice suddenly interrupts them. Calling out to Isaac, Relai Eshua warmly introduces Asili Lar, announcing that she will be his personal assistant from now on. Placing her hand elegantly over her heart, she introduces herself as Asili Lar, a holy knight of the Eshua family. She kneels down to pledge her loyalty until death, which brings relief to Whisper, though Isaac is only left completely annoyed. Wait, here is the catch. Isaac quickly realizes they sent this knight to monitor him because of his previous stunt. Using his tiny baby body, he points directly at Asili Lar to threaten her with baby talk, leaving her utterly confused. Scowling fiercely with his hand on his head, he commands her to get out of his sight, though the adults have absolutely no idea. As everyone looks on in complete bewilderment, Asili Lar mistakes his hostile threat for cute babbling and approaches the young master. Asili Lar blushes, shyly begging if she can pinch his cute little cheeks just once. Relai Eshua feels overjoyed seeing them get along so quickly, while Isaac secretly wonders why this house is so full of crazy people. Just as Relai Eshua reaches into his pocket, Relai Eshua proudly presents a beautiful gift that looks silver-plated and carries a unique scent, calling it a special birthday present. Isaac stares at the strange object in disbelief, wondering if he found it in a dumpster, while Whisper looks on in pure, helpless embarrassment. Whisper silently wonders if she misheard, suspecting that the Eshua clan must be suffering from a severe financial crisis. How could anyone call this garbage a proper gift for his very first birthday? Whisper complains. But right then, Asili Lar looks at it with wide, shocked eyes. She gasps, asking if this is actually the legendary family heirloom belonging to the Holy Maiden. Hearing this, Isaac grabs the item, inspecting it closely to see if she is telling the truth. Relai Eshua gently pats his head, explaining that his uncle pulled some strings with the council to get it, and Isaac quickly confirms that it is indeed the real deal. This is the exact ring the Saintess used in her battle against me, an ancient relic holding a trace of holy magic. As he picks it up, a yellowish-white smoke drifts out the holy power. Inside is truly insane. Holding it up with a highly calculating look, he realizes it might break after just 1 or 2 uses. But he has a way to fix it, so he glances over elsewhere. Joshua is leaning against a tree nearby with a completely furious face, staring right at him, making him even more certain. That look absolutely guarantees the item is the real deal. He glares at his little nephew like he wants to destroy him, but then Joshua suddenly walks over, which makes him curious. Ha ha, my sweet little nephew. Joshua fake laughs, trying to force a gentle smile for his beloved nephew, though it looks completely fake. Oh, you are just so adorable, he says. I hope you feel comfortable staying here. But as the creepy uncle leans in closer, Isaac flinches in pure discomfort. Inside, he is screaming, "Adorable my ass. That is so gross." Even Whisper looks equally anxious watching this play out. The man has clearly gone mad, and the uncle is actually totally panicked inside. Damn it, everything is getting way too complicated. I already broke the blessing device in the relic vault, so the kid could never get blessed. Yet those fools actually brought out the Saintess's sacred family heirloom to replace it like this. The old lady hands the ring to Richard Joshua. Since Isaac did not get a blessing, we must give him this. Joshua absolutely panics upon hearing it is the Saintess's heirloom. He points at himself, shouting, "Give that artifact to Suri instead." But the old lady just looks at Joshua and questions him. "Give it to Suri," she sighs, waving her hand dismissively. Has he not already received a blessing from the Holy Temple? Stop being greedy and go back. Recalling that moment makes him grind his teeth in rage. His plan was to pretend to donate it while secretly stealing it. There is no way a stupid kid understands the true value of that sacred heirloom. Adjusting his clothes, the uncle sighs, "If you are giving a gift, make it something good. That thing is useless." Richard Joshua overhears this and snaps back. "Useless? How can you talk about the Saintess's relic like that?" he asks. Joshua just smirks slyly at Richard Joshua, pulling out a different ring box to tempt them. He is my precious nephew too, so how could I ever let him have such a useless piece of junk? With a sneaky grin, he opens the sparkling box to tempt the boy, and honestly, the sheer sparkle on this thing is unreal. In terms of actual utility, this is 1,000,000 times better. It is a highly valuable treasure that Richard Joshua could never obtain normally. Richard Joshua is completely speechless. While Go Joshua shoves the box right in front of Isaac, it is a sweet deal, right? Just trade me that dirty old ring, he demands. But Isaac immediately hurls the flashy box straight into Go Joshua's face, making him cough up blood. Scram, you trash. Isaac snaps the lid shut on Go Joshua's box, sneering that the fancy junk smells exactly like the rotten stench of the Pope. Before Go Joshua can even process what is happening, the boy tosses the box straight into the sky. Get lost along with your garbage. Watching the precious ring fly away mercilessly, Go Joshua screams in terror before barking out orders to his guards. What are you standing around for? Go find that ring. Meanwhile, Isaac notices Richard Joshua staring right at him in absolute awe. That discarded ring is worth 1,000 times more than my gift, yet you still chose mine? Isaac just clutches his new ring, grinning widely. Richard Joshua happily spreads his arms out. Isaac, my absolute favorite nephew in the world. Then Richard Joshua and Asili throw him into the air with pure excitement. From now on, you get the absolute best. Hooray for young Master Isaac. Meanwhile, back at the pond, guards are desperately diving for the lost ring. It is way too deep. Young Master. But Go Joshua screams at them to find it at all costs, even if they die trying. Up in the air, Isaac is secretly laughing. I already cast a heavyweight spell on it, so they will never find it. Hearing this, Whisper chimes in with happy praise. As expected of my master, your dedication to avoiding that filthy Pope's trash is truly admirable. Whisper squeals. But before they can even finish laughing, Isaac tells Whisper to go retrieve it tomorrow, leaving the spirit completely speechless. Me. Go get it? Whisper can only gasp, but Isaac simply shrugs that junk is worth a fortune, so of course we are selling it. Meanwhile, the uncle loses it. Back in his room, Go Joshua slams his desk in pure rage. That little brat. He then slumps down, sighing in utter despair. The kid does not even realize how insanely expensive that ring is. But with no other options left, he simply waves his hand, giving up. Whatever. I bet the little brat does not even know how to activate an ancient relic anyway. His subordinate can only stand there in awkward silence as Go Joshua continues to rant about the Saintess's relic. That ring only works for someone who cannot use holy magic. Plus, it requires absorbing the holy energy of 20 people, which is literally impossible. A smug grin spreads across Go Joshua's face as he chuckles maliciously. I wonder if even 10 people will show up for his birthday party. Bright and early the next morning, massive crowds of people start arriving, laughing and chatting in high spirits. Asili holds him, gazing outside in absolute awe. There are over 148 Saintess candidates, and with all the nobles and servants, almost 4,000 people showed up. Today, every single ducal house has arrived, along with dozens of prominent marquis families too. Even the emperor is here. Other nations are even sending their own saint candidates. Pretty crazy, right? The more Asili rejoices holding him, the thinner and weaker he looks, barely gasping for air. The whispering onlookers are totally unimpressed. Watching this scene, he feels completely drained, and wonders to himself how there could possibly be so many saint candidates. Did those lazy gods just scatter blessings everywhere? The whispering voice observing the scene simply replies that they would absolutely do something like that. Dulai Joshua over here also finds it quite strange, pondering quietly that he really did not anticipate this turn of events. He thought no one would show up, assuming it was a trap, but of course they do not see it as a trap. Just as his friend finishes speaking, the door suddenly flies open. Long time no see, Dulai. This newcomer is the leader of one of the Empire's top merchant coalitions, and Dulai Joshua's best friend, Baron Simon. This sudden entrance leaves Dulai Joshua completely stunned as he asks Simon if he actually decided to come too. Simon grins widely and shares that the rumors have spread everywhere, so of course he had to show up. Everyone figured out it is not a trap, so they all joined in. Besides, even the weak young boys of the Joshua family are present. Ah. Hearing this, both Dulai Joshua and Asili nod their heads in understanding. Simon grins happily and says that given what the head of the Joshua family has wagered, he couldn't possibly miss it. Even the papal family is going to show up. Hearing this, he feels slightly less exhausted and turns his head, curiously asking what she actually bet. Dulai Joshua refuses to buy into it, telling Simon to stop joking because there is no way the papal family would ever attend. Simon just sighs, offering a playful shrug. It is just a guess, since those arrogant nobles would never step foot in Joshua territory. They hate this place because of all the commoners, except for the Barisa family. As Simon rant, Dulai Joshua tries to intervene. He tells Simon to lower his voice, but the Baron completely ignores the warning and keeps pushing. Simon asks why he should stop, since his own son Armin is a saint candidate too. After all, This entire event is hosted by the Josua family. The papal faction has absolutely no business meddling here. Suddenly, a mysterious figure slowly approaches and reaches out to open the door. Meanwhile, Dulai Hosua is still desperately trying to advise Simon to watch his mouth around that nasty bunch. Their faces always look like they just stepped in something nasty. But wait, look who's suddenly standing at the door. All three freeze in terror, staring toward the entrance as a voice mocks them about how nothing is more dangerous than a vulgar friend. It seems the wisdom of our ancestors is always right. This sudden arrival causes Simon to turn pale, completely caught off guard. Simon slowly backs away, terrified of that incredibly oppressive pressure. Dulai Josua immediately recognizes him as none other than the powerful Cardinal Barris. He looks inside with a mocking grin, sneering that the weak man of the Josua family has actually organized this entire gathering. He mockingly hopes that their child brings something out from the sacred treasury to save their family pride. He is also quite curious to see what kind of saint candidate they have claimed, and yet, he still has not seen him. Sensing his cold gaze, Asili immediately pulls Isaac close to protect him. He smiles with smug satisfaction and continues, "Well, either way, this is still a decent opportunity for you." Placing a hand over his chest, a terrifying aura radiates from him as he mockingly prays their saint candidate elevates their family name. Dulai Josua cannot help but feel a deep sense of dread. This entire event is a setup engineered by the Holy See. Dozens of figures stand in dark robes with glowing golden eyes. The number of saint candidates surging from 25 to 148 in a week is highly suspicious. The only logical explanation is that the Holy See is actively turning a blind eye to these mysterious new candidates. Yet their journey will likely end in bloodshed on the magic circle. Still, every greedy parent wants their child to be a candidate. Once these kids enter the sacred treasury, they will inevitably try to wipe out the weakest competitors to survive. Clenching his fists, Dulai Josua is filled with worry, realizing they might easily harm his boy during the chaos. If that happens, young Isaac is going to be in grave danger. But while Dulai Josua is worrying himself to death, our little hero is casually picking his nose, totally oblivious to the threat. The sacred family statue glows with a brilliant light, representing the young boy of the Josua clan. Shimmering light radiates from the divine monument, though besides showing off their grand reputation, the statue is quite useless. In this tense atmosphere, the young boy merely cuddles closer into Asili's arms and drifts off to sleep. Yet, to those desperate to steal the superior genes of the Josua family, or win the favor of the papal household, and those who absolutely hate the Saintess's bloodline, with so many enemies reaching for that brilliant light, you just know this young Josua kid is the absolute perfect prey. Just then, a mysterious figure hands over a dark vial and orders his subordinate to poison the Josua boy, leaving him alive but completely crippled. Taking the vial, the brainwashed youth prepares to execute his dark mission, which is to slip this holy poison directly into the boy's drinking water. Time to teach that kid just how brutal this world can be. And yet, tons of empty bottles are already scattered all over the floor. Make him a complete laughingstock in front of everyone, leaving every single spectator completely speechless, and announce to the entire world that the Joshua kid can never become a saint. Meanwhile, he is casually grabbing bottle after bottle, chugging them down like water. Wiping his mouth in pure bliss, he cheers, "Wow, that is absolutely delicious." While he happily celebrates his empty bottles, everyone else starts freaking out, wondering how on earth he has downed that many toxic drinks already. The guy who set up this whole test can only watch in stunned silence as our boy tosses an empty bottle forward. "Bring me more," he demands. "This weak poison cannot kill me." He violently shakes the empty container, completely ignoring the injured person nearby. "Give me another round," he shouts. The crowd is absolutely terrified by his madness, while the guy he just hit sits there sobbing. "I just want to go home," he whimpers. Other spectators look on in sheer terror, whispering to each other about his bizarre behavior. "What is wrong with that kid? I thought you spiked those with laxatives. Did we grab the wrong bottles? No way, this is too weird. Forget it." While they bicker, another spectator facepalms in pure disbelief. Why on earth does he keep picking only the poisoned drinks? Talk about embarrassing. This clown is completely dragging the Joshua name through the dirt. This saint candidate is clearly out of his mind. While he keeps chugging happily, Suri Joshua finally steps up, snatches the bottle right out of his hand, and yells, "Stop drinking already. Are you really that thirsty?" That makes him spit his drink everywhere. Suri Joshua suddenly shoves a different bottle in his face, completely annoying our main character. But watch this, before he even finishes, Isaac hurls the bottle straight at his face, yelling, "Hey, that one is not even poisoned." Suri Joshua collapses straight to the floor, while Isaac starts grabbing another guy by the pants, desperately demanding more bottles. "Give me that super toxin right now," he screams, leaving the poor guy wondering why this kid is acting so incredibly hyperactive. Hearing this, a nearby priest panics and tries to stop them, shouting, "Are you insane? If he drinks that, he will literally die." Holy poison! Isaac's eyes instantly light up. Without a single second thought, he leaps forward, completely obsessed with getting his hands on that toxic bottle. "Hand it over right now." His wild leap sends the onlookers into an absolute panic. Refusing to back down, he literally throws hands with the guards to snatch the jar. The crowd goes wild with gossip, realizing he must possess some insane poison resistance. I heard a rumor that some masters can naturally neutralize toxins when they reach an elite level of holy power. What? Are you saying this kid is already at that level? But then why is he only hunting down the poisoned ones? Could he be trying to protect us by drinking all the dangerous toxins himself, so nobody else gets hurt? While the room buzzes with these wild theories, Suri Joshua sits slumped in a dark corner, totally questioning his entire existence. Is this a joke? A sudden, mocking voice cuts through the air, making Suri Joshua flinch. "So you guys actually think he is sacrificing himself?" The arrival of this newcomer leaves the entire room jaw-dropped. Even Suri Joshua leaps to his feet, completely unable to believe his eyes. Kina Barris. Why on earth is he here? There was absolutely no mention of the Pope's direct household getting involved in this trial. The other candidates whisper in total confusion. Wait, why is the Pope's family inside the Saintess's sacred treasure vault? But before anyone can answer, all eyes snap back to Isaac, who is still happily chugging down pure lethal poison. The victory clearly belongs to him. Well, looks like we have an undisputed winner today. Isaac feels pretty proud of himself. Meanwhile, Kina Barris narrows his eyes, quietly studying our main character. So this is the brat who is supposedly guaranteed to become the next saint. But wait, how could that pure hair color ever exist within our noble Barris household? Did he dye it? Remembering the usual traits of his own bloodline, Kina Barris notes that literally every other relative of theirs has hair the color of absolute garbage. After a brief silence, Kina Barris flashes a smirk and finally speaks. What is so shocking about a member of the Pope's household visiting the Saintess's treasure vault? The Pope's family commands the entire priesthood, which basically means this sacred treasure vault belongs to our household anyway. Suri Joshua can only stare in disbelief as Kina Barris holds his head high and boasts, "I simply came to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Why does everyone find that so strange? He asks. To the onlookers, though, he just sounds like a complete egomaniac rather than a normal human being. Watching this unfold, Isaac just sighs in pure annoyance. With that insufferable arrogance, the guy is definitely from the Pope's household. Staring at the blazing golden aura swirling around Kina Barris, our main character has to admit something. This kid is an absolute monster. His raw holy energy alone easily eclipses that of an entire high bishop. While the top saint candidate quietly calculates his next moves, Kina Barris turns his sharp tongue toward the Joshua clan, resorting to such cheap, underhanded tricks just to humiliate the host. And you call yourselves saint candidates? How absolutely pathetic to bully a mere child like this. His sheer audacity to mock an entire prestigious family leaves everyone in the room completely stunned. Kina Barris slowly walks toward him. A normal baby cannot possibly have poison resistance, yet Kina Barris just kneels down and smiles at him happily. He must be protected by some saintess power. Looking at this kid, I just feel pity. His entire family literally inherited supreme stupidity. Kina Barris gathers energy to purify him. Poor kid, do not worry, let me clean out that poison. Everyone watching is completely shocked. Can this little boy already use holy magic to neutralize deadly poisons? Just look at that massive holy aura. It is at least level 5. Pretty impressive, but our main character can instantly tell this kid has shady motives. Oh, this kid is up to something. Trying to use me to show off? You are pretty clever, but as Kina Barris is showing off his power, our baby happily unleashes a loud slap, making that holy aura vanish in an instant. Look at his face here. As his cheek swells from that slap, someone gasps that the holy power has completely vanished. That leaves Kina Barris completely speechless. Meanwhile, our little protagonist happily slips away while babbling random baby sounds. Dada, he babbles. Kina Barris still cannot believe his eyes, thinking there is no way a tiny baby could easily dispel his own holy magic. Is he actually stronger? Kina Barris stares at his trembling hands, his face turning pale before snapping into pure rage as he watches the little kid crawl away. He calls him a pathetic Joshua bug, and in his anger, he tightly squeezes a glass bottle until it shatters. He looks back at Kina Barris with a threatening stare, babbling that he wants to smash that bottle right over his head. But before he can finish, Suri Joshua suddenly grabs him, yelling not to do it, only for an accidental slap to land right on Suri Josua's face. Everyone watching gasps in absolute horror, wondering if the baby is seriously hitting his own family member. He literally slapped the person trying to save him. Talk about absolute disrespect. Kina Barris just stands there completely frozen, while the surrounding crowd starts whispering about this chaotic family physical drama. Do they really think they can oppose the Pope? Does he actually think he can protect that brat? He struggles to break free from Suri Josua. You absolute fools, if it were not for me, you would have taken a bottle straight to the head. Watching this hilarious drama play out actually makes Kina Barris feel pretty happy. No big deal, he tells himself. I probably just startled the poor thing since he is just a baby. With a mocking wave, he slowly turns around and walks away. Good luck to you, Josua children. You should at least try scraping some mud together to save whatever face your family has left. Suri Josua desperately tries to hold Isaac back as he glares furiously at Kina Barris. The kid casually turns back to add that the greatest treasure here belongs to him anyway, claiming the cowardly Josua family wouldn't even dare to go near the corpse of the legendary skeleton demon king. Hearing those words strikes him like a sudden bolt of lightning, while the smug brat walks off with a mocking grin on his face. Watching Kina Barris leave, Suri Josua just sighs in sheer confusion over how incredibly annoying that kid is. Before he can finish complaining about the kid causing a scene, our main character violently grabs his shirt and demands to know what that white-haired bastard was talking about. Suri Josua thinks he somehow made the baby angry, screaming out before falling flat to take his beating. He keeps shaking him down, demanding to know what that guy meant by the skeleton demon king's corpse. Suri Josua just whimpers on the floor, begging him to stop. And here is the big reveal. Suri Josua panicked and blabbed the secret our hero has been hunting for this whole time. The family had promised a legendary secret technique to whoever brings back the corpse of the skeleton demon king. Hearing this, our baby freezes as cold sweat pours down his face. He completely loses all energy, collapsing onto the floor with a painful groan. Melissa, you idiot! He holds his head in rage, picturing his old skeletal body wrapped in ribbons, living his best life. Are you playing around with my actual corpse? Meanwhile, the crowd keeps chatting away. While Suri Josua sits in a corner contemplating life, our little main character keeps squirming around before eventually staring blankly at the sky to think. A massive, epic skeleton flashes in his mind as he starts planning. I have accumulated centuries of massive mana inside that old body of mine. If I can just reclaim it, hitting level 10 is going to be incredibly easy. But with these kids guarding the place, there is absolutely no way to go up and take it. He glares at the crowd with an intensely threatening stare, instantly putting a massive wave of pressure on everyone around him until they suddenly panic without knowing why. While Suri Josua sits completely frozen in anxiety, our hero angrily chucks his empty glass bottle away. Whatever, if anyone gets in my way, I will simply stomp right over them. Suddenly, a loud voice shouting for everyone to gather up completely cuts off his thoughts. An elder steps right into the middle of the crowd to announce that departure is soon, warning everyone to pay close attention. He begins telling a legendary story to get the children interested, explaining that this ancient ruin is actually a sacred holy ground. It holds the sacred relics of holy figures from ancient times. Our hero just sighs in pure exhaustion, knowing this old guy is about to give a history lesson. This lecture is going to take forever. Boring. With that, our baby crawls away to a different spot. Later, I am leaving, he babbles, shocking Suri Josua, who immediately jumps up to stop him, frantically asking where on earth he is going. Our baby gets into position and vanishes with an absolute whoosh, kicking up a cloud of dust that forces everyone to shield their eyes. Even the storyteller has to stop when he witnesses that strange sight. Suri Josua looks ahead. He screams. Meanwhile, the elder is grinning widely, flying like the wind at top speed to test out the holy magic he just learned. Caught completely off guard, the elder cannot stop him in time. He can only cry out, Isaac, no, that is a forbidden area. Stop that bastard. Right before everyone's eyes, he flies off and completely vanishes, forcing them to chase after him. Back at the grand banquet hall of the Rozua family, everyone stands frozen. Nobody dares move. Asili places her hand on her chest, deeply worried. I hope the young master is okay. Ji Lai Wa silently waits. Suddenly, an announcement rings out. We have successfully established a connection inside the relic treasury. Since the spirit beasts are currently trailing the third candidate, we will feed back the live updates. The door to the first relic vault has opened, and the candidates are entering. Hearing this, our Hua worries. Then, the rankings are announced one by one. The candidate currently in third place is Armons. Simon cheers happily. That is my son. In second place is Suri Josua. Hearing this, Goel Josua freezes in shock. What? I mean, that is my boy. and sitting comfortably in first place is Isaac Rozua. As Isaac is announced, a sudden scream rings out, confusing both fathers. But with his insane godlike speed, he storms right past them, leaving the poor, exhausted elder, Jack Josua, desperately trying to chase after him. Tired and gasping for air, the poor old elder can only scream out in sheer panic, "Isaac, please, not that way. If you go there, you will trigger the traps." Before he can even finish, his own foot trips a trap, instantly shocking the poor elder with heavy electricity. Suri Josua watches in absolute horror. He screams, "Elder, just look at this absolute chaos." The other kids are triggering trap after trap, dodging massive swinging axes and a barrage of explosions while screaming for help. As for Suri Josua, he does not call out for anyone, just screaming while running for his absolute life. Why did that crazy bastard barge in here and cause this massive mess? This archive trial is already deadly. Now we also have to dodge traps set for intruders. Yet Isaac just keeps charging straight ahead, completely ignoring everyone. So this is the door leading to the second archive. As he slowly crawls toward the entrance, an alert blares. Second trap activated, entering the side gate of the second archive, as Suri Josua desperately cries out to stop him. "Isaac, do not go in there." Meanwhile, Whisper flies over, happily praising him. "It is amazing, Master. Thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I have successfully leveled up." Isaac does not forget to reply with some sweet praise. "Great, now I can make you work even harder." Hearing this, Whisper can only say two words, "Damn it." Needing success, Isaac barks an order. "Now, go drag all of them back here." Whisper immediately flies off to obey, screaming, "Yes, Master," before zooming toward the children ahead. Right as one kid mutters about how incredibly hard this is, he is suddenly lifted into the air. The other kids look on in pure envy, demanding to know how on earth he is flying. His family must have tutored him beforehand. This is so unfair. Little do they know, the kid is crying. "No, you complete idiots. They did not teach me this." As Whisper happily ties him up and carries him off, Suri Josua begs silently, "Please, put me down." Whisper happily announces. And check this out, Whisper literally drops the kid onto the cold ground like a sack of potatoes, while Isaac just sits there grinning. Bruised and bleeding from the rough landing, Suri Josua snaps in pure anger, "Stop this madness right now. I have no idea how you managed to survive the first trial of this selection archive, but from the second archive onward, one tiny mistake can easily cost your life. You must confront your deepest fears and choose the hardest path to sharpen your senses." But getting tired of the lecturing, Isaac instantly zaps Suri Josua to silence him. He grumbles, "You are way too loud." Leaving the poor kid knocked out cold and slightly toasted, Isaac happily continues his grand adventure. "Whatever, just explain what is inside the second archive." In a flashback before passing out, Suri Josua warned him that once inside, he must never attack enemies. "Do you understand? Do not attack them." Hearing this, Isaac is totally lost. He points. "What kind of nonsense is that? Why on earth can I not attack the enemies?" Annoyed that Isaac ignores the rules, Suri Josua snaps, "That is the only way to clear this archive. No matter what shows up, just stand perfectly still for 3 minutes until they vanish, or we will both die." Isaac just stares at the sky, ignoring everything because he only trusts himself. What a pain. Testing my patience. Struggling to sit up in pain, Suri Josua pleads further, "People have actually died from this." But Isaac does not care, crawling forward anyway. "That is too easy. Just crawl forward." Touching the door, he looks at him and asks, "Haha, as long as we do not attack, we are fine, right? Holding out for 3 minutes is nothing." He touches it, and the door glows with a bright golden light, broadcasting a major announcement. "Welcome to the 8th floor. Patience is a virtue and a cold logic. So stay calm and keep your heart completely unshaken." He takes in those words with a totally innocent face, while the voice promises patience will lead to the light. Elsewhere, slow footsteps echo through the dark. 4 kids are pushing deep inside the ruins. Suddenly, one of them asks nervously, "Are you sure we are going to be okay? We are bringing up the rear, you know." Kina Barris looks back with absolute confidence. "There is no reason for us to take the dangerous road ahead. The meat shields can do the dirty work for us. Did you forget an 8th grade demon is guarding the entrance to the second archive? The ones ahead of us are bound to get stuck there." That thought instantly puts everyone at ease. Kina Barris points ahead, cheerfully telling the group, "Do you see that?" A blinding golden glow suddenly erupts at the end of the path, catching them completely off guard. Kina Barris stares ahead. The trial has begun. Back with Isaac, the door is slowly finishing its opening sequence. He stares at the sight with pure disgust, while Suri Joshua struggles to catch his breath. "Do not get distracted. A familiar figure wearing those recognizable earrings slowly fades into view. Believe it or not, the curly-haired deity appears to offer a blessing, whispering that patience leads to the light. Honestly, you cannot help but laugh as he ruins his karma, blasting a shockwave of electricity at the creepy entity before it can even bless them. Keep in mind, only 3 seconds have passed. He is furious, but dragging Suri Joshua into this leaves the poor guy absolutely paralyzed with sheer terror. Remembering his proud claim that 3 minutes would be a breeze, Suri Joshua regrets everything, crying out to the heavens in total panic. Ah, you are completely insane. As Thethum steps closer to inspect, the door suddenly turns pitch black and slams shut. He clenches his fists, absolutely burning with anger. How can I stay patient when I am staring right at the face of a god? Floating beside him, Thethum agrees, suggesting 3 seconds was probably long enough anyway. The blackened door slowly creaks open, flashing a notice of failure. For those who cannot endure, a massive hand woven from gnarled roots claws at the frame. Let divine punishment rain down upon you. A colossal figure looms over the duo, letting out a terrifying roar. Suri Joshua accepts his fate, closing his eyes as death approaches. He thinks it is all over, but Isaac is already gathering a crimson energy in his hand. He thrusts his arm forward, focusing those lethal rays into a deadly point before blasting a massive hole right through the monster, making it shriek in pain. Suri Joshua escapes death only to gape in utter disbelief at this insane power. The beast's entire torso is completely pierced from front to back. Isaac finally lets go of his rage, while Suri Joshua stands frozen, silently screaming inside, "What is this?" One shot. The giant monster gets blown to pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. Staring down at the shattered remains of his enemy, he grumbles, "This weakling is an 8th-grade beast? Are you kidding me?" While he fumes over the lack of a decent challenge, a voice suddenly echoes out, explaining that this golem was crafted by my minion's magic. These beasts mask their true identities beneath that overflowing, destructive aura. They are the elite vanguard of the Skeleton King, 14 guardians. This is their unique brand of magic. Hearing this while staring at the wreckage, he cannot help but wonder, did they work like dogs for the Joshua family, or is there actually some deep connection between this hidden place and my original body? To get some real answers, he decides he has to see it for himself, quickly heading deeper to find the truth. Watching his every move, Suri Joshua tries to stop him. "Hey, where do you think you are going?" Just when you think they might catch a break, a sudden voice echoes out, annoying Isaac while mocking the Joshua kids for actually being useful. Parting the thick bushes, a figure slowly steps out, pointing directly at the two of them and yelling, "See that? I told you the Joshua family would know exactly how to clear the trial." This is the devout cardinal, one of the 5 pillars of faith and the 3rd son of the CPNI Duke family. Youngsbet steps forward with immense confidence, wearing a massive, smug grin. "Thanks for taking down the gatekeeper for us. Now, get out of the way, because we are heading into the second archive first. You have no idea how much trouble that little brat caused us." "Exactly. If you go in first, you are just going to trigger all the traps." They slowly close in as Suri Joshua grows increasingly anxious, while Isaac barely cares, only wondering how so many of these people are still alive. Nearset points a finger directly at Suri Joshua, launching into a relentless barrage of criticism. "I never expected the Joshua kids to stoop this low." "Sui, you are actively cooperating with this guy, are you not?" He stammers, completely lost as to why they are suddenly grouping them together, while Isaac simply chuckles, thoroughly enjoying the hilarious drama unfolding. Suri Joshua drops to his knees, desperately trying to clear his family name. "No, we are not together. I said we are not. Are you even listening to me?" Near GP kneels down to look at him, proudly telling everyone, "You all saw this brat dodge every single trap, right? Do you actually think he did it on his own?" He keeps his eyes wide open, waiting to see how they make fools of themselves. The kid spots the valuable ring around his neck and gasps out, "See that? It is a real artifact." Without saying a word, he snatches it away, catching him completely off guard. This ring definitely holds some kind of secret. "Look here, everyone with this. We will easily avoid every single trap waiting for us ahead." While the kid boasts about some made-up power to the others, Suri Joshua can only shake his head. He got it completely wrong. Isaac just scratches his ear, lost in thought. Him staying so quiet makes Suri Joshua worried. He is not the type to let others steal from him. Getting exactly what he wanted, Near GP leads the group forward while shooing the others back. "Get behind us, you Joshua trash." Thinking of the future makes the kid even more thrilled. "I will be the one to bring back the Skeleton Demon King's corpse. Doing what no one else could. It will be me, and only me." The 3rd son of the Crimson Duke family, Nurpit, is happily chanting his own name when he suddenly steps right on a trap. "Oh, Look at this. Before he can even process what is happening, a red glow flares up and completely vaporizes him. Talk about some instant karma, leaving everyone in absolute shock. The other kids go into a total panic. What kind of trap is that? Suri Josua looks at him in worry, wondering if Isaac is literally using them as live bait. Isaac is grinning wildly as he watches someone vaporize into a cloud of smoke. The entire room is completely destroyed and filled with fire. Suri Josua struggles to carry Isaac past all the kids collapsing from traps in the second vault. Isaac looks down at Nurpit with absolute contempt and mock gratitude. Every single mine here has been cleared out thanks to those kids. Still, Isaac wonders about one thing. Why on earth are they still following him? Annoyed, Isaac violently yanks Suri Josua's hair as 3 kids keep tailing them. The kids stare at him with deep admiration, whispering among themselves that the baby must possess some kind of divine perception. They guess it is because he belongs to the Saintess's family. Near GP was acting so weird. That ring is clearly just a cheap antique. Yes, definitely. Since when would the Josua family ever do something so unfair? Hearing them gossip and whisper like that makes Isaac unbelievably furious. Meanwhile, the whisper next to him chuckles to calm him down. It seems they finally understand your greatness. Master, you are truly amazing. Isaac grumbles in his mind. I do not want their recognition. Having survived this before, Suri Josua can only smile and warn them silently. Run away before it is too late. This kid is far more terrifying than any demonic beast. Suddenly, someone steps forward and speaks with absolute conviction, making Suri Josua tear up in despair. If a true saint exists, I think they would look exactly like you. Hearing this while pulling hair, Isaac looks up in confusion. The boy happily introduces his royal background. It is an honor to meet the youngest child of the Josua family. My name is Paris Julius, second prince of the Julius kingdom. Hearing that legendary title, they immediately begin whispering. That is the kingdom located right east of the Holy Hellen Empire. Word is that the prince there received a special divine blessing. Isaac does not care about his status, only his usefulness, and figures it out instantly. Oh, this guy seems pretty useful. Right then, Suri Josua speaks up, making Isaac turn to ask. Exhausted, Suri Josua struggles to stand firm as he announces they have arrived. This is the third vault, a gloomy place lit only by 2 faintly glowing magical spheres. And here is where things shift as a completely different energy begins radiating outward. Welcome, candidates. Statues emerge from the darkness to announce. This is the floor of memories, they declare. Appearing with majestic wings, floating high above the ground, show your determination and courage. The other kids are absolutely thrilled to have finally reached their destination. All right, we can move on to the next vault. It is great we followed him instead of Nurpit. Now we will definitely secure the skeleton demon king's corpse. Meanwhile, Suri Josua looks up at those floating statues with deep worry. The statue issues a clear command. The challenge is simple. Defeat us and claim your glory. Those words make the kids eager to unleash their full power. Since they mentioned showing courage, it means we have to fight them, right? Let's do this. Meanwhile, looking at them, Isaac feels a strange sense of familiarity. Could those gatekeepers be? After a second, he remembers instantly. Oh, that is right. He suddenly grins with amusement, thinking this will be incredibly entertaining. He starts squirming, leaving the other kids completely confused. They gasp in confusion. Suri Josua looks ahead and remembers that Isaac's decisions have always been absolutely right. Those gatekeepers are lying. The first vault was all about choice. Isaac had sprinted right past it, leaving the exhausted elder unable to catch up. The second vault was about composure. Isaac was not calm at all, unleashing his divine lightning before anyone could even speak a word. And the third is about memories, which is a clue that we must recall exactly what happened in those first 2 trials, while the statues stand ready with their weapons, waiting to strike. Seeing this, Suri Josua confidently declares that they absolutely cannot attack them. Contrary to the answer he gave, Isaac waves the kids off and tells them to fall back. This completely confuses the children, making them ask again just to be absolutely sure if that is the way. Suri Josua is left totally confused. Wait, how did he actually choose the correct answer this time? He starts second-guessing himself, no matter how evil the guy is. He is still the descendant of the Saintess, so maybe her kind nature is finally showing? Right, maybe he misjudged Isaac all along. Grabbing Isaac by the leg, he nods in agreement with his own thoughts, completely unaware that Isaac is charging up power and smiling, ready to launch a sudden attack. He thinks the man is sacrificing himself to guide everyone onto the right path. But before he can finish that thought, a statue gets blasted by Isaac. Even after throwing his power, he keeps smiling wide, leaving Suri Josua completely stunned by his chaotic actions. Black smoke pours out of the statue's mouth as it angrily grips its weapon. It warns them they chose wrong, and here is where the real horror starts. A horizontal slash forces the kids to look up in shock, right before a massive explosion blows two of them back as they scream out in agony for their mother. Hearing those agonizing screams leaves Suri Josua speechless, even as more explosions rock the area. What is this? Why does this insane scenario feel so familiar? He looks up to find the man grinning from ear to ear, thoroughly enjoying the statue, absolutely destroying these kids. What a complete psychopath. He genuinely loves watching this chaos, happily noting how long it has been since he last saw this group. Another statue joins the fray, teaming up to hunt them down. Believing someone else's words so easily in a place like this is just pure stupidity. As saint candidates, they should know these statues are actually deceptive puppets powered by the magic of 14 holy beasts. He points at the kids while grabbing Suri Josua by the hair, laughing out loud. Yes, let those little brats see just how cruel real life can be. Suri Josua is completely speechless. More explosions tear through the air, filling the entire room with thick, blinding smoke. Unable to handle the fumes, the coughing kids tear up and ask where Josua went, since they were both standing right here a second ago. Meanwhile, the two are hiding right behind them, completely invisible. Suri Josua's eyes are burning from the smoke, while the man just smiles in delight. He used 6th tier holy magic invisible form. Perched high up, he watches everything unfold and finds the whole scene highly entertaining. Suri Josua only feels a massive headache, but the man finds it more and more fascinating. His uncle gave him this spell for emergencies, and this is the perfect time to use it. Suri Josua is still speechless, while Paris Julius trails right behind them. At this moment, he steps forward with sheer admiration, thanking them for casting the holy magic on him too. Dismissing the gratitude, he shakes his head and tells him to forget it, throwing a ring over to Paris Julius while telling him to take it. He catches it and asks what it is. Looking closely, he notices a gleaming silver ring resting in his palm, filling his mind with curious questions. A ring? Are you giving me this because I am not used to fighting the demon race yet? While Paris Julius is practically crying tears of joy, the man couldn't care less and just scratches his ear. Thank you so much. I will never forget this kindness. As he holds it, a mysterious golden dust begins to swirl around the ring. I will pass your message to my father. But before he can even finish his sentence, Paris Julius has his entire aura violently sucked out, leaving him looking like a dry skeleton, while a horrified Suri Josua screams out. Observing from above, Thethum is filled with admiration for his master, while the prince himself is absolutely thrilled to be on a whole different level. Ha ha ha. The absolute strongest holy power belongs to the prince. Now look at that sinister smile. Suri Josua stares up in pure terror at his masterfully evil plan. Uncle, what kind of monster did you bring into our family? Meanwhile, the other kids realize they must band together if they want to survive. Everyone quickly takes defensive positions, shouting out to ask if anyone can cast a holy barrier. Two of the kids focus their energy to launch an attack, shouting that they will activate the protective holy magic first. One raises his hand to defend and provide cover, telling the others to stand back and prepare for their punishment. Just as the enemies raise their weapons for a final strike, they expose a critical weakness, causing the defensive spell to deactivate immediately. This is the moment to unleash a full power strike to end this clash once and for all. Get ready for this. But as the kid rushes forward to strike, he suddenly loses all his strength and collapses, causing the magical energy in his hand to completely fade away. With only one fighter left standing, panic sets in. Worried about his friend's condition, he quickly turns to ask what is wrong, but the boy just lies there groaning, unable to utter a single word. What on earth is happening here? Before they can figure it out, the ring begins to glow crimson, slowly floating over to drain every drop of holy power from the child, leaving the kid completely withered and thin. Even the giant statue stops its attack, utterly confused by what just happened. Looking around, the monument wonders aloud if there was someone else who fell for their lies. The ring then slowly floats back to its master. Thethum steps forward to deliver some exciting news. Just like that, the ring has successfully absorbed all the kid's holy power. Hearing this, he immediately points in another direction and orders him to head over that way right now. Understanding the plan, Whisper takes the ring and heads out, promising to do exactly as his master wishes. He closely watches Whisper's work as it slowly drifts toward the kids fighting the remaining statue, then raises the ring, instantly draining that kid's holy power in a single heartbeat. Pure shock washes over the other kids. Someone asks what is wrong, only for a mysterious voice to tell them not to feel cheated, little kid. Whisper explains that they won't attack now that the enemy is completely neutralized, Falling unconscious from mana drain is far better than getting heavily injured. The disembodied voice echoes around, making the giant statue peer around in total confusion. Whisper reports they are almost finished, but then a massive bolt of lightning strikes from above. You can see Whisper staring in absolute shock that strange energy suddenly turns bright orange, focusing into a terrifying point. A deafening blast erupts, completely blowing the statue to smoking pieces right in front of Whisper, sending the little summon into a screaming panic. Blown back by that terrifying shockwave, Whisper goes flying through the air with a helpless grunt. Now completely knocked out, Whisper is helpless as a figure slowly approaches them and mutters that he finally found them. Stepping out from the destructive fire, Kina Barrett appears before Isaac, his massive magical aura swirling around him. While Shuri Eshua panics, Isaac remains calm and unbothered. Having already expected this, he simply wonders where this arrogant kid had been hiding all this time. Shuri Eshua can only stare in absolute terror, trembling down to his very core. He knew Kina Barrett was a genius, but as massive white wings unfurl amidst rising flames, a spectacular firebird manifests, catching everyone completely off guard. Summoning a holy spirit at such a young age is incredibly overpowered. Kina Barrett smugly speaks first. He says Isaac actually surprised him, since he didn't expect anyone else could defeat the demons, asking if Isaac set another dirty trap like in the first trial. Kina Barrett strokes his holy spirit's head through the smoke, but before he can say more, Paris Julius cuts him off with a loud shout. Paris Julius tearfully explains to Kina Barrett that Isaac was the one who risked his life to clear the trials for them. Another kid chimes in, yelling that Isaac even pointed out which direction they needed to go. Calling Isaac their ultimate savior, Paris Julius's passionate words leave Kina Barrett completely speechless, unable to find any response. These crazy kids are absolutely wild, and Whisper simply rolls his eyes with a smirk. Wondering if this is just blind submission, Kina Barrett looks down on them with pure disgust and fires back. He mocks them as pathetic saint candidates, asking if they feel absolutely no shame needing rescue from a weak child like Isaac. Barely standing, a weak Paris Julius has to be carried by his companion. Furious at Kina Barrett's complete lack of gratitude, his friend snaps back, pointing out that Kina Barrett hid safely in the back the entire time while talking big now. He did absolutely nothing while they risked themselves finding traps, and the other kids quickly jump in to support him. Agreeing that he did nothing, they mock Kina Barrett for avoiding every single bit of trouble along the way. They threaten to tell their parents everything once they escape, leaving Kina Barrett and his cronies completely cornered by the sudden backlash. Everything is credited to Isaac, with the group declaring that backing the Eshua family is their only smart choice. Isaac is highly amused by the kids defending him, while Shuri Eshua desperately wants to set the record straight. He wants to tell them they are wrong, and that this wicked kid is just exploiting their trust. But before they can argue any further, the entire chamber begins to shake violently, throwing all the kids completely off balance. Watch this as everyone stares at the center. A mysterious glowing orb slowly rises, filling the kids with absolute awe and terror. With the seal breaking open, the curious kids gather around the massive doorway, wondering if this leads straight to the third archive. They realize they have successfully cleared the second trial, just as the mysterious floating orb begins speaking to the entire group. The Guardian announces its congratulations to the candidates, introducing itself as the final protector guarding this sacred archive. It gives them a choice to claim their treasure now and safely end their trials right here. Or they can risk everything to proceed to the third archive. Unlike the other kids who are whispering in confusion, Kina Barrett stands in complete silence, having already made his decision. As one kid eagerly steps up to choose the final archive, the glowing orb cuts in to warn them one more time. It tells them to choose wisely, offering them the chance to take the treasure and end things immediately, or push forward into the trials of the third archive, prompting the kids to fall into a dead, tense silence. Even the arrogant Kina Barrett loses his confidence as the orb warns that, while clearing the trial grants them the ultimate treasure of the third archive, failure means disaster. Failure means certain death. This terrifying warning instantly triggers mass panic and chaos among the young candidates. Sensing something unusual through the chaos, Whisper immediately alerts his master. Whisper senses an insane amount of mana in that voice, and Isaac immediately realizes the truth. Yes, it is a dragon, a creature he hasn't encountered in a very long time. Thinking back on those words, he can confirm one thing: what that guy said about dying is probably the absolute truth. The other kids bravely step up to accept the trial, shouting that they still want to take on this challenge. We have gone through way too much to get here, haven't we? If we can grab the treasure from the third archive, we'll become saints. Hearing this, the other kids find their courage and follow, declaring that they want to enter the third archive too. Sensing their desires, The floating orb decides to grant their wish. So you want to face the trial despite the danger, it says. Very well then. Go ahead and face your challenge. A sudden earthquake shakes the ground again, terrifying the crowd, but our guy just stands there grinning at the chaos. With the trial accepted, the orb announces that those gathered here are about to begin their path to becoming saints. The orb flies into the door and explodes, opening a path through thick dust as a booming voice echoes to face the trial. Those kids closest to the blast wince in pain, while the rest are left trembling with endless anxiety. Our main character feels zero fear. He's just eyeing that reward greedily when a new announcement rings out, saying this final trial is actually pretty simple. You can probably guess what's next. A massive statue rises, shocking the other kids as the system reveals the final task. Creeped out by the strange vibe, the kids back away, their mouths wide open as they whisper in disbelief. What? Another statue, they mutter. Is this really our god? Then the system barks out the condition: show your absolute reverence to your deity. Only those who prove their faith will be allowed to reach the third treasure. The kids exchange anxious glances over this weird task, wondering if they really just have to kneel and pray to pass. But since this is a trial, it feels way too easy. Suri Joshua backs off silently, while our guy just blankly stares at the statue. Rage boils inside him as he glares at that damn statue, cursing it to high heaven in his mind. No way in hell. Remembering that blonde god sitting on his throne laughing leaves a bitter taste. There's no way he's kneeling to this bastard. Not to a jerk who harassed him for hundreds of years, only to screw him over at the very end. One kid bravely steps forward to take on the trial, murmuring to himself that this really shouldn't be too hard anyway. All I have to do is pray to our Lord, right? He says. That should be enough. He walks up to the statue, drops to his knees, and begins to pray with absolute devotion. Glory and honor to our Supreme Lord who is worthy of all worship, the boy chants. This heartfelt prayer actually moves the deity, triggering a sudden system alert that he passed. You have learned well, you passed, the system reads. The kid is ecstatic, thrilled that his wild guess actually worked. Awesome. Hearing this, the other kids start whispering and urging each other to just pray like he did. And check this out, while everyone is scrambling to pray, our guy suddenly leaps down, catching Suri Joshua completely off guard. Ijak Joshua was telling him to pray, but our guy just sweeps his leg with a quick kick, sending him stumbling. But why did you do that? He groans. Suri Joshua falls in pain, only to see our guy's foot block his way. Kinabara stands before the crowd, arms crossed as he stares at the statue and speaks up. We already learned the holy prayers, the kid says. Watch this. He drops to the ground to show off his stance, making the air sparkle. Closing his eyes stylishly, he calls out to everyone. This is the correct posture for worship, he says. Intrigued by the shiny display, the other kids immediately mimic him to pass. I want to do that too, count me in. Every single kid starts copying his exact pose, kneeling down with their arms spread wide as prayers echo all around. Glory to our Supreme Lord who is worthy of worship. Still, some terrified kids back away, not daring to step forward. Suddenly, the statue rumbles with a heavy, threatening tone. What are you waiting for? The statue booms. Will you accept death? Hearing this, the panicked kids lose their minds. They scramble to pray for their lives, shouting that they will do it too. Even if it is totally embarrassing, doing this to survive is worth it. The statue looks around, spotting one kid refusing to follow orders, and glares down. Our guy just scowls with pure contempt, making the furious statue demand to know why he won't kneel. He basically tells it to mind its own business, muttering he'd have to be crazy to kneel. While Kinabara stays calm, the other kids look over in sheer panic. What is wrong with him? They murmur. Does he have a problem with faith? Is the rumor that the Joshua clan lost its faith actually true? Suri Joshua is praying his heart out, but with nobody looking at him, he gets totally pissed and calls our guy a monster. Stop ruining our clan's reputation. Just pray already, he snaps. But our guy doesn't care, completely ignoring him as usual. Kinabaris just smiles with pity for this faithless kid, noting that everything is recorded. Does he really want to throw away his chance of becoming a saint? So Kinabaris keeps praying with every ounce of his devotion. No matter how talented someone is, without real faith, they are completely useless. Honestly, I should have just ignored him from the start. Suri Joshua spots him making a move, but he quickly signals for quiet, gesturing that he will handle this situation. The god spreads his arms, asking if this behavior is seriously disrespectful to the child of the Holy Family. Furiously waving his hands, he snaps right back. So what, you dog? I would rather die right here than kneel before a brainless statue like you. Those words leave the statue completely speechless. Just go ahead and kill me. Before he can say another word, the ground violently shakes, throwing him off balance. Dark energy erupts from the statue, wrapping around Kim Ak as absolute pain and despair wash over him. Fed up with that insulting attitude, the statue makes a final judgment: perish for your blasphemy. Even wrapped in pure darkness, his rage keeps burning. Pushing through the pain, he screams, "Get lost! I am going to smash this statue," funneling all his fury into his fist. Fire ignites around his knuckles. Panicking, Whisper warns him that pulling a stunt like this here is way too dangerous, but he is already charging up for a devastating strike. Just as he unleashes this destructive power, the statue suddenly glows brightly and praises him as excellent, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Nobody gets it. His fiery power vanishes instantly, and Whisper is blown into a corner, totally confused about what just went down. Welcoming them, the massive statue invites the little boy to enter the third archive. Kinabara stands there in absolute disbelief, questioning, "Wait, what did you just say?" Trembling with his pure anger, he points straight at the blasphemous kid, demanding, "You said we had to show true faith to pass through. How can a kid who did not even pray pass? This makes zero sense." He just stares silently, letting a bitter grudge take root inside. Then, the statue drops an explanation that leaves him totally stunned. Only this child has the true right to pass through these doors. Only he showed genuine faith in God. Even Whisper, floating nearby, has absolutely no idea what is happening. Placing a hand over its chest, the statue explains, "Do you really not get it? You knelt before a statue, not before God himself." Those words strike Kinabaris like a lightning bolt as the statue asks, "Is your faith just kneeling before a carved image?" To break it down, an idol is just a physical object used for worship, not the actual creator. The children gasp in shock. Hearing this, Suri Joshua finally realizes that even if it represents their God, it is still just an idol. "We have been totally tricked." Every single child whispers in panic, completely thrown off by this bizarre and shocking outcome. But that is utterly ridiculous. That statue looks exactly like the Lord in our sacred art. Yet, the scriptures clearly forbid the worship of any graven image. Pointing directly at the special child, the deity showers him with endless praise, leaving the other kids utterly speechless. Look at him. Even when facing death itself, he refused to bow down, holding on to his unyielding resolve. That is why only this child is worthy to enter the third archive. Hearing this high praise, he stands up with a forced smile, though Whisper cannot help but giggle and tease him. "True faith, huh?" He snaps at the spirit to shut up. Unable to accept this unfair outcome, Kinabaris glares and growls, "I cannot accept this." The statue tilts its head and asks, "Oh?" He stands right up in front of dozens of peers to speak his mind. A child who cannot even speak has absolutely no way to prove that not kneeling was an act of pure faith. Floating nearby, Whisper actually agrees, whispering that he does have a point. He nods reluctantly, admitting, "Yeah, he is right." Kinabaris then presses on, demanding to know how a child with such immense faith does not bear a holy mark, the sacred stigma etched in his flesh. That sudden question sends a shock straight through him. What? Is he really the target of gossip again? Does he not have one? I have one right here. So how can a candidate for sainthood lack a holy mark? Surrounded by everyone, he and Whisper grow increasingly anxious. Now look at him go. Kinabaris flips the script with a smug grin directed right at the Joshua pair. The kid gloats on the inside, witnessing this utterly embarrassing moment. He is the only candidate without a holy mark, so he should just give up. You do not deserve to become a saint without a holy mark. This is something the statue absolutely has to take into consideration. A candidate for sainthood who lacks a holy mark? Pondering this for a long moment, the deity finally delivers a very unexpected response. That is because he is still just a baby. The answer leaves everyone frozen solid. Kinabaris stands there with his eyes wide open, completely baffled. Nonchalantly, the god picks his nose and adds, basically, he is just way too tiny, which only leaves the children even more hopelessly confused. Finding this completely absurd, Kinabaris immediately objects, "How does that make any sense?" Even wilder, the giant statue actually starts moving, leaving the kid to gasp, "Wait, you can move around this whole time?" Hearing this, the deity doesn't budge at all, completely sticking to his guns. "I'm actually being serious here because that kid is still just a literal child. Believe me on this." Right away, another kid confidently steps up to demand a spot. "Then let me in too. If someone without a holy stigma can enter, then so can I, since I actually have one." "You are right. I have a holy stigma too. This proves we are candidates." Listening to all their noisy chatter, the deity finally lets out a heavy sigh and warns them, "You kids need to realize having that mark does not make you special." He then speaks up to ask, "Do you all feel the same way?" The children instantly nod in agreement. The statue speaks up again to ask, "So everyone wants to enter the third vault?" The kids shout in unison. Since they insist, the deity just chuckles and agrees to let them in. No other way then. I will let all of you inside. Hearing this, the children are absolutely thrilled that they are getting their wish. Yes, we can finally enter the third vault now. But watching the others celebrate, Suri Joshua cannot help but feel suspicious. Is he seriously letting us in this easily? Still, the deity drops a chilling warning. If you all want to dive headfirst into the raging flames like brainless moths, then go right ahead. And here is where things get super creepy. A thick black mist suddenly begins crawling around the confused kids. The statue slowly crumbles into black sand, filling the entire space as a final creepy echo rings out very well. I shall let you enter. As the massive door slowly creaks open, a heavy wave of black fog erupts, blasting out a terrifying stench of death. The overwhelming pressure leaves everyone frozen in pure disbelief. Just catching a tiny whiff of this toxic aura instantly makes them nauseous and incredibly sick. Now, the deity announces the source of this terrifying energy. Do you feel it? That is the dark mana radiating from the skeleton demon king himself. Know your place, you fools. I was actually willing to spare anyone who could not withstand this pure dark magic. Unable to withstand this agony any longer, they all collapse to the floor, gasping for air as one kid whimpers that it is completely unbearable. But he just stands at the front, mouth wide open with hunger. Oh yeah. The burning desire to go inside is completely taking over, and he happily gets ready to step forward. Yes, his body is right in there, the actual body of the skeleton demon king. His real vessel is waiting. The open, deadly door practically begs him to step inside. Even with the deadly black mist blasting directly at his face, he does not care at all because his physical form is waiting. His eyes glow. In the absolute darkness, he gasps. I never thought we would reunite after blowing ourselves up in the divine realm. He is so incredibly hungry that drool literally spills from his mouth. He takes a deep breath, totally thrilled. Look at all that dark mana overflowing. He wipes his drool, looking so crazed that anyone watching would feel sick. That terrifying devilish grin gives all the kids absolute goosebumps, but the statue somehow interprets it as something completely different. Just look at him. That is the face of a brave warrior with proven faith. The kids stare closely, feeling completely creeped out by the fact his eyes are totally out of focus, wondering what kind of child behaves like this. That glowing orb slowly floats upward, announcing that it is still not too late, before heading deeper inside the doorway as the children watch in shock. Anyone who cannot laugh in the very face of death is welcome to turn around and leave right now. Give up now. You are allowed to take one treasure from the second vault. Honestly, you cannot even blame Suri Joshua for losing hope as he stares at that terrifying death mist, wondering how on earth anyone is supposed to survive. One by one, the kids break down in tears under the immense pressure, begging to quit. Let us not go in. We will actually die. Another kid immediately regrets his choice, muttering, I should probably just take the best item from the second vault instead. But Kinabaris is far braver, stepping forward to declare, no, I do not need anything from the second vault. We are all heading to the third vault. As he struggles to stand against that terrifying power, the others find a sudden spark of resolve. However, his very next words leave the entire group completely speechless. Please activate every single trap inside the third vault. The kid in black watches, thinking this complete lunatic. All the other children are equally plunged into absolute despair. The floating orb asks him in surprise, oh, are you actually serious? Kinabaris steps right up to the fireball, spreading his arms wide as he speaks. No saint in history has ever recovered the skeleton demon king body, not even the legendary Saintess Melissa. That unexpected response takes the fireball completely by surprise, prompting it to praise him. It seems you actually know a thing or two about the third vault. Kinabaris had already calculated all of this, firmly believing Saintess Melissa would never let innocent kids die. I know for a fact there must be some sort of safety measures in place. Doubling down on his theory, Kinabaris confidently continues, I do not want to hear people saying we received these treasures without earning them. So, please restore the third vault back to its original, deadly state. Saying this, Kinabaris flashes a confident smile, proud of his bold demand. This is so I can earn a rating that surpasses even the Saintess herself. Even though the kid talks a pretty good game, he looks at him and knows for sure this brat has completely lost his mind. That logic actually sounds too reasonable to argue with, so the flaming sphere accepts the challenge, saying it will definitely help prove who the true saint is. Right before the eyes of the shocked children, a dark, sinister smoke slowly begins to materialize. One of the kids gets so angry they push Kinabaris forward while crying, yelling at him to go in himself. But Kinabaris just watches and smiles. Why drag us in? The crying child gasps as they get pulled along. Look at this creepy place once their feet leave the ground. They get warped to a strange area where a rotting arm rises from clear water, leaking pure death energy. The second they step inside, everyone feels completely drained, struggling to breathe or even stand. Meanwhile, our guy excitedly checks out this bizarre dimension, absolutely loving how chaotic everything is. Shishin remembers his duty and points ahead, telling his master to look over there, right at the arm in the river where the dark energy is violently swirling. That arm glows bright purple from absorbing so much dark magic, whispering that it is indeed his master's real body. He is so incredibly thrilled he could fly, throwing out non-stop praise. "Well done, my child. Wait, I mean my body. It actually absorbed all the energy in this third storage room." The kids panic as they feel that overwhelming power, wondering if this is the corpse of the Skeleton King himself, since a single hand radiates this much terrifying dark mana. But that is still not quite enough, making him smile in amusement. It is not even a whole hand, just a thumb, so that is all that remains. The rest is a fake, and looking closely, only a single finger actually emits that dark energy. Then, out of nowhere, that massive power starts getting sucked away. A magic circle suddenly appears right beneath the arm, summoning a hideous, heavily horned demon whose terrifying roar shakes the entire dimension around them. The kids scream in sheer terror at the sight, clutching their heads as they realize it is a demon beast. They thought these monsters would not show up after the second trial, but the fireball quickly reminds them of reality. They had demanded all safety measures be removed, but our guy does not act, simply standing there to observe. Wait, what is that? Stomping its massive foot, the beast roars, calling them insects, trying its absolute best to threaten the terrified kids. How dare they try to steal his master's body? And since Kinabaris caused this mess, an angry kid blames him directly, asking how he is going to take responsibility for this mess. Kinabaris just pushes the kid back and steps forward with absolute confidence. He tells them to trust him, promising he will make sure everyone gets out safely with a real treasure. Kinabaris smiles at the scene, thinking that the 14 elite familiars trained by the Skeleton King are actually just fools captured by the Pope's family. He already has a powerful holy spell ready for this exact monster. With the treasure practically in his hands, the kid steps up alone to face the demon, his eyes glowing bright as he glares at the beast. The demon gets instantly suppressed by his holy saint power, completely paralyzed and unable to do anything but roar in anger. Everyone watches in awe, praising him as the true light of the Pope's family, while our guy just watches silently, totally unbothered by the show. Even though he stepped up so bravely, Kinabaris is about to get a massive shock. Seeing everything go exactly as planned, the kid is thrilled, his trick worked and prepares to claim the prize, but a sudden voice cuts him off completely. "Is it you?" This absolutely terrifies Kinabaris, as the demon breaks completely free from that holy spell and lunges straight at him, growling at the foolish thief who dared to touch his king's body. But get this, a strange rustling sound starts echoing outside. The guards outside are frantically trying to figure out what is happening inside the vault since all communication is completely dead, leaving Rosua feeling incredibly anxious about the children. Suddenly, a panicked guard rushes in holding a stack of reports to deliver some terrible news. There is huge trouble because the demon seal in the third storage vault has been completely broken, leaving Rosua and Simon absolutely stunned. Simon anxiously covers his mouth, asking if that thing is one of the 14 familiars, but he gets no response. A wave of dread hits Rosua as she realizes that if this really is one of those 14 familiars, everyone inside the vault is in grave danger. Everyone panics, desperately brainstorming a plan to rescue the kids before it is too late. What about the elders sent in to supervise? Since they went missing after trying to disable the vault traps, leaving the children completely unprotected and facing certain death. The children cannot possibly fight that monster, so we must stop the trial right now. Just as they frantically scramble to rescue the kids, the entire entrance starts shaking violently, sending a wave of golden light over the gates. Suddenly, the entire spatial dimension rips wide open, leaving everyone utterly stunned. A blinding, powerful light bursts forward, forcing everyone to shield their eyes as Simon stares in absolute wonder. Rilai looks at the scene, completely shocked himself. In his mind, he knows the relic vault is finally opening. But what on earth is this intense, blinding light erupting from within? The light only grows more intense by the second. To keep everyone safe, someone yells, urging everyone to back away immediately. It is too dangerous because dark mana might spill out at any second. And yet, there is no sign of dark energy emerging, so he stops them. "No, wait a minute." Pointing toward that powerful pillar of light, the man explains he does not feel even a single trace of the demon race nearby. Hearing this, someone wonders if the beast has been defeated. Hearing such great news, Hire Barit immediately thinks of his grandson and praises him in his heart. "You actually did it, my boy," he thinks. Soon, the crowd begins gossiping about who destroyed the dark energy. Could it be the noble guardian of the Skeleton King's corpse? He was indeed one of the kids who defeated that monster. Hearing this, Simon turns to look at him with a puzzled expression. At that exact moment, someone calls out, "Surely, it must have been Keena Barrett, right?" Hearing those words, others quickly join in with their praise. Oh, as expected of someone from the papal family, leaving Riley with nothing to do but grit his teeth and bear it in silence. Soon, everyone crowds around Hire Barit, showering him with endless compliments for this impressive feat. Congratulations, Cardinal, a fitting result for the strongest candidate to become a saint. Putting on a humble act, he merely offers a smug smile, while quietly praising his talented grandson. "It seems Keena Barit did quite well," he says, glancing over at Riley. Seeing Riley looking so disappointed, the Cardinal gloats in secret, thoroughly enjoying his despair. "This is the ultimate end to your foolish rebellion against the absolute power of our papal family. Now that we possess the corpse of the Skeleton King, all of you will have to bow your heads before us." He can already picture tearing down their arrogant, noble act, and honestly, we all know his smug face isn't going to last much longer. Just then, someone shouts, "Look, the children are coming out." Instantly, the anxious parents lock their eyes onto the massive gates. Riley grits his teeth in worry, praying in his mind for Isaac to be safe, as the young silhouettes slowly emerge from the dark gateway. Everyone waiting by the gates steps forward to welcome their children back. After a quick scan, Riley sighs in relief upon seeing only a few minor injuries. Thank goodness. But when he notices some children still have not come out, he anxiously asks the children who went into the third vault still have not returned. Could they have run into some kind of terrible accident? Hearing this, Riley grows deeply worried too, though he keeps quiet and waits. Suddenly, someone screams, "The last of the kids are finally here." Both of them flinch and quickly look toward the gates. As the children trudge out, their holy power is completely drained, leaving them looking utterly exhausted. Seeing this, terrified parents immediately cry out for their kids. Simon panics and runs to his son, asking if Armin is okay, while Goel also rushes forward to check on his own child. Wrapping his arms around Shuri in overwhelming relief, Goel breaks into tears of joy. He quickly checks his son over, asking if he is hurt anywhere. Meanwhile, Riley and Asili see no sign of Isaac, their anxiety mounting. Where on earth is he? Fear grips their hearts as the boy seems to have vanished without a trace. Did Isaac not come out with the rest of them? Riley sinks into a dark pit of despair as Isaac remains nowhere to be found. But before he can lose his mind, Hire Barrett suddenly calls out to his grandson. "Keena Barrett, what is that in your hand?" That sharp question makes the young boy freeze in absolute terror. Getting no response, he demands to know where the Skeleton King's corpse is. Keena Barrett can only tremble in sheer panic as he struggles to answer. Well, he stammers. Furious, the Cardinal snaps, demanding who told him to bring back such a useless piece of junk. Suddenly, a bright golden light erupts from the sky. Right before everyone's eyes, that massive golden aura grows larger and more terrifying by the second. Get ready for this. Someone points to the sky as a majestic young holy dragon emerges from the mist, carrying little Isaac right out of the vault. Suddenly, someone else yells to wait. Riley looks up too, spotting something completely unexpected. Is that really Isaac? He is literally riding the holy dragon back, smugly crossing his arms and loving every second of his grand entrance. As the dragon lands, Riley runs to grab Isaac, with Asili following right behind. Young Master Isaac! Looking closely, Asili is stunned to realize this creature is actually the legendary young guardian dragon protecting the ancient ruins. That shocking realization leaves everyone else gasping. A holy dragon? Looking closely, Riley agrees that she is absolutely right. This is indeed the young dragon guarding the vault. Even though it looks like a wolf, its aura is unmistakably that of an ancient holy dragon, a legendary beast with deep, mystical ties. Just the sheer presence of a dragon summoned to protect these ruins is incredibly sacred and noble. This completely unbelievable sight leaves Riley standing there in utter silence, totally speechless. A strange chewing sound keeps echoing, prompting Riley to step closer in curiosity, wondering what that odd noise could be. Peering up, he spots Isaac casually sucking on something in his mouth. To everyone's utter shock, a nearby soldier points a trembling, stuttering finger forward. Ella, is the thing Isaac is sucking on actually? Hire Barit quickly cuts him off, calling it the saint's mercy saving the host's honor, which deeply insults the entire Eshua family. Witnessing this chaotic scene, the holy dragon decides to step in and settle things, asking what the hell they are doing. He hears them claim this baby took the skeleton demon king's body, and he just wiggles around with a giant grin. You idiots, he thinks in utter disbelief. completely failing to notice his own child trembling in fear right behind him. Just remembering that terrifying scene fills Kinabaris with absolute dread. Why is this demon not falling, but getting even stronger instead? And why is my holy magic completely useless against it? Seizing the moment, the demon towers over them, calling them mere insects as it slowly rises right in front of the terrified kids. It screams for them to die, raising its massive arm to crush every last one of them. While the other children scatter in panic, Kinabaris freezes in absolute terror, but a massive explosion suddenly blasts debris everywhere. Once the dust settles, Kinabaris opens his eyes in confusion, sitting up to find everyone safely enveloped under a glowing blue protective barrier. The kids are completely stunned. And get this, that blue barrier is actually his doing, reaching out and swinging his arms to blast the surrounding area, shocking everyone, even the Rosua family kids. Furious, the demon roars out, calling them filthy priests, and accusing them of greedily trying to steal the skeleton demon king's body before attacking. Just as the demon is about to throw a devastating punch at the children, he leaps forward to clash head-on with the beast. Channeling radiant, purifying energy into his hands, he charges forward with a furious expression, shouting a fierce warning. "How stupid can you be? Get lost. Do you not even recognize your own master?" Then, a colossal explosion rocks the entire region, ending the clash. Staring up at the towering holy dragon, they start whispering, questioning if the legend is actually true since a dragon wouldn't lie. This means that the infant from the Rosua family was actually the one who brought it here. So what about Kina? Meanwhile, he and the holy dragon just stay completely out of the chaos, casually watching from the sidelines. Rosua steps forward, claiming that the dragon is far too dangerous, which only makes the holy dragon huff in mild annoyance. Rosua quickly explains that the 14 spirit beasts are definitely not monsters that normal kids can handle, demanding to know why the seal was broken. This only makes the holy dragon chuckle in amusement, asking Rosua what exactly he means by 14 spirit beasts. "It was that pale kid over there who asked me to release them." With Kinabaris officially named as the culprit behind this entire disaster, Haybaris glares at his son in pure anger. Instantly, the other children point their fingers directly at him, backing up the accusation. That is right. Kina made the dragon trigger all the traps in Storage Room 3, and he even forced us to follow him, putting everyone in serious danger. Back at the family mansion, the elders gather around, literally digging through his diaper waste, searching and whispering to each other. Asking if it was found, they conclude it might not be there, ending up empty-handed and deeply disappointed after searching for so long. Wondering why it won't show up, he grits his teeth in silent fury as he watches their ridiculous search. Go ahead and search all day, you will never find it. Even though the chaos is over, there is still one thing bothering him. Actually, what went down back at the ruins is weighing much heavier on his mind. Now, watch how crazy this is. Right when that massive explosion shook the entire space, he yelled out at the beast, "Get lost. Do you not even recognize your own master?" That colossal wave of energy blasted straight into the demon, completely crushing its face and leaving it unable to fight back. Sensing a sudden, overwhelming familiarity, the demon asked if this mana belonged to its master, leaving him utterly shocked. Right before collapsing, the dying demon begins to pour its heart out about its current state. "Hearing that you had passed away made me feel like my entire world had completely crumbled. But I always knew you would return to us, Master, and I must serve you once more." Calling out to his master, the demon begins to fade under his overwhelming power, trying to explain he was captured by the church before cutting off. The demon completely dissolves into dust, leaving him gritting his teeth in regret as he curses under his breath. "Damn it, spit it out before you die. I still have so many things I need to ask you." While pretending to enjoy his peaceful baby life, he keeps pondering this unfinished mystery, wondering if the ones who captured the demon belong to the Pope's clan. He realizes he has to investigate, but before he can think any further, a baby bottle is suddenly shoved right into his mouth. Shoving the bottle in, Rosua strictly demands that Isaac go poop immediately, which leaves him utterly wide-eyed while the dragon laughs hysterically. To make matters worse, Rosua barks out orders to the servants to bring a much stronger laxative right away. His face twists in sheer anger while the dragon chuckles endlessly, pushing him to the absolute limit where he vows to tear this place apart. "Mark my words," he thinks. "I am going to turn this entire godforsaken household upside down very soon." Watching this relentless pressure, one servant bites their nails in absolute terror, fearing the matriarch will slaughter everyone or literally tear the poor boy's insides out if she ever finds out. Hearing that, Rosua calmly holds the bottle and reassures the panicked elder that everything will be completely fine. Even though he kept telling everyone to relax, Relai himself was trembling uncontrollably, constantly biting his nails while trying to act completely fine. Even though she dissected one of her own sons in the past, the boy is still her own grandson after all. Their faces turned completely pale with terror, making him wonder her own biological son? Hearing this, Whisper quickly asked, "Did Melissa not go on a pilgrimage with the Holy Mother?" He looked at Whisper and answered, "Yes, it will take them some time. I just need to absorb all the mana and escape before Melissa returns." As he was lost in thought, Goel suddenly burst through the door, stepping inside and telling Riley to come over, making Riley turn around in confusion. "What?" He quickly explained, "The matriarch is calling for you." The sudden news left Riley staring at him in utter shock. "What?" Riley was so stunned his mouth fell wide open. He could not believe his ear's mother is already back. Normally, after a pilgrimage like that, she would never return this early. Hearing the matriarch was back, Isaac gritted his teeth in a mix of anxiety and anger, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, did they return early because of me?" Touching his glowing blue necklace, he felt incredibly uneasy. "I still have not absorbed all the mana yet, this is really bad." Drained of all energy, his face turned pale with fear as he struggled to sit up. With Melissa's ruthless personality, she would absolutely rip his guts out just to say hello. "Oh, wait until you see this chests of pure gold, silver, and sparkling jewels are laid out," leaving everyone absolutely stunned. The entire room sparkled with gold, making them rub their eyes as they asked, "Are all these gifts for Isaac?" Seeing the treasure, Riley let out a sigh of relief. "I thought the matriarch herself had arrived." Gold just laughed in amusement. "Are you scared?" Meanwhile, our main character was so terrified that his eyes went completely blank. After teasing him for a moment, Goel smirked and said she is not here yet. She only sent a voice message saying she will return with the family head. I never said she actually arrived. Isaac glared at him with pure rage, gritting his teeth as he silently cursed this absolute damn bastard. The blonde knight stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest as he announced, "Oh, the Pope has sent gifts as well." Hearing this, the elders did not care one bit, casually telling him to just sell it all. The blonde knight broke into a cold sweat upon hearing their response, whispering a warning, "The Pope's envoys might hear you. They are waiting for that day." A man dressed in papal robes slowly stepped forward, addressing everyone. "The Emperor is deeply interested in this event. This gift was prepared by the papacy to express both their apologies and gratitude toward the Eshua family. But it seems the Eshua family is not too fond of the Pope's gifts." The envoy smiled, pulling a box from his pocket to hand it over. "However, you will definitely love this." As the box was opened, a brilliant golden light burst out, illuminating the entire room. It left everyone speechless. The cardinal mentioned that this would be of great help. The elder gasped in surprise. "That is the triple crown, a medal adorned with a 5-petaled flower, and a golden crown that radiates pure royalty." But looking at it, Isaac was completely clueless, quietly asking Whisper Dina, "What is it?" Whisper flew closer and answered, "It is a medal, a disgusting item carrying the seal of the Pope." As the envoy stood there holding the medal, the crowd started whispering in disbelief. "A medal from the Pope? No way." The envoy noticed this and said, "Lord Riley, please take it. It is for Isaac." Those words caught Riley completely off guard. Isaac did not really care about the medal, but he found it strange it should be mine, so why is he giving it to my uncle? Riley stepped forward and asked, "Did he really say to give this to me instead of Isaac?" The envoy nodded firmly. "Yes, I was strictly ordered to make sure it was delivered directly to you." That smug, mocking face made Riley boil with rage, veins popping on his forehead. The elder strongly objected, shouting, "You are giving something meant for Isaac to another family member? Have you lost your mind?" Enraged by this unacceptable behavior, the elder pointed directly at him. "You are handing this to him, knowing full well what giving the medal to another member means. In this family, it means declaring the original recipient is dead." Hearing this, Whisper's jaw dropped in pure shock. The envoy just smiled, saying, "Please do not misunderstand the Pope's good intentions. It was only ordered because Isaac is still too young." Unwilling to accept such disrespect, the elder pointed his finger and yelled, "Then what is that ribbon doing on the medal?" Since the medal is decorated with a flower, the elder confidently demanded, "Do the Pope's people seriously not know that sunflowers represent a recipient who has already passed away?" Talk about a threat. Isaac broke into a cold sweat, realizing they literally want him 6 feet under. The Pope is completely insane. Another elder gritted his teeth in fury, typical of the Pope and his entire circle. "They mock our family's curse with every breath." Goel immediately stepped in to stop the escalating conflict, telling them to calm down. He tells them to take it easy, warning that rushing won't help. But the elders refuse to back down and keep arguing. "Do you honestly think we can just relax?" Joshua still tries to force a smile, trying to ease the tension and calm them down. This move could easily be seen as the Rasua clan openly showing hostility toward the Pope. If this whole thing gets blown out of proportion, it will end badly for our Rasua clan. He tries to laugh it off, but inside, his thoughts are a total mess. Talking down to them like that is a total insult, but it must be on the cardinal's orders. Marrying into this family did not change how vulgar they are. Seeing the Pope's warm welcome, he smugly thinks that Rai and the little kid are finally out of options. This is the perfect outcome for me, he thinks, immediately turning to urge them. What on earth are you doing? Joshua Rosua snaps at Rai, just take the medal and say thank you. But brother, go. Joshua still tries his best to soothe the rising tension, arguing there is absolutely no reason to get so worked up over this. Casually waving his hand, he looks totally bored as he steps forward. But out of nowhere, a strange blue aura starts spilling out of the box, leaving him completely baffled. Hang on, that massive power is suddenly overflowing, and nobody can stop it. A devastating force erupts, blasting the box and the knight backward. Joshua can only watch in absolute terror and scream. That wild energy suddenly swirls around, completely engulfing the metal and lighting up the entire room. Someone shrieks about holy fire as the knight stumbles back, clutching his severely burned hand. He gasps, who conjured holy fire from this metal? Looking over, they see his tiny hand raised high, glowing with a strange blue light that shocks the elders. Baby Isaac is grinning wickedly, his hand raised as he effortlessly controls the raging holy fire above. What on earth is happening? What do you think you are doing? How dare you disrespect a direct gift from the Pope like this? Is this actual treason? As he tries to stir up trouble, she snaps back. Does it look like we did this on purpose? The other elders quickly take his side, backing him up. They keep telling everyone that it was just a mistake by a little child. They even turn around and blame the knight, asking why he is getting so mad at an innocent toddler. No wonder the kid acts so bold with such solid support. But things get even wilder when Rairasua steps up and grabs the medal. It is just symbolic anyway, so it is a pity this accident happened right before we received it. So they will just pretend it never existed. The panicked knight stutters, wait. What? Are you seriously saying that right now? The knight's insolent questioning, piled on to his earlier rude remarks, completely pushes our main character over the edge. Now, the terrified knight has to face the baby's pure wrath, and he is absolutely shaking in his boots. He asks a simple question back, but his tone is incredibly sharp and hostile. Do you honestly think we have to obey your orders? Am I supposed to accept a sacred medal from the Pope that was melted by a mere infant? The elders holding the baby mock him even more, teasingly asking if the medal actually melted. Terrified, the knight desperately tries to salvage the situation, pleading to take it back, claiming he must have brought the wrong item, but his desperate excuses fail instantly. The moment he reaches for the medal, he gets scorched by the blazing blue flame of their family heirloom sword. He freezes solid. Honestly, another second and he is going to end up fully melted just like that medal. As the knight screams in agony, the elders completely ignore him and focus on playing with the baby. Grandfather chuckles, calling him a little rascal. Little Isaac is indeed a handful. But while they are laughing, our main character is absolutely fuming on the inside. Trapped in a baby's tiny body, he cannot do much besides grumbling and cursing furiously in his head. He mentally screams to let him go before he burns their butts, but they just keep coddling him anyway. Once the knight manages to escape the fire, he limps away, bitterly cursing their happy family and calling them absolute Rasua bastards. He becomes the family hero for his bad prank, and grandfather happily hugs and praises little Isaac. It feels like throwing away years of built-up frustration. Standing in the corner, he casually orders his men to throw that trashy metal away. Looking back at him, grandfather is so overjoyed he is practically crying tears of laughter. He wishes the clan leader could have seen the Pope's lapdog looking so utterly humiliated. Turning to Rai, he happily praises him for the massive success too. She chimes in too, saying that unleashing the holy fire at that exact moment was a genius move. Hearing all these warm compliments, the honest kid is left completely bewildered, wondering what they are talking about. They tease him, telling him not to play innocent since he was the one who cast holy fire on Isaac. He just scratches his cheek in confusion. Wait, didn't you elders cast that spell? Hearing his words, everyone freezes as they realize they all have the exact same question. Total confusion fills the room as everyone just stares blankly. He grumbles and shoots back, you used holy arts on him, ours grandson. And even if the kid entered the vault, he argues, he refuses to take the blame for this. I only used an invisibility holy art, and yet, that is not even all of it. She chimes in, but Isaac used the phantom step holy art, making him feel more and more dizzy as he asks a totally dumb question, can the boy really use phantom step? Look at them completely speechless. But wait, in this crazy situation, That wild guess is actually the correct answer. Utterly baffled, they all turn to look at the tiny baby casually picking his ears. No way. Could all those high-level holy arts really have been cast by Isaac? Obviously, there is always some secret family method. If not, it is like those martial arts legends who fall off cliffs and happen to find a world-changing manual. For him, it is a cheat-like ultimate technique. It is a mythical tier treasure that allows its owner to instantly master and execute any supreme skill. Luckily, I snagged this from the vault. It is definitely weaker than when I was the skeleton demon king, but it still gets the job done. He is thinking like a fully grown adult. While that is true, with a tiny baby body like this, people would just call him an old soul. Meanwhile, the elders continue to debate, throwing out other highly logical theories to explain it. Could Isaac's mother have cast the holy art on the baby? She immediately shuts that down. His mother does not even have a fire attribute. She has the exact opposite element. But the more they think, the more unbelievable it gets. This is way beyond normal talent. It is literally like writing poetry without ever learning how to read. She adds even Saintess Melissa, who was praised as a once-in-a-generation genius, had to learn the alphabet before casting holy arts. Sitting quietly in the corner, playing the good baby while eavesdropping, he starts sweating. Huh? Really? That sounds like a lot of pressure. Wait, that is right. Elders, what about the Pope's blessing? Erasing it is way more shocking, is it not? His eyes light up. Finally, someone with brain cells. Bring that medal here, he orders. I need to check it myself. Understood, the elder replies. He goes to look. But wait, the medal is completely gone. Only the empty box is left on the table. He hesitantly speaks up, it is not here. What? He panics, spinning around to search, mumbling that it has to be there. But the kid just casually sighs, I threw it away. Only then does he remember his own blunder, having told the kid to throw that annoying medal away. Pointing out how fast everything went down, he calmly argues, but you elders are the ones who told me to throw it out. He snaps back even so. You still cannot just do that. He quickly orders, hey, send someone to find and bring it back immediately. While everyone scrambles around searching, the boy desperately forces himself to keep a straight face, hiding his absolute panic. He actually completely melted the Pope's holy medal, which was supposed to withstand any fire. This is a massive secret that the family head must never find out. Therefore, while he claims to have thrown it away, the truth is actually much closer. Just look at where it is. That holy medal is sitting safely right inside his pocket. He smirks to himself without any evidence. This is nothing but a baseless rumor. A few days later, in the western region of the duchy, robes flutter in the wind, as Joshua stands proudly on a rock by the stream, giving a firm order the mansion is close. Stay focused until the end. Understood, family head, they all roar back. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Back at the mansion, the crowd has gathered in tense silence. What is going on? No demon king here. Just a glutton king. Why has his original body not appeared yet? Fat and happy. Rubbing his bloated tummy, he thinks thanks. This really makes my new body feel so much better. Seeing this, they facepalm in absolute despair. We have already fed him 300 bottles of laxatives and 500 special fruits from the Julius Kingdom. He lets out a massive burp. Man, that fruit was amazing. I heard it can even strengthen the bond with divine beasts. Since those beasts are vital combat companions or tools in battle, boosting our connection certainly will not do any harm. They are absolutely essential if I want to crush the Pope and the gods in the end. Surely the Esutaran family has their own divine beast too. While thinking, he glances up at the sky. One look is all it takes to make his jaw literally drop in sheer shock. There it is, the divine beast, Brum of the Esutaran clan. Suddenly, there is some strange commotion nearby. Wait, maybe we should just head over to the banquet first. He looks over blankly as the door slams open with a panicked shout of family head. Everyone immediately bows down in deep respect. We welcome the family head. We welcome the elder. Watching this incredibly majestic man approach, he cannot help but wonder, so that is the family head, which means he is my grandfather. I have a pretty good feeling about this. My survival instincts are tingling. Seeing him get closer and closer, Joshua quickly steps in to shield him. Father, please give us more time, Guy Rosua begs. Cutting open Isaac's stomach won't do any good anyway. Isaac is still completely unfazed, grinning as he tells his uncle not to worry because there is no way the patriarch actually slices him open. The patriarch pauses for about 2 seconds, then points right at Isaac and orders them to burn the boy, shocking absolutely everyone as Guy Rosua desperately yells out, "No! Father!" Now even Isaac starts to panic, wondering if his very life source is broken because why on earth would they want to burn him? This entire family is completely insane, leaving Isaac to wonder if his uncle is the only one he can trust until he hears the terrifying reason his uncle gives. The boy is still far too small to be burned, Guy Rosua says, which only makes Isaac overthink as his anxiety starts creeping up. What on earth? Is his uncle seriously implying they will still burn him eventually? Meanwhile, Guy Rosua continues begging for mercy. Please reconsider, father, Guy Rosua begs. But his rival brother rushes in to chime in that the reward is far too much for a mere baby. Their terrible choice of words makes Isaac absolutely furious, because how on earth is being set on fire considered a reward? Suddenly, his uncle explains that burning him actually extracts the skeleton demon king's remains, allowing the many blessings of the fire to make the boy even more powerful than before. Out of that entire rambling explanation, Isaac only zeroes in on one single crucial word: blessing. Guy Rosua is still pleading for more time, but his rival brother immediately throws a wrench in the gears, suggesting they could just slice open the baby's stomach instead. And here is where it gets crazy. Just when Isaac thinks he finally found someone to trust, his uncle says something that completely throws him off. Please, instead of burning him, just drown Isaac in the holy water. Hearing this, Isaac silently curses this entire idiotic family to just burn in hell. Suddenly, the rival brother snaps back. Absolutely not. The holy fire and water are the Joshua family's ultimate secrets, strictly reserved for training the saintess. We cannot waste such a sacred secret on a completely useless child like him. Hearing those insulting words, Guy Rosua completely loses his temper, shouting back, useless? How can you even say such a thing? Meanwhile, Isaac just sits there in silence, calmly watching them literally argue over who gets to decide how he is going to die. Seeing how desperately Guy Rosua opposes this, the rival brother realizes it must be highly beneficial, coldly arguing that Suri deserves the holy blessing way more. He claims that Suri was the one who actually defeated the treasury demon, but Guy Rosua instantly shuts him down with pure rage. What are you even talking about? Isaac is the one who crushed that terrible demon, and the holy dragon itself literally confirmed it to be true. As the brothers bicker back and forth, the rival uncle scoffs that the dragon made a mistake because a baby who cannot even walk cannot defeat a demon. Guy Rosua refuses to accept this pathetic excuse, warning his brother that he is being completely unreasonable and taking things way too far. On top of that, Isaac already melted the Pope's sacred metal by unleashing the legendary holy fire. Are you seriously going to deny that too? We all literally saw it happen with our own eyes. The rival uncle sneers that they probably colluded with the elders to cast that holy fire, while the patriarch quietly sits back, listening to them argue. Just as his brother tries to argue that there is zero physical proof, the patriarch suddenly chimes in and asks, "Are you speaking of the metal?" Watch this. He pulls out the exact holy metal they have been searching for all this time, leaving everyone in the room absolutely speechless. It is a relic blessed by the Pope himself, the only man connected to the heavens crafted from legendary holy gold. Even back when I was the skeleton demon king, Isaac thinks I could not have easily melted this sacred relic. So how did this body do it? Was I just born with cheat-level strength in this new body? Isaac wonders. Meanwhile, Guy Rosua asks in utter disbelief how his father managed to find it. The patriarch replies that he simply found it on his way here, lying right at the bottom of Lake Eliseva. Guy Rosua quickly points out, "See, father, this baby possesses a divine flame so incredibly powerful that it literally melted the Pope's own sacred symbol." Hearing this, Isaac silently agrees with him. Exactly, because this completely proves that the Joshua family is far superior to the Pope himself. Guy Rosua adds that the child can even easily withstand the deadly flames of the skeleton demon king, prompting old Bishop Barris to nod in agreement. The bishop agrees, telling the patriarch that Isaac will make an outstanding skeleton hunter, especially since so many innocent citizens have recently fallen victim to the hidden skeleton demon king. Bishop Barris warns that if they simply ignore this threat, a terrifying new era of the skeleton demon king is bound to rise again. Isaac raises an eyebrow in curiosity. His loyal minion whispers that whether in the past or present, it seems a cheap impostor is running around using the master's legendary name. Isaac simply crosses his arms, thinking he has absolutely no idea who this fake is. But it does not matter, because more attention only plays directly into his hands. Guy Rosua raises his voice, telling everyone to remember how the terrifying skeleton demon king personally invaded their home 10 years ago and cast a curse on them. Hearing this, Isaac's eyes widen in absolute shock as Guy Rosua grits his teeth, growing more furious as he recalls the dark history. That monster targeted us specifically to wipe out the Saintess's divine bloodline, and just thinking about that curse makes my blood boil with pure rage. His minion whispers that if that happened 70 years ago, there is no way it was you, master. After all, my true master died 150 years ago, leaving Isaac to ponder why a curse would target this specific bloodline. That is why they keep babbling about our short lifespans. He smirks to himself, thinking that a curse from some petty demon is nothing but pure child play. I just need to suppress it with high-tier mana to stop any side effects. Isaac's train of thought is suddenly cut off by the elder's voice. Even if it fails to kill us, it still drains our vitality by stunting growth or causing other issues. The elder next to her speaks up, saying that plenty of people have gone their whole lives without growing a single strand of hair. Isaac angrily thinks to himself that he will kill that fake bastard. Meanwhile, the person next to him jokes that going bald might just be hereditary. He shoots back, "Do you not see the patriarch and Riley both have full heads of hair?" Staring into the boy's crimson eyes, Wiley realizes the curse has already taken hold of him. Looking closely, the patriarch adds that fire and water alone will not be enough. And get this, Wiley suddenly steps in and announces he's bestowing a divine spirit on the kid. Wiley and the elders are stunned. "Excuse me." Isaac's jaw drops, knowing a divine spirit can only be received if it is directly gifted. He absolutely needs this power to reach a transcendent level, a state where even the gods themselves can never touch him. Isaac can barely hide his excitement over such an incredible gift. With this divine spirit, he will rise to the top and land a devastating punch on those arrogant gods. Go is the very first one to protest Wiley's decision, arguing that bestowing a divine spirit is simply going too far. He carries on, claiming it should only be awarded to those who have brought massive glory to the clan. What has this kid even done for them? Even if the boy managed to melt the holy emblem, that was nothing but a blatant act of provocation directed straight at the Pope. Does he honestly think they will just let this slide? Hearing this absolute nonsense, Isaac and his companion look deeply annoyed. That idiot is stirring up trouble again. Wiley merely casts a cold glare toward Go before questioning him directly. What exactly did you do when they delivered that so-called gift of theirs? Go flinches in shock. Pressuring him further, Wiley asks how, after the temple dared to insult them in their own home, Go not only escorted them back safely but is now defending them. Have you done anything other than look down on your own nephew, and now you want to block his path too? Even wild beasts protect their own blood, and the entire Joshua clan was founded on the sole principle of defending the weak. This young child, the one who actually deserved to be sheltered and cared for, is the very person who restored our family's honor. Isn't that the most undeniable proof of glorifying the Joshua name? Go collapses to the floor, trembling in absolute terror under his father's fierce lecture. Wiley commands everyone to assemble in the main hall to witness Isaac's blessing. A few days later, Riley approaches Wiley with a question. He asks why his father is not handing it over directly. Without looking, Wiley snaps back, asking if Riley still does not understand the situation. Forcefully, placing Isaac into fire or water to purge the skeleton demon king from his body will only cause him extreme, unbearable pain. The temple's sacred fire and water possess raw anti-evil properties that are too intense, stopping him from ever learning standard exorcism techniques. Riley realizes this means Isaac can never rank higher than a 5th-class priest. Wiley concludes that the boy would be permanently capped at Tier 4. Wiley pulls out 3 differently colored gems, explaining that letting Isaac choose between fire, water, or the divine spirit will serve as his true test. Watching this, Go is absolutely thrilled, gloating to himself that everything is going exactly as planned. There is no way his father would hand over a divine spirit so easily. Wiley places the gems down, telling Isaac to choose. Standing in the back, Riley worries, sensing the massive energy of fire, water, and spirit. He desperately hopes Isaac picks the white gem. Isaac reaches out. To everyone's shock, he grabs the red one, plunging the room into dead silence as Go smugly sneers at Riley. He remarks that even a measly Tier 4 Joshua will somehow bring fame to their family name eventually. Now, look at this. The red jewel suddenly dissolves, erupting into a roaring, towering column of fire that shocks everyone in the room. The blistering heat waves press down on them. A figure slowly emerges from the roaring fire. It is a girl, the divine spirit herself. Utterly baffled, Go turns to Wiley, demanding to know how a divine spirit could possibly be sealed inside that red gem. Wiley tells him to stay calm, noting he never claimed there was only one spirit. He crosses his arms, explaining their clan roots lie in water. However, for a child who can conjure flames intense enough to melt down the Pope's sacred gold, he looks over at the manifested spirit, explaining that he set a deliberate trap inside this test. Yet the boy still picked the right path. This is a massive surprise. Suddenly, the angry spirit shrieks, calling Wiley a complete lunatic. She demands to know how they dare summon a royal class being like her to the mortal realm, unleashing her terrifying power with zero restraint. The elders scramble backward to keep their distance, shouting at one another to cast defensive magic immediately. Go screams out, asking if his father really summoned a royal-class entity, and if he plans on burning down their entire territory. Lai calmly points at Isaac, correcting his son. The boy is the one who did this. He laughs, while Isaac himself is stunned as the old man remarks that this place might actually become his early grave. The Holy Spirit has absolutely no intention of controlling the flames. Isaac thinks in disbelief, how on earth did an imperial tier summon appear when I only poured in a tiny bit of divine power to call a mid-tier entity? The creature standing beside him shares the exact same thought. What on earth were you even created from? Isaac thinks to himself, I wonder what the hell I would summon if I actually went all out. Look at that Holy Spirit. It must be the demon-slaying holy fire. That flame can convert mana into divine power, and it will be of massive help to you. Master, it continues. Riley admits. That is indeed true. He thinks to himself, but how do I make that thing submit to me? Will acting polite actually make it break a sweat? Isaac continues. Besides, Imperial-level spirits are connected to the heavenly realm, and I still cannot deal with those damn gods yet. It agrees that the point is valid, as all spirits are close to the gods, but a booming voice suddenly cuts them off. Good heavens, Patriarch, please send them back immediately. The elders desperately beg upon witnessing the terrifying Holy Spirit, a completely crazed entity that even the gods themselves abandoned. Riley watches and speaks up. If I were looked down on just because of my hair color, I would probably cut ties with the gods too. It seems they just do not trust anyone with black hair. Is that why this spirit was cast aside? The Holy Spirit yells out, Shut up, you weak humans. She continues, How dare you summon me with a subjugation ritual? Riley calmly replies, I am not the one who called you. She continues to bark back, How is that possible? You must have used your authority as family head to summon me. Riley points straight at Isaac. It was that baby boy. The Holy Spirit pauses to look at Isaac, then screams out, Are you insane? Did you sacrifice an infant just to summon me? Riley flatly replies, I did no such thing. She continues her interrogation. Even if your clan is on the verge of ruin, this is still way too extreme. What on earth did you do to this newborn? Who even is this kid? She keeps shouting hysterically while Riley simply chuckles. Isaac watches the spirit before him, noting her immense power and deep hatred for the gods, thinking to himself that he must claim her. I will make you my mana filter. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit condenses a massive fireball as she speaks. Fine, I will test this myself. If this child truly summoned me using a subjugation ritual, he should easily survive this strike. The moment she finishes speaking, she hurls the sphere at Isaac. Riley screams out in panic. The Holy Spirit sneers, I will give him a peaceful end. But watch this. Her smugness vanishes instantly as she completely breaks. What? Isaac is actually crawling toward her with pure excitement. Riley chimes in, Do you believe it now? This breastfeeding brat is the one who summoned you. Now make your choice. Sign a contract with this baby, or refuse and face immediate punishment. She grits her teeth in annoyance but remains incredibly arrogant. Punishment? You think a high-ranking spirit like me cares about that? This actually works out better. Since I am already here, I will burn the Rothshire clan to ashes and enjoy my freedom. She points directly at him. Watch as your entire territory sinks into a sea of fire. You absolute fool. Isaac suddenly bites down on her. Yes, he actually bites her, leaving the family speechless. The Holy Spirit screams out, Hey, you lunatic. The Rothshire clan members quickly rush over to warn Isaac, screaming, No, you cannot eat that. They remind him, Do not swallow it this time. The Holy Spirit is terrified, screaming out, Have all of you completely lost your minds? Just how are you raising this child? She struggles, shouting, Mark my words, you bastards. I will retreat for today, but I will make you pay this debt back. Isaac thinks to himself as he closely watches her movements. Oh, is she trying to teleport? She sneers, See you later, you fools. But absolutely nothing happens, leaving her completely stunned. The summon next to Isaac snickers. Oh dear, she stammers, Why can I not leave? Sensing something off, she struggles and screams, Damn it. Is this demonic energy? Riley gives Isaac a thumbs up. This kid actually swallowed the thumb of the Skeleton King. The Holy Spirit screams at them, What on earth are you feeding this kid? Riley smirks. Holy spirits are the purest beings in the entire divine realm. They are basically humanoid holy power and are incredibly weak against demonic energy. The Holy Spirit groans, Damn it, I am losing strength and breaking out in rashes. Lifting the boy up, Riley chuckles and scratches his ear, turning a blind eye. What a pity. The Skeleton King power is simply too overwhelming for us to get any closer. She furiously lashes back. You guys normally go wild and attack the moment you hear about the Skeleton King. Yet now you are playing dirty like this. Riley leans down and proposes an offer. If you stay by my grandson's side and purify all of the Skeleton King's demonic energy, then I will send you back. The Holy Spirit barks, what the hell are you smoking? Do you even know who I am? Riley cuts in, well, feel free to stay and get eaten then. She grumbles in annoyance, you lunatics. This is exactly why I hate all of you. If you were not the bloodline of the Saintess, I would have cut ties with you a long time ago. Damn it. Since it has come to this, I will use this brat to destroy that damn thing. What damn thing are you talking about, brat? What on earth do you mean, kid? She screams as Isaac teases her, finally forced to make a compromise. 4 days. Just let me stay with this child for 4 days. 4 days is more than enough time for a mere pinky. Igrek thinks to himself, but only 4 days? This is so disappointing. The Patriarch orders the east gate opened, sending the child and the spirit inside, forbidding anyone from entering until the purification is complete. Ray and Gol both object, crying out to their father, the Patriarch, but Igrek cuts them off again. Enough, he glares at them in warning, I do not want to hear another word. Leaving with the Holy Spirit host, Igrek smirks, thinking to himself, the east gate is right next to the annex where the mana cores are kept. Right on cue, a loud explosion suddenly rocks the east gate, making the servants gossip about whether Master Igrek is back at it. More like the Skeleton Demon King and his dark mana. It seems the Patriarch has completely given up on him. They gossip about whether the next successor will be Lord Gol, who carries the Holy Pope's bloodline, or perhaps his younger brother instead. Another servant adds, Lord Igrek has been cursed, so he is off the successor list entirely. A third chimes in, but is Lord Igrek really cursed though? I am dead serious. Just yesterday, the 4 servants who went to check on him fled in absolute terror. One of them said he took the form of a bald old man, right? Rather than some skinless monster or a skeleton? The maid continues, come to think of it, he has been in there with a Holy Spirit for 10 years now, right? Meanwhile, a piercing scream echoes through the east gate of the Joshua mansion. A maid runs past, screaming in panic, brushing right past a blonde girl. Standing right before Igrek's room, Azalee sighs and grabs the doorknob, opening the door while calling out anxiously, Master Igrek, it is me. Master, are you okay? She asks as Igrek stares back at her, holding a lollipop. She wonders just how strong is the Skeleton Demon King's curse that you still haven't grown up yet. He smirks, thinking to himself, what are you talking about? I am literally suppressing my growth on purpose. Since infants absorb power at 100% efficiency, they can acquire incredible innate abilities that are completely locked once you grow out of babyhood. The Holy Spirit groans, my whole body is aching, while Azalee asks if he slept well, but Isaac just shakes his head. She curses, damn it, no matter what. Today I will definitely purify that wretched mana. I definitely purified almost all of it yesterday, she mutters, pointing at Isaac in confusion. Hey, you piece of trash, why has your mana increased again? Igrek only chuckles. The Holy Spirit scolds, you absolute monster. Just how much of the Skeleton Demon King's body did you swallow for your mana to remain unchanged after 10 years of purification? Why is your mana not decreasing at all? And why does it keep going up every time I wake up? But here is the real kicker. Igrek is actually smiling because he's been secretly draining those mana cores every night for 10 years. The creature beside him sports the exact same grin. Even I did not expect to find so many mana cores in the annex. It says in utter awe, Master, I thought it would take 40 years, but you finished it in just 10. Igrek agrees finally. This grueling grind to collect all that mana is over. He smiles, I am self-taught, so my knowledge is quite limited, but I have already mastered the 6th tier of holy arts. Azalee comforts him, it will be fine. Master, the church will take action. Igrek glares at her, pouting to himself, the church? She keeps smiling as she lifts him up. All 14 demonic beasts serving under the Skeleton Demon King will be executed. She cradles him in her arms and continues. Now we can fully purify the Skeleton Demon King's mana, so please do not worry too much. Igrek screams in absolute horror. No, are you completely insane? I still have questions for them, and you just execute them like that? She puts him back in his crib, so eat some candy and rest up. Master Igrek sighs and holds his head, that damn imposter. I must do something about him. A loud voice echoes from outside. You did great, Suri. Igrek quickly glances over. Outside, Gol is talking proudly with someone. Not only did you skip grades, but you also became the youngest ordained priest in our history. He excitedly continues, I heard that even the princess will attend this ordination ceremony. What an immense honor. The outstanding valedictorian is even becoming her personal guardian. Suri does not show any modesty either. Of course, after all, I am your son, father, so this is nothing. Gol beams with pride, praising him further. Yes, indeed, and so humble too. My son has grown so reliable, just like me. He really is a brilliant young man. But when he turns to his side, the other person is nowhere to be seen. He asks in confusion, where is Suri? Meanwhile, Suri is currently falling. He faceplants hard, letting out a painful groan. Ygritte speaks up, hey, Kim Suri, do you want to die? Interrogating him, Ygritte continues, every single time you open your mouth, you spew nothing but lies. Do you think your life just ends once you graduate from the academy? Suri glares at him, thinking to himself that Psycho is at it again. Ygritte continues lecturing him, you only skipped grades and scored high because of my tutoring, yet you dare act so arrogant? Kim Suri defends himself, claiming he worked incredibly hard. Does Isaac really think graduating top of the class is easy? Isaac shoots back, telling him that with his skills alone, it would be impossible. Calling him an idiot, Kim Suri sheepishly admits it is true. Isaac thinks to himself that maybe he should start preparing for his own priesthood ordination ceremony right now. Most holy arts require ordination to even be used. Isaac jumps to the ground, telling Kim Suri he needs his help, leaving Kim Suri instantly confused. Why me? Kim Suri asks, wondering what is going on now. Isaac glares at him, and his attitude instantly flips, asking how he can help. Isaac smiles slyly, demanding everything Kim Suri has, from his quiz competition prize money to the entire allowance he received from Goel. Kim Suri turns pale, tears welling up as he silently curses the wicked demon. Isaac continues, asking if they are really executing the Skeleton King's loyal subordinates. Kim Suri responds casually, asking if he is talking about that matter. He explains that after the treasure incident, those monsters stopped obeying orders and just waited for death, so they decided to eliminate them. Isaac asks if that is true, continuing that he has no choice but to get it this year, leaving Kim Suri wondering what he means. Isaac replies immediately that he wants the priesthood ordination. Kim Suri laughs, pointing out he hasn't even entered the academy yet to talk about that. Isaac smacks him on the head, muttering if he finds this funny. Kim Suri quickly denies it, stammering that he would never laugh at him. Kim Suri continues, explaining there is a recommendation system and that the academy professors are currently here. If you secure a recommendation letter and pass the test, you can be ordained. Wow, what a great system for people who want to use the back door. You must perform a great deed to prove your virtue. Kim Suri adds that, as for Isaac, his virtue is pretty much non-existent. Isaac is thoroughly annoyed by his words, while the spirit next to him pipes up, saying the bastard at least knows how to read people. You must save someone's life to secure that recommendation. Naturally, the higher their social status, the better your chances of getting recommended. But there is no way an important figure would conveniently fall into danger just for you to rescue them, is there? Isaac quickly speaks up. So there is only 1 month left, Isaac asks, wondering if the princess will be attending the ordination ceremony, which Kim Suri quickly confirms. Yes, but Isaac smirks, noting that the princess must be an extremely precious target, right? At the training ground of the Rhoda Mansion, Eli insists that Isaac will not be visiting the capital. The others desperately try to convince the Duke that this year is different. You absolutely must attend the founding festival this time, especially since the saint candidates are finally getting ordained as priests this very year. Eli pauses, realizing that over the past 10 years, while other saint candidates performed countless miracles, young Master Isaac has not even shown his face once. Yet, 10 years ago, he displayed truly incredible skills at the treasure vault. They praise him endlessly, eagerly saying they simply cannot wait to see how much the young master has grown. As an academy professor, getting the chance to teach young Master Isaac is the dream of my entire life. Furthermore, this ordination ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, meaning the Pope himself will personally conduct the sacred ritual. Eli silently notes the Pope's involvement, as the other person explains that the Pope will personally bestow hero titles on those ordained. Eli calculates that receiving the hero title would vastly expand their domain of power. It is an incredible benefit, yet he still flatly refuses. Isaac is still far too young to be ordained, but they argue that age should not matter if he has the raw strength. They look at him with pleading eyes, forcing the Duke to yield. Do whatever you want, Eli adds, but you will hold full responsibility. And just like that, another explosion rocks the eastern city, revealing to the mysterious watcher that his target is right there. Even the mighty Pope can only summon the legendary Spirit King a single time. Yet that young brat somehow managed to summon it through a direct subjugation ritual. To make matters worse, it is actually an exorcism, Holy Spirit. A black-haired fire spirit is highly likely the guardian of the celestial realm, a unique Holy Spirit unable to become Spirit King due to its evil nature. He sneers, knowing the Pope and his family love collecting rare spirits, meaning they will completely lose their minds the moment they lay eyes on it. If I successfully steal this Holy Spirit and present it to them, there is no doubt I will be rewarded very handsomely. I have already prepared a special tool capable of neutralizing his divine mana. If I can suppress that kid's divine mana, the dark mana of the Skeleton King inside him will definitely run completely wild. And then, I can easily slip away with the Holy Spirit during the chaos. In the mansion, a servant leads the professor right to Isaac's room. They are thrilled that they will finally get to meet the young master in person. The professor walks in, gasping that young Master Isaac looks completely unchanged from the boy he was 10 years ago. Isaac looks up with sparkling eyes, utterly devastating everyone with his cute charms. They are instantly smitten, declaring they must bring him to the academy right now. That suspicious man steps up to Isaac, thinking to himself how this little fox dares to charm everyone like this. He vows to use all his power to drive the Skeleton King's dark mana into a frenzy, hugging Isaac tightly with purely evil intentions. Eldon thinks lose your mind already. But after waiting a while, nothing happens. Isaac just keeps staring at him with those adorable baby eyes, leaving the priest completely baffled. Why is nothing happening? Eldon wonders. He released plenty of holy mana to make the child's dark mana go completely out of control. The Holy Spirit hovering over his head starts scolding. She yells at him, "What are you waiting for, you annoying brat? Just kill this pathetic priest already. Why on earth did you release so much divine mana anyway?" Eldon grins the moment he spots her. A royal-class Holy Spirit is right here. This is his ultimate golden opportunity. He pulls out a handkerchief and begins wiping Isaac. He clears his throat. It seems the weather is pretty hot today. Isaac just stares, thinking, "Wait, what is this smell?" Isaac smirks at the sheer audacity of this bastard. The Holy Spirit screams in sudden agony, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone panics. What is wrong with the Holy Spirit? She begins to mutate, corrupted by dark energy. His wicked plan succeeds. He gasps out, "Is the Skeleton King's dark mana driving her completely insane?" The surrounding crowd warns that it is too dangerous, Professor. But Eldon just smirks, planning to smuggle this corrupted Holy Spirit out. Eldon crushes the device in his hand. Instantly, a soul-shattering strike flies straight toward the helpless Holy Spirit, but his attack rebounds instantly, leaving him engulfed in his own flames. Isaac sneers, "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Just then, Relai and Asili rush inside. They cry out for young Master Isaac. He silently smiles, perfect setup. Now, he finally has enough witnesses. He manipulates the floating mana as the stunned crowd watches his every move. They gasp as young Master Isaac actually absorbing all that energy. Yes, he is calming the wild rampage. Isaac smirks, snapping his fingers as he notes that the mana issue is finally resolved. He chuckles and commands the entity to halt. In a flash, the rampaging Holy Spirit is fully controlled. Relai gasps at the sight of his blue holy power. Asili stands frozen in awe. The Holy Spirit slowly descends, quickly regaining her consciousness. The crowd showers him with praises. It is absolutely mind-blowing. He actually suppressed the dark energy of the dreaded Skeleton King. On top of that, he calmed a maddened spirit, using the legendary blue holy power of the prestigious Eshua family. The Holy Spirit groans in confusion. The onlookers declare it a literal miracle as Relai rushes over to young Master Isaac. Relai beams with joy. "You can finally speak. I am so proud of you." Isaac mentally sighs. "Is that seriously all you noticed?" The crowd cheers. Long live Isaac. Meanwhile, the badly charred old priest crawls back up, wondering what the hell just happened. The Holy Spirit looms right over him, snaps back. "Actually, I should be the one asking you that very question. You pathetic minion of the faith of gold," she growls. "Tell me who is pulling the strings behind this." Eldon desperately tries to defend himself. Eldon stammers, "It is a misunderstanding. I only came to meet young Master Isaac." But the Holy Spirit is not buying it. "You are wearing fireproof gear from head to toe, yet you call this a mistake. From now on, every fire spirit cuts ties completely with all priests under the Pope." She gives a cold smirk. "Oh, and I am only doing this because I am pretty annoyed, so don't get it twisted." Eldon desperately calls out, "What? Please wait. How can a Holy Spirit just unilaterally cut ties with priests like this? Especially those of us who serve the gods and belong directly to the Pope's prestigious lineage. You do not have that kind of authority." But she cuts him off. "Get lost. I severed ties with the gods long ago, and their rules do not apply to me." Isaac smirks in sheer amusement. The Holy Spirit snaps again, "Get out of my sight." The priest stammers in utter shock. The Holy Spirit then turns toward Isaac, thanking him for saving her with divine power and controlling the Skeleton King's dark energy. Since the dark energy of the Skeleton King has now been completely purified, our original contract should technically be over. However, I will stay by your side to repay this massive debt. Isaac smiles with satisfaction. Now that is how you negotiate. As expected of a proud divine entity, they hate being in anyone's debt. The Academy professors smile. We will return to the Holy See immediately to report this. A child this talented must be ordained. Isaac grins inwardly. Thanks for the recommendation letters, fools. Later, Relay reports everything to the Patriarch, who carefully reads the Vatican letter aloud. The Holy See has officially approved Isaac's ordination. They want the boy to attend the grand ceremony immediately. Relay asks in disbelief, is it because he saved the Eshwa students back at the Academy that they approved it so fast? The Patriarch shakes his head. No. He was chosen because he possesses a legendary king-class soul. With credentials like that, absolutely nobody can object. Plus, getting ordained is essentially the same as graduating early from the Academy. Naturally, they had to test Isaac to see if his academic knowledge was up to par. He holds up the test results. The boy scored perfect marks on all 1,600 evaluation items. Relay gasps in pure emotion, a perfect score. The Patriarch continues, there is nothing more I could ask for, now that he can walk and talk like a normal child. Relay chimed in, too bad, his attitude is absolutely awful. Now all that is left is to check his personality. And unless this boy is some kind of major criminal or a complete psychopath, he should pass without any real issues. Relay speaks up, remembering that this test is protected by sacred law, which guarantees the absolute truth will be recorded even if they write down complete lies. Let's test it out. What does he really think of the family that raised him? He says he will conquer it and make it all his, which Relay notes is quite a bold answer. Yai adds that while it sounds completely ridiculous, such a fiery spirit is exactly what they expect from him. He then asks what he will do once ordained, cut off the heads of the gods. They can hardly believe their eyes. Reading every single word, they want him to explain his dreams and ambitions as a priest of the Helen Holy Empire. He wrote that he will destroy this nation, and Yai warns that only they have seen this result. Relay holds his head in utter despair, trembling as he reads those words. Yai adds that if Isak actually becomes a priest and retakes this test, they will execute him for heresy. Relay slams the table, declaring that he will be ordained in the boy's place instead. Do not let Isaac leave the house for now, he declares as he stands up, deciding the boy needs some serious re-education first. Meanwhile, in Isaac's room, his strange summon asks if he has made up his mind yet, and Isaac answers that of course he has. Slinging his bag over his shoulder with a wicked smile, he plans to run away to the Roman Capital Academy while students there are gossiping. Rumors say some 10-year-old kid is getting ordained, which makes everyone wonder what kind of crazy stunt he pulled to get in so early. This graduation ceremony is going to be incredibly fun to watch. They all laugh as a red-haired kid scoffs at the idea of a mere toddler. Becoming an ordained priest is just pure comedy to them. But then someone else chimes in, asking why the kid supposedly cannot even walk yet. The student continues, reminding everyone that the weird kid has not grown even a single inch over the last 10 whole years. Cursed by the Skeleton King, how could he possibly grow up? They all mock Isak, laughing at how ridiculous it is for a little brat to be ordained. It is probably just some cheap honorary title anyway. But is that really the truth? Kim Suri sighs in frustration at this annoying jerk, who only stayed quiet for a minute before starting up his loud mouth again. Nier keeps going, mocking how nice it must be born into the Saintess's household, where even an unqualified brat gets ordained, calling the whole thing absolutely pathetic. Kim Suri slams the table, furious at his nerve, but another female student walks in, asking if they think the Holy Church is a joke. It is Nearpet, and she reminds them that he accepted the nomination of Isaac, which came from his own father, the powerful Duke Lancent. She doubts that he could possibly be stupid enough to openly insult his very own father like that. Nier snaps back in a rage, demanding to know why she is even here since she is not a student, but she casually replies that she was invited. She was personally requested to guide the graduating students as both a special advisor and a holy magic instructor at the academy. Nier and his friends freeze as she continues to look down on them. She turns to Kim Suri, warning him that there is no way a cursed trash like Isaac can ever become a priest, so the Joshua family had better survive until he takes over. But if his family does end up collapsing, she offers to throw him a bone with some low-level, mediocre job at the Holy See. Her arrogant words strike a nerve, making Kim Suri grit his teeth and clench his fists as he desperately tries to hold his rage back. Telling himself to keep his cool, he barks back that he does not need any of her pathetic charity. With that, he turns and walks away, leaving them with one final warning to mind their own business first. Back at the dormitory, Kim Suri furiously trashes his room, screaming about why this complete garbage always has to happen to him. His family did not even show up for his own ordination just because that crazy brat decided to run away, making him wonder why it had to be right now. He curses the useless idiot, wishing that all his hair would fall out just like that bald skeleton king did. Wait, watch this. He does not even notice a creepy hand rising from the floor as Isaac appears, demanding to know what he just said about his hair. Isaac asks if he wants to die, leaving Kim Suri totally bewildered as the boy calmly crosses his arms and legs. Kim Suri demands to know how he even got inside, and Isaac casually explains that he ran away because everyone kept trying to stop his ordination. Isaac mutters that it does not matter anyway while pulling strange items from his coat, making Kim Suri panic at what might come out. Kim Suri stammers in fear, but Isaac just looks at him with pure annoyance, calling him a weak little brat. He asks if Kim Suri really went around letting those church fools offer him some low-level jobs, while Kim Suri desperately tries to explain himself. But Isaac cuts him off, landing hit after hit, while yelling that those church trash dare show disrespect to the legendary name of Joshua. He declares that the Joshua family belongs to him, meaning only he gets to insult them or push them to the very edge of total ruin. Kim Suri screams in confusion, but Isaac grabs him, warning him to remember that he is the only one allowed to burn Joshua to the ground. Kim Suri weeps, begging the heavens to free him from this psycho. But Isaac snaps at him to stop crying and start leading the way. Asked where they are going, Isaac grins wickedly it is time to crush the trash who touched him. The main hall is absolutely buzzing with people rushing back and forth. But wait, who would bring a kid here? Wow, that kid has got some seriously gorgeous hair. I wonder who he is. Isaac steps forward with a creepy smile, holding a little rattle. Who would ever dare to touch a Rosua? Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the bright red hair of a girl nearby. That red hair. Did I see something like that in the treasure vault 10 years ago? Something smells fishy. Kim Suri quickly chases after him from behind. Wait, we have to stop this right now. If anything happens here, the Inquisitors are going to swarm the place. Survival tip. The Academy actually has a heresy inquiry board. And that girl over there is the younger sister of Nurnaket. Suri shifts into high gear. He almost grabs Isaac, but the kid slips away in a complete flash. Isaac lands on the table right in front of Naki as quick as a flash. Hey redhead, did you bully Kim Suri? Naki frowns in response. I have never bullied Suri. Rosua is the one who has been bullying him this whole time. Isaac smirks and says, great, so you admit to the bullying. Naki snaps back, no, that is not what I said. Are you even listening? Behind him, a dark cloud whispers softly to the boy. By the way, master, this girl looks pretty familiar. Yeah, you are right. She does feel familiar. That is the energy of one of the 5 great gods. She points at him and asks, based on that, you must be the rumored Isaac, a cursed child, and the other is the Pope's descendant. It looks like the church failed to choose a new god again this year. Seems like Jas Rosua is getting erased from the 5 great holy temples. Isaac pouts and thinks with that trashy attitude, you are definitely from one of the 5 great divine clans. Kim Suri frantically whispers Isaac, do not mess with the enemy family. Let us go back to your great clan. The boy flatly cuts him off. Shut up. I am not going anywhere until I get ordained. Naki stands straight up. You will never get ordained. Nair already said he would appeal to the Holy Court to cancel it. How dare an unknown brat like you dream of getting ordained? Suri grinds his teeth in rage, that bastard Nair. Naki mocks them in a low voice. Well, looking at your behavior, it might get cancelled without Nair even lifting a finger. Right on cue, a heavily cloaked man walks right up to them. He asks Naki, my lady, should I call the Inquisitors just in case? Kim Suri panics, no. 70% of the Inquisitors are from our enemy clan. He quickly grabs the kid Isaac. I said we have to leave. Whoa. Hold on, out of nowhere. A giant scream cuts everyone off as a massive beast somehow manages to break inside the building. Panicked students scatter everywhere in chaos. A demon beast. Run for your lives. Unlike the fleeing crowd, Isaac is absolutely thrilled. You are finally here. My shield has arrived. But wait, why is there a beast here? Did it escape from the training hall? My lady, it is dangerous. Please stand back. The moment the cloaked man finishes speaking, the beast charges forward and blows him away. Naki freezes in absolute terror. Where did this monster even come from? Just as the beast's claws are about to shred her, Isaac starts laughing. He takes his rattle and throws it right at the massive monster. Seriously, I called you so many times and you only show up now? The beast stomps the ground and roars loudly. Naki's jaw drops at the sight of this beast. Isaac just glares at it, scram. And just like that, the beast loses all its terrifying aura, whimpers, and runs away. Seriously, who saw that coming? The dark cloud giggles, that is my master for you, dragging out a beast that was perfectly locked up, beating it to a pulp, then chasing it away like a staged show. Isaac smirks back, hey, we have to use what we can. Right at that moment, the doors slam open and the Inquisitors rush inside. Where is the monster? Stay away from it. I think it ran that way. Contact the monster hunt squad. One Inquisitor runs over to Naki. Are you okay? My lady, he says. Kim Suri is startled to see him, murmuring Inquisitor, we will be taking our leave now. Suri picks up Isaac, but they are immediately stopped. Hold on, neither of you can leave until our investigation is over. We are totally doomed. We do not know anything. Suri laughs sheepishly and scratches his head. Then Naki finally speaks up, stop wasting your time, let them go. That child saved me. Hearing this, both Suri and Isaac are completely stunned, mentally covered in question marks as she walks closer to them. Isak, right? I apologize for the things I said earlier, but do not think I am especially grateful to you or anything, got it? Isaac's face darkens, wondering what is wrong with this girl. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd starts whispering, did that boy get a recommendation letter for saving people? Is that really true? A girl with striking blonde hair stands out in the crowd, looking at the child. That is the child her brother mentioned. Princess Slot Alex Freck Hio La of the Helen Holy Empire. Cut to the Rosua mansion, inside the office of Yilai. Good grief. Why do you keep refusing? Cardinal Lamb, is it not a good thing that your grandson is getting ordained? Just let him attend the ordination ceremony then. Ilay flatly cuts them off, shut your mouth. The voice continues to echo from the magic orb, warning that the Holy Father, the Pope, will be absolutely furious. That is none of my business. My grandson will stay locked inside my mansion and be tutored until he reaches adulthood. Keeping a child locked away like that will cause serious issues down the line. He grits his teeth, thinking the kid already has plenty of problems. I do not know if you have heard, but rumors say a white-haired child is wandering around the academy. Hearing this, Yai suddenly springs to his feet. Check this out, Yai yells for Rai, who rushes inside to ask what is wrong, only to hear they must leave immediately. We must arrive there before tomorrow, Yai says while packing in a panic. Rai is completely lost, having no idea what is happening. Even the fastest route takes a whole week, but with only 23 hours and 48 minutes left, they have to run the entire way. The next day, Shuri pounds hard on the door, shouting, Hey Isaac, what are you doing in there? Are you really trying to squeeze your tiny body into priest robes? Get out here already, because everyone is waiting. They are all going to laugh at you anyway, so are we ready to go yet? Isaac's voice echoes from inside, all done. Shuri slumps in absolute despair, begging him to just give up and go home. Please, I beg you. But then his jaw drops and his eyes go wide as he stammers, wait. Let us just go, Isaac. It is the final night of the founding festival at this grand ordination banquet, and the entire room is buzzing with pure, chaotic energy. The announcer calls for everyone to stand as the high-ranking nobles enter, including Lord Hyray and the other prominent clan leaders. Goel joins the crowd, clapping along to welcome the VIPs. He raises an eyebrow, proudly thinking that the leader of the 5 great families, successor of Hua, and cardinal of the Blue Sect is none other than himself. Just then, Rai runs up in a panic. Are we too late? Rai asks, scanning the room for Isaac. Goel frowns at this. Why are you looking for Isaac here? He should be back at the estate. Do not tell me you ran all the way here. Rai is panting heavily, his clothes covered in dirt and his entire appearance a complete, disheveled mess. Yeah, pretty much. Rai gasps. Do you know where Shuri is? I think Isaac might be with him right now. I have not seen them either, Goel replies. Just then, a booming voice echoes through the hall. His Holiness the Pope has arrived. Show your respect. Pope Helio Barrett enters as the crowd bows in unison, chanting, May the blessings of the gods always remain with Hiola. May blessings stay with Hiola. The voices echo over and over, filling the entire cathedral with their solemn chants. Gelio slowly takes his seat at the center, inviting his guests to be seated. Rai scans the crowd anxiously, but cannot spot Isaac anywhere. The ordination ceremony is officially starting as candidates are called up. Well, that is a relief, the elder thinks to himself. Isaac Rosua, the announcer calls out, is Isaac Rosua present? Rai casually takes a sip of wine, thinking to himself, why do they keep calling someone who is obviously missing? They should have crossed off the absent names already. The kid is not here, so just move on. But right then, Isaac's voice rings out present. Hearing this, the man completely spits his wine across the table in shock. Goel grits his teeth, looking around that shameless punk actually dared to waltz right in here? And get ready for this, right in front of the crowd. Isaac is no longer in his tiny newborn form. He finally has the body of a normal young boy of his actual age. Wait, what? Everyone in the room is staring, completely unable to believe their eyes. Step forward, Isaac. He glances over at Yai, who is so deeply moved that tears are streaming down his face. Isaac, when did you grow up so fast? And you are even wearing the priest robes I made for you. Murmurs quickly fill the entire room. I thought he was still just a newborn baby. Did he actually break the curse of the skeleton demon king? Is the Rozua family really harboring a child this powerful? Damn, he is incredibly handsome. Everyone is standing there with their jaws dropped, wondering what the hell is going on here. How on earth did he grow up so fast? Isaac completely ignores their shock, stepping forward with a calm smile. Yai grips his chair so hard the wood completely splinters. That damn skeleton demon king. What did he do to Isaac? My grandson never smiles like that. Has that monster possessed him? Or has the ancient curse of the Rozua family finally ended? Hearing this, Kina Barrett grits his teeth in pure jealousy. If this kid is not the chosen saint, then who else could it be? He does not look like he is carrying any curse at all, Pope Gelio mutters in a low voice. Isaac Rozua, the Pope calls out. So this is the great Pope? He looks well over 70, but he still radiates the terrifying presence of a wild beast. In fact, he reminds me of every single Pope I have ever fought against over the years. I wonder if I should just slit his throat right here and now. Down in the crowd, Rai and the others are sweating bullets, remembering the terrifying letter Isaac wrote. Did he have a message for the Pope? As a newly ordained priest, he actually wrote "kneel down so it is easier for me to chop off your head." Isaac literally wrote those insane words, meaning they have to stop him. Suddenly, Yai slams his hand down, sending dishes flying everywhere. My hand slipped. Yai lies, while Rai literally flips the entire table over a bug. Goel is baffled, wondering if they lost their minds. It was just a tiny bug, Goel mutters, but Rai yells back that it was the size of his head. Isaac just glares at them in pure annoyance. These bastards are actually trying to stop me. He scratches his head in pure frustration, while the Pope watches this unfold in dead silence, deep in thought. Next up, those about to be ordained will pay their respects to the gods. Oh, it is finally time. Which god is going to bless my child? Meanwhile, Jan and Ryan walk up from below. They keep their distance to watch closely, hoping it will be the guardian saint of the Eshua clan. Please let it be. I mean, there is no way an evil god would descend on the boy, right? Rilai says with a serious face. If that is true, do we have to destroy him? Isaac Ryan completely freezes as cold sweat drips down his spine. Looking at the holy water bowl, what will you do, nephew? Shuri steps forward, pricking his finger with a needle to let his blood drip into the holy water. The drop falls with a splash, and immediately, a massive wave of power surges right out of it. Goel cheers excitedly, as expected of my son. The guardian saint of the Eshua clan has descended in person. Shuri runs over to him in sheer joy, and next up is Isaac. He thinks to himself, so the god the Eshua clan serves is the god of light, that stingy deity with a supposedly pure heart. He then pricks his own finger with a needle. He is annoyed, no matter who shows up. But watch this, the moment Isaac's blood drips, the Pope's expression completely changes. He furrows his brows tightly as the blood drop falls straight into the holy water. Instantly, a massive wave of power explodes outward, forcing everyone to stagger back. This overwhelming surge carries a furious gale along with it. Rilai is utterly shocked that is the skeleton demon king. He glares at Isaac in absolute fury, realizing the ancient monster is right before him. He leaps and dashes forward like a wild wind, targeting the skeleton demon king. Isaac is startled to see him charging like a hungry, furious tiger. Rilai channels his full power into a heavy fist, aiming to blow the boy away. His voice is packed with pure rage as he slams his fist straight down Dai. Seeing the sudden danger, the skeleton demon king uses heavy iron chains to yank him aside, narrowly dodging Rilai's devastating strike. Just then, a dark voice echoes in Isaac's ear. I have been waiting for this arrogant fool to show up. What? Isaac's eyes flash a dangerous red as the demon speaks. Let us start by killing him first. His voice is filled with pure malice, and then, I will completely wipe the Holy Kingdom off the map. Bound tightly in chains, Isaac's eyes are blank and utterly confused. What on earth is this? Watching the skeleton demon king laugh to himself, he feels helpless. It looks exactly like his old self. Suddenly, the angry little black puffball bursts into flames, fuming, what on earth is this cheap fake? It screams in absolute rage, does my master really look like some pathetic loser to you? Hey, you bastard. While everyone else is completely distracted, a hidden hand is slowly gathering immense power. It fires directly at Rilai and Isaac, blasting them apart and sending both flying backward. Struck by the sudden attack, he gets pretty angry. Seeing this, the terrified citizens immediately scatter in complete chaos. Get back! Meanwhile, Rilai stands with eyes full of murderous intent, unleashing his own terrifying power. He conjures a fierce, old phantom steed swirling like a violent tornado, charging right at Isaac. The sheer chaos leaves even Rilai standing completely frozen, staring at his own creation. Isaac is absolutely fuming by now. Glaring at Rilai, his body literally catches fire as his fingers claw downward in rage. Your power was supposed to be sealed by that curse. Don't you think it is time for you to shut up? Standing tall with an upright back, the boy calmly replies, I only held back because I did not want to get yelled at for destroying this entire place. Rilai's eyes narrow with sheer murderous intent, glowing a deep red. He immediately launches another fierce attack at the skeleton demon king. But you talk way too much. Just then, a brilliant idea sparks in Isaac's mind as the monster suddenly jerks the chains, pulling him close. Do you want to watch this brat die with your own eyes? Isaac's face instantly turns pale with terror. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Staring at the monster ready to swallow him, he curses fearfully in his head. How does he dare to summon such a dangerous monster, while his own nephew is literally being held hostage? Wait, why is its mouth opening? Rilai simply points at the boy. A true saint will not die from a petty attack like this. Hey, you are absolutely insane. The monster's massive jaws are slowly devouring Isaac's body. I am seriously going to die here. And get this out of absolutely nowhere. A blinding blue light crashes through the wall, blasting debris everywhere as the deafening roar floors everyone. Even the skeleton demon king is caught completely off guard by this sudden, overwhelming power. As the smoke clears, the blue light slowly fades into the air. The terrified citizens huddle together, wondering if he is really dead. Someone turns to ask, has the skeleton demon king returned? Did he not vanish after cursing the Eshua clan 70 years ago? Is he finally making a comeback after hoarding power for decades? Isaac's tiny hand slams angrily against the solid ground. That is not it at all. His face contorts with pure rage. That pathetic bastard is nothing but a cheap fake. He collapses to his knees, and Rilai rushes over, asking if Isaac is all right. He slowly sits up, wondering if he can even survive after taking such a direct hit. Didn't the skeleton demon king literally call him a saint? Well, maybe because he really is a holy saint. Yilai rushes over to support his grandson, asking if the skeleton demon king is really dead and gone from this place. I think so. The Lamb family head used his giant whale to completely obliterate him. Isaac looks up with absolute disbelief, because there is no way he died, since that was merely a cheap illusion of the skeleton demon king. Hearing this, everyone is completely shocked. Beside him, the little dark cloud keeps babbling, suggesting someone must have copied that shadow and unleashed it right here. Master, something is weird, so you notice too? Isaac already knows exactly what that fake did to grow so incredibly strong. Did he use my mana? Doubts keep racing through Isaac's mind, making him worry that his own mana core might have landed somewhere. That is not entirely impossible, especially considering a portion of my ancient skeleton remains is locked away inside the Saintess's vault. Isaac's face twists into a pretty sinister grin. If the imposter actually has it, then all the better. He will just beat him and reclaim it. Eli stands up and walks over, placing a hand on his chest in tense silence. He clearly remembers facing the skeleton demon king. If he had not launched his attack, the Pope would have gladly wiped out both Isaac and the demon king right then and there. His angry eyes glare directly at the Pope's group huddled on the ground. The Pope puts on a fake smile to soothe the crying child. But why? The Pope is plagued by heavy doubts. He simply cannot believe it. The primordial god they wanted for 1,000 years makes even the 5 great gods look absolutely insignificant. That realization makes him grit his teeth in absolute, burning fury. He glares at Isaac as if to devour him alive, wondering why they chose some kid from Asu. Suddenly, Eli turns and steps toward his grandson. Raising his voice, Eli looks down at the boy sitting nearby, and Isaac quietly nods as Eli gently pats his shoulder. Come here, let's go home, he says, though his intense actions totally contradict his warm words about his grandson growing up so well. Overcoming the skeleton demon king's curse seems impressive, but that expression creeps Isaac out. Why does his grandfather's smile look so incredibly terrifying? Isaac flinches in fear as his grandpa promises to buy him candy, though the boy secretly wants absolutely nothing to do with him. He looks exactly like a shady adult baiting a kid with food, only to drag them straight to the hospital instead. Suddenly, a cold voice calls out to stop Eli, warning the grandfather that it seems Isaac cannot go home just yet. Just like that, a massive dark portal suddenly rips open right in the middle of the rubble. Demons emerge and start howling to terrify everyone. Eli stands his ground, staring at the approaching beasts. This battle is far from over. Eli looks down at his grandson with a sigh, muttering that they have no choice now, while Isaac's eyes suddenly lose their sluggishness. Isaac steps in front of the girl defensively, casually telling his grandpa that going home is definitely off the table for now. Inside her mind, she angrily wonders if this arrogant jerk really thinks he can act like a saint just because he hit a growth spurt. Meanwhile, Isaac secretly plans to exploit whatever scheme she is cooking up to his own full advantage. Both of them step forward at the same time as Isaac vows to show her who the real saint is, his tiny hand gathering a massive, swirling sphere of crackling lightning. He raises the orb high and unleashes his purification spell, making the beasts below screech in agony as the holy light burns them. Seeing this breathtaking display, the onlookers are deeply moved by such a beautiful purification spell. It must have been a whole century since anyone last witnessed a light this incredibly pure. Now look at this snobby guy. A glasses-wearing bystander smirks in contempt, questioning why Isaac is only using basic purification rather than launching a devastating offensive holy magic attack. But his question is answered almost immediately, because that spell can actually purify mana too. He is likely trying to prevent the beasts from being summoned again, bringing back memories of the lessons Isaac was once taught. Holy magic? You really want me to teach you? Fine, I suppose Holy Spirit purification will have to do. That teacher is the only option Isaac has to learn holy arts, and suddenly, his gaze turns extremely sinister. Once that basic purification spell reaches level 6, it actually inflicts massive damage over time across a huge area. Isaac grins like an absolute demon as the surrounding monsters are instantly cleansed by his light, screaming in pain before collapsing. Most importantly, the true reason why purification is necessary right now is but before he can finish his thought, she suddenly shoves him aside. Move aside. Your basic spells cannot possibly destroy them, she yells from behind, pointing out he has only mastered level 5 holy magic. Yet, even so, reaching that level requires a rare talent that only appears once every few centuries. Gathering a brilliant golden aura in her hand, she warns him that with only that much talent, he is no match for her, because they can only be destroyed by a high-level offensive holy magic, concentrating the impact on multiple points at once. But the light suddenly vanishes, leaving her staring blankly at her empty hand while Isaac snickers in the background at her grand speech about focusing attacks. Whirling around in frustration, she demands to know if he still has not realized what these beasts actually are. They have an insane regeneration ability. So, we must use one massive, devastating strike to finish them off. Hearing those words, it makes him laugh so hard he literally spits his drink everywhere. Walking and laughing with his hands behind his back, Isaac thinks, you brat, you really know nothing. Maybe I should let Master Lamb capture him instead, since that expression of his is so annoying. All of them are just bait. That single sentence leaves her face completely blank with confusion. Bait? Sighing, he walks away. Is there core unit around here? With one quick light spell to illuminate the magic beasts, she reveals the core unit. Found it. She walks over, grumbling what could possibly go wrong with a tiny little bug like this. He pokes it with a chopstick. Hard. But the tiny thing does not take any damage at all. Instead, a portal suddenly tears open, letting a massive wave of energy burst out. Isaac twirls his stick with a smirk. This thing slowly, silently poisons human bodies. Hearing this, the people go weak in the knees. This poison is extremely deadly, killing victims silently as it seeps deep into their bodies. What is this? That skeleton from earlier already said it. He wants to completely wipe out the Holy Kingdom. Hearing that makes her even more terrified. But his face twists into a sinister grin because the priests are the true future of this Holy Kingdom. He quickly warns everyone, search for the hiding bugs. If anyone is poisoned, move fast so we can treat you immediately. Wait! Look over there! Suddenly, Jack's eyes widen as he stares in shock. A massive pillar of light is piercing straight through into this pitch-black room. Shocked, he stumbles back. Wait a minute! If you kill all of them at once like that, before he can even finish, a massive explosion echoes through the entire room. And where did this weird little cloud come from? Master, this is our chance. Purify those trainees who collapsed from the poison, and everyone will absolutely recognize you as a true saint. Hey, you are a complete genius. He quickly seizes the moment his golden opportunity has finally arrived. But out of nowhere, the Pope appears and slams his staff into the ground. 9th tier holy magic? With just one strike, his staff absorbs all the mana. Isaac stands there completely frozen, watching his hard-earned mana get snatched away. The Pope gives a satisfied smirk. You do not need to worry about the poison anymore. Furious, he curses them in his head. Those absolute bastards from the Pope's clan never do anything useful. Seriously. Out of nowhere, a terrifying clawed foot lunges straight toward them. It is a magic beast. You dare defy our great king? I will never let you get away with this. Even if it is the last thing I do, I will drag you down with me. Suddenly, a strange red thread starts seeping from Isaac's eyes. The beast charges straight at him, looking like it wants to tear him to pieces right there. Roaring, the beast bares its razor-sharp fangs. Incredible pressure. But Isaac does not even care, he simply turns his head as if it is nothing. It turns out to be absolutely nothing. We cleared them all out, so hurry up and take the wounded to the infirmary. He walks past the crowd in dead silence. Suddenly, a shocking realization hits her. Did he really just banish a demon with a single look? The terrifying thought makes her entire body tremble. No way. How could someone possibly do that? She looks over at Isaac, who is just lazily yawning and sighing. But that technique is something only legends on the Pope's level can pull off. News reports start flashing everywhere. The dreaded Skeleton King has made his move right during the ordination ceremony. The entire empire is thrown into absolute chaos, shouting that the Skeleton King has returned, only to be defeated and forced to retreat once more. Who on earth is the saint that the Skeleton King was talking about? Inside the meeting room, everyone is debating over a major defect found in the holy water vessel. Someone engraved a phantom summoning array right onto it. We are currently tracking down the merchant who delivered the vessel, so stay tuned for updates. Sitting at the desk, two people look over and ask, so is this chaos happening because of the surge in outsiders? That is definitely a major factor. But pointing directly at a notebook, he asks, what exactly is the Holy Dragon doing right now? The protective barrier guarded by the Holy Dragon is the real problem here. Meanwhile, bright golden sunlight beams down from a clear blue sky, illuminating the castle. Isaac sits cross-legged on his chair, casually reading the front page, so the demon invasion actually ended up weakening the entire empire's barrier. And since the Holy Dragon is tied directly to the royals, the Pope's greedy family does not have to take any responsibility at all. Classic, right? He can't help but think about how cunning the Pope's clan is, and honestly, we shouldn't be surprised at all. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, "Look at my little grandson, reading the newspaper like a pro." Where on earth did Go pop up from? Congratulations, my boy. This is amazing. You are officially ordained as a priest now, though Isaac is privately plotting the best way to get rid of him. He is probably just forcing himself to go along with our grandfather's wishes. Standing right beside them, R is also absolutely thrilled. Our sweet little Isaac can speak so fluently now, which means we can finally make him read the cursed letter left behind by the Skeleton King. You seriously know exactly how to annoy people. Suddenly, Yai kicks the door wide open and storms into the room. Skipping the small talk, he marches straight to the tea table. It is a good thing both of you are here, but Isaac, could you give us some privacy? As the door shuts, Isaac leaves the room to give them some space to talk. Yai quickly triggers his barrier magic so absolutely no one can eavesdrop. It is a level 3 holy spell for complete soundproofing, cutting off all energy and sound from leaking out. Joe leans in with a worried look. What on earth is so serious that we need soundproofing magic? I had to do this. Yai sighs, even inside my own office. We can never be too safe. This is about young Isaac, and hearing his name instantly makes both of their expressions turn dead serious. During his recent initiation ceremony, Yai explains with a grim expression, his voice turning incredibly cold. I am pretty sure Isaac has been chosen by an evil god. Clearly, the entity Isaac chose is no ordinary deity, and rumors say a holy seal never before seen in all of history suddenly manifested. Only the Pope and the Golden Cardinal actually saw that mark, and now the Pope is actively trying to eliminate Isaac. Rai cannot believe his ears. What? The Holy Pope wants him dead? Yai just nods and lets out a heavy sigh. Exactly. If it was not some dark deity, the Pope would never react so aggressively. Meanwhile, Goel sits there anxiously biting his nails. Think about it, if it is not a dark god, could it actually be the Golden Faith? That thought leaves everyone totally speechless. The Golden Faith? Goel explains that those zealots are completely obsessed with absolute purity and utterly despise anything that is mixed. So if someone from our Eshwa clan chose a deity worshipped by the Golden Faith, they would never let that slide. If the Pope reacted that crazily, then that deity must be an entity that only signs contracts with the legendary Golden Bloodline. Yai silently ponders this as Goel keeps talking. Maybe it is a god that has never been summoned, or perhaps even the Golden Faith themselves. It is absolutely possible. Yai then looks up and asks, do you really believe that kid signed a proper holy contract? There is no way. Yai then turns to Goel, ordering him to find out which god made contact. Wait, me? Goel gasps, why me? Yai smiles, promising that if he succeeds, he will give young Suri a very precious holy artifact. Hearing that, Rai and Goel instantly lock eyes in fierce competition. From now until Isaac officially starts his apprenticeship, he is going to be under extremely tight surveillance. Yai's hands tremble slightly with worry. If during the upcoming faith trial, if Isaac scores the same result as before, that kid will likely end up as a dark priest. Can you imagine how terrifying that is for them? Goel curses internally, knowing that if Isaac truly becomes a dark priest, their entire clan will immediately be branded as traitorous rebels. The church will hunt down their whole family for association, and even little Suri will be kicked out of the holy temple. Restless for his grandson, Yai rests his chin in his hand, his face darkening. No matter what it takes, we must stop this from happening. After finishing their discussion, they head out to meet Isaac, noting that both of their young ones will soon begin their official apprenticeship. Rai smiles, remembering how those annoying seniors used to work them to the bone, but looking back, those were actually pretty fond memories. But Isaac just sits there irritated, thinking that this feels way too much like re-enlisting in the military. Absolutely disgusting. Rai continues to explain, telling him that during the apprenticeship, he will work alongside seniors to discover his true talents and learn the real duties of a priest. It goes far beyond anything taught at the academy, and little Suri nods along in total agreement. Your future placement and benefits will completely depend on your evaluations. So do your absolute best, because after this, you will finally contract with a deity. Before Rai can even finish his sentence, Isaac raises his hand to stop him, which somehow makes Rai blush with pure excitement. Isaac asks when he can join the sacrificial festival, and when asked if he is actually interested in it, he just gives a sinister smile. He is incredibly interested, especially since it involves the public execution of the Skeleton Demon King's former underlings. Rai is absolutely delighted to hear this, laughing happily that their little Isaac is showing such deep faith, which truly warms his heart. So Rai offers to explain how the festival works, and Isaac stands up, totally ready to hear every single detail. Rai quickly explains that the sacrifice is a ceremony where we offer tributes to the gods, with huge crowds gathering to celebrate. Even though massive crowds attend, the ritual itself is ultimately about your own personal devotion and connection to the gods, making it quite a private matter. But wait, this brings us right back to the core question: do we actually need to gather in such massive groups for this? He takes a breath, but think about this for just a moment. This sacrificial festival is basically a holy ritual we perform for our patron gods. And as you know, rituals are always meant to be a communal activity. The very essence of this ritual is that we are all serving the same deity together, and that shared experience serves as proof of our individual devotion. He is incredibly passionate about this topic, but what is up with those glowing glasses? That is an incredibly interesting point, meaning that prostrating yourself in private is simply a form of personal prayer. But does prostrating in a group make it a full ritual? Well, we cannot really say that either. Ultimately, the most important thing is the true purpose of the gathering and the mindset of the people participating. I might have rambled a bit off topic, but I am pretty sure you get the point. So a sacrifice actually seems a lot like a festival. And what is the first thing that comes to mind when hearing that word? Exactly, it is about having fun and enjoying everything together. And is that enjoyment not already a core part of faith? So the gods bless the sacrifice with great joy, and is that not the exact privilege of the sacrificial gods, right? A highly sinister plan brews inside Isaac's mind. So, does that mean the lower gods and angels are joining this ceremony too? I hope we run into each other. I'm going to tear all of you to shreds. After explaining everything, he chuckles happily. My sweet little Isaac must be looking forward to personally executing those wicked lackeys, right? Yes, holding a righteous grudge is absolutely necessary. Suddenly, Goel chimes in next to him, his face turning dark. The team with the highest score gets the honor of executing the Skeleton King's minions, so give it your all. Shuri answers, yes, father. His team helplessly facepalms at this. He steps forward, sits down, and gently begins to explain the situation to them. I want both of you to score high so you can achieve your dreams. He replies, I get it, uncle. There is no other way. Isaac feels absolutely thrilled inside. I will just have to put down a few and rescue the rest. I will do my best. Seeing that sinister look on his face, he feels a bit terrified. I know, right, a cute kid like him could never become a dark priest. What a relief. But suddenly, Goel stands beside him with a dark face, biting his fingers and trembling all over. But Isaac, back during your ordination ceremony, which god actually chose you? That question makes him turn and glare with a sharp look. I do not remember, but it was a disgusting crest, enough to make me vomit. Look at that. It is absolute destruction. Hearing that, both of them are utterly shocked and panicked. An evil god, then he quickly runs off. It is fine. Some gods just have menacing crests. Exactly. In the end, faith is the only thing that matters, so I do not really care anyway. Oh right, the Cardinal of Gold wants to see you. Isaac responds in pure annoyance, that guy. Why would he want to see me? Suddenly, a loud voice echoes from outside calling for Isaac Joshua. Hearing that, both of them instantly jump in sheer fright. Keena Barrett storms into the room from out of nowhere. I have business with you, she barks. He gasps in panic. Why is she looking for Isaac? Who knows? How could he ever guess what is going on in her head? The two of them face each other in dead silence. Do you really think she was sent here to harm Isaac? This cannot possibly be on the Pope's direct orders, right? It is highly possible, especially if this connects to that evil god. Kina firmly slams her hand onto Isaac's tiny palm. Looking down, she insults Isaac with some foolish words. I used to think you were completely useless. He gets absolutely furious. Is this crazy woman completely out of her mind? Why is she talking like that? Kina rambles on as if she is totally drunk, but now I realize you hid from the world for 10 whole years just to train. You simply did not want your skills polluted by those idiots at the academy. I knew it since your ordination ceremony. You are truly magnificent. You cannot even be compared to those other fools. It is a complete waste of time for someone like you to do practical training. Isaac looks at her in absolute horror. She is pretty creepy. The little cloud next to him giggles. I think she might be a bit crazy. Kina reaches her hand out to him again. Come train with me under his wing, and we will dive straight into real combat. Hearing those sudden words, his facial expression instantly flips as she says, Take my hand, Isaac. We will decapitate the Skeleton King and lead the Holy Empire together. Shuri secretly wonders, is this some new form of papal bullying? Wait a second, I think she is actually serious here. Isaac walks right up and slaps her. The offer is actually freakishly good. Get lost, he says. Kina stands there slapped and utterly dazed. What? Get lost. I am sticking with my practical training. Shuri is quietly celebrating inside. Yep, he was already a certified psycho to begin with, but she refuses to leave. You do not need to care about that garbage priest qualification. I am not just inviting you to train, I will give you 10 years of experience anyway. He points his finger straight at Shuri's face. If you want someone, take him instead. Shuri gets absolutely furious at those words. You and that useless thing are completely different, she snaps, and Isaac replies, You are not wrong, you bastards. Unwilling to back down, Kina keeps trying to pull him to her side. With your talent, a single glance makes demons run in terror. The little cloud beside him feels totally helpless. She must have seen you use your raw pressure to scare off that monster. He looks up in pure annoyance. Damn it, I bet she is only doing all this just to learn that technique from me. That makes me want to reject her even more. He angrily shoos her away. Let me say it again. Get lost. Just thinking about being taught by the Pope makes me want to vomit. Her expression instantly turns pitch black. How dare you call him a sickening sight? Out of nowhere, a masked person appears, as Isaac retorts, Of course, I even want to decapitate that old geezer. Before he can even finish his sentence, he gets dragged away ruthlessly. Turns out Ely has arrived to rescue his grandson. My grandson is busy, he says, tightly covering the boy's mouth to silence him, and I do not want you ever coming near our grandson. Hearing this, Kina gets even more furious, saying even if he is the head of Ezwa, if you keep hanging out with that boy. His face darkens with a threatening look, warning that the boy will surely ruin you. A statement that leaves her completely stunned and utterly confused. Kim Soo-yak, who is gagged, can only curse them in his mind, vowing to bring every single one of these bastards to ruin. The 5 trials is a test that every apprentice priest must pass, consisting of white, blue, and black, conducted in a strict sequential order, namely white gold, blue black, and red, where each gate is supervised by a corresponding bishop of faith, and you must pass all of them to become an official priest. Kim Soo-yak smiles, looking at the flag hanging in front of the room. His teammate Elsa should be here too, right? They are split into groups of 30, bringing together those who come from closely related noble families. Are they trying to encourage a civil war between factions? He recalls the warning words from Kim Suri earlier. It is perfectly fine, because all the group members are close to me, so your early admission definitely did not go to waste at all. Kim Soo-yak smiles, throwing the door open to whip them into shape. Once he passes the 5 trials, he will immediately set off to rescue his subordinates, which means making a great first impression is absolutely key. Well, here is where the fun starts. A voice yells from inside that he is here, everyone glaring at him with absolute malice. They accuse him of bullying Sui, declaring they cannot possibly let that slide, and that as his seniors, they need to teach this rookie some proper manners right now. Just treat this as a small game, they warn him, adding that if he speaks to Kim Suri, he is dead. Kim Soo-yak sighs in exhaustion at how hopeless these guys are, pulling out his rattle as the smirking crowd tells him to just view this as a friendly social gathering. Seeing the toy in his hand, they all burst out laughing hysterically. They mock him, asking if that is just a baby rattle, laughing that the rumors about him being a mere newborn until recently are clearly true. As they order to hang him upside down, Kim Soo-yak cuts him off by brutally slamming the rattle directly into his face. The guy collapses to the floor as blood sprays everywhere, leaving the rest of the gang staring in absolute, stunned silence at the scene. They scream, asking if he is crazy, but Kim Soo-yak just calmly replies. He calmly explains that what is important is for them to get closer so they can cooperate and achieve much better results, flashing the same creepy, horrifying smile from his baby days as he tells them to get even closer. Oh man. He ruthlessly beats the group until they are all screaming in pure agony. Scene cuts as Kim Suri quickly runs over, asking Kim Soo-yak if he really meant it when he called this a friendly social gathering. Kim Soo-yak is sitting comfortably on their backs, forcing them to kneel and stack on top of one another. They beg Kim Suri to save them since he is his brother, but Kim Suri just awkwardly looks away, thanking them for playing with his little brother. As they keep crying out for help, Kim Suri whispers to Kim Soo-yak, asking what on earth he is thinking when the very first evaluation criterion is teamwork. Teamwork, Kim Soo-yak raises an eyebrow, asking if he does not see them stacking nicely into a human pyramid. Is this not unified enough? He wonders, while Kim Suri silently notes that they only submitted because of his terrifying power. You complete lunatic, he sighs, showing him a paper and asking what it is. This is a list of people who have been leeching off of you under all kinds of excuses for the past 7 years. Even if the Esua family never demanded anything in return, these greedy bastards really should have known when to stop. The purple-haired guy stammers that Esua does not need their help anyway, and even if they wanted to give something, his family has absolutely nothing to offer. Are you absolutely sure you have nothing? Kim Soo-yak asks, smiling like a literal demon. Your limbs are perfectly intact and your internal organs are still fresh, so what I want from you guys is really nothing too special. You punks. All I want is a fair trade of equal value, an actual give and take. So cooperate nicely, work extremely hard, and stay completely loyal. Understand? He smirks, looking exactly like a terrifying plague god in their eyes. What is your answer? They quickly agree, and he declares the friendly gathering officially over. He leaps off their backs, causing the human tower to collapse in a heap, as Kim Suri quickly follows behind him. What if we fail the evaluation? Kim Suri worries, but he tells him not to worry, and to follow him to see something interesting. He is incredibly anxious, reminding him that a single low score on any test is enough to fail them instantly. And the first test is teamwork of all things. But Kim Soo-yak remains completely indifferent, telling him not to worry as he has already calculated everything. For now, just take a look at this, he says, opening another door to reveal another boy tied up inside. Recognizing who it is, Kim Suri gets goosebumps from sheer terror, yelling to ask what on earth the lunatic has done. He is our teammate and the son of our uncle, so how could you have possibly forgotten him already? That time we went to the treasury together, Isaac casually says, I know, but the issue is that he is on our team. He left a letter behind saying he is quitting his spy job. Suri just stares, completely dazed, before turning to the captured guy and pulling the gag off his mouth. You are Nier, right? I am sorry, but I really didn't have any other choice here. There is a whole backstory to this, but Isaac just smiles in response, I don't care. I just want to hear what Nier ordered you to do. He told me to destroy Isu's team by making ridiculous demands to split everyone up, knowing Suri would agree to almost all of them. With tears streaming down his face, he cries out. It was also Nier who ordered us to attack Isaac as a welcoming gift, because he wants to personally handle the Skeleton Demon King's subordinates. Hearing this, Isaac thinks to himself, Nier, not only did you attack me, but you actually dare to personally execute my subordinates. It looks like I need to teach you a lesson you will never forget. A few days later, Nier yells out in absolute fury, did you just say you cannot do this again? What is so hard about being a spy? Why are so many people quitting? The guy apologizes, look, I am sorry. We have a social gathering today, so I just cannot do it. Gritting his teeth, Nier snaps, what the heck is a social gathering anyway? Fine, whatever, just get out of my sight already. The others quickly chime in, do not worry about it. 3 of Isu's teammates are actually loyal to your family. If they turn against them, their entire team is completely done for. Nier does not reply, grumbling to himself that kid is so annoying, I should have just taken him out. It is so frustrating that even my father is interested in him. Inviting him to our house? Do not be ridiculous. Whatever. It does not matter because everything is going to end after today anyway. Because those Isu bastards are finally getting kicked out. Cut to the main hall. Welcome to the Pentagon of Unity. Baek-shin can perform miracles and record them with his voice, but in No, team spirit emphasizes unity and mutual trust above all else. That is exactly why the very first test of the Pentagon will be decided by a vote. Isaac is yawning his head off. Standing in the back, Nier smirks, thinking if just one person votes against keeping the team together, the whole squad fails, and that traitor can easily transfer to another team. Those members can still save themselves, even after pulling off a dirty betrayal. Besides, a spy has already successfully infiltrated their ranks anyway. And here is where things get wild. In the main hall, the host's voice suddenly echoes, "I will now announce the results." He holds up a paper and starts reading, "The blue team has voted unanimously to stay together." Hearing that, Nier completely freezes in shock. He looks up at Isaac, who is relaxing with his hands behind his head, as the host continues speaking. "You have successfully passed the Pentagon of Solidarity." The next second, Isaac turns his head back with a triumphant smirk. A moment later, an urgent voice echoes outside, "Hey, Isaac, wait up." Suri runs to catch up, quickly asking, "How on earth did you pull that off? How did we get a unanimous vote?" Isaac does not keep secrets. He asks back, "Remember how Cardinal Kim kept calling me a few days ago?" Suri stammers out, "Of course I do. You were crazy enough to turn down becoming a cardinal's successor." Hearing this, Isaac gets a bit annoyed. "Do you want to die?" Suri quickly realizes his mistake, muttering sorry. Isaac continues, "Anyway, I told him if he wants to see me, he has to offer a golden pill first." This news absolutely shocks Suri. His jaw drops as he thinks, wait, is not that secret pill reserved only for direct descendants of the Gold Sect? A rarity like that? There is no way he would actually hand that over. Resting his hands behind his head, Isaac casually strolls along. But he actually did, so I used it to bargain with those guys. Suri is even more shocked, blabbing out, "What? He actually gave it to you?" He stammers, "So, did you promise to give them the golden pill after they voted?" Isaac says, "No, I gave it to them before the vote." Hearing this, Suri immediately screams out in panic, "What? What if they betrayed you?" Isaac grabs the door handle, turning back with a mischievous grin, "It is fine, I trust my team." Then he turns away, smirking like a thief who just made a fortune. Suri freezes, and honestly, we are all wondering the same thing. Is Isaac actually turning into a real priest now? Man, what a relief. But as soon as that thought crosses his mind, Suri is instantly startled. Right in front of his eyes, people are sprawled all over the floor, groaning in agony. "Ah, please." One white-haired guy among them miserably screams out, "Hey, I did exactly what you told me to do." He reaches his hand out toward Isaac, "Give me the antidote already." But Isaac just sticks his tongue out with a smug grin, while Suri stands there, absolutely terrified. "What antidote?" The crowd groans, "Our stomachs are completely killing us." Isaac turns back and gives Suri a confident thumbs up, "See? I told you so. There is no way they would betray me." Suri's face turns completely pale, his mind thoroughly blown as his jaw drops. "What on earth did you do?" Pointing straight at Isaac's face, Suri grits his teeth in suspicion. "Do not tell me you called that a golden pill and actually poisoned them." Sure enough, Isaac delivers an absolutely legendary answer, "I did give them the golden pill." Isaac's eyes flash with pure mischief as he starts breaking down the recipe. It contains 93% flour, 5% skeleton king mana essence, 1% trash medicine, 0.5% fur extract, and a tiny 0.001% of a real golden elixir pill. Suri yells out in absolute rage, saying even dirty dishwater is stronger than that garbage. Isaac stands there with hands on his hips, smiling widely at the crowd. They have leeched off Kim Suri long enough, and now it is time to pay up. Finally, they burst into tears, begging him desperately for mercy. They say they really cannot take this torture anymore, since they have already unified the Pentagon. They plead for the antidote, begging him to save them. Seeming to find his conscience, Isaac finally starts rummaging through a nearby cabinet. He says, "A promise is a promise, so let us see where I put that antidote." A moment later, he holds up a baby diaper. Standing behind him, Suri watches Isaac hold the diaper with a wickedly dark grin, mentally calling him a total lunatic 100 times. "That is your dirty diaper. Who on earth hides an antidote in a diaper?" But Isaac just holds it high, teasing the desperate crowd. "So who wants to grab it first?" Suddenly, a loud voice cuts them off. And here comes the trouble. Nier storms in with absolute confidence, yelling out to return his loyal subordinates and demanding to know what dirty bribe was used. Annoyed, Isaac clicks his tongue and pulls the diaper away, a petty move that makes the crowd turn completely pale. Nier tries to keep speaking, swearing he will not let this slide, but the panicked crowd suddenly lunges right at him instead. Immediately, an agonizing and ear-splitting scream rings out as the mob yells at Nier, "Do not dare lay a finger on Isaac." Clearly frustrated, Nier demands to know why they are suddenly protecting this guy. But as Isaac steps forward, Nier flinches and takes a step back. Isaac speaks up, "You told the kids that, did you not? Did you really think humans chase overwhelming power when facing death? Well, you are dead wrong. The very first thing humans actually do is try to keep their own heads attached." Isaac's eyes widen with a terrifying, devilish smirk as he notes that absolutely nobody can stand firm against death. Completely terrified, Nir's face turns incredibly pale, screaming inside that this cannot be happening. Nir stares at Isaac's glowing red eyes, which seem to morph into a terrifying beastly glare. He panics inside, wondering if those are even human eyes anymore. Over at the Pope's office, busy working at his desk, Hay answers the knock on the door. Enter. He glares at the young man entering, thinking it is pathetic that summoning a mere apprentice took 7 whole days. The messenger hesitantly stammers, "Forgive me, father," but Isaac says he is not coming. Stunned, Hay quickly asks, "Did he not consume the golden pill? And he still refuses to show up?" The young man scratches his head, reporting that is exactly what he said. Seeing Hay's face darken, the boy stammers, and he also wanted me to deliver a message. Hay demands to know what it is, and the messenger trembles. He said next time, send a massive gold bar. Hearing this, Hay snaps his fountain pen clean in half. Watching this scary sight, the poor messenger desperately tries to finish the message. With a dark expression, Hay growls out an order, "Drag that brat right here to me." Out in the hallway, Nir walks in frustration, cursing that annoying brat. Looking back at his past actions, he realizes his mission was not an absolute failure. His subordinates reported that there is something they absolutely must keep hidden from the interrogators at all costs. He keeps thinking as he walks, if we dig a bit deeper, we will uncover the truth, and I will expose it myself. Suddenly, he spots a group of shady strangers gathered outside. Nir raises his voice, demanding answers from the crowd loitering near the dorms. "Who are you?" He marches over furiously, asking why on earth they are sneaking around the student dormitory. One of them steps up, stammering that they are just visiting their young master, while silently cursing their terrible luck. "Damn it! Why is it a noble from the rival Hong family, the sworn enemy of our golden family?" His face shows clear annoyance as he fumes internally. "Get out of my sight, you trash from the Hong family. If anyone finds out our young master summoned people from the Blue family, it will be a massive headache." As Nir approaches with a fierce glare, the door suddenly swings open as someone asks why he is so late. Leaning against the door with folded arms, Isaac tells them to hurry up since there is still so much to prepare for afternoon tea. The shady group thinks he must be trying to bail them out. Well, he owes them, so it makes sense. He really is an easy puppet to control. They quickly crowd around, stammering that they brought some gifts for the young master, and confirming if the requested items are ready. Isaac replies that every bonding event needs snacks, so they must bring them today. The group immediately nods, saying they understand completely. Nir gnashes his teeth in absolute fury, wondering if this bonding event is just a cheap trick to brainwash his own loyal men. He lets out a sinister laugh, channeling his magical power, while staring at the noisy crowd as they politely try to excuse themselves. Look at that! Suddenly, several blazing fireballs streak through the air, slamming directly into their backs and making them howl in agonizing pain. Nir arrogantly tells Isaac that he ordered those subordinates to scram, declaring he came here specifically because they have things to discuss. He pulls a strange object from his coat, his expression twisting weirdly as he asks if he wants to take a little test of faith. Suri stands trembling behind the door, panicking that there is no way she will accept that thing, or she will definitely get burned alive. Just one tiny mistake, and they will use it as an excuse to wipe out my entire family. Holding the red paper in his hand, Nir begins his invitation. The device is simple, reacting to a mere touch. Let us try it. Suddenly, a deep, menacing voice cuts right through the air. Well, well. Hirei stands right behind Nir, looking like a demon straight out of hell. Do not tell me you ignored my summon just to goof around. He asks, do I look like a joke to you? Hirei crosses his arms and demands answers from Isaac. Do you take me for an idiot? I never expected you to skip my summon for some playtime. This time, Nir goes completely pale with sheer panic. After all, standing right there is the formidable Cardinal Hirei Berit himself. Glancing over, the Cardinal sneers, I did not expect you to be so cozy with the Hong family. Naturally, his next words are a sharp warning to Nir. Unbelievable that someone from the Hong family would dare lay hands on my subordinate. Terrified, Nir curses to himself, damn it, is he aligned with Barris? But get this, Isaac suddenly speaks up with the most innocent, sparkling eyes, apologizing to the Cardinal in a voice that sounds like a total green tea drama queen. But as you can see, young Nir over here told me to stop hanging out with the Kim clan, so I could not reply to you in time. Hirei glares over at Nir, who instantly flinches after getting thrown under the bus by name. Both of them are left completely baffled. Nir yells out in protest, when did I ever say that, you bastard? He quickly tries to counterattack. Besides, what do you mean the Cardinal summoned you? I thought no bishop was allowed to contact trainees during the official training period, unless the Cardinal? Suddenly, Hirei speaks up, oh, is that how it is? Isaac covers his mouth to muffle a laugh. Wow, this is getting interesting. Hirai says in a cold, flat voice, third young master of the Hong family. I gave you time to adjust to your group, but it seems you have far too much free time on your hands. I only let you slide because I know your father. This time, Nier is completely cornered, stammering with no way out. No, wait, that is not it. Hirai continues, but from now on, I will personally assign your team more duties from the Holy Cathedral. Hearing this, Nier turns incredibly pale. Damn it all. Ignoring Nier, who is clutching his head in despair, Hirai steps up to Isaac. He orders now, come to my room, but it seems he is a step too late. Isaac scratches his head. My apologies, Cardinal of the Kim clan. But I think I must meet the Cardinal of the Hong family first, because he summoned me as well. Hearing this, Nier looks back in absolute shock. Isaac crosses his arms, looking completely helpless as he says, what can I do? I happen to have an urgent matter right now. If there is a better time, I will meet you. Hirai asks him, has the Cardinal of the Hong family summoned you? Isaac smiles brightly, yes, he just called for me. Witnessing this, Nier freezes in his tracks. He doubts himself, thinking I never even told Isaac he was summoned. So how on earth does he already know? Nier quickly calculates his options. If things go on like this, the Cardinal will be highly displeased with him, and his final evaluation will be ruined. I need to get out of here right now. He quickly leaps over to wrap his arm around Isaac's shoulder. With a fake laugh, he says, that is right. I came to summon Isaac, so I will take this guy with me. Hirai is left puzzled. Is this not okay? He stammers. Well, Cardinal. Suddenly he cuts him off in that case. There is nothing we can do. Hirai turns around and walks away. Since you already have an appointment, go ahead and leave. Nier lets out a sigh of relief. He figures even Cardinal Barris wants to avoid trouble with his family. Suddenly, Hirai adds, however, you have caused trouble for the Kim clan. He commands, therefore, starting tomorrow, I will assign you even more work. Nier feels like he is falling into an abyss, cursing under his breath. He calculates that bringing Isaac to his father will solve everything easily. But watch this. Nier suddenly blinks and realizes the kid is already gone. Yeah. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he asks, where did that bastard go? Hey. Suri points to the back. He went to sleep, said he needs early rest to grow taller. Nier is furious. It is only 2 in the afternoon, you jerk. Later, inside the bedroom, Nier screams at the top of his lungs. Hey, wake up. Please wake up right now. But all he gets in response is Isaac mumbling in his sleep about repairing the burning fireplace. The others in the room lose their temper, telling someone to kick Nier out. 3 days later, Nier is mopping the wet floor, cursing through gritted teeth. Isaac, I will absolutely kill you. He throws down his mop, clutching his head in tears, cleaning for 18 hours a day. How on earth is this fair? He remembers when he contacted his family, only to receive harsh reprimands. A failure who is so utterly useless that he cannot even bring a single kid to me. And you still dare to beg for my help? Nier mumbles, my subordinates are complaining because of my poor grades. Even my own father refuses to lend a hand. Back in the present, Nier glares ahead. He realizes he absolutely must bring that brat to his father to secure his assistance. Therefore, I must find him first. Sitting in the church with his chin resting on his hand, Nier plots to ambush him in the prayer room. 6 hours later, Nier is completely exhausted and panting for air. Suddenly, someone pushes the door open and steps inside. What on earth are you doing here? We still have work to do. They grab Nier by the arm, dragging his dazed body away. If our scores drop any lower, I will literally end you. But Nier can only whisper weakly, wait. I have to meet Isaac. Not yet. Suddenly, he spots Isaac standing by the door, smiling and waving cheerfully at Nier. In that exact moment, he realizes he got played, struggling to break free as 2 guards drag him away by his arms. Hey, let go! Suri crosses her arms and leans against the wall, watching the scene unfold. You are pretty cruel. Did you come here just to mess with him? Isaac grins, calling it highly entertaining. Suri advises him, arguing that meeting the Cardinal from the Red Clan would actually be much more beneficial. Isaac asks why. Suri explains that the Cardinal will never hand the king over to them. Isaac turns back, completely shocked, asking what. Suri gives him a sharp glare, telling him to at least learn the hierarchy. But Isaac stubbornly argues that she should have told him sooner. Suri then begins her explanation, stating that the king represents an irreplaceable talent, while the queen is a unique talent capable of saving an entire nation. Bishops are perfect model students, knights have great potential, and dry bones have absolutely zero talent whatsoever. Hearing this, Isaac quietly curses to himself. Damn it. Suri sits down, warning him that if an angry cardinal labels them as dry bones, they will get demoted at the academy. Besides, Cardinal Barris probably wants him dead anyway. but Isaac refuses to believe it, saying she is talking nonsense. What grudge could a 10-year-old kid possibly have with a cardinal? He even gifted me a golden elixir pill. But get this, Suri drops a massive bombshell that leaves Isaac utterly stunned, revealing his mother was once betrothed to Cardinal Barris. Suri continues, explaining that his father stole her away from him. Because of that, the engagement was cancelled, turning into a massive blood feud between the two families. Hearing this, Isaac wipes away cold sweat, terrified that the cardinal wants to rip him to shreds. Suddenly, a dark cloud appears behind them, along with a paper basket, completely catching Isaac off guard. "Damn it, you startled me!" Suri, eyes still closed, just keeps on rambling. You can keep Cardinal Barris at bay by befriending the Red Clan, since the Gold Clan kids also need to pass the Red Clan's pentagonal array. So, simply promising that they won't be labeled as dry bones during the Gold Clan's trial is more than enough. While nobody is paying attention, a magic circle quietly materializes on the ground. As Isaac is still mumbling his reply, a sneaky hand suddenly reaches out. "Yeah, that should be enough. Maybe we can meet," but in the next second, arms wrap around Isaac, muffling his mouth. Suri looks back, utterly confused. Now left alone in the prayer room, Suri speaks to the empty air. Meanwhile, Heya stands reading a book in his office, suddenly calling out to enter. Instantly, a flash of fire erupts, scattering smoke and dust everywhere. From behind Heya, a voice asks how the kidnapping of the young lord went. Isaac forces a polite smile, despite being utterly annoyed, acting like a perfect gentleman. "Yet you still order your minions to kidnap me?" Heya snaps his book shut, calling him a brat, before stepping closer to tell Isaac they need to talk. The kid just shrugs, acting completely nonchalant, saying that of course they should talk. "Didn't you drag me out here because I've been ignoring you lately?" Heya speaks in a low, heavy voice, causing Isaac to sweat. Extending his hand toward Isaac, Heya solemnly makes his offer, inviting him to become an adopted son of the Gold Clan. He is absolutely dead serious about this. Hearing those words, Isaac completely freezes, and you just know his mind is racing with a million wild thoughts. What did he just say? Adopted son of the Gold Clan? He actually wants me to join them? Isaac grits his teeth, his eyes wide with rising anger. What is this? Is this old man joking, or is this a scheme to drive a wedge between me and the Rothschilds? Reading his expression perfectly, Heya quickly assures him that there is absolutely no trickery involved. "I am offering you a secure position as our adopted son, so you should leave the Joshua family behind." Isaac remains deeply suspicious, as this proposal only fuels his doubts. Why on earth does he want me? He glares and wonders if it is because that fake king called him a saint. But whatever his true motive is, it does not matter. After a long silence, Isaac finally speaks up. Speaking bluntly, Isaac asks what kind of benefits he would actually get by becoming their adopted son, gesturing to make his point. "If you wanted me to come here to strike a real deal, you should have prepared some kind of offer beforehand, right?" Watching the kid's reaction, Heya lets out a small smirk, amused that such a young brat is already trying to negotiate with him. He finally replies, promising to give Isaac absolutely everything the Joshua clan cannot provide, making up for whatever the Blue clan fails to offer. Isaac simply shrugs, flatly stating that the Joshua family is not lacking anything at all. Resting his chin on his hand, Heya counters, mentioning rumors that the Joshua family plans to keep Isaac confined to their mansion. "The instructors of the Blue clan will also hold you back, severely limiting your future growth." Heya says with absolute confidence that he will never stop Isaac from doing anything, and will fully support whatever path he chooses to pursue. Isaac wears a cunning look, admitting those conditions sound pretty sweet, but unless he gets to become the next head of the Gold Clan, he cannot accept this offer. Heya stays silent for a long moment before finally speaking up again. "They say you are aiming to become the saint, but it seems you even have your eyes on the Pope's seat." Heya seriously offers his advice, saying if he truly wants to claim the Pope's seat, transferring to the Gold Clan would be much better. Kim Yuiso looks at him and shoots back right away. "Even so, I am still with the Blue Flame Clan." He does not seem to care at all. "You will receive a vast territory in your own name, a treasury overflowing with gold, a personal unit of highly loyal guards to order around, full tax exemption, and a mansion grander than the Dew residence. You will have villas scattered across the continent, and authority equal to those of direct royal blood." Kim Yuiso thinks about it for a brief moment and says he will consider it. Saying this, Heya turns back to organize his desk while continuing, saying he would be thrilled if Kim Yuiso agreed, and he would announce it to the Gold Clan immediately. Suddenly remembering something, Heya warns him, saying he must not mention this offer to the Du family under any circumstances. Kim Yuiso nods in agreement, saying he will not utter a single word about it, letting a slight smirk slip. "Now watch this." Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from outside the door, catching Kim Uiso's attention, while Heya rushes like lightning to check, startling Sui, who was lurking outside. He stumbles backward, gasping for breath as if caught red-handed, and flees as fast as his legs can carry him, screaming that he did not hear anything. Heya watches his retreating back, frowning in frustration before walking back into the room. He casually remarks that it does not matter, since it is ultimately his decision, and even if the Du family found out, they could not change anything. Kim Uiso just scoffs. Unbothered, Kim Uiso calmly continues, saying he only promised to think about it, not that he actually accepted the offer. The next words from Kim Uiso make Heya's face turn cold, as he declares he would rather die than join the Gold Clan. Heya then questions him. Asking if he would really choose death, Kim Uiso answers without a shred of fear, making Heya crumple the paper on the desk in pure rage. Exuding absolute bloodlust, Heya stomps toward Kim Uiso, his furious face and threat-filled voice mirroring his dark intentions. Stopping right in front of him, Heya threatens that with just one word, Kim Uiso will be expelled immediately, stripping away any dream of becoming a priest, let alone the Pope. Leaning in extremely close, Heya whispers in a deeply menacing tone. He boasts he can use his clan's power to banish him from the Holy Kingdom forever, asking if he even realizes the weight of his own words. Kim Uiso glares back, answering that if that is the case, he will simply build a country where priests and popes are completely useless. Heya gasps in shock as Kim Uiso asks why on earth a nation would even need multiple leaders. He asserts he will build his own country, leaving Heya breaking into a cold sweat as he grinds his teeth in sheer disbelief. But right after that, Kim Uiso pulls a complete U-turn, sheepishly scratching his head with a silly grin. He says a person needs at least this level of guts to defeat the Bone King, asking if Heya agrees with him. Before turning to leave, Kim Uiso delivers a parting blow, advising Heya that pretending this conversation never happened would be much safer for his reputation as a cardinal. Kim Uiso taps the crumpled paper on the desk, thanking him anyway, and adds that he is highly curious about what lies ahead before walking out with a smile. He wonders aloud what will happen at the ordination ceremony, leaving Heya so pale with rage he cannot say a single word. Playfully covering his mouth, he whispers, asking if the cardinal also plans to adopt the Gold Clan's worst enemy next, before leaving him with a smirk. He notes that everyone in the Empire is probably dying to know too. Meanwhile, back at the Du Clan mansion, Patriarch Ella speaks up. Look at his reaction, angry to his bones. Ella demands to know if that brat really passed the pentagonal trial, crushing the bronze bowl in his fuming grip. That kid should have failed the qualifications. Ella curses in irritation, muttering that his sacred virtue is shaking once again under the stress. With those words, he drops to his knees on the freezing stone floor. Raising both hands high, Ella prays loudly, calling upon his God and the holy spirits of heaven and earth to rain down a curse onto his nephew. Benjamin Du watches from behind, calling out to his brother Leah in complete confusion. He asks what on earth happened to their family while he was away. Benjamin Du, the second son, runs over to Ella in a total panic. He demands to know since when the holy priests of the Blue Clan started casting curses, urgently asking what trouble their nephew has caused now. Leah quickly waves his hands to explain, telling Benjamin Du to hold on, as the kid is actually incredibly smart, polite, and completely adorable. Benjamin Du glances skeptically at Ella and asks why their father is acting like this then, as the old patriarch continues muttering his prayers, fervently wishing for the curse to land. Leah suggests that maybe their father is just deeply worried about his grandson. After all, the trials of the Gold and Red clans are incredibly dangerous. Benjamin Du rubs his chin, reflecting that as the second son, he cannot inherit anyway. So a talented kid appearing should be a great thing, but for some strange reason, he cannot help but feel extremely uneasy about it. Just as he says that, Ella approaches them, scratching his head and muttering about how incredibly bizarre it is. Normally, anyone blessed with this level of devotion would end up falling fast asleep for 3 days. Yet his curse had absolutely no effect on that boy. Benjamin Du is stunned, silently thinking to himself that this looks exactly like casting a malicious curse. Honestly, it is probably a lot better that the curse did not work. But as they are talking, a highly familiar voice interrupts them. Even so, I can tell you actually care about that guy a lot. Lai steps in gracefully, greeting everyone, the family head, and her uncle. The Saintess candidate, Li Do Shu, happily replies from across the room. Oh, Lai, you are finally back? She asks with a warm, joyful smile. I hope everyone is doing well. But Waila bluntly snaps, no, I am dying because of him. That kid is definitely not the type to get along with others. He places a hand over his mouth in deep thought. The Kim clan seems to have shown a lot of interest in Isak. If the Pope position is Isaac's actual goal, then he better fail quickly and come right back home. Still, thinking back to Isaac, Wyla cannot help but feel a little proud. Passing the exam this fast is crazy. In just 2 years, he might actually achieve it. He is simply too outstanding to delay his knighthood any longer. Suddenly, the room turns gloomy just because they let him live alone. As his eyes scan the area, they land on something strange. He wonders who sent this letter. Father, a fancy letter like this is rarely seen in our Josu family. Hearing this, Eli lets out a heavy, tired sigh. His next words stun them. It is from the 4th child. Lila gasps. Noel actually sent a letter? Eli opens it and reads aloud. When are you giving up the seat? You are basically dead. Why not hand it over now? That is what the letter says. He angrily tears it to shreds. This is exactly why we need to teach proper manners. There is no way your sibling would ever say such things. Eli nods, agreeing. Right after, he points his finger and drops a bombshell that leaves him stunned. If you think Isaac lacks ability, I will wait for you to become patriarch. As Eli continues to ramble on, a bird spirit suddenly flies in. Now look at this. Because here is where the hope starts to fade. Suddenly, a piercing shriek cuts him off. Hope! My foot! An explosive wave of fiery energy instantly erupts. A figure slowly takes shape as Wyla looks up in confusion, asking what is going on. The woman points directly at his face, furiously complaining. That absolute brat of a kid beat up the other children, she snaps, not even waiting for a response. Laughing madly, she continues that absolute psycho even used healing magic on them just so he could beat them up some more. He covers his mouth and nods, thinking that sounds exactly like him. Benzerman watches this unfold in utter disbelief. Before the father can speak, she adds he even poisoned and blackmailed his teammates to pass the exam. Hearing this, Benzerman's face suddenly turns completely dark. Oh boy. He calmly concludes, it is fine as long as the hallmaster does not find out. Suddenly, Chui kicks the door open, panicking and shouting, Grandpa, we have a huge problem. With a pale face, he reports the cardinal. Everyone in the room stares blankly at the door as he continues. He wants to adopt Isaac. Wyla clenches his fists, demanding to know what he said. Eli stammers to calm him down. Isaac is a proud member of the Josu family. There is no way he would ever betray us. Just when they think the storm has passed, Chui speaks up. Isaac said it was absolutely wonderful. Losing his temper entirely, he lunges forward, grabbing the kid by his collar, demanding to know what that even means. Chui, what on earth did he use to bribe Isaac? Shaking with fear, Chui whimpers way too much gold and treasure for anyone to say no. He angrily curses under his breath. As silence falls, whispers start spreading among the crowd, catching his attention. Did he really do all this just for money? Wyla clenches his trembling fists, growling in fury. As long as this old grandfather is still breathing, they can completely forget about stealing my precious family away. Now watch this. The scene shifts to reveal a massive chest piled high with dazzling gold and treasures. It is Ba clan gold, and clearly belongs to Isaac. One bystander chimes in, so the rumors about Isaac being super close to the Pope are actually true. Nearby, Isaac laughs with delight. This is his compensation, and some sweet hush money. He glances aside to calculate his options. Gold is one thing, but right ahead of him, Chui is holding high the Josu family flag for Isaac. Isaac, the pride of the Blue clan, stands there completely frozen. What is this now? Why do this? Seeing him walk over to deliver a letter, he wonders if the patriarch sent him. What a stingy old man. Isaac purses his lips, slowly opening the envelope. An image of a lie making a heart shape vividly pops into his mind. You are family to us. Isaac tightens his grip. Why on earth are they doing this? Right after, he tears the letter into 100 tiny pieces. Beside him, Hui spots something in the distance. Why is that person here? He shouts out, freezing Isaac right in his tracks. Paler than a ghost, he turns around to hear him ask, is the matriarch here too? Isaac panics. Wait, what? Under the watchful gaze of everyone in the room, Melissa gracefully steps inside. Look over there. She is the saintess of the Josu family, Melissa. Isaac glares at her, utterly annoyed. Damn it, why is Melissa here? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to avoid you? Instantly, he scrambles to hide behind Chui. He desperately needs a good hiding spot. Seeing Isaac react like that, he comments on how realistic it looks. Wait, that projection is just from a communication crystal, right? Isaac puffs his cheeks in shock. He leaps forward, slamming his knee into his back, yelling, you dared to scare me. Frowning, Isaac tells Chui to snap out of it. You seriously made me think she was here. Isaac is practically crying out in pain, totally protesting his innocence. But suddenly, a voice cuts right through the tension, asking if he is the apprentice Isaac. Melise steps up with absolute grace to continue the conversation, saying she heard he is growing incredibly fast, meaning the rumors are indeed true. She rests her hand on her chin, looking a bit excited, and notes how impressive it is that he actually overcame the Bone King's curse. Isaac freezes like solid stone. Can you blame him? He silently sighs in relief since they are only talking through an orb. Since it is not face to face, she probably won't realize he is the real Bone King. But Melise suddenly turns dead serious, mentioning he was once kidnapped by his minions. She says that ordeal must have been pretty rough on him, but he just stays completely silent. She calls out his name, Isaac, leaving him completely panicked, realizing she can somehow still sense his energy right through a communication orb. Melise steps in close, looking like an interrogator, asking why she can feel the unmistakable power of the Bone King radiating from him. Panic sets in as he realizes getting caught means instant death. She keeps pressing for answers until he finally grits his teeth and blurts out the truth. He shouts that he actually swallowed one of the Bone King's fingers 10 years ago. Instantly, the entire room falls dead silent. Melise claps her hands in excitement, agreeing she heard about that before, and saying there is absolutely no way the actual Bone King is right here. Isaac lets out a massive sigh of relief. Talk about a lucky break. But then she casually notes that if the Bone King were actually here, she would skin him alive. Isaac grits his teeth, thinking that a dry skeleton does not even have skin to peel. Meanwhile, a couple of onlookers stand in the distance, gossiping. Nye wonders why those powerful people would come all this way just for an apprentice priest, especially since the saintess usually stays out of family business. Leah overhears their little chat and turns around to explain, saying she is personally interested in this kid, who happens to be the third son of the Sheeta clan. He gasps in shock, asking if she means him, while she just offers a warm smile. She continues on, saying she heard he is the one destined to lead the clan into the future. Yet he somehow managed to lose all his subordinates during the sacred ritual. Right then, Leah delivers a brutal, lightning-fast kick straight to Nia's stomach. She tells him he is quite foolish for not understanding why his own comrades got reprimanded. The pain is too much, knocking Nia out cold on the spot. The surrounding students panic, trying to wake him while cursedly shouting that his mental state has completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Melise is still busy continuing her conversation. She tells Isaac she has prepared a pretty special reward for everything he has gone through, making his face flush bright red with pure excitement. Wondering if the reward is cold hard cash, he watches her enthusiastically spread her arms out, explaining her gift is an ultimate holy attack skill capable of slaying the Bone King. He grits his teeth in frustration, thinking why on earth he would ever need that. Overhearing this, Quay immediately covers his mouth, gasping in complete disbelief. A saintess's ultimate skill is something that money absolutely cannot buy, representing the sheer, unmatched pinnacle of divine authority. A student anxiously warns Nye that the Lamb clan is going to leave them in the dust at this rate. Nye gritted his teeth, growling that having that power will only make that arrogant bastard even worse. But Muet suddenly objects, saying they can't let that happen. He drops onto his knees, silently plotting, and wondering if the saintess would ever condone someone poisoning their own teammates. Muet makes his move, putting on a pitiful act to expose the truth and strip his rival of his place here, immediately calling out to the saintess. He claims he has something vital to share regarding Isaac, the eldest son of a fallen count. Serving as Nie's top spy, Muet coldly reveals that Isaac poisoned everyone just to pass the ritual. This completely stuns Melise, freezing her in place as Muet tearfully whines about a holy candidate using dirty poison, looking up and begging her to believe him. Melise gasps in total shock, wondering how anyone could resort to using poison. Meanwhile, Nie clenches his fist in pure excitement, thinking he has finally won. Nie is mentally praising Muet for finally being useful, promising to recruit him after they crush Isaac. But then Melise sharply turns to Isaac, asking if he really thinks just using poison is enough. She points straight at Isaac, lecturing him intensely while Muet stands there utterly confused. She barks that poison is the weakest way to forge willpower, and that he did a terrible job, leaving Muet crying out in total confusion. Muet quickly tries to explain, saying Isaac didn't just use poison, but also beat them half to death until they were black and blue. Gasping in disbelief, Melise points her finger right back to give them a lesson. She lectures them that light fighting does absolutely nothing for training, and from now on, they must strike to break bones if they want everyone to get stronger. Melise locks her intense gaze onto Muet, slowly rolling up her sleeves as she decides to personally compensate him. She declares she will handle it herself, leaving him so terrified that he stammers that if she does it, the students will literally die. Leah suddenly blocks his path, coldly asking if he would prefer her to handle the bone breaking on the saintess's behalf instead. I can break it with a single blow. Kim It-sat steps in to defuse the situation before things go too far. Just leave it to me. I can handle this myself, Kim It-sat says, making Lai wonder if he is serious, as he grabs his trembling target and whispers a warning. See that? I warned you, and you really should have listened. Kim It-sat smiles coldly, giving his opponent absolutely zero room to struggle back. From now on, you are my punching bag and a lab rat for my poison tests. He looks up and mutters, is everyone in this crazy family completely out of their minds? As gentle, warm sunlight washes over the ancient castle. Inside the room, an impatient Kim It-sat cleans out his ear, casually replying that of course he wants to become the next family head. Lai, sitting right across from him, asks what he will do once he actually becomes the family head, and wait for it after a moment of silence. Kim It-sat calmly announces he is going to wipe out every single saintess, driving Sui absolutely insane. Lai is naturally quite curious and asks why, but without a second thought, Kim It-sat replies that saintesses are just completely unnecessary. Sui helplessly covers his face, while Kim It-sat sighs, promising to handle the Bone King next. Kim It-sat looks straight at Melissa and casually suggests she should just step down as saintess, while Lai also stares, waiting silently for an answer. Smiling bitterly, Melissa answers that she cannot do that because she once committed a highly regrettable, unforgivable sin. Melissa looks back on the painful past, explaining that she once had an absolutely golden opportunity to destroy the Bone King completely, even raising her hand to finish him. Gently patting Lai on the head, Melissa confesses she simply could not do it, leaving Lai extremely confused. Lai asks why, but Melissa just shakes her head, muttering that perhaps even God will never forgive her for what she did. Kim It-sat is absolutely stunned by her next words, as she confesses that the reason their family is cursed is entirely because of her. To break this curse, we have to defeat the Bone King, which is no easy task, prompting a highly curious Kim It-sat to ask about her unforgivable mistake. Melissa only offers a silent smile, while Lai glances over, silently guessing there must be a deep reason why she spared the Bone King. Breaking the heavy silence, Melissa finally looks up and reveals that this exact secret is the reason she wanted to meet him today. Staring at the item Lai brings out, Sui gasps in shock, asking if that is the legendary Saintess's necklace. Resting inside the elegant box is a gorgeous necklace featuring a highly mysterious blue gemstone. Staring intently at the treasure, Kim It-sat immediately recognizes it as the priceless, one-of-a-kind symbol representing the Saintess, and the absolute pressure makes cold sweat start pouring down his quite tense face. Kim It-sat looks at Melissa with deep suspicion, wondering why on earth she wants to give him this, but Melissa seriously explains her reasons. Since your holy energy is pretty weak, I infused my own power into this necklace, allowing you to trigger any divine skills you want without limits. Melissa winks, pointing out that since the trial of the five senses is too much to purify alone, he can easily use this tool. Before taking her leave, Melissa quietly whispers that very soon, she will stop by Ha to teach him how to purify the Bone King, leaving Kim It-sat gritting his teeth, silently wishing she would just get lost forever. Once she completely disappears, Lai stands up and casually announces that she is taking her leave as well. Staring deeply at Kim It-sat for a long moment, Lai suddenly reaches her hand forward, pointing straight at him and demanding to know if he already has a mana core. Oh, this is bad. Biting his lip, Kim It-sat turns pale in panic, realizing she detected his secret mana core. Even Melissa did not notice it, so how does she know? He wonders, seriously considering whether he should just execute her right here while she sits there deep in thought. Or maybe not, she mutters, looking at the faint energy on his cloak, asking if that is the mana core from the ancient ruins. Kim It-sat lets out a quiet sigh of relief, admitting that yes, that is indeed the mana core. Touching the faint energy trace, he silently complains that the item is currently sealed tight, making it impossible to absorb. I thought I could break this seal, but I have failed every single time, Kim It-sat groans, wondering why absolutely nothing is going his way. Absolutely nothing is going smoothly, he complains. But Lai suddenly takes off her own necklace, suggesting he can use it to break the seal. Kim It-sat gasps in shock, but without a single second of hesitation, he reaches out to grab it, a dangerous look crossing his face. This is completely insane, he thinks. She actually knows about the mana core, and still hands over the key to unseal it. What a massive jackpot. Completely oblivious to his dark thoughts, Lai seriously warns him that she has no idea if this necklace will actually work, but he should seriously try to revive their family's legendary secret technique. Staring down at the glowing artifact, Kim It-sat wonders if this secret technique is somehow related to dimensional travel, or something even crazier. Lai suddenly asks what he plans to do after eliminating all the saintesses, and with glowing eyes, Kim It-sat instantly replies that he wants to get filthy rich. She bursts out laughing at his blunt answer, promising him right before she leaves that they will absolutely meet again after their training is complete. Watching Lai's figure slowly fade away, Kim-it-sat feels his heart sink, realizing she is also dealing with some pretty heavy burdens. Outside, as the guards stand at attention, a sudden noise breaks the quiet, while Lai walks to her carriage, ordering her crew to return to the estate. Lio looks at her, wondering why the young lady revealed the Doa clan heirloom's secret technique. Stepping calmly into the carriage, she looks down, replying that she knows it is a sacred family heirloom. It gets passed down directly to the future family head, making other descendants desperately want to steal it. Leo leans against the carriage door, replying without a single shred of worry. If someone manages to steal it, then our youngest brother was only worth that much anyway. With a quiet sigh, she asks what if he actually protects it, making him the next head. Smiling, she says they absolutely cannot let the popes capture the kid. As Isaac casually cleans his ear, he declares he will eliminate the Saintess first. Frowning maturely, he promises to help everyone deal with the Lich King next, which makes Lio burst out laughing just thinking about it. Looking outside, she confidently tells herself that her youngest brother will surely pull it off. But contrary to Leo's thoughts, Isaac is currently staring at the necklace she just gave him with pure greed in his eyes. While heavy rain pours outside, footsteps echo in the hall as Oe greets Lord Kor, asking if everything has been going well lately. She nods, replying that things are the same, before asking about the Do-io clan. He casually brushes his shoulder, asking what she thinks. Trash will always be trash, and she completely agrees with Oe that the Do-io clan is nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. With a dark smirk, he admits that even he gets a little terrified of getting involved with a family like them. And here is where the plot thickens. Oe suspects that something dark happened during the ordination as a gloomy aura spreads. The priest responsible for Isuk's ordination was recently found dead inside the dangerous monster forest. Oe starts to speculate, wondering what kind of dark secret forced them to silence the key witness. Now the Kim clan wants to adopt Isuk, which makes zero sense unless they have all lost their minds. He gnashes his teeth, realizing too many strange things are happening here. Damn it, even though his own mother is one of them. Digging too deep into this could easily get him killed. He coldly orders her that he wants to rest, warning her not to enter until he summons her. She bows and obeys her master as a massive shadow looms on the floor. Oe quietly repeats that word, involved. After all, he was the one who secretly handed the Do-io clan over to Cardinal B as he walks slowly down the corridor. He used to think he was too close to the Dosu-eo clan. Clenching his fist, he sneers, asking what kind of warmth he could actually feel in that god-forsaken house anyway. Deep inside the B family mansion's secret archive, Oe frantically searches the dark shelves for records on the ordination. Isok Dosu-eo. Isok Dosu-eo. After scanning the spines, his finger finally stops on one book, whispering that he found it. So this is the actual god seal that Isuk Dosu-eo ended up choosing. Sweating from tension, Owu tightly grips the book and growls that everything is finally in his hands. Great Saint O slams the book shut in a flash, realizing everything makes sense now and that this is the real reason the Pope did all of this. He rushes out, already formulating a clear plan in his head. This has nothing to do with Socks. This is purely about the survival of the B clan. OE firmly asserts that, no, this actually concerns the survival of the entire empire. Cut to a pile of clothes messy across the floor. The Watcher spirit excitedly chimes in, asking if they can use all this cash to find a weapon capable of destroying this annoying binding sphere. Isaac stares at his massive pile of wealth with a matching greedy grin, replying that he is not sure, but it might just be enough. Resting his chin on his hand, he starts pondering because the real problem is that anti-demon stone. It is completely immune to both mana and holy power, which is a massive headache. Frustrated, he snaps, wondering if he should just turn this binding sphere into his subordinate and shove it inside that anti-demon stone. The spirit agrees, stating it is their only shot at defeating a 9-ring demon. Isaac sighs, muttering that they should just try removing the mana core binding first. Staring at the surging energy, the Watcher spirit shouts in excitement that he is finally absorbing it. Isaac sits on the bed, eagerly holding the stone and recalling Leo's words that this thing can break any seal. He mutters that he has never seen anything like it, slowly bringing the necklace close to the stone's radiating energy. Now look closely. As the necklace begins to transform, Isaac gasps, realizing it is finally opening. Suddenly, the stone turns into a sinister crimson mist, freezing him in place. With a wicked grin, Isaac urges his spirit to eat it right now. Obeying the order, the Watcher spirit opens its mouth wide, ready to swallow the glowing stone whole. Staring at the dark mass swirling in front of him, Isaac chuckles that this delicious yield far exceeds his wildest expectations. This is more than enough to raise their magic level. Reaching his hand into the mist, he exclaims that he can now spam high-tier magic continuously. Isaac bursts into a crazed, ecstatic laughter as the Watcher spirit next to him continues happily munching away on the stone. He raises his hand high in absolute satisfaction as his echoing laughter slowly begins to fade away. Isaac looks down, and his hand is nothing but bare bones with absolutely no skin left on it. Shocked, his eyes bulge as he screams out, "What on earth is this?" A terrifying silence fills the room. Isaac sits gloomily in a dark corner, a heavy wave of murderous intent radiating from his body. Staring at his skeletal hand in pure panic, he wonders how it turned into a bone. Isaac grinds his teeth and curses, "Damn it, this has to be from that curse." In the end, Isaac realizes this exact curse is what allowed the Skeleton King to become the strongest demon, completely reversing life and death. Wait, here is the scary part. Will that curse consume his entire body? Frowning, he explains that this new body is loaded with holy blessings, making it pretty hard for the dark curse to absorb him easily. Isaac adds that the curse only grew stronger because his mana suddenly spiked. The spectator ghost nods, realizing the overall balance of power has been thrown off. Turning around, he explains that he developed holy power specifically to suppress the curse, but it seems he needs to pray a whole lot more now. Hearing this, the spectator ghost asks another question. Since his body automatically converts mana into a holy barrier, why not just wait? Isaac glares and snaps, "Do you have any idea how long that takes?" The ghost suggests absorbing a bit of holy mana from Rudoyan. Isaac immediately rejects the idea that is way too wasteful. He refuses to do it. His companion ghost grimaces, warning that if someone catches him like this, he will end up burning at the stake. But Isaac's next words completely shock the spirit, saying that there is simply no other choice. He will use the upcoming Pentagon test to his advantage. Isaac calmly explains that if he takes the red trial designed for heretics, his holy mana will grow significantly stronger. Covering his face, Isaac lets out a sinister laugh, muttering that he only needs to hide this skeletal arm until then. Just when things get quiet, a sudden voice breaks his train of thought. Shuri steps into the room, demanding to know what he is doing. Spotting him, Isaac panics, "Oh crap," and gives a stiff, awkward wave. Ignoring the question, he cuts straight to the point, "Why are you standing there laughing to yourself? It is creeping me out." Noticing Isaac hiding something, Shuri gets suspicious and asks what is in his hand, wondering if he got hurt. Isaac avoids eye contact. "Me? Injured? No way. That is impossible." Shuri quickly lunges forward and grabs Isaac's arm, demanding to see the hidden wound. But the moment Shuri sees the skeletal arm, he jumps back in horror. "What on earth is that? How is your arm just bones?" The spectator ghost hovers close, urging his master to use memory erasure magic immediately. Turning pale, Isaac refuses. No, he will be caught if he uses it on someone else. Shuri points a trembling finger at him. "I always knew your personality was twisted, but now even your body is completely messed up. Is your mind this rotten because your physical body is literally decaying?" Isaac snaps back in disbelief, but Shuri remains dead serious. "If this is happening to you, you should tell the family immediately, or else everyone will suspect you of being some kind of demon." Hearing those words, Isaac suddenly puts the pieces together. The ancestral curse of their bloodline dictates that you are either born with absolutely no talent at all, which is painful, or if you do have talent, your body will suffer a severe physical defect. Shuri lets out a sigh. Apparently, a few of their ancestors faced similar issues, he whispers, covering his mouth in deep thought. But strangely enough, you ended up completely rotten in both body and personality. Holding back his rage, Isaac seriously contemplates killing him. Shuri steps forward, urging him to report this to their grandfather so they can find a proper cure for him. "Your lifespan might shorten, but I am sure you will find a way to extend it." Isaac grows anxious, fearing they will discover he is the Skeleton King. Placing a hand on Shuri's shoulder, Isaac firmly warns him not to tell their grandfather or uncle about this. Lowering his voice, he says he does not want the family worrying about him. He looks down with a heavy sigh, adding that the upcoming Pentagon tournament is far too important. He then shares his thoughts. "Before I die, I want to take down the Skeleton King's minions." Shuri covers his mouth, deeply moved by the sacrifice. Isaac turns his back, assuring him not to worry since he won't die easily, and there is still one way to survive. "A way? Tell me how, and I will help you with everything." Smirking with absolute confidence, Isaac flashes a victorious grin and lays out his demand. "I need you to deliver this specific item to the Red Cardinal clan." 20 days later, loud curses echo through the halls, "That cunning little brat." The atmosphere at the dining table is incredibly gloomy, with one guy holding his head and groaning about a bomb rigged inside the restroom. Across the table, Another complains that he put poison gas in his pillow, while a third adds that he literally spiked their food yesterday. Meanwhile, Isaac, the target of all their anger, happily eats his meal without a care. Don't you guys appreciate this customized training schedule? They all grind their teeth and shout together, "You call this training? This is straight up assassination." A guy named Han shoves a piece of paper in his face, demanding to know what this death list is: fall off a cliff, get eaten by demons, die by demons again, or basically just drop dead somehow. Isaac calmly replies, "Is there a problem with that? That is our training goal." Hearing this, he shouts out, "What?" Isaac suddenly speaks up, telling them that since they are done eating, they should put these on first. Bin stares at the gear, asking what it is. Standing nearby, Han guesses that they are sandbags, making him jump up in pure shock. "You actually want us to sweat and physically exert ourselves? We are priests, not holy knights." Crouching down to examine the gear, he notes that the pentagram exam is coming, so they must prepare. The next test requires physical strength, but Bin asks in total confusion, "What are you talking about?" The next trial is the gold pentagram, yet Isaac just picks up an item, and the gold exam is a mental test, but he reveals that he changed the order. Wrapping the gear around his wrist, he cheerfully shares the news. The next pentagram exam is red, a test of physical strength. Still unable to believe it, he points and asks again, "Did you really change the exam order?" Isaac nods in agreement, confirming that he changed the actual test content too. Bin wants to object, but before he can finish, Isaac cuts him off. He barks at everyone to put on the sandbags and move, claiming it is just 50 laps around the field. On gritted his teeth, yelling in anger, "Are you completely crazy? How can you just change the exam order like that?" Sharing the same angry expression, Bin snaps, asking if 50 laps is the name of his pet dog. Seeing the tension rise, Isaac quickly speaks up, saying, "My bad, I misspoke." But wait, here is the kicker. He calmly says it should actually be 100 laps, while Theme IG warns that failure means death. Immediately after, he lets out a thunderous roar, "Run, you bastards." The wrist wraps are thrown to the ground, followed by heavy groans of complaint. He whines that he is done and wants to quit, asking why they must suffer like this. On gasps for breath, pointing out that they only need 2 king-grade passes to clear the pentagram exam. They already have one, so they just need the other from the blue faction. Sneaking up behind him, Isaac coldly asks if he is joking around. "You need all 5 to be treated like a real human being." On completely freezes in place at this terrifying realization. 5. Bin grabs him to protect him, arguing that red and gold will never let them get a king-tier rank. On immediately agrees with him. The next exam is supposed to be gold, so why on earth are they doing physical training right now? The pentagram order is a sacred tradition of the Holy Empire, so who is he to mess with it? Suddenly, a panicked figure rushes in, shouting loudly. Nin gasps for breath, alerting everyone in the room that there is a major emergency. The next challenge is indeed the red trial. And get this, the red cardinal actually teamed up with the gold cardinal to swap the exam order, leaving everyone absolutely shocked. They curse those bastards silently. Bin grabs his hair in panic, shouting, "Wait, that pentagram exam is direct, head-to-head combat." On adds fuel to the fire, reminding them that if they lose, they fail the entire exam. Then, a chilling voice speaks up, freezing the room. With the next trial officially set, Isaac flashes a wicked smile, asking if they are finally ready to begin their brutal physical training. A few days later, at the Imperial Training Grounds, the group lines up and marches toward the massive arena. Nia gritted his teeth in fury, thinking how unbelievable it is that his father actually accepted the request of that bastard Isaac. He remembers Leon telling them that he would put on an interesting show, ordering them to attack and force him to reveal his true power. On top of that, this isn't even a duel anymore, since it was changed into a team battle. Smirking with confidence, Nia shrugs it off, believing a team led by Hu is an easy win. He reminds himself to only watch out for Isaac, since the rest are completely harmless. It is red team versus blue team, with Nia leading the red team and Shu captaining the blue team. He concludes that the red team is unmatched in raw combat, so they cannot lose. Nia confidently rallies his teammates, telling them to move out. Behind him, his squad roars in agreement, while he boldly declares that he will fight alongside them until the very end. But right after saying those words, his face completely drops as he sees Leon standing before him, with he right by his side. Leon notices his glare and turns around as the legendary Red Cardinal. On the other side, Isaac and his group walk out, making someone shout in surprise. Looking at Kia Bait, Isaac covers his mouth, gasping that the person who prepared his breakfast this morning suddenly got food poisoning. Pointing behind him, He announces that he brought a replacement, claiming she is just an apprentice, so it should be totally fine. Nia drops his jaw in utter shock at the news, while the crowd in the stands begins whispering, wondering why Kia Bate is on the blue team. She is basically at High Priest level already, and Leon notes with narrowed eyes that she actually belongs to the gold faction. This setup is definitely not right. Turning around, Leon is shocked to see he with his jaw dropped, unable to believe Kia is on the blue team. You did not know either? Ignoring all the gossip around her, Kia Bate simply turns and whispers something directly to Isaac. She asks if he will truly teach her that legendary technique while they study together if she takes care of these weaklings, and he smiles back. Confirming with a nod, Isaac agrees. Kia Bate sighs and accepts. Nia can only roll his eyes as a massive scream suddenly echoes through the arena. He screams in absolute rage, yelling that this is cheating because she is not even an apprentice anymore. Why is a high priest meddling in a match meant for mere apprentice trainees? Nig interrupts, raising his voice to demand this game be declared completely invalid. But Kia calmly shares the truth. She has already given up her title as a high priest. She bluntly announces to the crowd that she is renouncing all her granted privileges. Isaac glares as she continues, declaring she will live as an apprentice, just like Isaac. Hearing this, the crowd gasps in shock. As a figure steps forward, Nig turns to demand a ruling, asking what the referee's final decision is. Adjusting his glasses, the referee steps up to announce his decision. Kia is now officially classified as a novice priest. And since she has not yet taken the Pentagon exam, the rules state there is absolutely no issue, leaving Nig completely stunned. Nig tightens his fists, yelling that this is absurd while grinding his teeth in anxiety. Curse it. Nig thinks even if we all rush her at once, we probably can't defeat Kia. And if anyone teams up with her, our entire side will be completely wiped out. He turns his gaze toward Quay, muttering that if they can handle the captain duel against Quay, they still have a chance. Isaac silently watches Quay. He walks over, nudging his shoulder playfully to ask if he needs to use the bathroom, teasing him if he saw that. Isaac jokes that he should have gone earlier, but Quay ignores the teasing, asking if Isaac's hand would feel better if they sparred. Isaac looks down at his hand and replies that it probably would. Quay then whispers his thoughts, saying that if his divine power increases, Isaac should be the captain. Quay honestly shares his feelings, admitting that they only made it this far because of Isaac's help. Quay bows his head and clenches his fists, recalling how he became class president, skipped grades, and even topped the priest exam. He mumbles that even passing the harmony test had nothing to do with his own strength, as everything was because of Isaac. Isaac leans in close to ask what he is blabbing about, pointing a finger to tell him that, while his teaching is great, very few can actually keep up. Isaac bluntly points out that despite the difficulty, Quay managed to fully master every single lesson he passed down. Still, they have serious worries, knowing that Kia is definitely not an opponent they can afford to take lightly. Isaac eagerly whispers that if Quay just does exactly as instructed against that arrogant, red-haired punk, something amazing will happen, and listening to him, Quay finally starts to understand. But then, Isaac leans in closer, his expression turning icy cold as he delivers a chilling threat. If you lose, I will personally end you, you bastard, he growls, asking if he understands. Just as the announcer's voice booms over the speaker, the match begins in 5 minutes, so both teams must prepare, as Helly stands to the side with deep worry written all over her face. Is Lord Isaac going to be okay? She whispers to Yia nearby, and though Kia is on their team, he remains quiet before speaking up. This current setup is pretty disadvantageous for both Isaac and Quay. Yia seriously assesses the layout. Just look at this madness. Did those Red Clan bastards actually dare to use destructive divine magic on mere kids? Now they are just growling like wild beasts. Showing absolutely zero fear, Isaac playfully tugs his chains, telling them to hold on because they should not rush things just yet. Helly notices something strange and shares her thoughts, pointing out that the spell actually looks much more like the Blue Clan's divine magic. Blushing slightly as she looks away, she confesses that Lord Isaac actually asked her to teach him that spirit-boosting divine magic. Yia comments helplessly, asking if that monstrosity is really spirit-boosting magic, leaving Helly completely stunned as she mutters that it should be. But that spell is only supposed to lift their spirits so they do not fear enemies. Yia gapes in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. Why do they look like wild, rabid beasts then, Yia wonders, while Isaac pulls his chains crazily, keeping his ultimate secret hidden. When you combine spirit-boosting magic with raw stimulant herbs, it triggers a terrifying physical phenomenon, complete beastification. Isaac is thrilled, knowing he already prepared their bodies for this wild transformation, and now it is time to fully exploit it. Here is where it gets crazy. Countless magic circles light up the sky, leaving Isaac wondering if the show is finally starting. A massive beam of raw energy shoots straight down from the clouds, causing ancient, massive trees to twist and writhe as if screaming. Even the heavily armored soldiers stand completely dazed under its crushing pressure. In the stands, the spectators gasp as a figure suddenly bursts from the shattered ground, soaring high into the sky before them, all the legendary guardian deity of the Red Clan. That is the deity of justice. Quay yells out as he quickly drops to his knees. Pray. Quickly. Whoever has the strongest faith will receive this God's ultimate blessing and give us the upper hand, he urges. Practicing what he preaches, he clasps his hands tightly, praying for victory, while Isaac, without saying a single word, suddenly throws a devastating punch forward. Instantly, the grand statue shatters into pieces, raining debris everywhere. As Isaac stares at the mess, casually thinking that he did not mean to do that, the giant head crashes to the ground with a massive thud, sending Quay into a panic as he grabs Isaac's collar, demanding to know why he cannot break that awful habit. Isaac just smiles calmly, telling him not to make a scene, while on the opposing side, Nig gapes in horror, screaming that Isaac just destroyed their sacred deity statue. His teammate adds in absolute terror that Isaac literally decapitated their god. Ignoring the uproar, Kia approaches with a freezing expression, rushing straight up to Isaac to demand if he seriously just destroyed the statue of an actual god. Kia grabs his collar and demands to know how he did it, asking if it was some kind of blue magic and begging him to teach it. Sui cuts in to ask what she wants to learn that for, but once the statue's head breaks, she instantly turns to chat. So what? Other than the deity of the yellow faction, none of the other gods matter to me at all. Sui keeps his thoughts to himself, simply clasping his hands and praying for the gods to save this guy as well. With that, Sui walks over and drapes an arm around Kim Wysat's shoulder, yelling at Isaac that he is just testing the durability of the arena floor. Right? This is totally insane. He checks the reactions of everyone around them before whispering that he really needs to apologize. Who? He reluctantly mutters an apology, asking if they are happy now, while high above, Nihei and Leon watch everything unfold. With a cold look, he notes that this kid is a totally unpredictable troublemaker, and breaking him will be incredibly entertaining. Seeing Leon's dark expression, Sui grows deeply anxious, wondering if they are seriously planning to interrogate Isaac. Standing nearby, Nihei speaks up, pointing out that the Red faction was the one who let their own deity statue get destroyed. The family head allowed a mere apprentice priest to shatter the statue with magic, meaning they should probably examine their own faith first. Niha silently steals his resolve, swearing he will never let them touch Eidos. He and Leon lock eyes, as if sparks are flying between them, silently sizing up the venomous threat before Leon finally speaks. Launching a heresy investigation over a couple of trainees seems a bit excessive, so they should just proceed with the Five Colors trial. Hearing those words, Sui immediately brightens up, while Leon sternly reminds a dazed Ni that this is an absolute order. Nihei quickly snaps out of it and looks up, meeting Leon's sharp glare as the old man secretly orders him to cripple Eidos. Soon, the referee takes center stage to explain that the rules of the Red Faction test are actually very simple. Their goal is to find the real necklace hidden among all the fakes, and the first team to secure it wins. Each captain will designate a specific player to hold the genuine necklace, and once chosen, that role cannot be swapped. Sui's already scheming here because picking the right holder is going to make or break their entire game. While Nihei grins with excitement, the referee explains that they can either force the opposing captain to talk after capturing them, or use pure deduction to figure out exactly who is keeping the real one. The opponents start stretching, preparing to simply wipe out the other team to take everything, before the referee tells both captains to hand out the necklaces. Ready to fight, Nihei raises his hand and calls for his team to gather. He confidently tells his team not to worry about the weak blue faction, while over on this side, Sui steps up to resign as captain. The referee is completely baffled, asking if he is serious about quitting right now, as Kim Wysat angrily grabs his collar. Grabbing him, he demands that they hand out the necklaces immediately, while Sui struggles and begs him to wait. Smirking at the chaotic scene, Red Nihei scoffs at how weak Sui is, thinking Eidos is a total idiot who should have stepped up to be captain instead. This only pumps him up more since fighting the blue faction is a joke, meaning they only need to keep an eye on Kia. Everything else will be fine as Nia focuses on strategizing, though she might only know how to hunt monsters rather than deal with humans. They are basically just a bunch of blockheads, and soon, the referee raises his hand to start the match. Nihei draws his sword with absolute confidence, seeing no reason to fear the weak blue faction as the referee loudly signals the start, only for everyone to instantly freeze. Wait for it, Kim Wysat suddenly charges forward like a wild beast, prompting someone to curse out in absolute panic. Completely ignoring the shocked looks around him, he happily calculates that this test is the ultimate legal excuse to beat those annoying priests to a bloody pulp. He fully intends to take advantage of this opportunity, leaving Sui staring wide-eyed and wondering if that terrifying expression even belongs to a human. Across the field, someone yells out, asking if the blue faction is seriously trying to intimidate them with such a ridiculous face. Watching Kim Wysat soar high above, the opponents quickly try to calm their rising panic. They yell for everyone to stay calm since the enemy's honor rules mean they can only play defense, but Kim Wysat simply reaches into his coat with a cold glare. Addressing them as mere apprentice priests, he tightly grips his chains and aims them directly at Nihei's squad. Kim Wysat swings his hand and roars a command, demanding that they hand over their captain immediately. With a massive crash, the chain slams into the ground, shattering the stone and blasting debris everywhere as Bin is violently blown backward, leaving Han to stammer in absolute shock. He stammers, wondering if that is really the blue faction, since they are supposed to be bound by honor. Stepping closer, Kim Wysat coldly delivers his ultimatum, warning them to hand over their captain immediately if they actually value their lives. His thunderous demand for their leader echoes across the arena, prompting a panicked Nihei to yell out for someone to cover him immediately. Standing in the corner, he aggressively orders his team to hold the line and never take a single step back. Kia drops to one knee to build momentum, then suddenly bursts forward. Astounded by her raw speed, the crowd yells to block her. Naya stands completely frozen while the others warn him that it's a total distraction. Naya, watch out. He watches that hand reach out and scoffs impressive, as expected. Naya smirks with absolute confidence, declaring, but your combat strategy is way too shallow. She is suddenly taken aback as Naya smugly concludes, I have already seen through your entire plan. Kia quickly glances back, spotting his clone actively commanding the group to grab them. Taking the direct order, they fiercely charge ahead to attack. Naya's team clusters together, trapping Kia right in the center with a level 5 binding skill. She feels slightly overwhelmed by her current situation. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light blinks as Naya slams his fist down, triggering a massive shockwave. He orders his teammates to round them all up. Just like that, both sides clash head-on, fighting to lock everyone down. Taking this chance, they move. But that beast transformation is unorganized chaos, relying purely on brute force. His eyes lock onto Sui standing all alone in sheer panic. Found you, Sui. Naya reaches out to channel his power. Having already decided I am going to rip off those arms. Outside, Heli cries out in shock. That skill is Lanum. Right at that critical second, Sui stands completely frozen, unable to react as she realizes this is incredibly dangerous. He grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, Sui remembers the crucial advice Isaac once gave him. Don't worry, Kim Sui, just do as I say, and we will win. While he stands there confused, Isaac adds Naya is going to want to settle this with a pure one-on-one. Sui slowly regains his confidence and reaches out. That guy seriously underestimated you, brother. Composing himself with resolute eyes, he prepares to counter. Naya excitedly throws a devastating, wind-cutting punch, yelling, you are finished. You fool. Watch his eyes wide open, as a blinding blue light flashes from his pupils. Boom. An explosion of raw power suddenly shakes the entire arena. Naya screams in shock. Sui. Meanwhile, Isaac watches the clash, looking highly satisfied. Wearing a cold smile, he mutters, that is it. Show him you are far from a simple minion. Sui squeezes Naya's hand, hissing at the foolish idiot. Swiftly grabbing his collar before he can react, Sui effortlessly slams Naya into the dirt with a single move. Pinned under that crushing weight, he cannot even begin to fight back. Naya's entire body slams into the floor, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. He stares in utter shock as Sui, radiating fierce power, keeps him pinned down. Then, a familiar voice echoes, brother. Do you know why they forbid ordinary people from using those Blue Clan skills? Is it not just because they only work against demons? Panting heavily, Sui takes a second to catch his breath and wipe away the sweat. Standing up, he looks down at Naya with a cold truth. It is because normal humans cannot endure it. The entire arena breaks out into frantic whispers. Sui clenches his jaw, standing completely frozen without moving an inch. Ashley and Lila watch in pure joy as his voice rings out. Clenching his fists, Sui screams, do not underestimate the Blue Clan. Isaac's team cheers in response as the crowd watches in absolute disbelief. Kia bites her lip, knowing there is no way Sui could pull off this power alone. A highly advanced divine buff must be enhancing his physical state, making his body radiate with a hazy energy. Kia quickly looks over, only to find Isaac grinning ear to ear. She realizes it is exactly as she suspected. Did that bastard do this? Meanwhile, Isaac shouts to keep Sui focused. It is time to wrap this up, Sui mutters back. Fine, then I will take the necklace. But Isaac suddenly cuts in. Look at that terrifying threat. He makes a slashing sign, demanding he make it look completely convincing, while Sui calmly agrees to take care of it. While Naya is still struggling, Sui grips his collar tightly and demands to no talk. Where is the necklace? Naya looks completely lost, failing to understand. But then, he lets out a mocking sneer. Do you think the future leader of the Red Clan would break under such a pathetic interrogation? Covering his face, Sui mutters, just tell me, please, this is the only way you survive. Please. Watching this strange reaction, Naya internally panics. Is this crazy bastard actually out of his mind? He screams right in Sui's face. Shut up, you psycho. I have mastered every method of torture as the heir of the Red Clan. Without saying a word, Sui steps closer. Before Naya can even finish speaking, realizing a brutal blow is coming, he desperately tries to stop him. Wait! Hold on! Suddenly, his face turns completely pale. Up in the stands, the crowd is equally frozen in absolute shock. That bone-chilling sound makes it clear no way. How could the Blue Clan do something so gruesome? Sui simply shuts his eyes. He ignores the horrified whispers of the crowd. Meanwhile, Isaac stands tall, arms folded with a victorious grin as the arena descends into chaos. Cold sweat drips. Naya's face contorts, completely unable to speak. Sui calmly looks down at him, murmuring, I told you to just confess. Behind him, Naya's furious teammates charge forward. That bastard, his ally calls out in worry. Naya. Seeing this, Kia quickly warns them, stop, do not get near him. Golden energy wraps around her legs, the 6th tier area of effect technique of the Red Creed. A paralyzed zone. And in an instant, a violent surge of power explodes across the entire arena. Nia shivers with rage, cursing silently those bastards just pretended to get caught. They already swapped the real necklace beforehand, but why would they do that? Nia recalled his past discussion with Isui. Fine, I will hold the necklace. Immediately after, Nia looked toward Isaac and speculated, do not tell me this whole thing was his plan. Sensing the gaze, Isaac turned to look right back and smiled. Suddenly, a classmate crawling on the ground spoke up. Confess just for that? The shivering kid next to him kept speaking anyway. Nay would never confess. Isaac glanced at the two of them and asked what they were babbling about. He bluntly spat out, do you not already know where it is hidden? Isaac raised his hand, invoking his special ability to absorb divine power. One pale-faced guy tried to stop him, begging him to wait, as the kid behind him fearfully cut in. Promising to finally reveal where the necklace was hidden, he desperately begged for mercy, but Isaac just waved his hand, asking with absolute ruthlessness. Shall we begin? He asked. After a while, he held the recovered necklace high, having finally found it. The referee officially announced the winner of the Red Creed Pentagon was the blue team. Isui stood quietly in the corner, while everyone cheered around him in excitement. So, the rumors of the Blue Clan reviving are true. We are witnessing one incredibly clever move here. By bringing the Pope's grandson into this mess, Isui did a fantastic job, Nia thought as he clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him, praising the youngest priest representing the Empire as a remarkable miracle. Seopli stepped forward slowly, declaring that the royals send a worthy reward to those who honored the imperial arena. The crown prince of the Hela Sacred Empire. Lai bowed reverently, greeting him as the second son of Hela, Your Highness. He greeted them back, politely remarking that the elder had raised wonderful grandchildren, before asking if he could custom tailor battle gear for the Blue Clan trainees. Smiling warmly, Lai gave his answer. Of course, Your Highness. They will look even more radiant when going abroad for the Golden Pentagon, and royal garments are already true heirloom treasures on their own. Seopli asked with great interest if he could drop by when the tailors arrived, catching Lai off guard. Never expecting the prince to be so surprisingly friendly, Lai felt quite flustered, shyly replying that Your Highness was far too busy to trouble himself. The prince clarified he simply wanted to meet his grandson, leaving Lai totally confused. Meet an apprentice? Why? What for? Without waiting for any reply, Seopli simply made his decision right then, offering to share some quick intelligence with the Blue Clan. Seopli suddenly paused beside Lai, whispering that he should make his little grandson skip the Golden Pentagon. The next words from Seopli left Lai completely stunned, warning that the Pope was planning to assassinate Isaac. Seopli urged him to be careful, leaving Lai spinning around in shock. Nia looked at Isaac standing in the center, feeling anxious. Lai quietly thanked the prince for his warning. Even so, Lai felt confident that Isaac would be just fine. Meanwhile, The trainees inside the room grew incredibly excited after hearing the news. Did you hear? The prince is custom tailoring clothes for us. Seriously? Unbelievable, one of the trainees chimed in. They even won a king-level title, and Bai nodded in agreement, admitting the results were way better than they expected. On his side, Isaac rested his chin on his hand. Looking at Kian sipping tea, he asked if he ever planned on leaving. Wanting to kick Kian out, Isaac reminded him that the Red Creed exam was over and he should leave. A guard stepped forward in agreement, reminding the young master that it was time to return since the patriarch was waiting. Kian set down her tea, flatly refusing to leave. Brushing it aside, she asked if Isaac had truly become a Blue Clan priest. Everyone present gasped in shock, but Isaac simply asked in confusion when he had ever said such a thing. She reminded him of last night, but Isaac gritted his teeth, telling her to stop fabricating things out of nowhere. He asked who told her to actually become a Blue Clan priest. Hearing this, Kian's guard sighed in relief, seeing she did not care. Kian simply declared that those details did not even matter to her anymore. Since he told her to become a Blue Clan priest, she agreed to live as a trainee with him, leaving her guard frozen in shock. She glared at her guard, declaring with absolute annoyance that she had no intention of returning home anytime soon. But before her guard could even try to argue, the person standing right next to him pointed and urged him to leave immediately, silencing him completely. That guy clearly used a sacred technique on Aisui yesterday. What kind of bizarre power is that? Looking at the completely carefree Isaac, we can see she realizes that even the Crown Prince custom tailoring clothes is a silent show of absolute dominance. Speculations began to surface. All 5 sects belong to the Pope. Is the royal family dreaming of seizing what is his? She places both hands on the table and slowly stands up. Kaya says she needs her reward after helping the Red Cult, but since Isaac seems quite busy, she decides she will just follow him around for now. Nearby bystanders watch, panicking. Oh my, young master, if the cardinal finds out, our entire household will fall into chaos. But Kaya's next words make both of their faces turn pale. If you want, she says, I will crush the gold, blue, and black clans. I will beat those gold priests and drag the blue clan to execution 146. How does that sound? Isaac does not even look at her, waving his hand to dismiss her. No thanks, he says, just go. This leaves Kaya wondering why. Teach me, she demands. I am not leaving until we study together. With that, Kaya plops right down onto the floor, daring him to try and drag her out. He groans in frustration. Are you really that stupid? I was just using you, all right? Go home. But Kaya struggles and fights back. I do not care what you say. The contract is complete, so if you do not pay me, I will sue for compensation. Isaac replies, in total defeat, fine, I will do it later. I am busy right now, so get lost before I cancel our contract. Kaya suddenly springs up. Cancel the contract? For real? She knows he will actually do it, so Kaya coughs lightly and quickly falls in line. Fine, I will wait. But just as she expects him to agree, Isaac suddenly turns around and says, actually, never mind, I give up. He smirks, revealing that he already has a much better student than her. Intrigued, she sits up and demands to know who could possibly be better. Isaac simply points across the room. Who else? He proudly declares. It is obviously our dear Sui. Kaya freezes in shock. That guy? Isaac nods to confirm. Yep, him. Stepping forward, her voice drops to a chilling tone. You are telling me he is better than me? Then she makes an offer. If I prove I am better than him, will you teach me then? Meanwhile, Sui panics, wondering why on earth he is getting dragged into this mess. Isaac chuckles, saying it is possible, depending on her results. Right after, Kaya turns a sharp, deadly glare straight at Sui. We are at the Pope's grand banquet now, where some guy suddenly shouts out in absolute shock. Someone opposite him marvels at how insane the Blue Schwa's seating arrangement is, setting off a wave of noisy gossip. They get completely different food from us, and even their dorm got upgraded, proving that winning first place in the Pentagon changes everything. Over here, Relay slowly raises his wine glass, lost in thought. He never expected them to give first place to Isaac's team. What on earth did the Vatican base their grading on? Suddenly, a smug voice cuts right into his thoughts. First place must feel pretty nice, right? Relay glances over as Leon approaches them, casually asking how the Cardinal is doing. The old man nods, noting it has been a while. Leon then smirks, mentioning he heard Relay is close to reaching level 9. He remarks that reaching such a rank at Relay's age is quite impressive. Placing a hand on Relay's shoulder, Leon adds that the Blue Shua's patriarch must be extremely worried. Leaning in close, his tone turns threatening, saying the sole successor Gel is gravely ill and might not make it. Leon smirks. Oh, my bad. Even if he were healthy, it is not like he could ever become patriarch. He bluntly spits it out because you cannot have children. But with such wonderful nieces and nephews, your clan must feel pretty secure. Relay's jaw tightens, and he growls back in annoyance, Cardinal. But Leon just turns to leave, casually tossing back a final taunt to just take it as a joke. After all, despite being the third son, your precious heir was utterly crushed right in front of the royals and nobility. Relay frowns, realizing the man can read minds. He must have sensed the curse as well. Relay calmly takes a sip of his wine. He tells himself to let it go. The Cardinal is not wrong, and Relay has no interest in becoming the patriarch anyway. He concludes that as long as Isaac stays safe, nothing else matters. Meanwhile, Leon has walked over to Isaac to strike up a conversation. The friend beside Isaac frantically nudges him, warning that the Cardinal is calling. Isaac mutters a curse, damn it, cannot even eat in peace. With his face completely smeared with food, Isaac turns around to greet him. Yes, Cardinal. Seeing this, the old man bursts out laughing. Here is where it gets delicious, Leon asks him. What is that fun show you promised to show us? The old man casually remarks that he does not think he has seen it yet. Isaac acts totally surprised, asking if he somehow missed it. Completely ignoring the stares around them, he laughs out loud, pointing out how the Cardinal's son got his face stepped on and completely thrashed. Pointing a chicken leg at Leon, he asks how he liked it. Was it fun? Sui whispers, his face pale with terror. Why on earth would you provoke him? Isaac casually shrugs. Why not? Sui quickly covers Isaac's mouth, reminding him that those guys are completely obsessed with digging up info on the Skeleton King's people. Overhearing their quiet conversation, the old man suddenly seems to remember something. Oh, right. I am also quite looking forward to the Blue Shua's next move. It seems they recently picked up something rather strange. A moment later, Leon's face hardens, as he notes how strange it is that he can sense traces of magic. Isaac laughs nervously, wondering if the man is using a detection skill. Then, Isaac casually speaks up, reminding the Cardinal that he literally ate the Skeleton King's bones as a child. Chatting like it is nothing, Isaac makes a wild suggestion. If watching your son get thrashed was not entertaining enough, maybe I should put on a real show for you at the Pentagon. Hearing this, even Kaya stops eating and glances over, filled with curiosity. Wait, is he really planning to beat up the Cardinal's son? She wonders why, as Shui is starting to feel pretty tired. Leon smiles and speaks up. He wants to know what Isaac wants in return. Isaac answers right away, nothing much. Resting his chin on his hand, he makes his demand. He wants to meet the 14 demon generals who serve the Bone King. Isaac's next words make him freeze. Just hand over their prison keys. Leon turns to leave, tossing back a final warning he will give them if Isaac returns alive. But is that even possible? Leon seems pretty confident. After all, the kid will just disappear in the Golden Pentagon anyway. Everyone present is left stunned, but Isaac just calmly reacts. What on earth is that old guy even rambling about? Suddenly, a shout shatters the air. The Golden Pentagon mission was just issued, making Shui jolt and ask what? What mission is it? He says it is a deployment. Hearing this, Leon suddenly stops in his tracks. Wait for it, they are hunting Hella Empire relics. But do you want to know where the blue team is going? Everyone gets a second shock after hearing him mention the mage territory of Cain. Thui slams his hand on the table and stands straight up. Isn't the Mage Kingdom the sworn enemy of the Hella Empire? Does he want us to go to a place where they kill priests on sight? Bin nods, yes. It is right next to the demon territory. He gasps, this is insane. Is that really where we deploy? Isaac says nothing, staying quiet from the start while listening to them. Just recently, both knights and recruits were kidnapped in that area. The culprit is apparently a high-ranking demon who ate priests 14 years ago. The area is still under investigation and strictly off-limits. Leon turns back to soothe them, claiming he can easily change the mission location. Grabbing the opportunity, Shui pulls his sleeve, begging, please, someone help. Just this once, I am begging you. On the other side, Bin rushes over, begging through gritted teeth to please change the location. But check this out, Isaac's face flips completely, asking if he will really change the location. Meanwhile, Lai Lai hears the news and screams, brother, this is bad. The mission location is actually in that dangerous mage territory. He is totally panicked, adding that they must rescue the kidnapped knights. This is a suicide mission. Do they want us to die? Lai Lai grits her teeth, clenching her fists as she declares if they do not cancel this mission right now, she will wreck the Vatican. OE frowns, warning that father already went there to protest. So father went to the Vatican to protest. Resting his chin, OU curses silently. Those Vatican bastards clearly want Isaac dead. After a while, OS speaks up, wondering, but with father confronting them, the mission will definitely be adjusted. There is no way they would assign a mission that could trigger a diplomatic crisis, right? He reassures Lili, they just want to scare us so we do not act up. Remembering Isaac holding his sword with a smile, OU says he does not want Shui to die in a place like that either. Don't worry, as long as Isaac is human, but a panicked voice cuts him off. Young master, a guard rushes in with urgent news. Meanwhile, Leon is offering help. Just say the word, Isaac, and ask for help. Without even listening, Isaac refuses immediately. No, he does not want to. His hand reveals a freezing smile. He looks up, sticking his tongue out teasingly. It sounds fun. So why change it? The panicked guard shouts to inform them both. He has already accepted the mission in that territory. OU and Lili freeze in utter disbelief. What? Inside a cave in the black abyss. At sits in the center. Now she frowns in deep displeasure. Did you say you failed to kill the saint? Her subordinate bows low, admitting his fault, master. I am truly sorry. At snorts coldly, she does not care, since their goal is simply to create absolute chaos. She sticks out her long tongue, confidently sharing that just confirming the terrifying power of the Great King is already a massive advantage for them. They even managed to smuggle a magical artifact past the Holy Empire's supposedly impenetrable barrier. Below, he trembles from the killing intent radiating from. As expected, the Great King's power is absolutely terrifying. Smiling excitedly, she did not expect a tiny fraction to do so much. The subordinate suddenly chimes in, but Master he felt his power during the ordination ceremony. Hearing this, is puzzled him. He stammers the Bone King. She leans forward, gasping, what? Asks, did that crazy kid eat the Great King's flesh? Her subordinate nods, confirming. Yes, he is ordained and training as a real priest. She screams in disbelief. Crossing her arms, he hid all this time, and now he shows himself, suddenly remembering something. Smirks, that is right. He is about to participate in the Golden Pentagon trial. She steps down, adding a festival where young priests and demons hunt each other down. What a perfect opportunity. With just a tiny speck of magic power, he already accomplishes so much. She hugs her own neck and sneers, imagining how insanely strong they would become if they ate him. She is dying to know what a Blue Clan priest tastes like and can no longer hold back. Meanwhile, everyone is buzzing about the crazy rumors. Did you hear about the new mission the Blue Team just accepted? Everyone is gathering in small groups, whispering about a dangerous mission all the way to France. And they are supposed to rescue captured Holy Knights, right? Shui stands nearby, clenching his fists as he listens. The Gold Clan seriously wants to wipe out the Blue Clan. Sending priests together is just begging for mages to decapitate them. He curses, damn it. Shui thinks bitterly. Everyone is totally convinced they are going to die. Nobody believes they can pull this off. Glancing to the side, Shui drops a pretty grim reality check. The Holy Knights completely ignore their squad, meaning they will be in deep danger the second they leave the Empire. Demons will jump us the moment we cross the border, or maybe bandits will ambush us for ransom. We are all going to end up dead. And out of nowhere, here comes our main guy to speak up. Calling them fools, he looks at Shui and wonders why nobody wants to join their squad. Pointing right at Isaac's face, Shui snaps, because of you, idiot. This is not just a hard mission, it is a suicide mission. Can't you see? Our own members are writing withdrawal forms right now. Isaac casually cleans his ear, listening to the complaints. Do you even know what happened 14 years ago? During the Goldhorn trial, the blue squad of Uncle Isla was slaughtered by demons. And thinking about Cardinal Hay makes him click his tongue. That damn guy always plays dirty. Reject the mission, and they destroy the blue team from the roots. Accept it, and they send us straight to our deaths. But despite the danger, he flashes a pretty provocative smile. Who cares? If we succeed, nobody looks down on us again. Besides, high-level demons in France mean there is bound to be a magic crystal mine nearby. Shui quickly grabs his shoulders, saying there is still hope since they can choose Holy Knights. We need to recruit Team 1. The top Imperial squad has to be Team 1, but Count Mo suddenly steps in to shatter all of their hopes with a flat. Too bad. Those elite knights are already assigned to the Gold Team, the Count coldly emphasizes. My son and his friends are transferring to the Gold Team too. Gritting his teeth in regret, he mutters he never should have sent them to a decaying squad living on past glory. Honestly, you can tell our guy does not care about this old man's trash talk at all. If we succeed, you are going to be completely humiliated. Shui places a shaking hand on his shoulder. Even if we can't get Team 1, we must choose between Team 2 or 3. Just please, not Team 4. Isaac listens, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a group. Wait, where did all these handsome guys come from? Isaac skips forward excitedly, while Sui cheers him on from behind, urging him to go sign the contract with Team 2 immediately. Standing in front of the registrar, Isaac looks around for a familiar face. He raises a finger, flashing a pretty reassuring smile. Shui raises his hand back in response. Beside him, Pin sighs, wondering if the blue team can actually pull this off. But Isaac's next words throw the entire room into absolute chaos. "We are choosing Team 4, he cheers with pure excitement. "This is awesome. We just partnered with the absolute strongest." Shui immediately snaps, "You lunatic. Team 4 are basically known as pack horses. They do not even have a place to live in the Holy City, treated like common errand boys. Yet in combat, they easily surpass the Imperial Knights. The only issue? They absolutely despise priests." Later, Isla stands there, questioning him sternly. "Explain yourself. What were you thinking?" Isaac just smiles awkwardly, sweating internally. The old man is truly furious. Even the ghost hovering nearby remarks that he did not even look this mad when his mansion got wrecked. Smirking, the kid decides in that case, I should probably give him the exact answer he wants to hear. Isaac speaks up, explaining that changing the mission would spit on the Blue Clan's honor. And he does not want that. Pure killing intent erupts from the elder as he growls, "Even a kid like you dares to talk about our honor?" Isaac tenses up. He does not believe a word. Of course he doesn't. Yila exposes him directly. What kind of plot is this? A magic user talking about our clan's pride? Pure lies. Seeing Isaac stay silent, he snaps, "Why are you making that face? Think I am blind?" He growls coldly, "You have always been a thorn in my side. So I keep my eyes on you. I cannot trust a hypocrite who only spouts sweet words." But Isaac just lets his arms drop, whispering, "I hate the Bone King." His eyes burn with pure resolve. "I hate him so much, I want to rip him apart." The ghost nearby can only watch in disbelief. Yila stares blankly, totally caught off guard. "Because of that bastard, I lost my parents and got cursed. And our entire clan became a laughingstock for failing to destroy him." Isaac's eyes widen as he admits that the sheer humiliation keeps him awake every single night. Staring deep into the kid's eyes, Yila realizes there is no deceit here. Suddenly, those eyes burst into absolute fire as he makes his final vow. "I am going to destroy that fake Skeleton King. I am only using the real Skeleton King's mana to track down the imposter." Isaac keeps talking on, saying he will personally kill the fake Skeleton King and do whatever it takes to succeed. The spectral observer silently thinks to himself, "You have truly gone completely insane." Listening to this, Elah grows more solemn, saying he must protect the land assigned to him. If they throw away their honor to live like cowards, Isua will face disgrace and vanish. After a long pause, he sighs deeply and says he came to tell him he does not need to sacrifice his life for honor. But Yila firmly replies that he is indeed a proud member of the Blue Clan. Turning his back to Isaac, Isla says he can fail the mission, so long as he returns with the team. The spectral observer watches in surprise, wondering if those words actually had an effect. As the boy bows his head low, Isla smirks and announces that if he manages to return home in one piece, he will officially recognize him as the successor. Isaac grins widely, thanking him for the incredible promise. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, he leads the excited group forward, saying they will meet up with the Holy Knights in the next village. Behind him, Chu Hui and the others are panting and crying, desperately telling themselves they must survive this nightmare at all costs. The spectral observer floats over to report, revealing he has finally uncovered the truth about that demon from 14 years ago. Isaac eagerly asks if the spirit identified the target, and the spectral observer seriously explains it's a demon serving under the Western Army commander. He is not one of the 14 demon generals, but rather a brutal monster our main character might have crossed paths with before. He brutally devours young priests, making Isaac grind his teeth in sheer rage, cursing those bastards for daring to break his laws. Isaac coldly declares he will tear them limb from limb, while the spectral observer quickly warns him to tread very carefully. Your power has not fully recovered yet. As they march forward together, they have absolutely no clue what is about to hit them. Hiding by a nearby tree, a demon sticks out a long tongue, whispering that she found them, before flashing a sinister smile. Meanwhile, at the Crown Prince's palace residence, Seopli asks in sheer disbelief if the news about the brat is actually true. He seriously wonders why young Master Isak ended up choosing the Packhorse Holy Knight squad standing right before them. The guard seriously reports that from the very beginning, Isak showed absolutely zero interest in the knights they sent. Seopli remains completely silent, listening carefully. The guard suggests the young master lacks judgment, but Seopli wonders if choosing the Packhorse squad actually shows some incredibly sharp and keen intuition on his part. The guard gasps in shock, asking what he means. Resting his chin on his hand, Seopli smiles and explains that the commander he sends is a half-spirit, making him highly vulnerable to demon attacks. The guard begins to tremble, asking if Lord Sion is really a half-spirit, and if he was sent just to test Isaac. Seopli shakes his head in denial, explaining with a cold smile that while Sion is a half-blood, his power is highly useful, which is why he sent him. But Isaac choosing the Packhorse squad is highly interesting, especially since the entire team are half-demons. With papers about Daesh laid out across the table, he continues the report, noting those packhorses are completely uncontrollable, notorious for throwing holy priests straight into the demon caves. The guard rubs his chin, knowing Isaac should have arrived at the rendezvous point, where Dyke slams his hand down, angrily shouting why they are so late. He growls in frustration, pointing out it has been over 5 hours, hoping they aren't just standing there staring down the Packhorse squad. A squad member speaks up, suggesting that the newcomer might be making them wait on purpose just to mess with their proud reputation. Another knight chimes in, noting that if a member of the strictly punctual Blue clan is running this late, something must have definitely gone wrong. Dyke grinds his teeth in anger, cursing the rotten priests and declaring they cannot afford to let them push them around anymore. Just then, Isaac suddenly approaches and offers a calm greeting, saying it is a pleasure to meet Commander Dyke of the Packhorse squad. Dyke jumps back in surprise, while Isaac awkwardly apologizes for arriving a bit late, earning a sharp, reproachful remark about the Blue clan's famous punctuality. Dyke scoffs, asking if this is their idea of being on time. Isaac sighs, explaining they were ambushed by bandits, which broke his arm and delayed them. He leans in close, whispering his suspicion that someone definitely hired those bandits to attack them, but he still rushed over, knowing any further delay would be incredibly disrespectful. Dyke remains completely unconvinced, replying they should have still been on time. Isaac cuts straight to the chase, asking if he hates working with them. Dyke is caught off guard, asking what the hell he just said. Showing absolutely no fear, Dyke growls back with a threat, asking if he wants to die, or if they no longer need their protection. Dyke stands up as if preparing to leave, declaring they have absolutely nothing to lose, so Isaac and his group can just go home. Just as Dyke turns to leave, Isaac calls him out, pointing out that someone with nothing to lose wouldn't have waited here for 5 whole hours. If they weren't needed, they would have left, so why wait? Besides, they are heavily over-equipped for a simple, run-of-the-mill escort mission. Isaac coldly asks if they plan to use them as bait to rescue their captured comrades, refusing to dance around the issue. If he is that angry, they can just go their separate ways right now. Dyke, completely exposed, screams back in absolute fury. Shut your mouth. Did that knight Halai or whatever his name is tell you this? Did that bastard drag you into this just to ruin our mission? Sui stands there listening, completely taken aback by this. Halai Sui instantly recognizes that name. It is his 4th uncle's alias, meaning his uncle might be mixed up in this mess too. Dyke tightens his grip on his sword. Without you, we will never set foot in Kahan. He swings his blade directly at Isaac Sa and barks, I will take you along, Dyke sneers, but only after chopping off your legs first. Isaac Sa remains completely stone-faced, staring him down coldly. But check this out, Isaac Sa just glares, silently forcing him to put the sword away. Under his terrifying aura, Dyke freezes in his tracks as a demonic phantom flashes in his mind. He stands paralyzed, shaking with rage, thinking how dare this kid defy me? Am I really going to lose to a mere brat like you? Meanwhile, the Observer's Spectre notes that while Deech acts tough, he still carries demon blood. Isaac Sa replies, submitting to the strong is basic demon instinct, which is why I chose you. Once Daesh reluctantly sheathes his sword, Isaac Sa turns to the group. Alright, let's head out, he says. But Sui immediately objects. After everything that just happened, how can we possibly trust each other? Isaac Sa simply scratches his ear. He bluntly explains that since both sides share the same goal, they are forced to work together, regardless of trust. But his next words leave everyone completely shell-shocked. We are going to hunt down the demons from 14 years ago and rescue all the kidnap victims. That is our only goal. He smirks and adds that it does not even matter if their comrades are among them or not. Dyke asks curiously, wait, did you choose us because you knew our comrades were captured? Isaac Sa looks puzzled, asking what he is even talking about. I had no idea, Isaac Sa starts, but Dyke's crew cuts him off, declaring they will follow him. Isaac Sa lowers his eyes, thinking of course I knew. Behind him, On asks if he actually has a master plan ready. He casually asks what plan. Meanwhile, Liang stares at his hands, muttering that those demons cannot hide their blood and will eventually betray them. On chimes in, asking if they know why those half-demons are only trusted with running simple errands. Suddenly, sharp claws erupt from Liang's hands as he morphs into a wild beast, lunging straight at the talking Isaac Sa. Honestly, we all knew this was going to happen sooner or later. Liang silently grabs Han by the collar, causing a teammate to panic. I told you we couldn't trust them. But his warning is cut short by a sudden deafening scream. A bit annoyed, Isaac Saw delivers a brutal smack to Liang's head, knocking him back into human form with a massive bump. He grinds his teeth and scolds him, "You absolute idiot, you lost control." Liang dumbly apologizes, explaining that he normally doesn't transform so fast. It felt like something pressed on his head, turning his eyes blood red. Someone speaks up, wondering if the nearby Magic Kingdom's ambient mana is warping their senses. Another teammate nods, admitting that their own body has been feeling pretty strange lately. Liang excitedly adds that he has never snapped out of it this fast before, reverting back to normal after just one hit. Isaacsa covers his mouth, struggling to hide a laugh. "Of course you did," he thinks, casting a sly glance back at them. "Because I'm the one who did it." He then speaks aloud, "Now let's move out." Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a tiny, weak sparrow that looks ready to collapse. He mutters, "What on earth is this?" After studying it, Isaacsa deadpans, "Oh, so you are playing dead?" Beside him, the observer's specter nods in agreement. The little pest is definitely faking it. Grinning, Isaacsa raises a hand as if to crush it, asking, "Should I help make your death real?" The sparrow curses under its breath, bitterly whining, "How could Lord Juju be so cruel, sending me to deal with a wild priest like this?" Hearing that familiar name leaves Isaacsa slightly stunned. Recognizing the name Sue Ju, Isaacsa narrows his eyes, asking, "Are you a minion of one of the 14 demon generals?" Deep in the desolate forest, a glowing magic circle manifests as the observer's specter reports the barrier is successfully erected. Isaacsa remains silent, pondering. If it is indeed Shueju, he is one of my loyal subordinates locked up in the Holy Cathedral's dungeons. He must have heard rumors of my return and found a way to reach out, but it seems he hid my identity as the Bone King from this little fool. Isaacsa squeezes the tiny bird, demanding to know what intelligence it brought him. The bird instantly protests, chirping that it has absolutely nothing to say to a lowly priest, which only makes him squeeze harder. Terrified, the sparrow squeaks that it will talk. It slowly explains that the demon they are about to face is the very one who sabotaged the ordination ceremony. Isaacsa realizes the one who fought my clone? The bird confirms it, yes, he is the monster who smuggled in the dark relics and ordered the execution of the saint. By absorbing your residual power, he grew strong enough to shatter the holy barrier, protecting the Holy Empire. Lord Shuizu said he would rather face execution than cross paths with that monster again. Isaacsa falls silent, deeply contemplating the warning. The spectator ghost presses on. Why would the master trust a measly priest with such critical intel about demons? Seeing Isaac raise his hand to strike, the terrified ghost frantically blabbers that Lord Huyet Chu suspects the current Bone King is actually an imposter. The bird sighs heavily. If the Bone King is fake, fighting the system only to get captured must have left him completely desperate. It claims a dark truth. After all, you are the very one who devoured the great Bone King physical vessel, right? Otto is definitely laying an ambush. Turn back if you want to survive. Isaac simply releases the bird. Before it disappears from view, he calls out. He will handle this matter personally. Do not die. Lord Huyet Chu will be deeply saddened. Just then, Sui comes rushing over in a panic. Where were you? We searched everywhere. Sui gives him a thumbs up, adding that he did an absolutely stellar job. Did you order village food? Isaac is completely baffled by the question. Suddenly, Ado slips in right behind Sui. She sweetly announces a trainee feast. Why are you staring? Eat up. But look at this. The exact person planning to ambush them is standing right here in a cute disguise. Holding her food basket, she makes Isaac smirk with excitement. She just walked straight into our trap as darkness falls. Ju whispers to Han, asking if Isaac is being too harsh. Han shrugs it off, telling him to ignore it. Meanwhile, Isaac scowls. He speaks up irritably. Sit still. Isaac loudly orders everyone to stay seated, complaining that there is dust in his water, demanding square plates be swapped immediately while the terrified girl stammers yes. He continues to mock her. Her breathing is incredibly annoying. He orders her to stop doing it entirely. She tearfully complies. Derek reminds everyone that Lord Isaac ordered a swap, while the knight beside him wonders why they make him repeat himself. Ato grumbles internally. What is wrong with these knights? Why are they defending a lowly priest? Suppressing her rage, she apologizes. She brings up the soup tray, secretly planning to deal with these annoying bastards first. She politely urges the knights to eat first for strength, but Derek dismisses her, stating they do not touch servants' food. Ado tries pushing further. She gently insists. Please eat. It helps stabilize the magic flow. I served it myself, so do not feel pressured. Her thoughts are pure poison. But Isaac suddenly cuts in, telling everyone to eat. Then he suggests she take the first bite. He drops a casual, suspicious remark. How can they be sure she did not poison it? She scowls, doubting a kid can do anything. Out of nowhere, Han and his friends rush over. Enough is enough. I ate her food without any issues at all. Han angrily asks Isaac why he always starts trouble with innocent people. They snatch the soup bowls from Otto. Stop bullying such a kind-hearted soul. Watch this, the trap snaps shut. They gobble down the soup to prove her innocence, but dark, toxic energy suddenly erupts, making them collapse. Ju turns pale, yelling to the kids. Isaac simply smirks. This makes things easy since he wanted to knock them out anyway. The spectator ghost asks if it should summon a spirit to neutralize the poison. Stretching his limbs, Isaac calmly replies to let them be. They need some pain to finally wake up. Suddenly noticing something, the spectator ghost reports that this specific poison converts holy power directly into demonic energy. Isaac's eyes light up with excitement. Are you absolutely sure? Converting holy power into demonic energy? The ghost firmly confirms it. This is a parasite. Isaac greedily begins calculating his next move. With this poison, we can build a demonic base inside the Holy Empire. Confronting them, Edo suddenly bursts into mocking laughter. Shrouded in black aura, she sneers. You are completely useless. Wiping drool from her mouth, she wonders why she even worried about a recruit. Anyone with holy power is just a tasty meal for her. Eto reveals her hideous true form. If you want to save them, follow me alone, kid, to get the antidote. Derek grits his teeth and curses the bastard. Meanwhile, a blinding light begins to erupt from her body. Follow me then. Edo suddenly freezes like stone. Out of nowhere, Isaac leaps into the air, ready to strike. He strikes down with zero hesitation. She narrowly evades by leaping backward, darting into the woods to taunt him. Catch up, kid. Derek fires up, passionately proposing that they all charge in together to help. But Isaac stops them. No, I will go alone. His face is filled with deep emotion. I cannot abandon the poison victims. They need holy energy to stay stable. Derek is so deeply moved that he vows to keep them alive. With that, Isaac instantly bolts. I am counting on you, he says as he dashes forward with excitement, looking forward to getting even more mana to feed on. Night has already fallen, and a perfect full moon shines brightly in the dark sky. After a brief chase, Isaac Gak finally catches up to At. She sneers in pure contempt, calling him a brave but foolish idiot, chasing her all alone without a single guard. She rests her chin on her hand, staring intently at Isaac Gak. He grits his teeth and snaps back, calling her the real idiot. Isaac Gak yells out, "You do not even realize who I am, yet you babble about eating people." Shocked, At gasps out, "What?" You can feel the sheer terror here as Isaac Gak growls his command to kneel. Her entire body freezes up instantly, forced down by some overwhelming unseen power. In her mind, a shadow from the past seems to overlap with Isaac Gak. So many thoughts race through her head as she feels this overwhelming mana. How could a mere brat possess the mana of her king? Finally putting the pieces together, she grits her teeth in realization, realizing he must have consumed a piece of the king body. Digging her sharp claws deep into the stone floor, she mutters about her king body before lunging forward like a bullet straight at Isaac Gak. She screams out, "Wait for me, my king, I will rip this brat's stomach wide open." He stands completely expressionless, not moving an inch as At vows to free her king. Suddenly, a violent surge of crimson energy tears through the ocean of deep blue spiritual power. At bites her lip in panic as glowing red eyes lock onto her from above. Then, in an instant, a massive explosion echoes through the entire area as Isaac Gak mutters coldly, "You complete idiot." Standing right in the middle of a blazing inferno, he declares, "Let me show you who your real king is." Outside, as darkness envelopes the land, the destroyer specter cheers in excitement. "That was incredible, master," it shouts. Even though it is only E-rank magic, the destructive power matches a 7th circle spell. It flies around in pure joy, hyping him up. Merging holy power and mana like that was nothing short of a genius move. He clutches his head in exhaustion, realizing he has reached a whole new level. Perhaps this is exactly why the gods refused to make him a normal human. A sudden noise catches their attention as At falls to her knees, trembling heavily as she mumbles, my king." The observer specter asks with a sigh, "What should we do with her?" "Did you do something to her, master?" Isaac Gak murmurs quietly, "Did I go a bit too hard on her?" Without hesitation, he walks right up and slaps her across the face. Bowing her head to the dirt, At cries out, "My king, your humble servant has committed an unforgivable sin. Please let me hand over the antidote." But Isaac Gak response completely freezes her in place. Oh, no need for that, he says. Leaning down, he demands, bring me the holy knights you kidnapped, and you have exactly 1 minute. Most importantly, I need solid proof to secure a perfect score in the pentagram evaluation. Just rescuing the missing knights is not enough. At turns pale, repeating the word proof, Isaac Gak grins as he makes his grand declaration. Proof that I took down a high-ranking demon. 2 days later, Quay sits at a table looking incredibly frustrated, cursing and wondering what on earth happened to H. Sitting right next to him, Dake tries to calm him down, saying they put a tracker on him, so he should not worry since Ake is not easily defeated. He grits his teeth, insisting that something terrible must have happened. The mages have already searched multiple times, and they are taking this very seriously. Quay glares over and continues, you guys should know better than anyone, right? Since when do those snobbish mages ever care this much? Dai frowns slightly, mentioning they found bloodstains along his suspected path, but notes that it does not mean he is dead. Right on cue, Isaac Gak walks through the door, offering a completely expressionless greeting. I am back, he says. Still distracted, Quay casually replies, welcome back. Suddenly realizing who spoke, Quay whips his head around and screams, you bastard. Dyke also leaps out of his chair to ask if he is all right, as Isaac Gak casually sets down a heavily blood-stained bag. The antidote? Quay asks in confusion, what is this? Offering no explanation, Isaac Gak simply warns them, and here is the absolute shocker. It is pretty important, so handle it with care, he says. Curiously, Quay picks it up, only to shriek in pure horror. Stretching his arms, Isaac Gak casually turns around. Oh, that? He bluntly replies that would be the head of the kidnapper. The perfect proof to guarantee us top marks in the pentagram exam. Daesh quickly steps forward, asking in panic, what about our missing comrades, the Holy Knights? Isaac Gak stretches his arms and lets out a long sigh, casually murmuring, oh, those Holy Knights. He gestures toward the door, explaining that they were far too heavy to carry, so he hid them outside and told them to go fetch them. Just then, a messenger bursts in to report, Captain, our missing comrades have all returned safely. Another knight yells from behind, and Sun Ken is with them too. Every single one of them is back. Quay stares at him in absolute disbelief, realizing that this means Dyke also finally connects the dots about the head. Isaac Gak sits back with his legs crossed, nodding casually, that is right. I went in there myself and took the kidnapper head. Stunned, Quay gasps out, you invaded the mage's territory all by yourself? He exclaims in disbelief, how is that even possible? That was incredibly reckless. Isaac Gak smirks to himself, thinking he needs to phrase this correctly. He begins to speak, explaining the situation clearly, detailing the whole story from start to finish. It seems they got wind of our upcoming mission and plotted to kidnap us all, planning to bargain with the Holy Empire by pretending they were saving us from the demons. Yes, exactly, he concludes. The woman who drugged us was actually a mage. It looks like she wants to drug us and sell us to the magic empire. They are into human trafficking because we are highly valuable. How could anyone do that to their own kind? Yet, the moment I mentioned reporting her to the Vatican, she backed down. Chui and Dyke listen in blank disbelief, backing down before a kid. Is the Pope really that terrifying? Anyway, I asked her where the captured Holy Knights are being kept. That was just basic info. She even knew about the secret paths only mages are supposed to know. Talk about a close call, those poor Holy Knights were literally being saved as emergency rations before Isaac dragged them back. A demon was guarding them, but I took him out while he slept. Isaac proudly shows off his weapon. Don't you guys believe me? Want me to show you how I did it? He asks excitedly. But honestly, who cares? Dyke simply nods, saying he believes him. Even if the excuse makes sense, Chui still scolds him. Going in there all alone is just way too reckless. With sparkling eyes, Isaac says he had no choice. It was better than fighting the mages. He explains his view. A fight would mean too many casualties, and as a believer, he cannot let that happen. Dyke literally bursts into tears of pure emotion. He is a true man of God, absolutely brimming with holy faith. Chui quickly snaps at him to shut his mouth. Dyke only quietly mutters a soft yes. Chui sighs deeply, relieved he returned safely. The mages out there searching for him were genuinely worried that he might have been kidnapped. Isaac scoffs in annoyance. Like those guys would actually care about a mere priest. Suddenly, a voice calling out from the door interrupts his thought. You are too harsh. John and Max stand outside. John says they only came because they feared he was captured, not to get insulted like this. Isaac ignores them, crossing his arms. It is all pure garbage. Those thick-skinned hypocrites only showed up because they smelled a mana core. John smiles thinly, requesting their cooperation with the official investigation. Reports say a demon appeared here. Isaac casually shrugs it off, claiming he saw nothing. John insists they can definitely feel a manicore nearby. Isaac sighs, firing back that it must belong to one of their own men. Isaac snaps back, telling him to make sense. Are demons really that easy to beat? Do you really think an apprentice like me could actually defeat a demon? John quickly turns and whispers to Mac. True, there is no way an apprentice survives a demon. But Mac whispers back that Ha clearly stated a demon was lurking here. Hearing that name makes Chui incredibly tense. Huh? Could they be talking about his fourth uncle? He reassures himself that it is probably just a common name. Meanwhile, Isaac impatiently stands up and slams the table. Enough. He waves them off, tossing out a final remark that he is going to get some rest. Clean this mess up! Chui yells angrily, shouting that they are not done talking yet and demanding a proper answer. Warm sunlight filters through the lush trees as Isaac walks back to the house, touching his hand to the wooden door. Now here is where things take a chilling turn. Isaac swings the door open and smiles down at a trembling At. Isaac decides it is time to clean this place up. 2 days ago, a voice echoes through the desolate forest, demanding proof that he actually eliminated the demon. The demon prostrates herself before Isaac, wondering if the proof of defeating the demon refers to the one who devoured the Blue Clan apprentice priests 14 years ago. His next words catch her completely off guard. You are not the one who did that, right? He sneers mockingly. How could a weakling like you pull off something like that? Even 14 years ago, there is no way you defeated him. Hearing this, At trembles in absolute terror. He continues calmly, noting that even if he took her head, the church would suspect she was not the culprit. So go out and bring me some real, valuable proof. Isaac shares with a freezing smile. I need a demon head to present to the Vatican. He sighs, sitting on a wooden crate. I honestly did not expect you to bring back the head of the actual culprit. Isaac chuckles in amusement, noting she is not a complete idiot. Hearing this, At turns pale. At's face goes pale with confusion. Did you know the real culprit from the start? A woman and a beast she kept. He growls, asking if she thought he did not know at least that much. Terrified, she quickly denies it, but then suddenly remembers something. Isaac asks why his spy explicitly pointed to her as the demon from 14 years ago. Bowing her head, she confesses that the culprit back then was her sister, who used her beast to hunt priests and devour them like snacks. Isaac exhales as he ponders. Since they share the same blood, the tracks and details matched perfectly, making it an easy mistake. But at least she brought back the comrade-devouring monster. He demands to know the current hierarchy of the demon world. At trembles and stammers out her report. A Bone King is currently commanding all the level 9 demons. The real demons were sent because he lost his power fighting the gods. He ordered them to kill the saint and gather the Bone King's power. Isaac frowns slightly and asks what the gods are doing. She whispers back that she is not sure, but the divine realm likely took heavy damage, explaining their long silence. Isaac glances sideways, muttering that it is quite surprising. The fallout from that self-destruction was probably way bigger than expected. Knowing them, there is absolutely no reason to stay quiet for 150 years. By all rights, they should have been scouring the entire world to find my soul. Did they really not realize that my seal is empty inside, all because their high-tier holy magic ended up failing? No way, even if they lost their souls, failing to notice an empty seal makes absolutely no sense. Isaac smirks with pure excitement, realizing someone else's soul must be in that seal instead of his, as endless theories flood his mind. Is it some high-tier entity trapped in there? Some catastrophe similar to the Bone King? Or maybe a god? Just thinking about it gets him pumped. He has to go check it out. Isaac speaks up, asking if her name is Art. Trembling, she confirms it, and he rests his chin on his hand to issue a command, go join the demons and become his eyes and ears. Art cries out in gratitude, thanking him for his mercy and swearing that she owes Sir Isaac her very life, a debt she can never fully repay. Outside, the locals kneeling at Isaac's feet are completely overwhelmed with emotion. They never expected him to personally take down that monster and rescue every single one of them by hand. He casually shrugs it off, telling them not to worry since it was just part of the mission, earning praises worthy of a true member of the Blue Clan. Derek folds his arms in silent observation as the crowd around them continues to buzz with excitement. They wonder how to ever repay this favor, gasping in shock that he even saved their comrades, and for the war horses, the path ahead is suddenly very clear. Day calls out to Sir Isaac as the whole squad drops to one knee, proudly declaring his oath as a level 7 knight. Alongside all his war horses, Day firmly vows to follow Sir Isaac's orders and ride to the very ends of the earth for him. Believe it or not, our main character is caught completely off guard by this sudden, unexpected vow of loyalty. Secretly thrilled, he realizes he just landed a group of elite scouts for free, capable of sweeping the continent to gather intel at lightning speed. Isaac smiles inwardly. Saving 10 people for a massive payoff like this is an absolute win. His gaze suddenly lands on Highness standing off in a corner, making Isaac wonder if that kid was actually part of this group too. Why look so tense? Day notices his gaze and whispers that he probably has no idea who the kid is. Get ready to be amazed. The young boy steps forward to introduce himself as Hai Di, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. He thanks his savior, leaving Isaac jaw-dropped and completely unable to believe his own ears. Wait, what? Remembering what John and Max said outside, he finally connects the dots. The prince was kidnapped, explaining why those mages set up camp there. Talk about hitting the jackpot. With blushing cheeks, Hai Di looks up in pure admiration, admitting he thought everyone from the Holy Empire was completely useless until now. Calling him Big Brother for saving his life, the kid keeps rambling on and on while Isaac simply turns away in silent indifference. The Holy Knights got kidnapped, yet the Empire only sent rookie apprentice priests to handle the rescue. He calls him totally different from temple trash. Rubbing his chin, Isaac realizes this kid is actually pretty sharp. With sparkling eyes, the prince begs to repay the debt, calling him a man of true faith compared to those holy hypocrites. Hearing the title Big Brother, an amused Isaac leans down to make a quick proposal. How about you do a little favor for me then? Meanwhile, a subordinate reports that Lord Lamnoy has officially crossed the border and entered Kanya. Since the Imperial mages are blocking the entrance, their scouts couldn't follow, but they have definitely advanced straight into the designated mission area. Calmly writing, Hia wonders how they bypassed the obstacle, having fully expected the warhorses to stop them from ever getting that far. But here is the real kicker. Hearing that Joshua entered the active zone entirely on his own leaves, the subordinate gasping in shock. Haya smirks, concluding that he must have failed to tame the warhorses too, an impossible task that even they had to abandon. With failure basically guaranteed, completing the mission is out of the question and making it back alive is highly unlikely, a grim reality his subordinate agrees with. Right, they have already made sure his path back to Hela is totally blocked from the very start. He falls deep into thought, recalling how Joshua's fourth child promised to entertain his precious little nephews if they dared enter his territory, plotting to use the Imperial mages to wipe them out completely. The henchman remembers something and wonders if the royal family might still step in to help Isaac out. They do seem pretty protective of him, but he shakes his head, dismissing it since the royals have absolutely no time for that right now. Kanya is highly disputed land between the Holy Empire and the Magic Empire, meaning any slip-up that the mages can exploit will trigger a massive political catastrophe. And even if he somehow manages to succeed against all odds, they must make absolutely sure he never makes it back alive. He bows down and replies, Yes, Your Grace. Meanwhile, Longhai is filled with an indescribable rush of excitement, already imagining the entire Blue Clan being mocked and humiliated by everyone. On the other side, Isaac sees right through their scheme, knowing that is exactly what they are thinking. Then we will absolutely crush them. He eagerly makes an announcement. Let me introduce our ultimate secret weapon to humiliate the Holy See, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire himself. Everyone completely freezes after hearing that, while Isaac curiously tilts his head and asks, Wait, what? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Sui glares with wide eyes and yells, You absolute lunatic, what are you doing? Who introduces the prince of an enemy nation like some random kid from next door? Hai Wai scratches his head to bail him out, explaining that is exactly why they had to hide his identity. I guess I surprised you honorable figures, so my bad. He then frowns deeply and asks, Wait, you did not actually kidnap this little kid, did you? The little boy cheerfully chimes in, Kidnapping. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Isaac silently confirms to himself, Yes, you were totally kidnapped. You dummy. Isaac sticks his tongue out at Hidus. With this, the Holy See is completely done for, because we did not just rescue the Holy Knight, we accomplished something much bigger. Sui asks nervously, We are not the ones getting into trouble here, right? Get ready, because his next words leave the team totally stunned. The absolute basic rule of politics is to turn your opponents into indebted allies, so saving the prince instantly forces the Magic Empire to owe us big time. He silently curses Isaac, wondering how this guy could dare to say those scheming things right in front of the young prince. But the clueless little boy has absolutely no idea, turning around to praise him as a genius strategist, leaving Sui completely dumbfounded as he wonders if this kid has gone totally crazy too. He helplessly holds his head, sharing his thoughts. So, do you seriously plan on just announcing you rescued the Prince of the Magic Empire and returning home all proud of yourself? Isaac raises a hand to stop him, warning them not to tell anyone just yet, because that is the exact reason he gathered all of them here. He lays out his reasoning. It is incredibly obvious that the Golden Faith clan set up a trap to completely ruin our mission, right? Isaac confidently asks, what do you think will happen if we lead the Prince of the Magic Empire straight into that very trap? Hearing this, Hydus has his eyes light up with pure excitement as he yells, Big bro, if you want, I will gladly charge straight into the fire myself. Rubbing his hands together, Isaac makes his decision, let us give those bastards of the Golden Faith clan an absolute slap to the face. They gather around to discuss, noting that if it were only them falling into the trap, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now the youngest prince of the Magic Empire is dragged into it. Sitting directly opposite them, Isaac nods in agreement, confirming that both the Blue Kingdom and the Magic Empire will launch a complete, joint investigation to drag the mastermind into the light. He calmly sighs, wondering just how much the Golden Faith followers who set up this entire trap are going to completely panic right now. Sui frowns slightly and turns to voice his thoughts, admitting that he can easily picture how this chaotic plan of his is supposed to go. But Cardinal BX is not the type of person who would willingly hand himself over as the culprit. Isaac shakes his head, saying it is fine because he has accomplices. He gasps in utter shock, repeating the word accomplice as if suddenly realizing something. And then Sui yells out, don't tell me you are planning to use those mages. Slowly standing up, he denies it, saying they are just annoying so he only wants to ruin their plans a little. But a direct fight might turn into a massive diplomatic issue, so he curiously asks, what exactly do you plan to do then? Isaac grins and chuckles, raising his arms high to declare it is a classic feint attack. Sui looks on completely lost, while Hai eagerly cheers him on from the side. A feint attack? What does that mean? But Hidus chimes in Big Bro is totally right, leaving John watching them in absolute confusion. What on earth is going on here? We are definitely wondering if his brain is completely broken, but a sudden massive noise snaps everyone out of their thoughts. Everyone rushes toward the doorway to investigate, wondering what is happening, only to see a massive plume of dark black smoke rising from the nearby forest. Someone guesses that something must have gone down at the mage camp, but amid all the rising panic, a very familiar voice suddenly cuts through the noise. A preemptive strike. Those damn mages. Isaac roars at the top of his lungs. How dare you bastards target my core? With that, he grabs his weapon and leaps right out the door, screaming for everyone to die. Sui desperately yells to stop him, calling him a crazy bastard. Meanwhile, things are incredibly tense as the surrounding crowd frantically discusses the sudden surprise attack. Every single magic core in the storage room has been completely destroyed, and all the summoning circle tools are completely shattered. Standing in the thick smoke, John mutters that the disciples of the Blue Clan must have caught wind of their ambush and decided to strike first. He barks an order to charge in and slaughter the monks, to which everyone loudly answers in unison. Before they can make a move, Isaac rushes over, coldly telling them to wait. From here on out, Isaac says as he pushes Hydus to the front, I will leave this to you, your highness. The boy tenses up and immediately yells, you bastards. Trying to display his royal authority, Hydus demands to know how they dare attack them. But after taking a closer look, they suddenly recognize the boy as the youngest prince himself. Stepping forward with curiosity, John asks why he is with those monks, pleading for the prince to come over so they can safely escort him back. But Isaac does not let him finish, quickly cutting him off. You bastards. If you want this kid to keep breathing, he warns as he holds a sharp blade to the throat of Hydus. Drop everything you took right now. Surprisingly, the fearless boy actually adds, did you not hear him? Losing his patience, Isaac growls out, hand it all over and give up everything you have, you worthless scoundrels. Shui stands hiding behind a nearby tree, shivering in terror. Please, heavens, just take this psychopath away. And Kim Wai-sak is supposed to represent the Lam clan's faith. Out of the 5 great faiths, they and the Bak are the most righteous, hating injustice and following treaties. Yet the heir to that faith, a guy who never once drew his sword, is now holding a sword right against the Magic Empire's prince, pulling off a straight-up hostage situation. And honestly, look at this insane move. He presses harder, asking if they're fine with the kid's head rolling. Right after, Hidus pipes up, what the hell are you guys even talking about? John freezes, completely terrified to make a move. What on earth is happening? How did the prince get captured? John is utterly baffled that a kid strong enough to beat grown adults got caught, so he quickly signals Kim Wai-sak with his eyes. There must be some trick here, we have to save him. Then, he shouts out to calm everyone down, all you direct descendants of Wur, stay calm. Let's talk this out with Kim Wai-sak. We should settle this through dialogue. Unaware of someone sneaking up behind him, Kim Wai-sak curses dialogue my foot. Didn't you hear me tell you to hand over everything? Muck reaches his hand out, whispering, Your Highness, over here. Hydus turns his head and sees him creeping closer. Grab my hand, I'll save you. But the kid just scowls and yells, you idiots. Why haven't you saved me yet? Haidu snaps right at Muck, and you call yourselves Imperial Mages? Muck reaches out, trying to grab the boy, pleading over here, Your Highness. But every time Muck gets close, Hidus just dodges away to another spot. Calling them useless peasants, Muck's eyes widen as he quickly explains, Oh heavens no, we came here to save you. After messing with them for a bit, the kid crosses his arms and casually says, Enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Magic Empire, I command you all to hand over everything and retreat. Kim Wai-sak sneers, repeating the order. Did you hear him? Back off. The knights drop to one knee, grinding their teeth in pure frustration. He's the very future of our empire. We don't know what's going on here, but we have no choice but to obey His Highness's command. With that, he and the others slowly lay down their gear. John speaks in a heavy voice. We'll do it. We'll give you everything. Just please release the prince. Staring at the loot they left behind, Kim Wai-sak can barely contain his greed. Beside him, his Spectre Core quickly whispers, Master, please control your emotions. Once the robbery is complete, he makes his decision. All right, because of your sincerity, I'll let you off this time, Kim Wai-sak announces before leaving, but I will report to the Empire that you guys ambushed us. John quickly tries to explain, You must have misunderstood. We were only out here hunting demons. Kim Wai-sak smirks knowingly. If they're demons, why carry weapons made specifically for capturing priests? Seeing them hesitate, he threatens them further. Don't like it? Then feel free to take the prince's corpse back with you. John shakes with absolute rage, cursing him. As Kim Wai-sak loses patience, What are you waiting for? Get lost already. Haidus chimes in, telling them to beat it. After a long day, night finally falls, and the pile of more cores is dumped onto the bed. Kim Wai-sak rolls around on them in pure ecstasy. The Spectre Core beside him is just as thrilled, praising him as expected. Boss, you're a genius. These Imperial cores are on a completely different level compared to the trash from the Holy Kingdom. Look at the color, the scent, even the texture. It's absolutely flawless. I thought the Holy Kingdom was just full of pathetic bugs who couldn't even protect their cores. But to think the Lamb clan has someone like you, such pure, unmatched devotion. From the opposite bed, Bai quietly mutters, Great. Looks like we've got another psychopath on our hands. After a while, Haidus makes a proposal, boss. Just say the word, and once we're back in the capital, I'll make sure the Lamb clan gets a massive reward. Propping himself up on one hand, Kim Wai-sak nods along. Now that's music to my ears. Sensing his greed, the kid pushes further, and you won't believe this. He literally asks our guy to join the Magic Empire, promising they'll treat him like royalty. Shui stands to the side, absolutely speechless and cursing them under his breath. Finally, he decides to cut in. Hey, I need a word with you. As Kim Wai-sak turns, Shui bluntly tells him, Wipe that drool off your face first, then talk. Shui seriously asks him, Do you actually plan to report your fourth uncle to the Patriarch for using mages? Kim Wai-sak admits it, of course. I have to take out my rivals for the Patriarch position. If you're wrong, you'll face total disaster, Shui warns, sitting on the adjacent bed and speaking softly. You've never met your fourth uncle, so you don't know that his personality is no joke. If you falsely accuse him without any proof, you'll pay. Hearing this, Kim Wai-sak suddenly sits up straight. Falsely accuse an innocent person? He recalls their faces as they told them to stay calm. Kim Wai-sak smirks with absolute, unwavering confidence. Those guys literally just called us the direct line of where. That mage obviously knew exactly who we were and targeted us right from the very start. Shui lowers his eyes, offering his thoughts. It's probably just because the appearance of the Enga people stands out way too much. Kim Wai-sak shoots him down, highly annoyed. What absolute nonsense are you talking? Your face is hideous and your hair is trash. Who would ever mistake you for Enga? After dropping that brutal roast, Kim Wai-sak confidently concludes, I'm telling you, those guys definitely knew our identities right from the start. Shuri turns away in pure hatred and snaps, Shut up, you bastard. After thinking for a second, he figures it out. The fourth son of the Eshua family is definitely the mastermind behind this. There is absolutely no way they knew a direct descendant of House Eshua was hiding among the apprentice priests. Isaac Sak grabs his shoulder and tells him to calm down. Since the uncle he trusted just tried to have him killed, does he really think his father would just sit by and do nothing? He is probably furious enough to tear the world apart. Shuri sighs, thinking his father might not know yet, but by now the entire capital he stops mid-sentence, completely freezing up. A terrifying thought flashes. Do not tell him that bastard has already turned everything upside down. Isaac Sak casually replies that the Eshua family, the royals, and even the Holy See are probably in absolute chaos by now. He wonders about the Holy See. After hearing the urgent report, a panicked voice demands to know what was just said. He steps out, shocked that the Eshua apprentice team actually made it back alive. The messenger in front of him nods. Yes, they are currently on their way back to the capital. Surprisingly, their numbers actually increased because they rescued all those survivors from the recent kidnapping incident. He angrily snaps, demanding to know what those wizards were doing. Cardinal Hooray stays silent, furiously wondering what that fourth son and the wizards did to let that kid survive. The messenger speaks up, explaining that apparently they did not even dare to make a move. Shocked, he demands to know what that means. The messenger calmly explains that among the survivors rescued by the Eshua team is a prince from the Magic Empire. He gasps, asking who exactly was rescued. The messenger reads out the name of Jitan's youngest prince. He bows and continues the story, explaining that the Jitan Empire is now aggressively demanding a full investigation to find the mastermind behind those rogue wizards. They are determined to find the assassin who targeted their prince. Cardinal Hooray grinds his teeth, unable to believe his ears. Did that brat actually dare to go this far? Cardinal Hooray quickly begins calculating. With a foreign prince dragged into this, the entire board completely flips. The investigation will be relentless, making it impossible to act, and we might even get framed for royal assassination. Clenching his trembling fists, he mutters that it is like father, like son, and both of them are complete bastards. Before he can even recover, another panicked messenger bursts in. Watch this. Things are about to get crazy. The Eshua Patriarch has just stormed right into House Barrett territory and is absolutely destroying everything. They demand to see the fourth son of House Eshua immediately. A flood of terrible news makes Cardinal Hooray absolutely furious. Now their grandfather is storming in too? What a completely unhinged family. Inside the capital of Holy Kingdom Hela, the Patriarch tightly grips Isaac Sack's letter, reading that his grandson almost died. The letter reveals that their fourth uncle used rogue wizards for an assassination. Cursing that crazy bastard, the Patriarch goes wild, while Isaac Sack can only sigh. His grandfather is definitely not some ordinary old man, but actually storming right into the Holy See is beyond insane. Ale interrupts, calling out to her young master as she kneels on one knee before Isaac Sack very seriously. She thanks him from the bottom of her heart for avenging her brother who was killed 14 years ago. He looks confused, replying that he has no clue. Even so, Isaac Sack simply replies that it is fine and really no big deal. Shifting the focus, he asks about the rest of the family. She smiles, saying they are just like the Patriarch, though Riley is apparently furious over a pretty bizarre issue. Riley points and roars, asking if that crazy brother of his is trying to kill his own nephew. Kaya blankly replies that Yisak is also his nephew. Riley angrily snaps back that the kid's hair color is totally different, and his face does not even look the same. Riley cannot take their constant bickering anymore and barks at them to shut up, but then something else catches his attention. Ale continues the shocking update, explaining that Benjamin, the family's financial master, has completely burned down the entire estate of the fourth young master. Furious, Benjamin shouts that the bastard does not deserve any legacy and should give it all back. Isaac Sack sighs in regret, thinking that if Benjamin was going to destroy it all, he should have just given it to him. Ale then nervously adds that the entire family will gather soon. She honestly admits how worried she is, guessing that the fourth young master is planning another assassination. That man is so obsessed with the succession that he tried to eliminate Isaac Sack early. But the young master casually reassures her that he will not die. Isaac Sack idly wonders out loud, noting that it is weirdly quiet when another major place should be absolute chaos by now. While he is speaking, a piece of paper drifts past his eyes. He mutters, asking if they should be here by now. He rips the paper to shreds with an excited laugh, declaring that it is exactly as he predicted. Then watch closely, a massive magic circle erupts. She stares in absolute shock, realizing it is a highly advanced holy summoning magic circle. Isaac Sack casually greets them, commenting that they must be in a massive hurry to use summoning magic just to get here. Leon immediately marches up, grabs his collar, and demands to see the interesting thing he was promised. Isaac Sack replies with a completely unchanged expression. He asks if Jitan's little prince is doing well, mockingly adding that he thought Leon would be happy. Leon grinds his teeth in pure rage. After a quiet moment, Leon slowly releases his grip on Isaac Sack's collar. Trying to compose himself, Leon demands to know why he brought the Magic Empire's prince here. He acts totally clueless and asks, "What do you mean, Cardinal? I literally brought him here just to help you." The Cardinal snaps help. Memories flood back, reminding him that at first, he was indeed thrilled since any chance to crush those mages was incredibly valuable. Leon tightly grips the letter Isaac sent him, which warns that those mages might have already targeted the prince. Please conduct a full investigation using torture experts from the enemy faith. But Leon feels a bit bewildered. Isn't this mastermind just way too obvious? It is clearly the Pope's office conspiring with the fourth son of the Zhou family to sabotage Isaac. Ultimately, Leon realizes they should actually thank this brat. Thanks to his move, they can simultaneously destroy both the Gold and Blue clans, the two most noble houses in existence. He stares coldly at the letter, concluding that this sacrifice is well worth facing the 14 devils, if not even more. But then, Isaac says something that completely freezes the old man. Is this really how the Holy Kingdom tortures people? The brat sits with folded arms and questions him. I am asking you, is a great empire really this barbaric? Then, he flops onto the bed, thrashing in protest. What? You dare ask for my name? That violates my basic human rights. Are all priests like this? How dare you pry into my big brother's family? Do you clergymen have absolutely no sense of basic morality left in you? How dare trash like you question a descendant of the noble Blue clan? Scum like you are light years away from ever understanding my big brother's exquisite taste. One priest loses his temper and steps forward. Let me go, brother. Let me just kill him, and I will gladly accept going to heaven. But his partner holds him back, telling him to calm down. Leon sighs in exhaustion. You arrogant brat. Did you only demand this investigation just to threaten the Gold clan? He recalculates the situation since the Blue clan did not want to take a hit from that fourth son. They dumped this uncooperative prince onto us. That way, only the Gold clan will end up suffering and writhing in pain. The more Leon thinks, the angrier he gets that bastard used us as tools. Finally, he snaps at Isaac. Do you really think I will just let this slide? Watching my subordinates get tormented is not fun at all. But Isaac just grins and replies, what are you talking about? He doesn't look annoyed at all. And this next part? It is where the old man completely freezes. You are the type of guy who actually enjoys the suffering of your own underlings. Leon glares down, his tone turning cold. Interesting. Then, he smiles savagely. Until now, absolutely no one knew about this. Watching this unfold, Ashley stands completely frozen, unable to react. She immediately drops to her knees before Leon, growling. The cardinal turns to interrogate. Isaac, did the head of the Blue clan tell you? Grinning, he continues to press, what is the big deal about killing a mere apprentice? Who on earth told you? But before he gets an answer, Isaac cuts him off. Since you are happy now, pay up my reward. Frowning slightly, he calls out Cardinal Leon. Leon sighs, reaching out toward Isaac. Radiating a dark, murderous intent, he growls, does the Blue clan only teach their children how to throw away their lives? Only then does Ashley snap out of it. She screams, young master, run. But Isaac does not care and just snatches the reward. Smiling at the cardinal, he says thank you. Isaac holds up the gold bar in his hand, adding, this is more than enough for my reward. Ashley turns completely pale, her eyes filled with absolute panic. But watch how confidently Isaac holds up that golden rose token. She nearly collapses, as Leon speaks again, by the way. Isaac. I have suddenly become quite curious. He grins with pure amusement. Did you actually defeat that beast all by yourself? Leon confidently claims that a mere apprentice could never pull off such a feat. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Isaac replies, that is a family secret. Dear Cardinal. The old man freezes as Isaac continues, unlike the Blue clan, your family is terrible at hunting low-level demons, so it is no surprise you do not know. Isaac flashes a smug grin after all. That is exactly why your son got beaten to a pulp. Despite the mockery, Leon remains unfazed, nodding with a smile. But as he turns to leave, he curses inwardly, what an incredibly insolent brat. Isaac cheerfully waves, have a safe trip, Cardinal. Ashley rushes over, asking in a panicked voice, young master, are you okay? She grinds her teeth, wondering why everyone from that rival family has such a highly unpleasant personality. Isaac sighs, the leaders of that clan have always been absolute psychopaths. Then, Ashley notices the token in his hand and asks, what is that? Isaac's expression turns dead serious. It is a pass to enter the holy prison. Tracing the patterns on the token, he realizes that with this, he can finally meet his captured subordinates. A few days later, at the Golden Pentacle Evaluation Council, the crowd is gossiping loudly about which team will secure the legendary trump card this time around. Naturally, it has to be the gold team. They have literally never failed to secure the trump card. Lang forces a tight smile, squeezing his wine glass as a clan member whispers that even their leader was stolen by the blue team. The chatter in the hall suddenly grows excited as people ask which apprentice team is returning. Everyone gasps in shock to see Isaac confidently leading the way. The savior of the Blue clan is indeed Isaac. Standing exhausted behind him, Han curses quietly, damn it, Isaac. How many times have I almost died because of that brat? He whips his head back with an order that makes everyone turn pale instantly. I can see all of you bastards. So why aren't you smiling? Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts across the hall as everyone points and whispers in excitement. It is the gold team. Smug smiles spread across their faces as they look down on the clueless blue team. Thanks to them, the stolen ancestral relics of Hela are finally back, which is exactly what truly benefits our holy kingdom. Those fools really think saving a handful of survivors in Foxu Ao will change anything. Truly pathetic. While they mock the blue team, the MC takes the stage to welcome the trainees and guests to the Golden Pentagon evaluation. Everyone stands as the Emperor and his son make their grand entrance. The Emperor himself will announce the final results, sending a wave of shocked whispers through the entire crowd. Having the Emperor personally attend the Pentagon evaluation is extremely rare, proving to everyone just how important this event is as he prepares to deliver the results. The gold team sneers internally, convinced that since they recovered the lost Imperial treasure, the Emperor has showed up specifically to reward them. The crowd erupts in sheer excitement as the MC officially starts the long-awaited Golden Pentagon Evaluation Council. Shui swallows hard in nervousness while the white team presents their recovery, a set of scattered ancient books. Next is the red team, presenting an epic sword forged by genius blacksmith, 300 years ago, earning impressed nods from the crowd. Anything by Blacksmith A is highly valuable, proving this year's trainees are definitely on another level. Last year was a joke, but wait until you hear the mind-blowing results for the gold team. They actually recovered the Hela royal heirloom stolen 100 years ago, sparking a massive uproar over bringing back such a sacred family treasure. Everyone wonders if that is the exact necklace stolen by the barbarians, while he gapes, finally understanding why the Emperor came in person. A lender holds the case, marveling at how truly extraordinary the necklace is. This sacred wedding heirloom was stolen back in my grandfather's era, the wise monarch proclaims, bringing immense joy to the thrilled members of the gold team. I thought I would never lay eyes on it again, but you actually recovered it, proving the gold team's capabilities are truly outstanding. They sneer internally, feeling completely superior to the useless blue team, silently challenging anyone to step forward if they can top this achievement. Shui looks away in annoyance at the annoying pests, just as the MC smiles and announces the final group, the blue team. The blue team successfully rescued all the holy knights kidnapped by demons in Kanya, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. They saved people from Fak Suao? Just surviving that place is a miracle for trainees, Ni sighs with a look of pure contempt. Saving people proves nothing, the gold team tells themselves, but they freeze when the MC adds that they also exterminated the beast from 14 years ago. He sheds tears of joy as he hears how they vanquished a beast that even elite mages fled from, saving all survivors and finally healing 14 years of deep suffering for Hela. The gold team desperately tries to keep their confidence up. Sure, they think, that's fine, but nobody expected those kids to actually kill that beast. They think they have won, but wait, because the MC now drops another massive bombshell. They actually rescued Hidup of Jitan, Prince of the Magic Empire, making the gold team freeze as the MC throws his papers aside in pure excitement. The Holy Kingdom of Hela has demanded that Prince Hidup repay this life-saving favor. The MC screams at the top of his lungs. The Magic Empire has agreed to return a stolen treasure and withdraw all those ridiculous fees in the disputed territory. The Magic Empire yielded, and the entire hall erupts in roaring applause as a lender stands up to address the crowd. Such an incredible achievement, he says. I honestly do not know how to praise it enough. What these trainees accomplished today doesn't just restore our pride after years of suffering. It delivers real, life-changing benefits directly to our people. Stolen wedding heirlooms and legendary trophies are indeed great for raising the overall glory of our empire. But to me, the lives of our citizens are far more precious, and the blue team did not just save the holy knights, they saved countless citizens and an enemy prince. One life is worth more than the whole universe. Saving our people is the sole purpose of Hela's existence, and fixing trade disputes that impact daily lives is saving countless souls too. Smiling, the Emperor notes that he is confident the Evaluation Council feels the exact same way. A lender looks over at the officials beside him, who nervously clear their throats while trying to act calm. He declares that while the gold team's royal treasure is impressive, the blue team's accomplishments are on a completely different level. This is something no normal trainee should be capable of, and most importantly, they reminded us of a priest's true purpose. Protecting the weak and serving our people is the absolute core of our faith, whereas the other teams only chased relics to satisfy past pride. Intentionally or not, the blue team has achieved something truly legendary for the glory of Hela. B frowns in deep anger, thinking if this wasn't deliberate, how on earth did his father already negotiate everything with the Magic Empire? She looks over at him, smirking. Because they saved the Empire's citizens, the gold team has absolutely no choice but to hand over the trump card to the blue team. Did everything really go exactly as he planned? Ander steps up and declares in a deep voice that he will now announce the final results, smiling with pure pride. This year, the trainees showed exceptional talent, especially the teams that refused to give up despite facing extreme danger, just to save their own comrades. Their achievements will serve as a shining example, not just for their peers, but for their seniors too. He sweeps his sleeve, declaring over the loud cheers that this year's gold pentagon belongs to the ultimate winning team. A few days later, back at the blue team dormitory, Isaac casually walks down a sun-drenched hallway. Rubbing his nose, the patriarch proudly thinks that he only told him to return safely, but Isaac has completely blown past all expectations. Maybe the boy can actually become a saint and bring glory to the Blue Clan. Sure, his personality is a complete mess, but with the right training he stops, solemnly pushing open the classroom door. Yes, it's highly possible. But the second he swings the door open, a loud voice slams straight into his ears. An heir is absolutely nothing, Isaac boasts while gesturing wildly from his chair. You just have to butter them up real good. Just talk about brotherhood and throw in a few holy verses, he says with a smug grin. My old man will totally eat it up. Isaac is too busy bragging to notice the dead silence in the room, assuring everyone not to worry, because grandfather will easily hand over the king rank at the Blue Pentagon. Now here's a classic mistake. He's literally celebrating his victory way too early, laughing as he turns around. But why did everyone suddenly go dead silent? Behind him, the old man stands radiating pure, murderous intent, growling deeply. The old man growls that it is clearly far too early to talk about heirs, and training alone won't fix this kid, leaving a heavily sweating Isaac to desperately curse his luck in silence. Damn it, if he was coming, why didn't those useless bastards warn me? Isaac screams in his head before a literal shriek of terror echoes through the dorm. He hurls his pillow, panting heavily as he complains about how totally unfair this whole situation is. He complains that all this brutal, unfair training is aimed entirely at him, using magical treasures to tempt him into failure, and forcing him to write out 100 pages of unreadable text. Groaning in agony over his bad luck, Isaac gets reminded that he literally bragged about scamming the old man right to his face. The ghost wags a finger and explains that he'll get the lowest possible grade if he fails to finish everything. Do you want to flunk out? Because you totally brought this on yourself? The ghost remarks as Isaac pouts, trying to cook up another chaotic scheme. Silently cheering when his uncle arrives together with grandfather, Isaac immediately runs over to throw himself into his arms and act cute, while Lai hesitantly calls out his name. Sobbingly, the boy looks up to call for his uncle, making Lai feel like he's been struck by lightning as he roars to slice off the head of whoever made his nephew cry. Unleashing some seriously manipulative green tea vibes, Isaac sniffles and says grandfather hates him. Maybe I should just pack up and leave this house, he mutters, sending Lai into a panic as he drops to one knee to ask what happened. Immediately, Isaac spins a lie, claiming grandfather is forcing him to pack up and return to the main house. Adding that he's supposedly too young to even deserve wine, Isaac watches his uncle frown, wondering if the patriarch is being too harsh. His late brother and sister-in-law were basically his parents, and his entire world shattered when they tragically passed away 10 years ago. Isaac keeps feeding him sob stories, making Lai remember how incredibly happy he was finding him alive. For this kid, he will gladly do anything, even sacrifice his own life, while the observer ghost watches in absolute disbelief, asking what he is doing. Playing the victim, Isaac whimpers that he only wants to pass the Blue Pentagon, become a true priest, and slay the Bone King right by his uncle's side. Deeply moved, Lai calls his name as Isaac dramatically cries about not being able to smash the Bone King. Lai is completely frozen, while the ghost wonders if Isaac has lost his mind speaking in the third person like that. Quickly standing up to reassure him, Lai promises that he will handle everything, making a sniffling Isaac ask if he is really serious. Absolutely, he promises, telling him to forget about the Pentagon completely because he'll make sure he passes easily, then runs outside telling Isaac not to worry at all. Let's be honest, we're all wondering the same thing. Can his uncle actually pull off a miracle by tomorrow? Fixing his collar with a devilish grin, Isaac says he has absolute faith in his uncle, especially since they now have a much more urgent crisis to handle. Meeting his captured subordinates before they get executed is his top priority. And the next day, a helpless guard hands him back his crucial access token. The guard confirms the pass is indeed from the cardinal, but informs him that the visitation can only happen in 14 days. Isaac smirks at his own new power, but gets annoyed knowing the executions happen in under a month. Demanding to know if they want him visiting headless corpses, Isaac orders them to cut the wait down to a single week, but they object. The sweating guards refuse, explaining they need at least 10 days for security protocols, and telling him he is already lucky to get a meeting. When he pushes for 5 days, the guards desperately try to negotiate. They try to warn him about the risks, but go completely silent when Isaac smoothly negotiates it down to 3 days, suddenly standing right at the prison gate ready to step inside. Panicked, the guards tell him tomorrow is the absolute earliest, so Isaac just pats their shoulders and walks away, leaving them completely baffled by his easy agreement. Why did our patriarch give this kid his card? It wonders. Aren't you supposed to meet them? He simply walks off, locking his hands behind his back. Is there anything more valuable in the blue pentagon? Today I will meet them tomorrow. The blue pentagon, huh? He begged to do everything for his beloved grandchild, the Watcher Phantom mockingly repeats, completely unable to hide his disgust at the old man's desperate plea. Beloved grandchild. Isaac smiles, telling the ghost to shut up. He shrugs, wondering how easy this exam will be. The Phantom chuckles along. After all, this is just an apprentice test. Surely even a toddler could pass it easily. Later, at the Gold Pentagon Hall, the announcer enthusiastically greets everyone, trainees participating in the Gold Pentagon, and the honorable spectators who have come to witness this. Welcome, everyone. He officially declares the final mission for the Blue Pentagon is to destroy a few monsters. Hearing this, the skeletons dance with absolute joy, cheering that their king has come to save them. The Watcher Phantom is completely speechless, so, they want us to execute our own people? Just look at this, Isaac is breaking into a cold sweat here, screaming in his mind, damn it, Leah. Skeletons are so pitiful they make you want to cry. Weak as dry straw and stupid as rocks, they are easily dragged around to do mindless chores. They are basically at the bottom of the food chain in the demon world, used as lab rats for priests, teaching tools for nobles, and even summoned at children's festivals just to be blown to pieces. And if they die from a turn undead spell, they go straight to hell. Once they perish, their entire existence resets, forcing them to start over and respawn all the way back at level 1. Isaac is absolutely furious, cursing inwardly. How dare these damn priests summon these miserable souls right in front of me, the Skeleton King. Meanwhile, the skeletons look around in total confusion, wondering where they are. No idea, but our king is right there. It is the king. His 2 companions eagerly point him out. They are going to cast the holy turn undead spell to disintegrate them instantly. Yeah, no undead can hope to resist that powerful magic. Easy for them, Isaac thinks, pulling his hair out in frustration. Turn undead. The Phantom beside him offers some advice. Turn undead is the most basic spell for beginners, so you should just use it. But he flatly refuses. I have died hundreds of millions of times to that filthy turn undead spell, and you want me to use it on these kids? Are you people insane? Damn that bastard Leah. Suddenly, the skeletons rush toward Isaac like they found gold, sending him into a panic. Oh, our king came to see us. We are so happy. Shuri gasps in shock and calls out to Isaac. They happily pile on top of him, cheering and celebrating. Where has he been? You finally summoned us. Isaac's face falls as he curses inwardly. I get that you are happy, but you are way too heavy, you idiots. Nearby, a spectator wonders, wait, is he actually being attacked? Another person asks in disbelief, are they trying to crush him? But the first one concludes actually, they are just swarming him out of pure joy. He looks at the white bones surrounding him and quickly runs the numbers. Damn it, if I mess this up, my true identity will be exposed. I just need to extract their mana cores to neutralize them. Suddenly, the announcer's voice booms. The test begins. Isaac comes up with a plan. If I can just reset their mana cores, they will be fine. But get this, the examiner suddenly adds a brutal rule, banning them from touching the cores and forcing them to use turn undead. He puffs his cheeks in anger like a blowfish, those damn priests. Meanwhile, a knight on the platform cheerfully gives him a thumbs up. Young Master Isaac, I made this requirement so easy for you. Make sure to take first place. Isaac furiously screams in his mind, I am going to obliterate your entire family. Up in the spectator stands, 2 people are chatting about getting points solely through turn undead. This is by far the easiest exam, the Watcher Phantom remarks. The person next to him agrees, yeah, turn undead is way too powerful against simple skeletons. If only they raised the difficulty by forcing us to extract the mana cores. As it is, even a newborn could pass this. Hearing this, Isaac throws a punch, tossing the skeletons piling on him aside. Those bastards. They are not looking out for me at all. Isaac gathers magic in his hand. There is no way in hell I am casting that cursed turn undead spell. I will just hit them with a holy strike. Damn it, sorry guys. Even a regular holy strike is lethal to the undead, but this is still better than sending you kids straight to hell. Meanwhile, the clueless skeletons cheer to each other. Whoa, the king is watching us. Master, tell us what to do. Oh, just seeing our master makes us so happy. A heavy thud echoes through the arena. He falls to his knees, utterly exhausted, and says, "I cannot do this." Everyone gasps in absolute shock. What? Shuri scratches her head, completely baffled. Even a kid can take down a skeleton. Why can't you? Isaac painfully refuses. "No, I will not do it," he declares. The skeletons scurry over, asking Master, "Why are you not moving? Master, did you run out of mana?" One skeleton suggests, "If you are out of mana, should we throw you into the dragonfire to recharge?" "I am not a skeleton anymore." He screams out, "I am a human now. Being thrown into a fire hurts like hell." The spectators are completely dumbfounded by his words. What did he just say? Not a skeleton, but a human? The person next to him gasps, "Wait, does he actually view those skeletons as human beings?" Isaac barely catches the remark and raises his head with a cold huff. The crowd starts theorizing. Is the kid refusing to attack the skeletons because they used to be human? Another spectator chime in, guessing Isaac actually wants to save these poor souls turned monsters. He scratches his cheek as their misunderstanding deepens. They think the faith of the Blue Sect protects everyone from devils. The Saintess's son truly is built different, with such a noble soul. Meanwhile, his ally rubs his temples in exhaustion, thinking they have lost their minds. There is no way that Brad is that noble. Quay steps forward, snapping at Isaac to get out of the way. He starts chanting his spell, but before he can finish, Isaac cuts him off with a heavy punch. Gasping for air, he looks around in utter frustration. If anyone uses corpse conversion, those poor souls are bound straight for hell. I absolutely cannot let that happen under my watch. Gathering a surge of deep blue magic in his palm, Isaac slams his hand onto the ground, casting corpse conversion. Violent blue smoke erupts, carefully directed to avoid hitting the children nearby. A blinding explosion suddenly erupts from the orb, lighting up the entire hall. The spectators stare in shock. Is that really corpse conversion? They have never seen one on this scale, as the brainless skeleton reaches out to touch the orb. What is that shiny thing? No idea, but it looks gorgeous. Isaac seriously summons his subordinate, the Lich of Darkness. He orders Tom to quietly hide all the kids in the shadows. The summon obediently replies, "Yes, master." The ground violently trembles, leaving everyone completely dazed. The spectators are stunned, some even jumping to their feet. Now check this out. Isaac grins as his goal is met, while the crowd completely loses their minds. The area in front of him is empty, not a single skeleton remains. They have all vanished. Don't tell me he wiped them out in one shot. Members of the Blue Sect rejoice. At this insane level, he is no mere apprentice, but at least bishop rank. It is the rise of a new saint. Isaac furiously curses in his own mind. Those corrupt priests, I will tear them all down. Meanwhile, in another room, a dignified man's voice declares the cardinal's plan to take Isaac. He is convinced Isaac will summon an evil god during the ritual. His ally anxiously notes that even a mid-tier god would cause chaos. The man nearby adds that if they knew which god actually chose Isaac, they would probably pass out from pure shock. Surprised, he asks if it is more than just some ordinary evil god. His companion continues, leaving him totally speechless. A regular demon would not even compare. The room goes quiet as the man holds his head, wondering which god of destruction is coming. Leah adds fuel to the fire. What if it is an absolute catastrophe? He sighs, declaring that bringing Isaac in for re-education is their top priority. I already sent a messenger to him, so the word should arrive soon. A guard stammers at the door, reporting Patriarch, I have returned from visiting Lord Isaac. His next words deliver another major shock. Isaac is currently on his way to the holy prison. Standing up in rage, he demands to know why he went to a forbidden territory. The messenger replies, apparently, Cardinal Rio gave him official permission to enter. Veins pop on the Patriarch's hand in pure rage. That absolute bastard, he growls through gritted teeth. Is he trying to kidnap the kid with cheap candy? His son stammers out, Father. But the Patriarch's voice shakes with fury, asking if he thinks he is stupid. We are going to the holy prison right now. Meanwhile, inside the cells, Isaac clutches his head in despair. This is so embarrassing, he groans, remembering how he used that dirty corpse conversion spell. The ghost nearby tries comforting him. But in the end, it all worked out fine, right? The specter then asks if he brought the reward he got from the team. Feeling bitter, he pats his pocket. Of course I did. That is the whole reason I took the job. Staring at the item, the ghost can't help but ask, is that just a piece of rope? Isaac explains that it is a demonic purification rope, a rare item that frees someone from demonic possession. But to me, it is also the perfect tool to disguise Monday. The ghost grins, realizing he will hide Mon to get inside. Isaac warily looks around. He whispers, let us make sure the coast is clear first. The specter nods, confirming there is no one within sensing range. With a casual snap of his fingers, Isaac summons them. The newly freed skeletons cheer in pure excitement. Master, you are finally here. We thought we would never see you again. We are so incredibly happy. Their joy turns to tears when Isaac orders the Lich to send them back home. The skeletons cry, begging to know what they did wrong. They promise to obey his every command, begging him not to abandon them and let them stay by his side. He explains that if they stay here, they will get purified, telling them not to be so foolish. Do you think I want to do this? Isaac sternly commands the Lich to send them back safely. The Lich agrees, yes, master. Turning around to finally enter, Isaac suddenly flinches as he notices a tiny little skeleton has been clinging onto his waist the whole time. Yelling in total disbelief, he demands to know when it even sneaked in here. The Spectre explains, if we miss you this time, we will never get to meet again. The Phantom sighs, they are so weak I can't even sense their mana. An escorting soldier steps forward. Sack, it is time for the scheduled visit. His expression darkens instantly. Why are they coming to pick me up this fast? Shaking with rage, Sack glares at the creature acting all clingy. Do you have any idea how hard I work to keep your skeletons alive? If caught, you guys will be destroyed. So he tells them to hold on tight. You must never come out. The guards slide the door open, telling him to step inside. 50 years ago, the Holy Kingdom captured a 9th-rank demon. The Stone Demon infiltrated the Holy Kingdom alone to take back the Bone King's body. But the priests used the Bone King's corpse as bait, and ultimately, Demon 46 dropped to its knees to protect its master's body. Reading from the book, the Spectre notes the shocking news. The capture of a pure-blooded demon from the ancient era completely stunned the entire continent. Or at least, that is what the records say. But check this out as Zoc frowns at Cardinal Sabak. He grabs his binoculars to get a closer look, cutting the Spectre off mid-sentence. You call this a visit? These total lunatics, he grumbles. Even a tiny bean looks bigger than him from all the way up here. Oh, your servant can't even see him through this telescope. The guard smiles, you should be grateful we even let you look this much. He casually waves his token card, sure, keep the sarcasm coming. The guard grits his teeth in frustration. The other soldier quickly chimes in that case. We need to conduct a full-body search. Something here is pretty suspicious, so please cooperate. Just as they reach for his collar, he suddenly speaks up. Isha, radiating cold, murderous intent, speaks in a freezing tone, if you touch my body, you die. The two guards flinch in pure terror. They watch him release a massive wave of magic. What is this intense aura? Damn it, we can't even take a step. Isha starts throwing a massive tantrum. Are you actually doubting me? Doubting me? A direct, pure-blooded heir of the prestigious Blue Clan? If you lay a hand on me, I will consider it an act of war against the Dushu family. He continues putting on a dramatic show. What are you trying to do to a kid's body? I will bite my tongue and end my life. I'm really going to do it. The guards wave their hands in absolute panic. My lord, if you keep saying such misleading things, the guards stammer. But Sack immediately cuts in. Do you think my family will just sit back? Sack crosses his arms threateningly. Total threat. He's the type to start a war without even thinking twice. Do you remember how much he bragged when his grandson took his very first pee? They glance at each other in confusion, but the Patriarch ordered us to uncover the motive of this visit. The other guard sighs, let him pass. The Patriarch issued the token himself. One of them clears his throat, understood. Follow me. He lets out a disdainful sigh. You should have done that in the first place. Together, they walk down to the cold, dark dungeon. The guard speaks solemnly, this is it. The guard places his hand on a massive door, behind which lies the solitary confinement cell of Demon 46. They warningly sigh. It's too dangerous. The aura of Demon 46 can literally kill you. Zack ignores them, be quiet and open it. And watch this. As the door creaks open, a massive, oppressive wave of dark aura rushes out, making everyone grimace. The demon cracks open its eyes. It freezes. Then, it instantly lets out a rage-filled roar. The guards look at each other in uneasy confusion. Why is it acting like this? It used to be quiet. As its roars intensify, its dark aura grows increasingly heavy, shaking with fear. The guards stammer, do you see this? This is the raw power of Demon 46. Please, we need to turn back now. Sack rubs his nose in excitement, that thing is still alive. The two guards turn pale with shock. Is this guy seriously smiling while completely ignoring the demon's crushing pressure? What kind of psycho is this? He smirks to himself. It probably thinks those priests captured me. The Spectre lets out a heavy sigh. That creature has completely lost its mind. Sack clarifies, I wasn't captured and dragged here. I blackmailed my way in. Sana Na only catches the last couple of words threatened. The terrified guards look ready to cry, so he quickly corrects himself. It's getting much more dangerous. Oh, wait, it totally misunderstood the situation. The specter's words only add fuel to the fire. Its master is actually going to bite his tongue and die. Thankfully, they finally back down. Sanana totally misses the point again. How dare these fools force my master to bow? It flies into an even greater rage at the thought. A panicked soldier yells out, why is he getting even more furious? The specter tries to explain they are the ones who deceived our master. The two guards lock eyes in horror. Quick, call for backup. We can't let him die before his scheduled execution. Zack quickly calculates his options. This is the perfect window, but the guards are still watching. I need to buy more time. A massive wave of magic erupts from Chap's shackles, causing agonizing pain. He grows anxious. Damn it, the Pope's restrictive power has been activated. He will die before I can save him. I must use magic to draw attention, just as we planned. Isha looks down at the dry bone on his waist, but if I use it now, I will definitely get caught. The specter excitedly whispers, Master, I will transfer it to you. He mutters in amazement, wow, this guy is pretty good. Isak immediately barks an order, go. With your tiny size, you can slip through the bars and hand him the stone to break those chains. The shadow nods that skeleton's mana signature is so weak it won't be sensed. Isak takes a deep breath, telling the skeleton to stay careful. That is absolutely amazing, Isak says with fake admiration. The rival Red Clan is truly impressive. The two guards are totally freaked out because a noble from the rival Blue Clan is praising them, completely free of sarcasm. It makes no sense to them. But you and I know he's just playing dumb to buy some time before looking up with a helpless expression. The rival clan is truly the best. Isak praises them shamelessly, admitting he almost wet himself seeing Demon 46. Yet these two guards stayed so incredibly calm. The guard hesitates, asking if he just laughed. Isak quickly lies it was just a nervous reflex from sheer terror. Isak continues hyping them up, saying he never expected the Red Clan to use such elite guards as jailers. What a formidable family. With skills like yours, you'd easily be knight captains back in our Blue Clan. The two guards get goosebumps, wondering what kind of nonsense he is spitting now. Isak continues spinning his wild lies, telling them it's a huge secret, but he only came here under direct orders from the head of his family. The two guards freeze, completely lost, and shout out together, what? One of them steps closer, asking about the Patriarch's order. Isak lets out a tired sigh, explaining it's a family mission for his succession exam. His goal was simply to approach Demon 46 and return safely. The guards gasp, wow, that is brutal. Are they trying to get him killed? He nods without a single second of hesitation. Exactly. The two guards swallow hard, shaking their heads in disbelief. This is no ordinary trial. It is the exact kind of test used to select a new cardinal bishop. Only a psychopath would force a kid to get close to Demon 46. They keep gossiping, completely unaware that the skeleton successfully delivered the stone to Han. It makes sense since this is the saint's family, but still, sending a mere child on a suicide mission like this is insane. The skeleton quickly scrambles back while the guard keeps talking about how crazy the Blue Clan is. But Isaac smoothly pivots the conversation. He casually asks if they want to join the Blue Clan themselves. The guards jump, stammering out that they would absolutely love to join. They get incredibly excited. Is this an official scout invitation? Just as he's about to reply, the skeleton returns safely. Isak suddenly fakes a dizzy spell, muttering that Demon 46 was too much for him to handle. The worried guards quickly ask if he is okay. Why did you even insist on seeing that monster? Come on, let us escort you safely out of this place right now. Han leans his head against the cold bars, muttering a quiet thank you, calling him the Demon King of God. Meanwhile, the guards guide Isaac out, telling him to hold on a bit longer. Isaac stumbles forward, thanking them, when a group suddenly blocks their path, shouting for them to freeze. Ni steps up to the front, sneering as he tells them they have some business. First he needs to check that pass of theirs. Isaac scoffs at the pass issued by the Red Clan's cardinal. Ni smiles, explaining that the pass also functions as a tool to measure a person's faith. You think the Patriarch hands those out for free? The weaker your faith, the darker that card gets. Let us see what color it is, shall we? The shadow peeks from behind, watching the card shift colors, and suddenly freezes before speaking up. Wow, the shadow whispers something that turns Isaac pale with shock. It is pitch black. Ni reaches out his hand, demanding the card immediately. Isak clutches his pocket tightly, refusing to hand it over. Nie mockingly asks if he is scared it will show up deep crimson. The shadow mutters that it is actually as dark as its master's rotten soul. Isak shoves his hands into his pockets, clutching the card, and speaks calmly. Screw off, I am not handing it over. Nie sneers, asking if he has some dark secret to hide. Check this out. Isaac suddenly accuses him of trying to steal the card and frame the Blue Clan. Nie just stands there, totally speechless. Isak is basically a master at twisting words, claiming they want to steal it, run away, and then extort the Blue Clan for damages. The cultists behind him stare in disbelief, wondering how this kid could possibly think they are just a bunch of cheap, petty thugs. Isak sighs deeply, saying this is their territory anyway. Since everyone here reports to them, they could easily coordinate their stories and make a complete fool out of him. How would I even track you down then? Nie loses his mind, screaming at this crazy kid for daring to insult his noble clan. He clenches his fists. Fine. I do not need that card anymore. Nie raises his hand with absolute bloodlust, slamming a powerful punch straight into the ground and cracking the earth. He grins like a maniac because I have something far better. They flinch in horror as the shadow panics, shouting to his master about a strange, murky black mist appearing right before everyone's eyes. A giant statue slowly materializes through the mist, prompting a terrified shout. It is the Altar of Judgment, the legendary Blood Saint technique. Isak looks up at the faded altar in utter shock. This statue is designed to expose demons in disguise or anyone without true faith. Isak's pupils shrink in sheer disbelief. Is this guy absolutely insane to use a holy artifact like this on a visiting noble? Nie grins widely, explaining that if you have faith, the goddess will weep tears of repentance. But if you are a heretic, she will glare in absolute fury. He screamed in his heart, if you aren't absolutely sure they have zero faith, you will face a devastating backlash. The two guards behind Isak cheered him on, telling him not to worry since his immense courage would protect him. Use this chance to prove your innocence and make them pay for their disrespect. While he was absolutely terrified, I knew for a fact that if he stepped up, the goddess statue would open its eyes. He confidently pointed at Isak, demanding he step forward proudly if he really was the saint candidate, while Isak tried to stay calm, asking why he should listen. Nie warned him to hurry, unless he wanted his entire clan's faith erased from history. Isak wondered in disbelief if he would really be erased, then whipped around to snap at him, demanding to know if he thought the lamb faith would stay quiet. Before he could even finish, someone grabbed him by the waist and hoisted him up, telling him to stop talking nonsense, making Isak scream in panic as he was moved. He demanded to know what they were doing as he was dropped right in front of the goddess statue with some hollow comfort. They told him not to worry because it would only take a second, but Isak realized he could not move or run away at all. Nie grinned widely, calling out for the goddess statue to finally open her eyes and judge. He was entirely confident he could destroy both Isak and the Lamb Clan faith. But to everyone's absolute shock, the goddess statue began weeping heavy tears of pure blood. Look at that, the goddess is crying blood tears, a miracle only a cardinal is ever supposed to trigger. His eyes practically popped out of his head. How on earth could that kid have any faith? Isak was just as shocked as the rest of them, prompting the ghost to ask why the statue was crying bloody tears. The ghost warned his master to keep a straight face, but suddenly broke a sweat and chuckled while looking down at Isak's waist, realizing Skelly's faith was just measured. It made perfect sense a demon king like him deserved absolute worship. Skelly's devotion to his master was tested, revealing absolute loyalty, which made Isak grin and praise his skeleton for being such a faithful servant. The crowd muttered in confusion, asking if Lord Luiba had judged without even being sure of the result. Even the young master could not make the statue cry bloody tears, so if the Lamb Clan bragged about this, it would cause a massive scene. Isak glared at him with pure disgust, asking what gave him the confidence to pull this stunt, while Skelly noticed something behind his master, warning him that the House of Ruas would file a formal protest. Isak finished his threat just as the goddess statue snapped her eyes open. The ghost frantically urged Isak to turn back immediately, prompting him to spin around with the speed of a rocket. This sudden move caused the goddess to close her eyes once more, leaving Isak clutching his chest and panting in relief. He wondered why she was staring, while the ghost sighed and said he had warned him to keep his head down and let Skelly walk behind. Nie sneered triumphantly, pointing directly at Isak's face and yelling that he knew it and that everyone had seen it clearly. He furiously insisted that the statue of judgment had opened her stone eyes, practically screaming that he saw it happen. But the onlookers had seen absolutely nothing, telling him to calm down since the eyes were clearly closed and asking if he was okay. He looked ready to lose his mind, screaming that he saw it open, while Isak let out a massive sigh of relief that he had barely escaped. The ghost nodded, noting only Nie saw it as the whispers in the crowd grew louder by the second. Everyone clearly saw the sacred bloody tears falling from the statue of judgment, leaving them wondering how they would ever explain this. Nie desperately tried to convince them, swearing that he saw those stone eyes wide open. The believers frantically argued back, asking if the House of Ruas was cursed, while Isak just sat back and enjoyed the free entertainment. Pretty hilarious, right? They asked indignantly if he was suggesting that their family's sacred altar was somehow altering the divine results. If results can just change on a whim, heresy trials will lose all credibility, so he had better watch what he says. Furious, Nia cursed in his head before turning to Ithran, commanding him to run the test again because he definitely saw it. Isak sneered, asking if he was planning to cheat out of pure jealousy because he could never reach that level of faith. He gently patted Skelly's head hidden under his coat, whispering "well done," before openly mocking Nia for being so pathetic and humiliating. Nia shook with pure rage, preparing to throw a violent punch at Isaac, but his fist was suddenly caught by someone behind him. He gasped to find Ithran standing there, who calmly mentioned he had a feeling this would happen, and came to stop him. He asked where Nia's courage went, demanding if he dared strike a descendant of the rival house. Lila frantically warned that attacking a descendant would take things too far, urging her father to go home first, when Isaac suddenly threw himself into his arms. Isak whined like a child, begging his uncle to help because Nia had hit him, while Ithran grumbled in sheer annoyance at the drama. Lila mentioned they needed the cardinal, before wiping her hands to write an official complaint. Suri reluctantly stepped in to stop them, pleading with his uncle because the guy might actually die, while looking at Isak dramatically throwing a tantrum on the ground. Kids these days? Soft. He sighs in frustration, cursing the idiot standing right behind him. What on earth is this absolute fool crawling in here for? Aren't you about to face a heresy trial? Go back home already, because staying here will only drag us into massive trouble. What heresy trial? Isak asks blankly. Sui frowns, trying to explain. Yeah, that heresy trial gets totally derailed when he interrupts. Isn't it already over anyway? Sa plays innocent, claiming Nie brought out that creepy statue and forced Isaac onto his judgment platform. Igia asks what exactly Nie dragged out. He then mutters, so is he going to be burned alive now? Isaac nearly laughs out loud. Do you want to die? Nie channels his strength into his fingertips, whispering that he won't let this slide. Luckily, the other cultists hold him back. Listen, Igia, the interrogation is completely over, and the results are amazing. I swear. Isak passed with flying colors. They keep praising him, saying they've never seen such beautiful bloody tears. Igia stands there completely frozen, whispering to himself. Bloody tears? Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice echoes. I came because I heard of a troublemaker in the dungeons. Leon casually strolls in. The head of the Blue Creed has arrived. Igia is so furious that veins bulge on his forehead, thinking, you bastard, you certainly know how to pick your timing. Since the boy already summoned Demon 46, why drag him into this pointless test of faith? Leon smirks and replies, meeting a servant of the Bone King is highly suspicious on its own. Besides, this was requested by someone within the Blue Creed itself, so I believe this level of severity is absolutely necessary, right? Igia growls, your third son used the judgment platform on Isaac. Leon freezes instantly. What? Igia glares with a threatening look. It almost sounds like you want to declare war. Leon maintains his calm expression, saying, goodness, I had no idea he brought that statue, my apologies. We will fully compensate you so there are no hard feelings. Now, could you please return the card we lent you? Igia agrees immediately. Of course, bad luck charms need to go. Leon turns and starts walking away. Giving that card to Isaac is completely ridiculous. Leon counters, saying, your very own grandson was the one who requested it. Igia bites his lip, thinking to himself that these people are pure evil. Even if the kid is a little wild, they didn't need to drag out the platform. But making the goddess weep tears of blood is something only a cardinal can achieve. I deeply apologize for doubting your faith, my boy. You have a truly beautiful soul. Igia smiles warmly, taking the card back from his grandson. Isak, hand me the token. Now watch this. He expects the token to shine pure white after the miracle, but instead, the gold card turns pitch black, leaving him totally stunned. He immediately pictures his grandson tied up and burning at the stake. Leon, growing impatient, asks if he has finally verified it. He reaches out, demanding the card back immediately. But the moment Igia smashes the token, Leon's smug grin cracks completely. Leon falls to his knees in agony, screaming out, what are you doing? How dare you smash a sacred token blessed by the first pope? Is it really broken? Igia stands up, catching his breath and claiming his hands are just sweaty from fear. I have nothing left to give you, you heartless bastard. The next day, at Sefbet Manor, the heart of the rival family's faith, Leon mutters in shock. Not only is that brat's faith rock solid, but the statue actually wept bloody tears. He rubs his temples in frustration. It seems that kid is already officially certified as a top saint candidate, yet you foolishly demand an interrogation without even thinking. Leon slams the table in rage, screaming, "Did you do that just to let the enemy priests publicly humiliate us?" He points out that from the start, Nie was supposed to become the clan head, not be swallowed whole by his older brothers. You cannot even handle a simple task. Do you not understand that only by becoming the Pope will you actually survive? Becoming a saint isn't enough. You must become the Pope. So the rival family will finally discuss world unification. Leon sighs, holding his head. What a massive headache, now that the card for checking faith is completely gone. Damn it, that card was just for entertainment anyway. There are other ways, and the upcoming dedication ritual is our best shot. When the gods send their messenger down, any kid with a flawed soul will be instantly exposed. So just keep your mouth shut from now on. Nie trembles in frustration, knowing what he saw. Suddenly, he stands up, asking, "Father, is the list ready? Is the participant list for the dedication ritual complete yet?" Leon stares blankly for a second before echoing. "The dedication ritual?" Leon taps the table, thinking. "Mostly people from our blue creed, though Isak and Sway are attending too. Since you won first place at the Black Pentagon earlier, putting you on the list will not be a problem." Nie shakes his head firmly, saying, "No, please register me as his personal servant instead. Put me down as Isaac's attendant. Every single participant is allowed a ceremonial assistant, after all." Leon barks in anger. "Are you out of your mind? Why should the heir of our rival family take such a lowly position? Don't you know that role is strictly meant for commoners?" Nie fires back. "Even so, we still have to do this." Nie grits his teeth, muttering that if there is no proof, we must find it ourselves. Leon flatly shuts him down, yelling, "Absolutely not." Desperately, he pleads with his father, arguing that he can still pull off this lowly role. He calmly said someone has already taken that position, so Kiabis will become his servant. Then he stopped, rubbing his aching head. "Has Kiabis really been chosen as Isaac's servant?" Nie muttered, his eyes widening in pure shock. "What did you just say?" he gasped out. "Is Kiabis actually going to be Isaac's servant?" Around the same time, at the Doksu clan mansion, she rested her chin on her hand and muttered, "It fits together flawlessly. Now I get it. So that is why father smashed it?" Lei asked, tilting her head. "But they said the statue shed tears of blood." He said helplessly, "I just wanted to perform another test of faith to be sure. Not too long ago, Isaac met with Mare. That must be why the statue cried. Since that testing relic was stolen from the Red Clan, its reaction is bound to be completely accurate." Lei agreed, "Yes, that has to be it." But Ben was focusing on a different issue now. "Is the chief of the Doksu clan really a thief?" He massaged his temples and sighed. "At least we do not have to worry about the demon choosing the kid, since he basically is a demon himself." Worried, he asked, "Does that not make things incredibly dangerous? Those with the highest pentagram scores will summon gods during the ritual sacrifice." He said urgently the Red Clan Cardinal is definitely waiting for that moment. She added wearily, "That is not all." He remembered the letter he had received the other day. Apparently, the Black Pentagram will grade them based on which god they manage to summon. The Black Clan Cardinal. His voice trembled with rage. "That damn Black Clan Cardinal is jumping in too, just to witness our total destruction." He issued a stern order tell Sui that he must become Isaac's servant. "We cannot under any circumstances let Isaac summon a god. Just look at this, time flies by." And soon the day of the crucial sacrificial ritual arrives at the arena. A loud voice echoes inside the waiting room. "Hey, are you even listening?" His opponent sneered, "Why do you keep spewing such nonsense?" Nye and Bix bickered endlessly. "Shut up, I am his servant, not you. You bastard, I already registered." Sui prayed in utter exhaustion, "Dear God, please save me from these absolute idiots." Isaac sucked on his candy and muttered maybe cracking their skulls open will finally cure this headache. He added silently to himself, "Just dealing with the crowd of sycophants gathering here is exhausting enough." A ghost asked curiously, "Sycophants during a sacrificial ritual?" Quietly, he thought to himself normally, "Divine servants transport the offerings. But since this ritual's offering is a massive archdemon, sycophants are bound to show up." Meanwhile, the other two kept screaming, "I am the servant." "No, I am," he snapped angrily. "Do you really want to force my hand?" Sui rushed to stop them. "Hey, today is a good day. Calm down," Isaac said with a sigh. "It is a good day. All right, the day my servant gets set free." He felt miserable inside, remembering what the clan elders told him. "Our entire clan will be wiped out if anyone witnesses the true nature of Isaac." You know what is crazy? That God really is a malevolent deity. Then Isaac asks, "What is going on over there? Why is everyone fighting to be my servant?" Sui explained, "Because according to ritual etiquette, priests are supposed to serve those of the lowest status." He finished with a single word. "Nonsense. Nee grabbed her collar, trying to stay calm. I have a duty to be Isaac's servant, Bix calmly replied. Well, I still need to be his servant anyway. Isaac promised to train me if I stay by his side. Isaac clapped his hands, signaling them to shut up. Stop fighting. I do not need either of you. They spun around in shock and yelled, what? He pointed right at Nee's face. You will be my horse, and you will be my maid. Isaac pointed and gave his orders. And you will be my coat hanger. Sui grumbled under his breath, damn it. Meanwhile, inside the roaring hall, the crowd was discussing loudly. I am really looking forward to this year's ritual. Word on the street is that the next holy saint will be one of these kids. Getting to see them in person is even more exciting than an actual demon execution. Soon, the trainees entered the hall in a neat single file. They are coming in now. The excited believers turned red with anticipation. Look, it is Kiabis. It is my first time seeing him in person. He must be the candidate for the next saint. Standing behind them, Leon looked completely unimpressed. A candidate for the saint? This instantly sparked an argument. Have you not heard the prophecy that the next saint will come from the Red Clan? What kind of dark prophecy is that? Do you even know how rare Kiabis's holy stigmata is? Everyone has some kind of mark nowadays anyway. So what? The host suddenly spoke up. Oh, look, the priests are here. Isak stepped forward with an incredibly majestic aura. Bix looked like she had completely given up on life. Nee looked utterly dead inside with his mouth covered, and the four of them presented a truly bizarre sight. Sui turned pale, thinking that this crazy bastard is definitely going to summon the most brutal, evil god imaginable. He is a demon himself. Even the high-ranking cardinals sitting above were completely frozen. The entire hall erupted into noisy chatter. What on earth is that? Is that guy playing a horse not a member of the Red Clan? Why is Kiabis acting like that? What is going on here? Sister Sophia was grinning until Lei reminded her to stop laughing. Her voice trembled from holding back her giggles. How can I not laugh at this? Was there some kind of agreement beforehand? I never expected Nee and Kiabis to behave like this. He sighed helplessly. What were they thinking? She laughed it off. You do not seem worried at all, Gold Clan Cardinal. I heard you were incredibly strict with your children. He seriously recalls what happened just a few days ago. B stood right in front of he, declaring that becoming a servant is the vital first step to reach the Pope, and he will never yield that position to him. He probably went pale and closed his eyes to play dumb. Isaac is strong enough to summon the absolute strongest of gods, so keeping that person by his side fits my plan perfectly. Sister Sophie curiously gossips, asking why he is so quiet and what they are plotting. But Hai remains completely cold, focused only on turning that person into the Pope, thinking that Isaac will not get to choose any god today anyway. Then Leon spoke up, noting that Isaac was left off the god summoning list for the second part of the ritual. He thought the Kim Clan Cardinal simply forgot, so he added Isaac back, leaving Hai and him completely shocked and gasping out a panicked what. Smiling slyly, the old man eagerly awaits what evil god that kid will summon. Both of them break into a cold sweat at his madness, but the announcer suddenly cuts in. The execution ceremony is starting, a pillar of fire crashing onto the empty ground as the earth violently rumbles and tears apart. Sana is bound, kneeling right in the middle. The crowd cheers at the sight of this massive archdemon, its eyes filled with utter despair and fierce defiance as Sana unleashes a crushing wave of aura, leaving everyone completely stunned. Spectators watch in shock, wondering how an archdemon can still be this powerful while bound, and how absurdly strong the Skeleton King must be to have such a monster serving him. This level of power is just ridiculous, meaning his seals and bindings must be tighter than any prison cell. The demon stands completely unfazed by death, while Isaac tightly grips his horse reins. Looking at Sana's determined eyes, Isaac vows to save him, staring at his distant form while furiously wondering what those monsters did to that poor child. Cursing the priests and wishing to tear them apart, he grits his teeth, asking if they have completely lost their minds by shoving torture devices into him. Pure hatred fills Isaac's eyes as he whispers how much he loathes those disgusting priests. The crowd in the stand starts whispering, noticing how that kid's eyes completely changed the moment he saw the demon. To glare like that at a level 9 high demon, he really lives up to the Blue Faith clan reputation. Leon smiles to himself, completely surprised to see such deep hatred, realizing that if the boy were actually corrupted, he would have been thrilled to see a demon. He tries to force himself to calm down, telling himself it is fine, as long as he gets him out safely. Looking up seriously, Isaac recalls there are 5 seals on Sana, but since he already handed over the release tool, those complicated shackles are nothing to worry about. He flashes a triumphant smirk, knowing the rest of the plan is simple. He already placed counter charms on the officiating priests, meaning that once the ritual starts, they will unconsciously undo the seals themselves. This is perfect, because keeping that annoying bastard Nye here ensures he will never be suspected. Now, here is where things kick into high gear. Isak tugs the reins, telling Nie to get moving, which makes Nie curse him inwardly as an insolent brat while still playing dumb on the outside. Isak mockingly asks if Nie should be the one stepping down, wondering since when a horse has started talking back to its master. Are you tired of serving? You can just quit if you dislike it. Nye grits his teeth to stay calm, telling himself to endure until he has real proof, but Isak suddenly grabs his hair and asks why he is not answering. Nye curses under his breath in sheer pain right as the announcer officially declares the start of the execution. As the mages in the corners begin chanting their spells, Isak smiles in satisfaction, noting the magical device is active and Sana can escape within 5 seconds once the shackles are off. But Sana suddenly speaks up, calling Isak master and declaring that he has no regrets even if he dies right now. He shouts "Long live the king," prompting an infuriated Isak to yank Nye's hair until his face distorts in absolute agony. Isak snaps, asking what the hell he is talking about, while Sana continues his final words, saying he is glad to see the faith heirs tremble before him, saying he has nothing left to regret. A sweating Isak internally urges him to run immediately, knowing this is his only chance to survive. Sana literally starts crying from pure gratitude, crying out to his king who has restored his power. The demon thinks that Isak wanting to save a humble servant like him is a debt he can never repay. Isak furiously yanks Nie's hair, telling him to shut up, while a painful Nie screams he did not say anything. Isak wonders what is wrong with Sana, and his companion Phantom agrees, but suddenly panics upon noticing that there seems to be an extra seal placed on Sana's chest. Startled, Isak looks closer, asking if a brand new seal was secretly placed on Sana when he left prison. Realizing why Sana gave up on escaping, he listens as the demon begs him not to risk his newly gained life for a mere subordinate. Sana warns that the Pope and Cardinals are far too dangerous, pleading with Isak to leave him behind and focus on gaining the trust of the believers. An angry Isak tells him to stop talking nonsense, asking if he really thinks a simple seal would ever make him abandon his own people. It is not a high-level seal. He can break it instantly, but since he cannot undo it without getting close, he decides he has to cause a massive scene to draw everyone's attention, despite the danger. Someone steps up to announce that Isha is swapping places with the execution assistant. This is an order from the cardinal, who wants to create an opportunity for the top student of the pentagram. The onlookers find it hard to believe sending an apprentice near a 46-star demon is just asking for a disaster. They couldn't kill him in the golden pentagram, so now Sway is worried. As for Isha, his goal is to absorb the Bone King's corpse. There's no way his subordinates will stand by quietly. Isha smiles with pretty twisted joy. Perfect, he mutters to himself. That cardinal bishop of the Kim clan is a real sly fox, pushing me right next to him. Isha steps on Nie, making him groan in pain as he rushes in front of the executioner. He thinks to himself how pitiful, he's driven completely mad by fear. Getting closer to it, I can finally touch the seal directly. Game over. Breaking a low-level seal like this is going to be incredibly easy. He freezes in absolute surprise, eyes wide open, unable to speak. Isha stares closely at the subordinate's body, spotting a bright gold mark on its chest. It's the celestial seal of the Holy Sun. He clutches his head, sweating buckets in panic. Which bastard put this thing here? It's going to take an entire month just to get it off. The Phantom retreats. It seems we need the blood of a high-tier celestial beast or the Pope's own blood to open this. Where am I supposed to find that right now? Oh God. Isha's mind is racing. Damn it, what now? If he can't break it in time, he'll be executed right on the spot. The Pope, is that bastard really not here today? Just then, the announcer calls out, "Everyone stand, the messenger of God is descending." He looks up at the magic forming on the ceiling. A blinding flash of light erupts, accompanied by a smooth, gentle voice speaking softly. A putrid stench fills the air. A filthy servant of the Bone King sitting in the stands completely freezes. You see that? An angel, the messenger of punishment, has arrived. He stares in astonishment at the beautiful man standing before him. The angel smiles gently. I must handle this matter personally, with absolute care. The Phantom panics. So this is why Sana Na gave up on running. If the executioner is a literal angel, survival is basically impossible. The master laughs insanely. Did the key to the seal deliver itself right to me? Isha internally screams, "Are you out of your mind?" Quay just stares blankly ahead. This magic feels pretty familiar. He begins gathering power in his palm, preparing to launch an attack. Terrifying childhood memories flash back. He has definitely seen this somewhere before. Sui trembles uncontrollably, his eyes completely blank. He quickly tries to stop Isha as he launches his attack. A massive explosion erupts alongside a furious scream, this absolute psycho. Everyone panics. What is happening? Are we under attack? Sui clutches his head in terror as Isha cries and curses furiously. Is that bastard obsessed with hitting people in the head? Why is it always like this? You psycho, are you happy now? Of course he is. The angel smiles warmly, speaking with a gentle, forgiving tone. Well done, young priest. He is completely unharmed, not even a single scratch. The angel actually praises him for managing to spot the hiding demon. Onlookers gasp that demon was a kid from the Blue Clan. Did he take it down? Sui wonders, were you aiming for the demon from the start? Isha grashes his teeth in rage. This guy left a trace of holy power on him. The angel looks at him calmly as knights rush in to slaughter the monsters. He calculates it seems the rumor had been spreading incredibly well right from the very start. And a day like today is indeed the perfect opportunity to absorb magic from high-tier demon corpses. Besides, they actually thought they could feast on young priests. For a mere 6th-rank demon corpse, they're already rushing in like absolute lunatics. Not to mention, this is a 9th-rank demon execution. Dozens of blinded demons are bound to swarm. He looks down at the dead monster. It's actually better for me if attention is distracted. The ones who fell for that rumor and showed up were never my subordinates to begin with anyway. But that guy managed to dodge it. How did he dodge my attack? I pretended to target the demon just to take him out, yet he still slipped away. Isha channels his magic once again to see if he can dodge a second time. Sui cries out in sheer panic. Hey kid, stop right there. Isha gathers his power and unleashes another strike toward the angel. Before the strike can even graze him, its trajectory shifts, wiping out a nearby monster instead. Again, Isha mutters a spell and summons dozens of fireballs, launching them straight at the angel. But the result is exactly the same. Those fireballs bend mid-air, slamming into the demonic beasts. The angel gives a patient smile. You are still an apprentice, so your aim is pretty terrible. Or are you trying to use me to target the demons? Keep throwing them. I will adjust the path for you. Practice makes perfect after all. Sui thinks to himself, if he thinks that way, that's a relief. Isha immediately plays along exactly my thoughts. But Sui screams, are you trying to attack him openly? So many eyes are watching, but the result never changes. As the monsters in the stands dwindle, Isha clenches his fists. Damn it, is it because we share the same attribute? He isn't dodging the attacks, he's literally rewriting their path. If I don't boost the power, this will go on forever. Otherwise, the only option left is to borrow the power of a higher god to destroy him. No, that won't work. You need a divine contract for that. I need something I can use right now. He remembers the necklace around the relic of Melissa, grabbing it and bracing himself to face death. That damned angel lets a horde of monsters rush in from behind, wiping out everything as they pile onto Sui while he anxiously screams. The Death Knight leaps out just in time to shield them, while the guards draw their swords to protect the VIPs from the demons crashing the execution. But he is completely gone from the center of that monster pack. The angel just whispers with creepy gentleness, it is so dangerous. Asking if his young talented servant is hurt anywhere, the angel lets his guard down, and Isaac immediately throws a brutal punch straight into his face. Sui runs over as he sees him falling, but Isaac calmly lands on the ground with perfect ease. The angel keeps that smug smile on his face. You really startled me, child. I know your aim is pretty terrible, but your target is actually over there, not here. Ignoring the angel's warnings, he just throws himself into a furious, relentless assault. Damn it, why is this guy so hard to hit? The angel stammers, trying to explain, while silently wondering why a priest of God is even fighting him. No matter how he looks at it, this kid is supposed to be a devout believer. Isaac keeps hurling spheres tirelessly, screaming, you bastard, do I need to rip your wings off first? The angel gasps, assuming the kid is just uneducated. To a mere child, seeing an angel might look like a monster suddenly appearing, but then Isaac starts making things up. He shouts that the guy is just a demon in disguise, pointing out how the beasts ignore him completely. He yells that the angel is a henchman of the filthy Bone King, making the celestial being grind his teeth in pure rage. Seriously, what kind of priests is this kingdom training to call a holy angel a servant of the Bone King? With no other choice left, despite his orders to protect the saint candidates, the angel decides he needs to teach this brat a harmless but painful lesson. Isaac keeps up the provocation, shouting, look, he really is a demon spy. He warns that the demons are ignoring the angel, urging everyone to attack. Meanwhile, the angel calculates, knowing his realm cannot openly interfere with mortals. He wonders if kids these days are completely uneducated, but then a dark idea strikes him this might actually work out. His faction's god ordered to spare only their chosen child while completely wiping out every other candidate in the arena. Framing this annoying kid as a heretic and killing him now is perfect. Then, a sphere smashes the angel's face, making Isaac laugh in triumph. Sui clutches his head in horror, calling Isaac a total lunatic, while the bleeding angel stares at his bloody hand. Isaac just points and demands absolute proof of his innocence. He wipes his bloody nose. Asking a divine messenger for proof is utterly ridiculous. But Isaac keeps adding fuel to the fire, mocking him for having absolutely nothing. He gathers overwhelming energy in his palm, letting a blinding flash blast the angel right in the eyes. Sui's heart is pounding in pure panic. Just look at the size of that sphere forming over Isaac. He is laughing like a total psychopath, telling the angel to brace for impact. Sui is terrified by the sheer scale of the attack, realizing that if it drops, the entire arena will be vaporized. Sui desperately screams for him to stop, but it is already too late as Isaac sneers, telling everyone to die while throwing it down. A deafening blast rocks the hall, forcing the blinded crowd to cover their eyes as the violent shockwave sweeps through the entire stadium. Isaac chuckles smugly to himself, while the angel glares at him through the rising clouds of dust. Recognizing the holy energy, the angel is disgusted that the church let a kid run wild with such power. They are so useless they can't even capture the Bone King, let alone raise a child properly. The Bone King. Again. Who is he anyway? He just came to watch a subordinate's execution, only to end up in this mess. He steps closer, wanting to quickly clear up the misunderstanding with the child, finish the job, and get some rest. Suddenly, a low, gravelly voice cuts through the air. Don't move. The angel's face turns pale with horror as he stares ahead. Isaac warns him that even a twitch means death, leaving the celestial completely frozen as if he is standing before some absolute, supreme entity. Isaac flashes a demonic grin and charges, driving his fist right into the angel's face, sending him stumbling back in agonizing pain. Clutching his face, Isaac sneers at him, mocking him as nothing but a mediocre angel. Sweat pours as the angel covers his face, heart hammering, but before he can even recover, Isaac lands another brutal punch that drops him to the dirt. Coughing up blood, the angel realizes he is done for if this continues, so he angrily channels magic to remind Isaac that he is just a mortal. Isaac just smirks, knowing he fell right into the trap as dark clouds gather and summon lightning right onto him, forcing Sui to run over. Sui cries out Isaac's name in agony, but the angel calmly explains that he only stripped away the saint's borrowed power. The crowd erupts in total panic, screaming in confusion about how a holy being could commit such a horrific act. As the angel stares blankly while Isaac groans hoarsely, Sui cradles his friend's bloody body, furiously demanding to know how a holy messenger could ruthlessly strike down God's own servant. Sui desperately shakes him, pleading, Isaac, you idiot, wake up, please open your eyes, Isaac. Framed for the first time, the dazed angel realizes something is wrong. His holy punishment spell only paralyzes targets, so there is no logical reason for Isaac to be covered in blood like this. Isaac gasps for breath, weakly opening his eyes as he struggles to say Anju. Siu cries out in pure joy, begging Isaac to stay awake. Isaac smiles bitterly and whispers, it is my own foolishness. I mistook God's noble messenger for a demon, and that is why I was punished. It is my own fault, so please do not be angry. Siu worries over Isaac while Bei rushes over, declaring that they can still save him. You have to survive so we can keep studying together. She looks up, but something is completely off. Bei's face is filled with pure rage. There is no way a divine messenger should use lethal magic on simple priests. Isn't it completely wrong for the strong to trample the weak? The angel stands there, utterly stunned. What weaklings are you talking about? I was almost taken out myself. That kid could have literally killed me right then and there. Bei stands up to demand answers, stating this makes no sense because lethal spells are strictly reserved for demons. The angel quickly denies it, insisting he never used such deadly magic. Siu snaps back in anger, then why is he in this terrible state? Everyone present clearly saw you unleash that deadly spell right on Isaac. Trying to defend himself, he stammers, I am actually the one wondering why on earth this kid is so heavily injured. He curses the guy out for being incredibly shameless. Meanwhile, Bei quietly analyzes the situation, finding it weirder by the second. Why would an unplanned messenger of God interfere in this execution? And what is this angel hiding? She points out that Isaac already explained the situation. The demons deliberately avoided attacking only that specific angel. He stammers, how could I possibly know why? Hearing this, Isaac secretly smiles to himself because I was the one who did that. I redirected the mana flow so you would not be attacked. Just wait a longer, it is almost time. He screams, isn't all of this just because that brat went completely insane? We just need to interrogate him to get the truth. Hand him over right now so I can bring him to my master for questioning. Isaac lets out a smug smile, tilting his head slightly as he whispers, "All right." "Oh, you are not ready for this." An overwhelming pressure suddenly erupts, forcing the angel straight to his knees. The knights hesitate in shock, while the panicked angel realizes the ancient seal has been shattered. Sana is suddenly standing right behind him. The angel whips his head around in panic. What? How could the seal break when the divine realm's restriction was still in place? Grabbing the angel's head tightly, the smug demon Sana laughs. "Thank you. Thanks to your stupid plan, I managed to escape completely unscathed." Watching this, Isaac smiles smugly to himself. Hannah really sharpened her wits while working as a spy. Even that stubborn fool has finally learned to think on his feet. Now, let us cause just enough moderate damage. Anticipating the demon's next move, he quickly retreats. Sana then raises his voice, declaring he will devour the angel's mana core to restore his own power. Isaac sneers, amused by how great of an actor the demon is. The angel desperately grabs Sana's wrist. Refusing to hear any of it, the demon brushes his hand away. The angel frantically gathers his mana, knowing he must eliminate this beast before it fully recovers. Hannah transforms her hand into a razor-sharp blade. The angel barely has time to think about sacrificing this arrogant creature to God before his chest is brutally impaled. Clutching his bleeding wound, the angel groans in agonizing pain as he fights to stay conscious. He realizes he will be defeated if this keeps up. But suddenly, a blade pierces straight through his throat as Hannah sneers, "Even now, you are still our ally." He collapses onto his knees, coughing up pools of blood. Clutching his throat, he can only watch as the demon waves goodbye, claiming it already snatched his core. The angel curses in disbelief. "I do not even have a mana core." Sana retreats, shouting, "We are counting on you, fellow demon." Up in the stands, the crowd gasps in sheer shock. The angel screams in agony, "What absolute nonsense are you talking?" But the clueless spectators are already whispering. They question what they just heard. Did he call that demon his ally? He even used deadly magic on our priests. The bleeding angel glares at Isaac with pure hatred. Damn it. This is all because of that wretched brat. There is no way he is the Holy Son. I will make him pay. Suddenly, a heavy blow strikes him from behind, making the already dying angel even weaker. He has to squeeze out every drop of his remaining strength just to stay upright. The angel glares backward. "What is this now? How dare you? Now watch this." A glowing blue sword materializes in the air, followed by dozens of others. He roars in fury, "How dare you lay a finger on my grandson?" The angel is forced to dodge a merciless barrage of strikes, utterly failing to understand why these people are attacking him. Yi-Tae crosses his arms nearby and asks, "What on earth are you doing, Lee?" Grandpa orders his men not to decapitate the angel, but to make him die slowly in agonizing pain. The angel curses in fear, seeing the knights rush to intervene. "How dare you attack God's messenger? What kind of stunt are you pulling? Has the Blue Clan gone completely out of their minds?" He glares back in fury. "Who do you think you used that deadly spell on? Look at my grandson, covered in blood. That is what you call a real lethal spell. Anything less is just child's play." But one of the knights screams out he is obviously just acting. "Think about what that kid did back at the enemy's sanctuary. He is clearly a wicked devil." Hearing this, Lee tilts his head in confusion. "Did you just say devil? How dare you call my sweet, angelic grandson a wicked devil?" Two foolish knights yell back, "Get out of the way. We are burning this heretic at the stake." He laughs in utter contempt. "Do you think I will just stand by and watch? Let's get them." But suddenly, a loud slam echoes as a booming voice orders them to halt, and he steps forward. Is now really the time to fight? Liang turned back, ordering the entire army to hunt the escaped 14th Lust Demon. Everyone nodded, shouting in agreement. On the other side, Sadafi gave his followers the exact same command. Frowning, he realized letting the 14th Lust Demon slip away was a setback, but with injuries that severe, the beast would never be able to prey again. He had turned around to give orders. The 14th Lust Demon has escaped, so every single high-ranking holy knight must pursue that beast. They roared in agreement as Lai rushed forward to check if Isaac was all right. "Damn it, I should have stayed." He ordered me to take care of Isaac, then Liang turned and left in a complete rage. "I will hunt down that 14th Lust Demon myself, catch him, and prove my grandson is innocent." Hearing this, Isaac panicked inside. "Grandfather, that is completely against the rules. If you get caught too, everything is ruined. Do you know how much absolute hell I went through just to help him escape? Is there really no other way?" He weakly whimpered, acting cute and begging his grandpa to stay. Those words struck the two like lightning, freezing them on the spot before they both fell to their knees right beside Isaac. "Fine, we won't go. There is no need to join them. Let us get you treated first." His grandson smiled smugly, pleased that everything was going exactly to plan. Once in the ward, Isaac smiled. but the crowded room was totally packed with people. "What are you doing in this hospital room?" Lily snapped, absolutely furious, telling them to get lost immediately instead of causing a chaotic scene in someone else's space. A knight argued back, questioning why the Pope's hospital room belonged to them and demanding to know why they brought that devil bastard inside. Yila questioned the devil bastard, who turned and asked what the Lord Cardinal Bishop thought he was doing. "Why are you blocking the investigation?" In response, Liang ordered the entire Blue Clan to cut off all dealings with the enemy and strike from papal duties. The room fell silent as they quickly tried to soothe the furious cardinal. "Why react like this? I only meant we should settle things peacefully. After all, the Blue Clan has always been diligent and honest. They never cause trouble and always handle the dirty work that others despise, taking charge where it is truly needed." Hearing that, Yila grew even angrier at the thought of settling peacefully. "A holy messenger suddenly intervened right before the execution and attacked my grandson, and you expect me to settle this peacefully? Besides, did the 14th lust demon not call that messenger his own kind?" The knight tried to object, arguing that it could easily be a lie from the 14th lust demon. He countered, asking if a lie could somehow unlock cuffs. The silenced knight muttered that with the suspect wrapped up so tightly, they couldn't judge. They begged to inspect the grandson's wounds, but Isla refused point blank, ignoring their desperate pleas. The real question is who unlocked the 14th lust demon's cuffs. Since the black-robed executioner is investigating, we should have answers soon. The knight fell silent, reasoning that once they found the culprit's traces left behind, everything would be solved. There would definitely be clues pointing to the culprit, allowing them to drag him away. And right here, a messenger rushes in with some insane news. Everyone in the room stared at the door in curiosity as a masked figure panted heavily, gasping out that the evidence had completely vanished. Isaac just grinned smugly from his bed as the executioner raised his hands, panicking. He blurted out that as they prepared to investigate, the cuffs suddenly exploded, causing Isaac to laugh even louder internally. He praised the move silently, noting how incredibly cautious Arzani was. The messenger babbled on, mentioning that right before the explosion, that person's power felt like, sensing trouble, the red-haired knight quickly covered the messenger's mouth, yelling at him to shut up. Isla caught the main point of the story, making a sharp, throat-slitting gesture. He told them that if their investigation was finished, they should get lost. Isaac coughed, silently thanking his powerful grandfather for stepping in and saving his skin. Nye stood outside, knocking gently on the door a few times and quietly asking if he could enter. Isaac tilted his head in confusion. The moment their eyes met, Nye gave a sheepish wave, leaving Isaac totally confused about his presence. Nye summoned all his courage before finally calling out to Isaac, stepping closer to ask if he was doing all right. Isaac stared back with pure disgust, silently thinking that just looking at Nye made him want to throw up. The visitor pulled out a small vial, whispering that he had brought the enemy's secret medicine to help him recover quickly. In his mind, he recalled his conversation with Leon, where the old man had smugly asked if he was too injured to join the divine selection. Just thinking about that smug face made them absolutely ecstatic. Leon turned around, adding with a sinister grin that he couldn't stand that sight, demanding they give Isaac the enemy's secret medicine to heal him at all costs. Without any hesitation, Isaac grabbed the vial and chugged it down, praising how delicious it tasted. Nye clenched his fists, crying inside over giving away his family's secret medicine to this brat. To this guy of all people? That stuff was incredibly expensive. Watching the liquid disappear down his throat, Nye clutched his head in agony. One single drop was enough, so why did that psycho drink the entire bottle? Having finished, Isaac wiped his mouth. As his body rapidly began to heal, he silently marveled, realizing that although he suspected poison, this was indeed a genuine miracle cure. Isaac feels his stamina returning, and there is even a hint of grape wine to it. Pleased, he takes another big gulp. The observer ghost sighs in disappointment, muttering that it even restores filthy humans, which might actually help during the god selection. Nia quickly raises his hand to stop him, yelling that he never said to drink it all, making Isaac grit his teeth and call him a bastard. Nia quickly explains that the family head promised even more if Isaac visits the main house, leaving our main character deep in suspicious thought. Just this tiny dose was insanely generous, so offering even more if he actually shows up? Coming from that venomous snake, there is definitely a catch. Playing along, Isaac grips his leg and groans that he wants to go but still cannot walk. Nia quickly offers his own gear to win him over, presenting a special pair of magic boots designed to boost movement speed. He urges Isaac to put them on and head out, while Isaac secretly sighs, realizing this guy was completely desperate to lure him. Even the observer ghost chimed in, noting that this servant is just as wicked as his master. Slipping the boots on, Isaac casually tells the servant to wait outside while he gets dressed, and the gullible guy happily agrees. But the moment Nia turns around, his face turns dark with smug satisfaction, thinking how incredibly easy it was to fool him. He plans to drag Isaac straight to the torture chamber at the main house. Too bad Isaac has already slipped out the window, leaving behind one final insult. Thanking the dummy, Isaac flees. Meanwhile, a furious Hai slams his desk, screaming at his men for letting the enemy deliver that holy elixir to the hospital. They set up a highly secured room to trap him, yet they somehow let blessed medicine get slipped inside. He starts smashing things in a blind rage, roaring that they must sabotage the summoning ceremony no matter what. Has everyone from the low-born trash to their actual enemies completely lost their minds? They must use any underhanded method necessary to block Isaac from that ritual. Now watch this. Isaac puts on his most devious smile, giving his uncle Oriel absolute goosebumps. He leans in close, asking his beloved uncle if he can query him about something. Oriel immediately tries to flee, panicking as he sees that familiar, dangerous glint in Isaac's eyes. He stammers that he is far too busy right now. Suddenly, the door next to them explodes into splinters. Screaming in terror, the uncle stumbles back as Isaac purrs that his uncle definitely has the answers. Sweating bullets, Oriel asks what he means, but Isaac drops a heavy question, asking which deity his uncle thinks he is going to summon during the selection. Oriel curses the clever brat in his head, realizing Isaac knows about his access to the Pope's highly classified archives. If this highly sensitive information leaks out, the main family is in no position to survive a clash with the Vatican. But he reasons that if the kid actually pulls it off and summons a supreme god, everything changes. Our house would finally stand on top. Suddenly, Isaac cuts his daydreaming short, casually announcing that he is quitting the selection. Oriel shrieks in shock, while Isaac pouts, asking if his uncle is just keeping quiet out of fear that he might summon some malevolent deity. Isaac presses on, wondering what would happen if a dark god did manifest, sending his uncle into a head-clutching panic. Oriel blunders, shouting why he would ever quit over a dark god, when they should aim for the highest-tier deity instead. Isaac repeats those words, latching onto the slip of the tongue while Oriel frantically tries to claim his nephew misheard. Dropping to his knees, Isaac wraps himself around his uncle's leg, begging his respected elder to repeat those magical words. Oriel shrieks, begging to be let go. But Isaac keeps clinging on, dramatically declaring his absolute love for his favorite uncle. "Tell me what you want," Isaac begs. We all know Oriel is totally doomed, especially with those creepy, glowing eyes locking onto him. The uncle desperately shakes his leg, screaming at Isaac to let go because the family patriarch has just summoned him. With Isaac refusing to budge, Oriel pulls his trump card, revealing that a 9th-tier 14th Desire Demon is currently hiding in the market district. Stunned, Isaac finally releases his grip. Meanwhile, over at the busy marketplace, a cold order is issued to the guards, warning them that a high-tier demon is lurking nearby. Told to stay alert, the squad immediately fans out. Elsewhere, Oriel approaches the grandfather, checking if he has finally returned. Oriel presents the local underground waterway map, but grandfather Eli frowns, asking why his favorite grandson has been clinging to him so much lately. Oriel sighs helplessly, but the grandfather turns away, warning them that it is far too dangerous and ordering Isaac to go back home. Isaac immediately protests, finally releasing his uncle's leg to explain that he still has a very personal score to settle with this beast. That vile monster ruined their holy purification ritual and put countless lives in danger, so Isaac vows to personally hunt down the high-tier demon to pay him back. While the observer ghost grumbles in frustration, grandfather Eli lets out a heavy sigh and relents, telling his grandson to do whatever he wants. Isaac beams with joy, pumping his fist as he celebrates that the estate's knights are already doing the heavy lifting for him. The moment Isaac shows up, the local search party starts whispering among themselves, shocked that the noble Eshwa family actually sent a direct descendant instead of boycotting the mission entirely. One of the knights sighs in pure relief. With an Eshwa on the job, they will find the demon fast, since his family is legendary at tracking beasts. Isaac just casually stretches under their watchful gazes. Has it already started? But in the next second, Isaac spins around with a sneer. Tracking the annoying Bone King's lackeys is a massive pain. This is going to take forever. The knights growl in frustration, asking if young Master Isaac is even searching properly. He just lounges, casually replying to them. The 14th Lust Demon is pretty slick at hiding, even though I clearly felt its trace right there. The knight barks back, demanding to know if he is playing some kind of joke. Both knights immediately turn to accuse him, asking Cardinal Yila if this is not way too much. They have been wasting their time all day, and if this keeps up, they will seriously doubt his grandson's competence. Hearing that, Cardinal Yila crushes the glass in his hand, unleashing a heavy pressure that instantly silences them. Standing up, he coldly asks if they are suggesting his judgment is flawed. The knight frantically waves his hands, stammering that no, that is not what they meant at all. Cardinal Yila turns to call Isak, who responds with a smug grin. Pointing straight at his grandson's face, the cardinal firmly warns him to try a lot harder. Watch his reaction here. Isak suddenly leaps up, pointing ahead and shouting that the demon is right over there. The two knights dash off, muttering curses under their breath. Meanwhile, Leon quietly wonders why the cardinal is acting now, since he claimed to be on strike. What is going on here? Can I take this as a deliberate attempt to cover up your grandson's crimes? Cardinal Isla grinds his teeth, demanding what he just said. Leon continues, warning that if the Blue Clan keeps acting up, the suspicion on Isak will only grow. Cardinal Isla snaps back, demanding to know if there is even a shred of evidence that his boy actually released the 14th lust demon. Leon smugly replies that it will all be cleared up soon. He secretly schemes, realizing that despite finding the Pope's energy on the binding artifact, they cannot just openly accuse the Holy Leader himself. Finding evidence linked to Isak is the absolute best outcome, and he licks his lips with a triumphant grin. Once that happens, he will finally get to witness the spectacular downfall of the proud Blue Clan. Leon turns to leave, tossing back a final warning to cooperate during the god election ceremony, promising that they will at least hide the sight of his grandson being hauled away in handcuffs, or quickly whispers to not take it personally, explaining they are only acting this way because they are backed into a corner. Cardinal Yila calmly fires back that he does not lose sleep over such trivial nonsense, but he grinds his teeth, muttering that he should make Isak run around like a dog, or helplessly sighs, pointing out that he is clearly extremely bothered. He glances back to tell Isaac to investigate even more thoroughly, but the boy has already vanished from his chair. Ower angrily screams, demanding to know where that brat ran off to. Meanwhile, Isaac gently touches some writing on the wall, realizing it was left behind by Sanai. He has not seen this secret code in ages, suddenly realizing what is actually going on. The Spectre angrily exclaims that he never expected the true demons to steal their master's position. Isaac calmly replies that those guys would absolutely dare to try it, simply because they think bowing down to a mere skeleton is a complete insult to their noble bloodline. Isaac rests his chin in his hand, musing that since they could not break his barrier, they set up a puppet Bone King to control the demons instead. By doing this, they do not actually break his spell, but simply bypass it to temporarily change the commands. The Spectre looks puzzled, mentioning how weird it is that the binding tool carries the power of both the Pope and the Crown Prince. It means both of their powerful magic signatures are still lingering on that binding artifact. While the Pope's involvement makes perfect sense, why on earth would the Crown Prince care about the 14th lust demon? The Spectre frowns, interrupting to ask if his master really plans on continuing to pretend he knows nothing about this. Isaac slowly looks back. Now, are you ready for this? Looking up at the dozens of figures hiding on the ceiling, Isaac coldly remarks that he did not expect assassins to follow them. Did he seriously spot us already? Priests are supposed to be absolute garbage at sensing energy, but a sudden wave of terrifying power completely envelops the group. Isaac unleashes his massive holy power, forcing them to leap down in panic as they wonder how he used holy magic without any warning signs. Isaac looks down at them with pure disgust, complaining that they are just typical magic users. The leader quickly commands his men to attack, shouting that priests are completely helpless against real magic anyway. Isaac angrily rolls up his sleeves, muttering about how pathetic he must look to them if they seriously think some third-rate trash magic is going to work. Suddenly, a tiny needle shoots straight toward his neck. Isaac quickly spins around, and the cocky assassins smirk, thinking they finally got him. You fell right into our trap. Priest, this is the deadly holy poison you holy men fear. Isaac calmly pulls the needle out and rubs his neck, noting the poison is actually pretty decent quality. He wonders if absorbing its power would make a nice snack, leaving the assassins in absolute shock. One of them stammers, questioning how he is still standing when that dosage should have knocked him flat instantly. Did he take an antidote beforehand? Isaac dramatically covers his face, mockingly crying out that a weak poison like this is never going to bring him down. I am from the prestigious Blue Clan, he dramatically declares, as the ghost sighs and asks what kind of trashy acting this is. A thug screams an order, asking if he is really with the Blue Clan, while another fires a needle. Isaac casually takes a few more needles straight to his neck and mocks them. Oh please, 2 needles are nowhere near enough. These bastards, do you really think the Blue Clan will submit to this? The furious leader screams out his orders. That mouth is still running. Fire everything we have. Dozens of poison needles are unleashed, piercing straight into Isaac's body. He pants heavily, glaring at his captors and scoffing that the Blue Clan will never fall this easily. But as his mind goes fuzzy, he starts rambling nonsense, though if 50 more needles hit me, I might actually go down. The thugs are totally lost. What, is he actually that terrifying? And wait, we ran out of poison needles already. Isaac clicks his tongue, thinking it is a pity, and deciding to absorb the mana before slipping away. He collapses, and a thug asks if they got him. The thugs instantly cheer, yelling that he got what he deserved. Before Isaac's eyes lock onto a certain man, he silently realizes that this man is actually Count Morel. The Count grinds his teeth and curses Isaac for completely ruining his family, but steps forward with a single thought: now is the time for revenge. Isaac is motionless on the ground. The Count looks down. Then he asks, "Is he dead yet?" The kidnappers ask in shaking voices, wondering if they went way too far with the needles. Well, who told him not to fall? Let us just finish him off. Morel sternly orders them to leave no trace, making it look like the 14th lust demon did it. Now watch this. Isaac is just lying there, planning how to stand up without making them suspicious. The ghost immediately encourages him. It is fine. You have survived falling stone statues before, so this is nothing. And since when did you start acting like a victim? Before it can finish, Isaac grabs it and asks if it wants to die. In that exact moment, the kidnappers suddenly notice that this bastard is actually still moving. They quickly draw their weapons and scream to hold him down. We must chop him up to match the 14th lust demon, and I am taking his head. Isaac glares, cursing in his mind. Hey, you bastards. I am not even done absorbing the mana yet. As they rush forward, Shirley suddenly draws her sword. She swiftly takes down two of the thugs, releasing a wave of light and pressure that forces them back, as Morel shields himself, yelling out what is happening. He instantly recognizes her. Shirley walks closer, sword in hand. Morel stammers in pure shock. A swordmaster? Morel turns and runs, frantically wondering why a swordmaster is even here. Shirley coldly points her sword and fires her power, forcing Morel to retreat in panic, while Isaac quickly sits up, wondering if that is magic. The ghost beside him agrees, noting that while she is still green compared to his master, her strength is actually pretty decent. Morel lies on the ground, coughing violently, screaming threats. Do you even know who I am? How dare you raise a hand against a noble? Realizing her cold gaze is not going to waver, Morel quickly scrambles to his feet to escape, cursing her under his breath. He rushes toward the door, frantically thinking that the Black Faction said absolutely nothing about this. What on earth is going on? Wait, you won't believe who's standing at the door. Kia suddenly appears, and Morel looks at her like his savior, begging for help. He tries to explain, but before he can finish, a bright golden light wraps around him as Kea coldly warns him that one more step means death. She grinds her teeth, complaining that she told Isaac he had to train with her, so why does he keep causing so much trouble? Morel begs in a total panic. What are you doing? Snap out of it. I only came here to help you. If that guy summons a god, the Pope will be in trouble. Kia coldly cuts him off, stating she does not care about any of that. She steps closer, releasing a heavy pressure that terrifies him, before demanding to know who is pulling the strings behind the Black Faction. Morel stammers, completely speechless. That is not what I mean. I mean, Isaac suddenly burst in and interfered. It seems the Count knows which god I am going to summon, Isaac says with a smirk, guessing it must be the Gold Clan if it hurts the Pope. Isaac leans in even closer, asking if it is the god of wealth, making Morel scream in a panic as he tries to dodge. I do not know, get away. Realizing he guessed right, Isaac keeps cornering him, saying it is pretty obvious that he knows. You definitely know. Is it the god of wealth? Or the Gold Clan? Meanwhile, Kea looks over at Shirley standing nearby. Since you are traveling in disguise, I will skip the formal greetings. She then teasingly remarks that his servants must have a hard time with him. Shirley coldly walks past, replying that their top priority is taking the injured young master to the palace. But Kia immediately stops her. Not the palace, we are going to the Pope's temple. But Yila suddenly cuts in loudly. No, he stomps on the floor, stepping forward aggressively and declaring they are going to the Blue Clan. Yila walks straight up to Morel, demanding to know which bastard dared touch his nephew, making the Count even more terrified. Kia quietly notes they are going home. Shirley forces a smile, agreeing that there is no place like home, while Yen quietly reminds them to please drop the matter. Crown Prince simply frowned and barked out, "What did you say?" The older man seriously explained that a prime suspect like him showing up at the crime scene just to read Demon Clan text was beyond reckless. I honestly did not expect you to lack such basic common sense. He stared right back and asked if they really thought the Count only sent assassins to target young Master Isaac. Yen quickly replied that the prince simply wanted to get closer to the Joshua assassin, making Sapli frown and snap. What did you just say? He kept pushing without holding back, claiming that saving him from the assassins would easily win over his trust. After all, a Joshua would rather drop dead than owe a favor, so wouldn't he willingly pledge loyalty to the royal family? Seppli scoffed in sheer disbelief, wondering if this ridiculous scheme was actually the way the dark faction operated. Those northern crows stop at nothing, even callously using demon corpses to wipe out their enemies. Taking a seat, he calmly asked if they were suddenly claiming to have lost interest now. Even so, as a scholar, you were clearly intrigued by the answer young Master Isaac gave back then. He meant the secret to destroying the Bone King, and Yen smirked, agreeing that it would be true if the kid really wrote it himself. Either way, forget about the kid, because right after this event, the heresy trial begins, and things get real. Unless they somehow prove their innocence during the upcoming god-summoning ceremony, the Blue Clan is going to face absolute extinction. Back at the Joshua Mansion in the capital, Yili shouted in outrage, asking how anyone could accept this kind of nonsense. Even if Isaac actually summoned an evil god, how could they possibly frame him for staging a kidnapping? The kid would never resort to that. He never expected the Dark Cardinal to go this far, and with a heavy sigh, Yili declared that Isaac would not participate tomorrow. Hearing those words, Leah and Oyu gasped in complete shock, both demanding to know why the kid could not join the ceremony. Yili calmly asked if they really needed to cause all this chaos over such a completely useless event. Leah was slowly swayed by his logic, but Oyu practically tore his hair out in frustration, cursing silently at how annoying this was. Slamming his hand on the table, Oyu roared that Isaac absolutely must participate, prompting Yili to snap back and ask if he was insane. Did you not say Isaac was weak and needed protection, or do you want the whole world knowing he summoned an evil god? Oyu immediately snapped that it was not an evil god. It is the Supreme Being. The kid is going to summon the Supreme Being himself, so forget about faith and just let him go. Seeing their utter bewilderment, Oyu covered his face in pure frustration, cursing under his breath about how annoying this situation had become. He realized he probably should have kept his mouth shut, but dying of frustration was worse. While Yili finally stammered out the Supreme Being, Oyu shouted in confirmation, but since Yili was still completely lost and asked who, Oyu angrily snapped back that it was obviously Isaac. During the canonization ceremony, the kid was chosen by the Supreme Being himself, which is exactly why he must summon God. Yili closed his eyes in sheer annoyance, and coldly told him that if he was drunk, he should go to bed and stop making trouble. Oyu furiously shot back that it was the absolute truth, explaining he witnessed it at the Imperial Palace, which made Yili freeze with his teacup mid-air. Leaping to his feet, Oyu demanded to know why he thought they wanted to adopt the kid in the first place. Because the kid refused their offer, they tried to eliminate him at the pentagram, and since that failed, they are trying to stop tomorrow's ceremony. Leah anxiously asked Oyu if he really had no idea why they would do that. She warned him that making up stories like that would get him mocked, advising him to rest if he felt unwell. Furious and shaking all over, Oyu spun around and snapped that if they refused to believe him, they could go ahead and remain blind to the truth. He told Yili to let go of his leverage on the Pope, adding that he would gladly take Isaac and leave this house forever. Gilles looked on in utter confusion, wondering if it was actually true, while Yili finally spoke up to ask if he meant it. Oyu turned around, shouting that he told them so, but Yili set down his cup and sighed that the Supreme Being was basically a complete pervert. Oyu wondered how on earth he came to that conclusion, while Yili frowned, realizing Isaac was in a very different kind of danger now. Dealing with a god-level entity was naturally impossible, but at the very least, it would help the boy completely avoid the upcoming heresy trial. Religious faith did not even matter anymore, because the entity who chose Isaac was a being, one far above even the chief gods, whose absolute will nobody could ever oppose, when suddenly, a panicked knight rushed in yelling that they had a massive emergency. The fanatical followers of the enemy sect had officially demanded a heresy trial targeting young Master Isaac, and just like that, the day of the trial arrives. Priests gather in droves as a loud voice echoes, declaring the rules. The second phase of the sacrifice was about to begin under the watchful eyes of their distinguished guests, prompting Isaac to bite his nails in sheer panic, feeling like he was going absolutely out of his mind. With heresy inquisitors surrounding him on all sides, the poor kid could only tremble in absolute, overwhelming panic. Wondering what on earth Isaac did to get targeted by these religious fanatics, we flash back to a few days ago, when the inquisitors constantly threatened him in his cell. They demanded he confess to worshipping the Bone King, screaming that his name was found written in the code left behind by a high-ranking level 9 desire demon. Isaac replies with a smug grin, "What nonsense are you talking about?" They go on about how the Bone King knelt to apologize to the gods, making it sound like a great achievement. Hearing this, He immediately cuts them off, repeating the words, "Kneeling, kneeling." Itzhak literally flips the table, arguing back. "You absolute bastards, since when did the holy text ever say anything like that? He just wants to sleep." The heretical inquisitors immediately get excited, wondering if he actually deciphered the demon code. "You brat, we caught you red-handed." Itzhak looks at them, thinking to himself that he is completely doomed. One of them gestures with a finger slicing across his throat. "Just wait until the Black Pentagram Day." Sui gets a massive headache recalling this, cursing under his breath. How does even a kid fall for such a cheap trap? Why wait until the Black Pentagram instead of just arresting him right now? Is it not because they want to catch you pulling an evil god? Nihei will surely draw the Scarlet God, the ultimate punisher of evil. He wants to summon him immediately. He will eliminate Itzhak and frame the Blue Clan. What is he thinking? Itzhak is completely blinded by money. He mutters non-stop, saying the gold god is definitely his ultimate savior. Gold, silver, and gems. Nihei smirks from behind. "Keep laughing while you can. I have no idea how you escaped the interrogation, but I will crush you in front of everyone. Right here. I am going to draw and summon the Scarlet God. If you draw an evil god, you will face divine wrath." The surrounding priests whisper among themselves. Is the corruption of the Blue Clan really true? They promised to show us the proof today. Nihei smirks at them. Yes, compared to a standard heresy trial, this is the perfect way to drag him straight to hell. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the air, announcing that the god selection ceremony is finally starting. They must channel their holy power into the distributed beads to summon a deity. Sui anxiously holds the orb, praying to the god of the Blue Clan for help. If Itzhak draws an evil god, the entire Blue Clan is history. Meanwhile, the boy himself is just muttering beside her. Calling for the gods of money and abundance, Sui frantically begs, "Please, please do not let Itzhak pull an evil god." The orb erupts in a blinding golden light. Itzhak looks at it with pure joy, thinking gold definitely means the gold god. Gold means shiny coins and raw cash. "Come to me, god of wealth." He celebrates as the gold light begins to take shape. Suddenly, the golden orb shifts to a dreary gray. Itzhak lets out a confused gasp, while the shadow beside him grins. He drops to his knees with the orb, screaming that this is not happening, and this is not what he wanted. Nihei beams, thrilled that his enemy drew an evil god, and now he is about to expose him to everyone. But watch this, Itzhak suddenly screams, and then he literally throws the orb away. Nihei and Sui watch in utter panic as Nihei screams at the bastard. Nihei frantically chases after the rolling orb, shouting that the idiot cannot hide the results by throwing it. Actually, he thinks, this is even better. Itzhak cannot cheat now, and he can personally expose the evil god, so he orders his men to retrieve it. The Inquisitors quickly head toward young Master Itzhak. They tell him to wait while they recover the orb to verify which deity he actually summoned. Drawing an evil god means being dragged to the interrogation room by force. Itzhak immediately drops to the ground, throwing a tantrum. "No way, let me draw again. This one is totally invalid. I want a do-over." An Inquisitor returns with the orb, and Nihei snatches it up, telling him to hand it over. He yells that Itzhak is finally finished. He tells Itzhak to open his eyes and see his god. But wait. Look at their faces, they are staring in absolute shock at the Supreme God symbol. Nihei turns pale as a ghost while the entire crowd gasps in shock. No one has ever drawn that god before. How can they say the Blue Clan is corrupted when their representative literally summoned the Supreme God? Nihei slams his fist on the table in disbelief. Sui runs over to Itzhak, asking if he seriously threw the orb away, knowing it was the Supreme God. Itzhak shrugs with a look of pure disappointment, asking what use a Supreme God is if he does not bring in any money. Sui sighs, praying for God to save this idiot. But suddenly, another voice rings out that makes Itzhak jump to his feet. "Look, the gold god is over here." A priest holds up an orb, but feeling the intense bloodlust behind him, he screams in panic. Itzhak coldly threatens the guy, telling him to hand it over and trade with him immediately before he gets hurt. He grabs the priest's hair, demanding the swap. Meanwhile, Nihei stands there, shaking with absolute rage, cursing under his breath. The elders gather at the table to discuss the outcome. Finian speaks up first, stating that the Joxer family will. Before he can finish, Isla snorts and bursts out laughing, softly pointing out that his lordship seems to be in a great mood. Her shoulders shake as she desperately tries to hold back her laughter. Eisender points out that Duke Su must be thrilled about his grandson pulling the Supreme God. The Duke proudly strokes his hair and agrees with a satisfied nod. He adds that this could be a sign of great fortune for the Empire, while Nihei sits opposite them, radiating pure hatred. Irei calmly replies, "We have to actually summon them first for it to even be possible." Hai interrupts coldly, is not drawing them something anyone can do? It only matters if you actually summon and make a contract. Irei shoots back mockingly, if anyone can do it, then how come the Gold Clan has never pulled one off? Watching this clash of titans, Aleander immediately steps in to keep the peace. Simply drawing one is already a pretty big deal. It has been a long time since we had good news, so I'm thrilled, but this opportunity belongs to everyone. Hai grits his teeth and looks down. Seething, I plan to use their summoned god to boost my own power, but everything has turned into a total mess. The god of wealth was leaning toward that guy, so I backed him completely. But are we totally helpless against a supreme god? Fine, he was only chosen because of raw talent, but that guy definitely does not have the strength to summon them anyway. We must stop that contract at all costs, even if we have to use the Requiem holy magic on the supreme god itself. Meanwhile, Isaac is desperately bowing on his knees, hoping the god of wealth arrives, screaming at them to just cancel his selection. Sui watches from the side, teasing him for studying so hard despite claiming to hate it, but Isaac snaps back that he has to. He frantically flips through books, muttering about why there is no way to cancel the choice, while Sui sighs internally, calling him a total psycho. Sui sets a glass of water on the table, wondering out loud why he is so incredibly against the whole thing. Being chosen by the Supreme God is actually a blessing because it means you are super strong, even if you lose your sleep schedule. Is that so? Isaac turns around with a completely blank, freezing glare. Sui waves his hands in a massive panic, begging him to stop, then scratches his head, noting he already received a grand gift from the Supreme God. Wait for it, Isaac calmly says he threw it away, making Sui completely lose his mind. With that special item in hand, summoning the Supreme God would be effortless, but Isaac just sighs, repeating that he absolutely does not want it. Sui helplessly tries to advise him, saying he respects his choice but insists he should at least summon a high-tier god. Isaac pouts and asks why, but Sui patiently explains that their enemies are currently waiting for a chance to strike. They want to summon their god to capture you, and if that god judges your faith, divine lightning will strike you down immediately. Without the Supreme God protecting you, you are pretty much toast. But this actually makes Isaac eyes light up with an idea. In that case, just bring out the guardian god of the Blue Clan you summoned, since they should easily block any equal-level attacks from our enemies. If they are a god of light, they must be shiny and great at finding gold, which finally makes Sui lose his temper. The god of light is definitely not some metal detector, leaving Isaac wondering if any high-ranking god would actually listen to him. The ghost reads his mind and immediately shut him down, telling him to start preparing a plan B right now. A week later at the official summoning ceremony, the priests are constantly whispering among themselves, doubting if they will ever actually get to see the Supreme God descend. How could anyone summon a Supreme God anyway, especially given all those wild rumors floating around about Isaac actual faith? If the enemy's god is successfully summoned first, he is pretty much done for, Nee mutters with a smug look on his face. I do not care what tricks you used before, but your luck has run out because the enemy gods have decreed your destruction. He points directly at Isaac declaring he will be judged by the enemy's god today. But our guy just sighs at his stupidity. Hai approaches him from behind, whispering that Nee is actually right, and his fragile body can never handle summoning the Supreme God. Isaac grits his teeth, silently cursing all these annoying people trying to pick a fight with him today. Hai coldly proposes to help him summon the Supreme God, but only if he agrees to hand control over to the Gold Clan. Irei immediately steps in to shield Isaac stating that any deal they offer is completely useless, but Hai completely ignores him and keeps talking. He offers to trade for the God of Wealth instead, and Isaac immediately agrees, saying it is a done deal. Irei immediately slaps a hand over his mouth. With Isaac finally silenced, Irei starts seriously thinking about the offer, realizing that a high-tier God of Wealth is actually pretty perfect for blocking all upcoming enemy attacks. More importantly, if they proceed without any help from the Gold Clan, Isaac might literally end up dying during the Supreme God summoning, and we cannot let this precious kid perish. Whispering softly, Irei tells Isaac to just do whatever he wants. Isaac immediately stops squirming, giving a double thumbs up to seal the deal on the spot, and Hai happily praises his wise choice. But suddenly, a panicked knight rushes in shouting that the summoning order has just been changed. Lord Nai will summon before Lord Isaac leaving everyone completely shocked by the news. Irei darkens, guessing that the enemy must have bribed the Dark Cardinal, while his child looks over in shock, calling out for his father. He warns them with a stern face that he will handle it, while the surrounding priests whisper anxiously. Lord Nai is actually summoning first, which is clearly an open plot to completely destroy Isaac but is the White Cardinal really going to step up and protest directly to the Black Cardinal? but their opponent is the enemy. With the Blue Clan being so righteous, how will they deal with this? As soon as the chest is opened, the gold inside flashes, and Ira yells out, "Here is the money, change the turn order." Leah and Sway scream out, "Patriarch." Everyone else is just as shocked, and whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Whispers of a Blue Clan cardinal bribing someone so openly? How can anyone possibly accept that? Ian calmly replies with this much, "It is definitely worth considering. Quite a generous bribe indeed." Isaac suddenly yells out in panic, "What? No, you cannot do that." He runs up to stop them. "Grandfather, the Blue Clan cannot do things like this." "Grandfather, wait, no, Patriarch, please stop this." The surrounding priests look quite pleased. Truly worthy of being the saint candidate, he behaves exactly like a future pope. The next sentence rings out, slapping everyone right in the face. "If you have that much money, give it to me instead." A brown-haired priest steps forward to sneer. Who would have thought the Blue Clan would act like this? Is their own leader breaking their sacred doctrine? Wheelah calmly replies, "The core belief of the Blue Clan is to protect the small and the weak." He proudly holds up a gold bar and continues, "Since I am protecting the smallest and weakest member of my clan, I am following our doctrine." He is completely shocked, thinking, "Can you really explain it like that?" Ian speaks up coldly, "This look of yours, Lord Cardinal, is quite a sight, but I have already accepted the enemy's payment." Wheelah grits his teeth and snaps, "You bastard. Do you know what happens if that enemy brat actually summons a god?" Ian just laughs in response, who really knows. Even the Dark Cardinal finds Isaac Doxer highly suspicious. He puts a hand to his chin, adding, "Stop right there. Lord Blue Cardinal, once a decision is made, it cannot be changed." Ian nods in agreement, "Yes, what is decided cannot be altered." So he pitches a crazy idea, let them summon at the same time. The other priest hears this and immediately objects in surprise. "Lord Cardinal, there is absolutely no such rule. You already took so much money, and yet you still do this?" Ian cuts him off directly. "If the enemy can summon their god first, then they win, right?" He coldly threatens, "Don't tell me you are too scared." The priest cries internally, "Damn it! Fighting this guy gets me absolutely nothing. Besides, the turn order is up to the cardinal anyway." He clenches his fist and makes a decision, "Fine. But mark my words, they will regret this." Isaac anxiously calls out to his grandfather. Ira puts a comforting hand on his shoulder, "Do not worry. Even if you fail to summon anything, the Blue Clan will always protect you." Isaac says softly, "In appreciation, grandfather." Then he awkwardly points in another direction. "That is not what I meant at all." Ira looks over cheerfully, replying, "Is that not so then?" Isaac stares straight at those 3 boxes on the ground, and yes, he literally asks for the backup bribe money from yesterday. Right as he says this, massive bumps appear on his head, as Sui yells out, "What on earth are you trying to do?" Sui warns him that Renee is summoning the god of judgment, the enemy's main deity. Isaac casually replies, "Isn't that even better? I originally planned to deal with the Gold Clan and slip away from this summoning ceremony." Sui asks in shock, "What?" Isaac seriously explains his plan. "The items the Gold Clan gave me are definitely cursed. Once they activate, I will just collapse, play the victim, and blame everything on them." Sui silently wonders how he could still accept it. Isaac thinks to himself, "If a high-ranking god is summoned, they will see right through my soul. I already planned to fake an illness so I could be carried out before anyone summons a high-ranking god. Though I could suppress them with the supreme god, I have no idea what that supreme deity is actually thinking. But Renee is summoning the god of judgment instead? Well, that completely changes the game. If it is that old man, it is fine. But I will use this chance to crush them so the Red Clan cannot cause trouble." He turns to look at Renee with a smirk. Once the god is summoned, that guy is finished. Both of them step into the center together. A commanding voice signals them to begin. Renee raises his hand high, shouting out, "I will go first." A brilliant red light erupts from his palm, completely blinding the entire audience. The crowd whispers in absolute awe, "It is the enemy's main god, the legendary god of judgment." Renee says triumphantly, "All right, it is a success." Beside him, Isaac immediately places his hand over his chest as bright golden light wraps around his body. He slowly opens his eyes as a pretty powerful golden light crashes heavily into the center. The blinding light shocks the crowd into whispers, "What on earth is that? Did he really summon the supreme god?" Renee panics internally. Just summoning is not the end. Only establishing a contract actually completes the entire ritual. I just need to establish the contract first. Clasping his hands, he begins to pray, "Lord, please examine that child's soul and destroy him completely. He is the one who goes against the law." A deep voice suddenly rings out, "Very well. Which child dares to call themselves a saint?" The ghost panics, dancing around wildly and stammering he actually came out. "We are going to be destroyed." Isaac quickly reassures them, "I told you it is fine. Then he yells out, "Hurry up and sign the contract." The blonde priest whispers in shock, saying that guy really summoned the supreme god. But the brown-haired priest beside him quickly replies, "Don't worry. Young Master Nia is faster. He just needs to establish the contract first to seal the deal." A massive, muscular, red-haired god suddenly appears on the scene. Nia looks up at the sky to face him. The red god coldly asks, "Is that the guy who devoured the Bone King's remains?" Nia instantly points his finger to accuse him. "Yes, his faith belongs to a heretical sect. Please check him, my lord." But the red god quickly cuts him off, stating there is no need to check anything. That guy has absolutely zero faith, and he is radiating the foul energy of that wretched pest, the Bone King. No, he is literally using that power right now. Hearing this, Nia mutters to himself in disbelief. "What?" The red god continues, "This is pathetic. How dare you let a parasite like him step into our holy sanctuary? There is no need to even call the god of punishment. I will vaporize you right now." Nia rushes forward, thinking to himself that this is bad. Isaac's true nature has been exposed, so does that mean he has to defeat Nia? He just needs to knock Nia out to break his connection with the deity. The brown-haired priest steps in to block the path, warning them coldly. "Have you forgotten the Pope's strict orders? No one but the summoner is allowed near the arena. Everything happens for a reason, and if that child is meant to be destroyed, there must be a good reason for it." The phantom screams in sheer panic. "Of all the masters to pick, we chose this annoying one. Now we are definitely dead." Thesat casually replies, "I already told you it's fine. Just sit tight and watch." But the phantom panics even more looking at that blinding red light. "What do you mean it's fine?" Isaac immediately channels his power into his hand, reassuring them. "Trust me, kid. Now look at this." A massive red lightning bolt strikes his exact position. Lyra screams in terror as the dust cloud slowly begins to settle, and the red god looks down. He gasps, seeing Isaac still standing tall without a scratch. Did he just brush that strike off? Isaac flashes a creepy smile, raises his finger, and thinks to himself, "Let's end this right here." A mysterious, ominous power suddenly floods the entire area. Everyone immediately covers their eyes, screaming out in terror. The surrounding magic knights realize that this is pure magic, meaning he really swallowed the Bone King's corpse. The Blue Clan is controlling the Bone King's power. They are absolute heretics. Lyra anxiously steps forward, calling out to Isaac, but someone quickly grabs her to hold her back, warning her to stay put or they will both be branded as heretics too. Lyra screams back, "I don't care. Do you expect me to just watch him die?" The magic continues to explode, pushing everyone back. The priests smirk, thinking there's no way he can deny it now. The Bone King's magic is exposed, and the deity will surely strike him down. Once the god strikes, we have to drag Isaac away immediately. The brown-haired priest cheers the moment he attacks, and the other priest immediately chimes in, "Yes, he just needs to strike. Come on, do it now. Yes, attack." They keep chanting it over and over, "Attack, attack, attack." Nia looks up in surprise, wondering why the deity isn't making a move. Could the summoning process have failed? The red god looks down in confusion, whispering, "This is impossible. It simply cannot be." Isaac looks at his shifting expression with pure amusement, before speaking up, "Yes, that's the face. I am going to end you. Nice to see you again." Our friend the red god stares at Isaac in disbelief, his mind racing with thoughts that it's impossible. There's no logical reason for this. The red god makes a wild guess. Could it be a barrier? Standing completely unharmed beneath the dark red barrier, Isaac watches as the knights quickly draw their swords, looking utterly lost. But get this, how are they supposed to arrest him with a barrier like this? The red god launches another strike, but it doesn't even scratch the sturdy shield. Chuckling softly, Isaac says this guy hasn't changed a bit, always needing to test things out for himself to be satisfied. The red god charges forward, screaming out, "Tri-soul corpse." But suddenly he freezes in his tracks, and as Isaac gets closer, the god panics even more. What on earth is this? A monstrous skeleton suddenly manifests in front of him, and Isaac's voice echoes, "Long time no see, punishment." The god flinches back in shock, but desperately keeps chanting his spell. "Tri-soul corpse, tri-soul corpse, tri-soul corpse." Isaac suddenly cuts him off, asking him to give it a rest. The red god thinks in shock. Why is the one who should be sealed inside the worm out here? Has the seal been broken? No. He reassures himself that this must be a clone. Just a regular clone. Did he use a subordinate to send a clone here? Isaac looks bored, muttering, "Have you lost your mind? This guy." The red god points his finger and yells, "Rot inside that human kid's body. I will return this physical form to its rightful owner." Holding up 4 potion bottles in his hands, Isaac mocks him playfully. "You can't defeat me now. How dare a minor deity like you stand against the supreme god? Don't you see the supreme god's holy medicine right here? The red god retreats in panic, thinking, did the supreme god actually choose him? The Bone King? What kind of madness is this? He quickly speaks up, saying this is far beyond his power, and he must report it to his superiors. Stepping even closer, Isaac questions, superiors? He points to himself and asks, hey now, I really am the Bone King, right? The red god nods in agreement, and Isaac continues, so that means the sealing attempt completely failed, doesn't it? He hesitates for a moment before answering, so Isaac continues to press him that seal was made by your own son, was it not? Sheech then finally remembers and hesitantly agrees, while Isa simply waves his hand and adds, go ahead and report it to your superiors, but do you not have a joint liability law? Hearing this, Sheech Than's face turns completely dark, knowing he might get dragged down too. Oh, this is going to be so good if the higher-ups catch wind of this. We are in for a wild ride. He is currently trying to get promoted to a chief god. So what now? Making a mess here means getting disqualified immediately. If the other chief gods find out about this disaster, will you end up getting completely obliterated? Deep down, Sheech Than is absolutely furious, cursing under his breath. Lowering his voice, he asks what Issa wants as they leave, but Issa quickly replies it is nothing too serious. The surrounding priests watch the conversation inside the barrier, but they cannot hear a single thing, while Isa raises his voice to lay down his terms. Make a contract with me, Isa demands. Sheech then nods in agreement before suddenly realizing what that means, instantly shutting his mouth. Zeech then glares at him and screams in shock, wondering how on earth a demon king could ever make a contract with a literal god. Isa simply explains that he is currently a human priest, making Sheech then scoff at the sheer absurdity of a demon king playing priest. Sheech then steps forward and grabs Isa by his shoulders, demanding to know what his current name actually is. He replies shortly with Isa, but when asked for his full name, he says Isa Josu, causing the god to frown in realization. Oh my god, is he really a member of the 5 great families? Isa happily gloats that the god is totally finished, unable to destroy him or report back, leaving him no choice but to sign the contract, as Zeech then demands to know his scheme. He casually replies that he only wants a normal life, but the god does not buy it for a second, voicing his deep suspicion. Scoffing at the claim, Sheech then doubts him, but Isa calmly explains how he suffered under a curse before finally gaining a living body. Do you honestly think I would easily throw away a physical body I worked so hard to get? Suddenly raising his head, he mockingly adds that if a contract requires devotion, he is actually feeling incredibly grateful to them right now. Thanks to their absolute foolishness at the perfect moment, he got thrown right into this physical vessel, meaning he has plenty of genuine appreciation to offer for the contract. Now they can make a deal, leaving Zeech Than to struggle with his thoughts, wondering if he should just destroy this monster instead. Isa continues to ramble on, claiming that without this physical shell, he cannot even survive. He knows a human body is completely worthless to divine beings, so he would never foolishly run around exposing his true identity as the Skeleton King. Promising to live peacefully as a mortal, the specter beside him mocks his obvious lies, but Isa maintains he is telling the absolute truth. Let's look at his real plan, quietly assassinating every deity, stealing their resources, and reaching a level of power that is beyond insane. Once he reaches absolute transcendence, he will completely crush everything. But to pull this off, he needs an inside mole to leak crucial secrets from the divine realm. The specter then asks about the ultimate supreme god. Isa explains that the supreme deity is a perfect bargaining chip to threaten the other gods, while Zeech Than silently ponders the situation. Come to think of it, the Skeleton King always desired a living body, which explains why he is clinging to this vessel so desperately. He calmly refuses because a deity of his standing can only establish contracts with members of the esteemed Red Clan. When Zeech then refuses, Isa's expression darkens as he looks up with a threatening glare, telling the god to think very carefully. You surely remember what happens when I lose my mind, so do you really want me to blow myself up all over again? Zeech Than grits his teeth in frustration, as he is still struggling to clean up the massive aftermath of the last explosion. Instead of making things worse, it is probably safer to yield and keep him quiet. But why does he have to be a Josu? He suspiciously asks if Isa will actually live a quiet life, and as Isa offers his hand in promise, the god can only frown in deep hesitation. As the barrier slowly fades away, the surrounding priests immediately begin to stir. Believing their deity has graciously stripped the Skeleton King of his magic to make this capture easy, the holy knights charge forward, screaming to arrest the heretic. Isa suddenly yells out, freezing the entire group of knights in their tracks, before he strikes a bizarre pose and starts sashaying right toward them. Isa proudly shows off the back of his hand, making a loud declaration. He boldly announces that he is taking their god with him, sending the priests into absolute chaos upon realizing their deity has contracted with a Blue Clan member. Was he not supposed to summon the supreme god instead? The brown-haired priest panics, wondering why Isa bypassed the supreme deity to bind with their god, theorizing he might be snatching the Red Clan's deity first before targeting the ultimate lord. The furious knights scream that he is trying to exploit their deity before switching to the supreme god. They assume he wants to hold their deity hostage to blackmail them, calling him a complete madman, as Isa simply flashes an incredibly devious, crafty grin. He retorts that while it is not a bad idea, that is not his plan, leaving the surrounding priests to whisper in endless confusion. Did the god of the Red Clan really choose a child of the Blue Clan over their own heir? If the Red God, the ultimate heretic hunter, actually signed a contract with him, his faith must be completely clean. Despite the sheer fury on Leon's face, the whispers do not stop. Did the Red God really favor another clan's child over their own heir? Everyone called Isaac a heretic. Does this mean the Red Clan made a massive mistake? Exactly. If something was wrong, the Red God would have punished him instead of signing. The Red Clan just has terrible judgment. Isaac thinks smugly to himself. Exactly. Leon growls under his breath, a threatening glare on his face. You dare to steal a god? How can a Blue Clan's faith align with the Red God? This has to be a mistake. Cancel this contract right now. Ira cuts right in. Why? Why on earth should we do that? He gives a faint smile and notes to become pope. One must contain all 5 great beliefs. My brilliant nephew just brought back a red one. Veins pop on Leon's face. That annoying bastard, he curses inside his head. The priests start shouting in protest. This is cheating. Stealing someone else's god without any professional ethics. Another priest chimes in to agree exactly. Do you think it's fair for Joshua to take Celeste's god? Leah coldly turns away, saying, Let's go, patriarch. No more listening to them. They keep crying about returning it, calling this whole thing absurd. Leah coldly cuts right through the noise, reminding everyone that everything happens for a very good reason. He sneers, Isn't that exactly what you people told me? Now, check this out. Back at Joshua's imperial mansion, Sui completely loses his mind. Didn't you see every single priest of the Red Clan glaring right at you? The Blue Clan is already short on people, so why keep making enemies? Frowning at Isaac's total indifference, he adds in frustration, What is wrong with you? Isaac just rested his chin in deep thought. After a tense silence, the Red God rubbed his forehead and warned, Watch out. If the higher-ups find out, it's absolute chaos. He only replied indifferently, I guess so. The Red God sighed softly, continuing to warn him. Don't get smug. It's not some ultimate body, he warned. Although it was the most heavily funded body, its lifespan was extremely short, which was why there were so many saint candidates. He smiled slightly, trying to persuade him. If he wanted, he could transfer him to another vessel, suggesting maybe the Red Clan child would be better. Since Isaac wanted to sign a contract, that kid might have been a better choice. But Isaac saw through his game, replying with total confidence that this body was actually better than expected. He smugly added that if this body was so bad, the god would not be pushing him to switch. Caught. The Red God cursed internally, calling him a crafty brat, before clearing his throat to claim he didn't lie. Isaac crossed his arms and firmly replied, I know the stronger a body is, the more durability issues it has. And the other saint candidates were just strong enough to serve as backup vessels anyway, right? Reaching out in defeat, the Red God gave one last piece of advice. Since you already pulled this stunt, do not get too attached to Joshua. Snapping out of his memory, Isaac frowns, wondering why the god had to drop such an ominous curse. Meanwhile, Sui is still right there, nagging away. Hey, listening? Did you sign with the Red God just because you lacked the power for a supreme one? Not quite. Isaac lazily leans back. Suddenly, Hia pops up out of nowhere, finding their little hiding spot. Wearing a warm, incredibly gentle smile, he offers his congratulations to our co-first place priest at the Black Pentagon. Sharing first place is not exactly thrilling, but since it is the Blue Clan, it will do. That creepy smile gives Isaac instant goosebumps. This guy is totally out of his mind. Even Sway shudders, wondering how he can sound so fake. Hia speaks up. Surely you haven't forgotten our little deal? Smiling, he promises to pay way more than agreed if they hand over the Supreme God. Hearing this, Swee's mind is racing with endless questions. We both know Isaac would never just give up a god. But completely defying our expectations, he answers with a cheerful grin. Sure, right away. Sui screams in total shock, You absolute lunatic. Isaac steps forward with a greasy merchant grin. I will hand him over, but pay up first. Reminding him of their deal, he asks, You promise to pay me with the wealth god, right? Sui looks completely disgusted at the mention of that wealth god. Hia calmly explains when contracting with gods, everyone has a strict capacity limit. Someone like the Pope can handle multiple gods, but it will be pretty tough for you. Holding out a brilliantly glittering stone, he continues, that is why I am giving you this summoning stone, allowing you to use the wealth god without any contract. Isaac screams in absolute delight, awesome. Meanwhile, Sui gasps in shock, realizing it is the sacred clan stabilizing stone of the Gold Clan itself. She shivers, knowing a sacred clan stone holds far more divine power than any ordinary temple could ever dream of. Is he really about to hand over a relic capable of blessing an entire territory like that? Isaac immediately grabs the stone, turning around to ask with a warm smile if they just need to summon the supreme god. In his head, Shu Hui is helplessly screaming, knowing that summoning the supreme god is definitely not allowed. The specter chimes in, asking if he really wants to hand over the supreme god. Isaac keeps a bright smile on his face, but deep down, he is secretly wondering what the supreme god's actual objective is. Anyone suspicious has to be eliminated first. Hia nods solemnly, demanding that since he already gave the guardian stone, Isaac must hand over the supreme god now. He suddenly falls silent as a deity appears behind Isaac, her hand quickly reaching out to touch his. And here is where it gets crazy. A massive wave of power surges outward as Shu Hui screams, realizing it is the contract crest of the supreme god. The knights and priests panic, recognizing the crest of the supreme god. Shocked that he just formed a dual contract with a high-tier deity, Isaac is completely taken aback, wondering how this is even possible as his face turns pale in absolute disbelief. Why is a contract suddenly forming out of nowhere? Shu Hui suddenly changes his tune, his face lighting up as he loudly praises Isaac for planning this all along to secretly sign with the supreme god. Calling it his typical sneaky, underhanded, and cunning style, Shu Hui boasts that he always believed in him. Isaac's face grows even paler as he stands there completely speechless. He internally curses Shu Hui, but hearing this, the priests grind their teeth in pure envy, shocked that Isaac signed with the supreme god right after getting the god of wealth. Do these people have absolutely no shame or morals at all? Those bastards from the Blue Clan have been trying to mess with both the Red and Gold clans from the start, and they will not let this slide. Suddenly, Isaac falls to the ground, clutching his branded arm as he screams through tears that they must cancel the contract because this is totally illegal. Leaving the priests utterly confused, Isaac continues to cry and beg the cardinal to show him a way to cancel this contract. He sighs in sheer helplessness, telling Isaac he knows it was an accident and offers to undo it. He grabs Isaac's hand and speaks softly. Canceling a contract with a deity cannot be forced, but as long as he is truly determined to break it, it will immediately dissolve. Isaac answers with a deeply sincere expression that he desperately wants it gone. Hia solemnly chants the spell to sever their ties. Moments later, he announces that the cancellation ritual is in motion, and the proof of their contract is slowly fading away. With a cold expression, Hia warns him to clear his mind, focus entirely, and put all his energy into breaking this bond. Confused, Isaac protests that he is focusing. Hia begins chanting the severing spell again, while Isaac keeps repeating a desperate plea in his head. Go away, he thinks. I do not need the supreme god. The god of wealth is number one. Cancel this contract. Do not stand in my way. Just scram. You annoying supreme god, get lost and just let this contract be cancelled. Opening his eyes, he feels like his heart has stopped. The crest remains untouched. Hia grabs Isaac's wrist, coldly asking if he dared to insult him during the ritual. Isaac angrily screams back that he did no such thing. Beside them, the specter cannot hold back anymore, telling Isaac to just give up since this is actually beneficial for him anyway. Isaac frowns, fighting an internal battle. He agrees, but still prefers the god of wealth, feeling uneasy about it. Hia coldly demands that if it truly was an accident, he must return the clan's guardian stone. Shu Hui bows his head in agreement, saying that although it is a shame, returning it is only fair. Isaac thinks for a moment, realizing things have gone this far, and addresses the cardinal of the Gold Clan. Isaac bolts for the door, planning to make a quick escape as he loudly shouts his thanks, promising never to forget this. The knight stares after him in total disbelief, wondering what the hell he is talking about, while Hia is left utterly baffled. But wait for it, instead of giving it back, Isaac dashes to the window and leaps straight out as the knights yell that he just stole it. Hia's face turns dark with rage as gossip spreads rapidly among the priests gathered in the banquet hall. They ask if anyone heard about the dual contract, wondering how it is even possible to bind with two separate deities. Even if someone binds with twin deities, it only counts as one, but forming a contract with two completely different gods of opposing faiths, including the supreme god, is unprecedented. A loud voice suddenly cuts through the noise, ordering everyone to be quiet for an upcoming announcement. A man steps onto the stage to announce that after careful deliberation, the top rank at the Dark Clan's Pentagon goes to Isaac. The crowd is left absolutely speechless before they burst into wild, celebratory dancing. The masked announcer calls for Isaac to report to the Cardinal's office to claim his reward. An tightly grabs Shu Hui's shoulders, saying in pure excitement that this might actually be the first time the Blue Clan has ever won at the Pentagon. Shu Hui is still in absolute shock, quietly muttering to himself, wondering if this is a dream or reality. Hon eagerly asks where Isaac is now. Shu Hu just scratches his head, stammering that he has no clue. Han happily notes that Isaac is always running around somewhere, adding that he would probably be thrilled to hear that the Blue Clan actually won. The masked announcer clears his throat and declares that the year-long evaluation at the Pentagon has officially come to a close. The students will use the foundation they built to officially step into the world, and their graduation ceremony will be held during the New Year banquet. See you students again in 3 months. Oh, and before graduation, make sure to mingle with the seniors and build a pretty good relationship with them. Just as those words are spoken, 3 priests immediately appear, talking with highly anxious voices. Just look at how they are trying to use authority to oppress others, and the person behind chimes in, saying the debut ceremony is no joke either. Is not that senior the general manager of those priests? Why on earth is he even coming here? That must be proof of his interest in Isaac. Sui lets out a sigh of relief, thinking it is better that Isaac is not here. Getting targeted by the general manager is exhausting. He must be warned. Right then, Isaac kicks the door wide open. The knights under Hia immediately shout out to capture that guy and hand over the clan guardian stone. The general manager looks over with curiosity. Is that kid the famous Isaac everyone is talking about? He narrows his eyes, judging him. Just like the rumors, he has absolutely no dignity. Right as those words are spoken, Isaac suddenly appears right in front of him, stomping his foot directly onto his face. And get this, Isaac uses escape magic to flee, leaving the crowd screaming in absolute panic. The general manager is equally panicked, shouting out at this crazy guy, while Isaac loudly complains that he is busy and asks why they are blocking his path. Other seniors run over to check if he is okay, while a nearby guy points and yells, "Has he gone completely insane?" With a clear boot print stamped on his face, the general manager calmly replies, "Do not panic. He is someone we must control. I will handle him myself." Before he can finish, leaves rain down on his face as the clash between Isaac and the knights shows no sign of stopping. He keeps throwing random things everywhere, yelling out, "Damn it, how long are you going to chase me?" The panicked knights raise their hands to block, angrily asking what on earth he is throwing. Over there, they demand the clan guardian stone. Sui looks totally helpless. They are completely doomed. One of the seniors complains loudly, asking what that jerk is even thinking, and how a mere trainee dares to use someone's face as a stepping stone. No, he actually stepped right on his face. Oh my goodness, how can he pull a stunt like that and just walk away like nothing happened? Since everyone praises him as a saint candidate, he has completely lost his mind and forgotten his place. The general manager clenches his fist, his voice turning cold as he says not to exaggerate, since he is only a 10-year-old child who does not know any better. We just need to educate and manage him with strict discipline. At this point, the surrounding priests all share the exact same thought, that they are completely finished. Anyway, during the remaining time, the trainees will head to the royal palace where they will receive a special commission directly from the Empress. Their mission will involve the Bone King, and their final graduation score will be heavily tied to its outcome. This means their final grades are not officially settled yet. Do you really think a wild maniac like him can get good grades without our guidance? We must give him the lowest score possible so he finally wakes up. He is just a spoiled brat who got ruined by all the flattery around him. Is it not our duty as seniors to guide him back to the righteous path? Sui covers his face, thinking to himself that Isaac is absolutely doomed now. But wait for it, as he proudly blabbers that failure is also a learning experience. That familiar foot suddenly smashes right into his face once again. Isaac angrily snaps, asking what they are muttering about, as the knights immediately chase after him, shouting loudly, "Over that way. Why does this guy keep helping him out? Are you guys in cahoots with him or what?" He leaps high into the air with a deep sigh, saying to just forget it, as the surrounding crowd makes all kinds of shocked faces, while he happily waves goodbye and shouts, "See you all at graduation." Outside under the bright sun, fresh winds blow in from all directions. Isaac's annoyed voice slowly echoes through the air as he demands to know, "Hey you brat, that incident was definitely your doing, was it not?" Confronted directly, Saper does not dare to say a single word, kneeling down quietly in self-reflection, while Whisper cannot hide his fury, screaming internally, Exactly. Our master was despicably plundering the god of punishment. He went on to snatch the high god that rightfully belonged to the Yellow Clan, even swallowing their sacred pillar stone before slipping away completely without a trace. Completely ignoring whether the priest lived or died back then, a quick, brief recollection suddenly brings the three of them back to that chaotic event. The sacred space suddenly descends into utter chaos, as high-ranking figures holding crucial positions are taken down in just a matter of moments. In a split second, agonizing screams and desperate cries echo across the sky. Terror reigns as someone is directly targeting the core priests of the Pope, a massive problem that makes Isaac let out a very heavy sigh. Even though they tried to disguise it as a divine magic accident, one quick glance is all it takes to see its true nature. Sapir knows he messed up, so he can only bow his head and mumble, "I am truly sorry, my master, but I simply could not stand by. Those trashy priests actually dared to scheme against you and attack you." Hearing the absolute sincerity in his words, Isaac can only sigh and grumble. "Yeah, I figured it was something like that," but unexpectedly, Sapir does not stop there and continues to show his loyalty, saying it is all right, since this is his very last time serving anyway. That desperate pleading look actually made Isaac hesitate. But as Schubert took a step back, the cardinal struck. A fatal blow right there. But his train of thought was cut off when Schubert started shyly confessing his true feelings. Schubert whispers, "My beloved master, it is so shameful to let you see my pathetic state. This is my last audience, and I want to lay bare my entire heart to you." The sparkling object Schubert offers leaves Isaac utterly dumbfounded. Is that a memory magic stone? Sensing the young man's confusion, Schubert quickly rushes to explain his true intentions. He says, "Inside this stone lies every secret of the empire that I gathered over decades of living as a slave. It will definitely help you on the journey ahead." Schubert continues, "To be able to repay my master's great kindness in this way makes me endlessly grateful. Since there is no escaping this place, I choose to embrace death. If you summon the high priest right now, you can claim credit for defeating one of the 14 retainers." Before the loyal butler can say another word, Isaac rushes forward. He holds up his magic crest and speaks, "Wait, hold on a second. Hey, god of punishment, get your butt over here right now." Summoned out of nowhere, the god of punishment irritably materializes, asking what the hell he wants now. But before the god can even flex his authority, Isaac stops him, cuts him off completely. Isaac whispers, "Before I blab about how you ruined that seal, you need to change this kid's attributes. For a god, a simple task like that is as easy as turning over your hand." The god is totally bewildered. He stutters and asks, "Wait, what did you just say?" With a pretty creepy smile, Isaac lays down the law. "I told you to turn an oon into a human, you absolute blockhead." Shocked to his core, the god of punishment asks, "Turn him human? Have you completely lost your mind?" But the god's hesitation doesn't sway Isaac's resolve one bit as he snaps, "I know damn well you can do it. So get to work." After all, can't the god of punishment literally bend the laws of nature, as long as it serves the purpose of delivering divine judgment? You can turn an indestructible diamond body totally soft and weak, or permanently paralyze someone's legs so they can never run away. Caught completely red-handed, the god starts stuttering, admitting that it is actually true. Before he can argue, Isaac cuts him off with a pretty cold, threatening tone. "If you turn an oon, who feels absolutely zero pain, into a human, won't he suffer the most excruciating agony? Turn him into a weak human. Let him finally endure the ultimate divine punishment called pain." This twisted logic has the god of punishment sweating bullets. He thinks to himself, "Even if this task is within my power, Schubert is still the most trusted butler of the legendary skeleton demon king, not to mention a silent, ruthless assassin. The number of divine servants who have died at his hands is simply too high to count. He is an extremely dangerous demon who is already hard enough to handle, and now you want me to turn him human? I absolutely cannot assist one of the 14 elite retainers in escaping our custody." Driven by that exact thought, the god of punishment immediately yells out, trying to assert his authority. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the god refuses to cooperate, even when Isaac threatens to lock him in a dark, cold prison cell. The stubborn god yells back, "You will die with me, you loudmouth. Do you think I am that easily led?" Seeing how stubborn the god is, Isaac only whispers with a cold smirk, "Is that so? Then I guess I will just go have a little chat with the Pope." That relaxed, smug attitude sends the god of punishment into a panic. Wait, the Pope? What? At this exact moment, watch his face, Isaac finally lets a look of pure, manic joy completely take over. He suggests they drag each other to the grave for fun, which finally makes the god of punishment realize his insane plan and panic, screaming, "You are really going to kill us both." But Isaac does not care about that. He responds with a calm, gentle shrug. If I cannot even save my own trusted butler, then there is no point in living. Backed into a corner, the sweating god's mind starts racing. This lunatic would actually do it. Nothing is scarier than a madman with nothing to lose, and my life will be ruined. That frantic self-realization forces the god to surrender to the clever old fox Isaac, grumbling fine. I get it, I just have to turn him human, right? Now that he has secured this sweet deal, Isaac immediately softens his tone. Quite gentle, he asks if it would not have been better to just cooperate from the start. The speechless god sighs, retreating back to his dimensional space. The god tells him, touch him, and I will cast the spell. Schubert, having witnessed this crazy conversation from the start, mutters in complete disbelief. Schubert groans out gross. Where in the world is this filthy divine power even coming from? But completely ignoring his butler's complaints, Isaac excitedly reaches his hand forward. His tiny hand touches Schubert's shoulder. The god of punishment speaks through Isaac divine punishment. Humanization. From this day forward, you shall experience pain as a fragile mortal. Only Schubert can hear the actual condition for maintaining this human form as sudden, fierce winds whip wildly around his body. Blown back by the sudden shockwave, Isaac cannot contain his excitement, grinning widely. This is perfect, because now we can easily lose those annoying cardinals on our tail. I am about to get myself a pretty powerful personal butler, and having a loyal ally like him is exactly what I need. Suddenly, an unexpected sight pops up right before his eyes, leaving both Kim A-suk and Whisper completely dumbfounded. Well, look at that. Kim A-suk yells out in pure panic, asking if Saber next to him is actually a girl. His voice completely cracks in utter desperation at the end. After a moment, Saber hesitantly looks down at her pale hands and replies, "It seems so, my lord." Talk about a massive plot twist, and our main character is clearly not ready to accept this wild reality yet. He definitely did not plan for this, since Saber's body and voice clearly seemed male, so he asks if she feels uncomfortable anywhere. Still completely dazed, Saber responds like a pre-programmed robot, saying that actually having physical senses feels incredibly strange to her. But when she hears Kim I-suk's serious warning about absolutely keeping her identity a secret no matter what, especially from his grandfather and the Joshua family, who are itching to crush the Skeleton King's head, Saber immediately shows her allegiance and agrees. After all, the Thonsuk Cardinal possesses power that rivals the Pope himself. Worried as hell, Kim I-suk warns her to be extremely careful, but before he can even finish his sentence, Suji's loud voice interrupts him, drowning him out. Suji demands to know what dark corner Kim I-suk has been hiding in all this time. Kim I-suk calmly replies that he has been running for his life while doing his absolute best to protect the sealing stone. The two of them bicker back and forth, completely ignoring Saber. Suji complains that because of the recent terrorist attack, everything has turned into complete and utter chaos. Terrorist attack? He asks. Suji explains that everyone, from the Yellow Priests to the very people Kim I-suk just betrayed, got targeted. They are actively hunting down the culprit's identity, and after yelling for a while, Suji just tiredly knocks on his own head in frustration. Either way, Kim A-suk is blacklisted by the second years now. Since this is a royal request, everyone has to form two-person teams, but they insisted he must go completely solo, and even ordered them not to send Kim I-suk any more mission notifications. Hearing this, Kim I-suk coldly suggests that he can just team up with Suji and call it a day. That suggestion makes Suji embarrassingly mumble that he already has a partner, so it is impossible. This quest cannot be done alone anyway, since it is a mission to track down the Skeleton King's spies, prompting Kim A-suk to raise an eyebrow. Spies of the Skeleton King? He says. Hearing this, Whisper cannot help but laugh hysterically at the pure irony of it. What kind of crazy joke is this? Suji then kindly reveals what he knows, mentioning rumors that someone is performing a summoning ritual for the Skeleton King right inside the royal palace. Looking at Saber, Kim A-suk shakes his head and retorts, "Why would anyone waste their time doing something so completely stupid?" But Suji does not care about his reaction at all, immediately continuing to spill more gossip. Word is they spotted someone matching the culprit's description, but the level 6 team got completely wiped out. Even the level 7 Royal Knights suffered a crushing defeat, making Kim I-suk grit his teeth in frustration. Have those high-ups completely lost their minds, forcing mere first-year cadets to go capture a monster like that? At this point, Suji starts acting all high and mighty, bragging to him that, because this is a highly dangerous mission, a two-person team is absolutely mandatory. He says if Kim A-suk genuinely wants to beg, he might actually consider teaming up, but his arrogance is quickly brushed off. No thanks. Even without you, I already have someone to team up with. And right here, things get even funnier, when Suji suddenly spots a beautiful stranger standing right behind Kim I-suk and absolutely loses it. Asking who this gorgeous girl is, Suji blushes, making Kim I-suk immediately glare and ask if he wants to die. I just saved her from some demon attack, Kim I-suk casually lies. When Suji questions the demon part, Kim I-suk quickly cooks up a classic hero saves beauty fairy tale in the blink of an eye, claiming that while chasing the 14th follower, he saw her get caught in the crossfire and probably attacked on a whim. After saving her, she insisted on repaying the favor and kept following him around. Hearing this obvious lie, Suji cannot help but yell out loud. Asking if someone with Kim I-suk's terrible personality even knows how to save people, Suji stares at Saber in total confusion. Sure, she is gorgeous, but having a random woman with no background follow them around feels incredibly suspicious. Or maybe she knows he belongs to the Josua family and approached him with the intent to kidnap and ransom him. At that, Saber politely chimes in, telling him not to worry since she only came here to become her master's loyal servant. Completely flustered, Suji demands to know what she means by master and where she came from, telling her to state her identity. Seeing how protective he is of Kim I-suk, Saber immediately lowers her voice and solemnly clarifies that she is actually her master's loyal slave, not a servant. That bizarre title completely shocks Suji out of his mind as he stutters out in utter disbelief. Did she just say slave? His ears then catch Saber's serious confession, stating that she is ready to serve her master day and night as his loyal slave. With his dirty mind running completely wild, Suji immediately explodes in rage, screaming that a holy priest like Kim I-suk has absolutely no shame for doing such perverted things. This bizarre sight makes Isaac feel pretty exhausted already. What on earth is he babbling about? The cool air keeps echoing with someone's wild shouting, telling him to stop dreaming because Isaac is of direct bloodline descent. He is about to get a fiancée soon, and any drama will cause a massive headache, so you better get lost and stay out of his sight. Hearing this, Saber responds with the most innocent and sincere look on her face. She says, I would never dare dream of becoming my master's fiancée. I only wish to soothe his weary soul. His image is already burned so deeply into my mind that even if I tried, I could never bring myself to leave his side. Please, she pleads, just let me stay by your side. Her words make Suji utterly furious. Growling out, has this guy completely lost his mind? Since he doesn't get a single word of explanation, Suji is so incredibly disappointed that he actually starts crying. But just a split second later, his loud, dramatic scream echoes through the entire room. He cries out, "Oh grandfather, where on earth did this guy pick up such terribly depraved habits?" Meanwhile, in another room, Eli suddenly stops what he's doing and shivers, wondering why he's getting these weird goosebumps all over. Sometime later, back at the Joshua mansion, Gilead completely loses his temper and yells out, is Isaac really trying to get a girlfriend at his young age? He says that's 100 years too early for him. Shaken back and forth, Isaac's face darkens as he wonders what crazy nonsense his uncle is babbling now. Then he hears Gilead's trembling voice mentioning that she's a female slave, of all things. That kind of relationship, mixed with Ail's horrific accusations about how young Master Isaac could possibly be doing such a scandalous thing, makes it even worse. All these wild accusations make Isaac boil with silent rage, cursing under his breath about why on earth she's even holding a knife. You're completely dead this time, Joshua Suji. But as Gilead's dramatic screaming reaches its absolute peak, he yells, what's this talk about romance? He continues, how dare you bring some sketchy stranger with zero background into our family? I absolutely oppose this marriage. Isaac can't help but sigh at the old man's wild imagination, before gently pulling his hand back from the other's large grip. He says, it's really not what you think, uncle. His perfectly calm face leaves the old man completely stunned, muttering, what? Under the utterly confused glares of the two in the room, Isaac calmly speaks up, when did he prepare this whole story? He explains, now that my internship is over, won't I be heading out to distant battlefields constantly after graduation? I'm bound to face dangerous missions and intense training, and since her combat skills are pretty much enough to keep me safe, I just wanted to hire her as my bodyguard. Receiving a silent cue from Isaac, Saber quickly bows her head and says, please just call me Saber. Too bad this little show playing out right in front of their eyes doesn't make Gilead or Aya feel any more reassured. So she basically is his girlfriend then. And as if that's not enough, Saber seriously steps forward with an incredibly sincere confirmation. She says, please don't worry, you two. I will fully care for my master from his body to the deepest cracks of his soul. While she meant it purely, Gilead and Aya instantly freeze, and honestly, can you even blame them? Their minds drift straight to the gutter. Isaac freezes, looking at their horrified faces before turning around only to hear Saber throwing him under the bus with a totally straight face. She declares, when it comes to serving, I am exceptionally confident. I plan to soothe my master's soul day and night. I will keep serving him until he is completely satisfied, dedicatedly using secret magic arts that those outdated, stuffy priests back at the temple could never even dream of seeing. Such incredibly suggestive phrasing leaves Gilead and Aya in absolute panic, barely able to catch their breath. Inside his head, Isaac is screaming at her to shut up. You can practically feel his frustration here, but on the outside, he just tries to explain with a desperately frustrated face. Please, he groans, I'm telling you, it's really not what you're thinking. He threatened if you don't let her be my bodyguard. I swear I'm running away from home. But the moment those words slip out, Gilead starts yelling so hard it almost blows him away. He roars, no way will I allow someone like her to be your close aide. We are absolutely not letting an outsider with zero background into this house. Suddenly, a fresh voice rings out, catching everyone in the room completely off guard as they ask why on earth shouldn't it be allowed. Benjamin, who has apparently been eavesdropping, chimes in with a much more logical opinion than the rest of the panicked crowd. He points out if he dared to recruit the enemy's heir, then whoever he brings home as a bodyguard must certainly have some pretty impressive skills. So you are Isaac, huh? You actually look a lot cuter than I expected, he says, patting his head. Isaac can only stare blankly, wondering silently who this gloomy-looking guy is to just casually spout such weird comments the very moment they meet. Right when he's about to lose his temper, Ale steps in to quickly enlighten him. She whispers, young Master Isaac probably hasn't met him yet, right? This is Lord Benjamin, the one who holds absolute power over our family's entire budget. That single sentence makes Isaac's expression flip almost instantly, realizing this man is basically the god of wealth managing the Joshua family's wallet. He immediately bows down as low as possible, showing the absolute utmost respect to this walking, talking human ATM. He stammers, it is an honor to meet you, uncle. Please forgive my lack of manners for not coming to greet you much sooner. Please take care of me and guide me, uncle. Meeting you is truly a massive honor and a dream come true. This sudden, blatant face flip leaves Benjamin completely speechless, forcing him to stammer out a clumsy, awkward reply. Either way, that guy is returning soon. Let's test her skills first. Let's go, the patriarch is calling everyone for an audience. Hearing those words, Isaac gets instant goosebumps. Did he just say grandfather? Meanwhile, deep inside the Chesler estate, Leon's cold voice instantly freezes near. I am disappointed. Deeply disappointed. Have you completely forgotten the terrifying majesty of the God of Judgment? When Near frantically tries to explain that it isn't like that, Father, Leon gently taps his finger to cut him off. If that is not the case, then how did that brat Isaac steal the very deity you summoned for your contract? Hearing that, Near cannot suppress his long-buried resentment anymore, and it completely explodes. How could I just give up like that? They vanished together in a flash, and then that god immediately made a binding contract with that absolute bastard instead, as if he is the only choice. And honestly, this is where things get really interesting, because Near's impulsive venting forces Leon to start calculating his next move. If the god of judgment reacted that way, there is definitely an issue with his soul. Could that little kid actually be a revered saint? If that is the case, perhaps we should consider a strategic alliance instead of picking a fight with the powerful Joshua family. Even though looking at his smug face makes my skin crawl, we have far more urgent matters to worry about right now. Leon slowly stands up, muttering with a heavy sigh. Losing the god of judgment completely ruins our grand plan. We won't even find that legendary treasure, the ultimate artifact that even the Pope himself is desperately craving. No way. We absolutely cannot let those Joshua bastards get their hands on it first. This warning turns Near pale. Near steps forward, desperately telling his father, I will track down that brat and drag that god back to our family at any cost. Leon agrees without a second thought. Then you must move quickly, because the eldest son, the one who actually owns the god of judgment, is coming back soon. All the brilliant plans Near had built up in his head suddenly collapse, making him squeeze his fists in pure rage. Damn it. If that annoying genius returns, both Isaac and I are absolutely dead meat under his hands. Leon notices his son's sheer frustration and coldly issues a command: you need to cozy up and make nice with Isaac before your genius eldest brother returns home. The god of judgment is incredibly attached to your eldest brother. He will never forgive us if he finds out we lost the deity, so we must secure it at all costs. Pretend to befriend Isaac while secretly digging up info on the god of judgment. This relentless pressure from his father leaves Near completely stunned. Make friends with him? Since his father ordered it, he would even act as the kid's loyal errand boy if needed. It hurts. This heavy, humiliating burden makes Near cry tears of despair inside. Damn it all. Meanwhile, back at the Joshua estate, Eli is absolutely roaring with rage. Where on earth did this little brat learn such terrible, wicked habits at his age? Did Rilai teach you this? Isaac doesn't even blink, answering with pure confidence, "She is my personal guardian. Grandfather, aren't I legally entitled to recruit a Tier 3 personal follower once I finish my internship? My choice. I want the exact person I like." This smug attitude makes Eli grind his teeth in anger. I can't even make this up. Eli thinks the kid wants to marry her, which completely freezes Isaac in his tracks as he tries to process what he just heard. Eli doesn't want to think any deeper, demanding, "Do you really think bringing some random person home automatically makes them our elite guardian?" But Saber is the one who steps up to answer, "Don't worry. When it comes to raw strength, I have plenty of confidence. I am absolutely not inferior to anyone currently standing in this room." That single line instantly activates the killer instincts of Ashley and Jay. "Let me test her skills, Patriarch." "No, let me do it." Within a split second, they are both ready to draw their weapons. Yet Eli is the one who manages to hold back his anger, speaking the final word on this chaotic matter. Since she is someone Isaac personally brought back, her skills must be quite impressive. If she can survive my test, I will officially accept her into our clan and personally grant her the prestigious Tier 1 Knight status. What? Hearing this, Benjamin is the very first person to object with fierce, burning passion. What? Tier 1 Knight status usually takes at least 10 years of loyal dedication to even have a tiny chance of obtaining. But before he can argue, Eli casually finds a convenient excuse to justify it all. Let's just say this is her reward for making the Joshua family shine so brightly at the sacred sacrifice, and for giving those annoying Chesler snobs a truly painful lesson. His grandfather's remarkably calm, dismissive attitude leaves Benjamin completely unable to comprehend. Isn't such a legendary reward way too extreme for a child? After speaking, Eli simply sighs deeply and drags poor Jay right into the mess. At worst, we will just strip Jay of his current title and hand it over to her. Problem solved. This incredibly casual, effortless solution instantly drains Benjamin of all his energy. This wild conversation with all its sudden twists leaves Isaac happier than ever. He is definitely my grandfather. This is incredibly exciting. Everything is going perfectly, and getting appointed as a first-class knight is just the cherry on top. That puts him on equal footing with Rilai. How awesome. Riding that wave of pure excitement, he raises a curious question. But what about the test? Before he can finish, Ai and Rilai quickly interrupt to tell the Patriarch that they will handle it. Out of nowhere, Eli stomps his foot heavily. "No," he snarls through gritted teeth while cracking his knuckles. "I will handle this test myself." That terrifying aura makes Isaac panic, his jaw dropping completely. "Wait, that is not fair. You are totally cheating." Even Whisper cannot hide her fear, ducking right behind his back. After all, Grandfather's power is basically on par with the Pope himself. Isaac quickly tries to save his own skin, crying out, "Grandfather, please. A third-class knight rank is more than enough. Maybe it is much better to let Uncle run the test instead." But Eli immediately shuts that down with an undeniable argument. If she cannot even withstand a single cardinal, how does she expect to protect my beloved grandson? The entire house, Eshua, immediately falls into a panic. What? But Whisper remains completely calm, assuring Isaac that there is nothing to fear. As those words are spoken, she suddenly feels Eli's cold bloodlust flashing directly behind her back. He slams his hand forward, unleashing a massive wave of raw power. Isaac instantly grabs his head in utter despair. But check this out. As the gray smoke clears, Eli's eyes widen, and he lets out a shocked gasp. Seeing that Whisper is completely unscathed by his fierce attack, he mutters in shock, "Did she actually block that?" Having stopped that devastating blow, Whisper remains absolutely silent, simply staring back at her formidable opponent. In front of the leaders of House Eshua, the clash between Rilai and Whisper turns the massive room into a raging battlefield. The sudden change makes Eli break out in a cold sweat. He can hardly believe that she managed to neutralize his father's fierce strike with such effortless ease. "Just what kind of guardian did you bring back, Isaac?" Meanwhile, Eli stares intently at Whisper, trying to gauge her true strength. Why would someone of her incredible caliber willingly choose to serve a kid like Isaac? Wasting a master like her on my grandson makes no sense. Besides, I still have not used my full power yet. But she seems to be doing the same. Even with my power restrained, that strike targeted her vital points, yet she neutralized it effortlessly. A chilling thought suddenly crosses Eli's mind, freezing him in his tracks. Could she actually be a demon? The grim realization makes him grit his teeth. Clenching his fist, Eli channels a massive surge of divine energy. Without uttering a single word, he charges straight toward Whisper. I watches in utter confusion, yelling out, "Is that grandfather's holy purification magic?" Whisper quickly leaps backward, raising her arms to brace for the incoming impact. She tells herself, "I cannot use dark magic. Absolutely no suspicion must fall on my master. Meanwhile, Whisper can only scream out in sheer panic. Master, if this keeps up, she is going to die. At that exact second, Eli's fist flies directly toward Whisper. That violent collision triggers a massive and completely unexpected shockwave. Once the thick smoke finally clears, Aoi shouts out in alarm, Father, why did you suddenly unleash such a powerful holy purification spell? As Eli slowly spits out commands to expel the filthy demon, his two sons turn completely pale. Undeterred, Eli continues to vent his deep dissatisfaction. You all are far too naive to not suspect her. We absolutely must launch a full investigation. Before those words can even leave his mouth, Whisper has already retaliated with an incredibly fierce punch. A deafening explosion rocks the entire room, leaving A shouting in utter confusion. Unable to see clearly through the thick dust, A turns to Isaac for answers. Here is the best part. Isaac does not say a single word, only offering a very subtle smile to himself. Everything is completely crystal clear now. She is officially a human. Seeing Whisper charge forward with such confidence, Isaac quietly celebrates her success in his heart. Following that brief, awkward pause, Eli and Whisper instantly clash again, trading a rapid series of brutal blows. The moment her fist flies straight toward Eli, he instantly seizes the golden opportunity to unleash a massive, devastating burst of his inner holy energy. Whisper has no choice but to grit her teeth and immediately wrap her fist in defensive magic. The two massive forces collide head-on, triggering an earth-shattering shockwave that tears through the entire room. Terrified onlookers are forced to quickly brace themselves as they scream in horror. Patriarch, Father! Right after that impact, Eli recoils backward and mutters under his breath, How on earth are you still standing completely unharmed? Seizing that brief opening, Ai and Benjamin immediately yell out their confusion. Wait, what do you mean by that, Father? She is clearly just a human, so how could you possibly use lethal purification magic on an ordinary person? Doing this to any other noble family would have instantly triggered a brutal, all-out blood war. It is an absolute taboo, even among sworn enemies. Benjamin quickly steps forward to back up his brother. Relai speaks up, You are right, Father. An apology alone is not going to settle this. At the same time, looking around the wrecked room, he immediately raises his voice to talk about their financial situation. But Father, how do you plan to handle turning our family mansion into complete ruins like this? Do you even realize just how expensive the repair costs are going to be? I am cutting your allowance completely for the next 6 months. This cold decision leaves Eli utterly speechless, only able to groan out loud. A little later, after the chaotic incident wraps up, Benjamin sits in the private study reporting to Eli. Sovereign, I still have not found any suspicious signs during our recent investigation. Do you really plan to grant her a first-class certificate? Eli quickly skims through the files in his hands. Yes, I did make a promise after all. Once they are alone, Benjamin quickly brings up his lingering question. Why did you use that holy purification magic, Father? I am sure you must have a reason. Is she really a member of the demon race? Hearing this, Eli cannot help but sigh deeply. I do not know, as I did not feel even a trace of dark magic from her. She is definitely human, but at the exact same time, she is not. My instincts tell me so. Even if a god looked straight through her soul, I am certain they would only see a normal human. Those cryptic words make Benjamin turn pale. As one of the greatest cardinals in history, his father's intuition has never been wrong. Is she actually a demon targeting Isaac? That terrifying thought drives him to quickly ask his father for advice. Should we kick her out then? Eli answers almost immediately, as if he has already thoroughly pondered this. No, Eli says, we should keep her close to watch her. We will soon uncover whatever plot she is brewing. Besides, the fact that Isaac brought this woman here is another highly critical detail. Hearing his nephew's name catches Benjamin off guard. Master Isaac? Eli ignores his confusion and speaks with a heavy tone. Commanding demons might not actually be a bad thing for exorcists like us. If anything, it will perfectly prove Isaac's true strength. We are strong enough to keep the Joshua family stable, but things have been forgotten over time, a warning that startles Benjamin. Are you talking about secret arts? Eli suddenly drops a bombshell in a strangely calm voice. Benjamin, I believe it is time to choose our successor at this year's family gathering of direct descendants. His mind races at those words. The patriarch has finally made his decision, yet he still plays along, acting thrilled. This news is guaranteed to send shockwaves through the entire empire. Eli reads his son's fake reaction easily, slowly replying, I know. I am not entirely sure if the current Joshua family is truly ready to choose a successor, but if it is that boy, he might be the only one who can break the Joshua curse. Just when you think things cannot get crazier, he is dining with the Empire's elite guests. Right under the extremely anxious gaze of Suji, Isaac does not hesitate to let his notorious trash-talking mouth run completely wild. You still have not given me an answer, so should I ask again? I am just wondering how much I will get paid for catching a spy of the Skeleton King. His utterly arrogant attitude makes Suji want to cry. Is this guy insane, Suji thinks. He is literally under house arrest, yet he is demanding royal compensation first. This is not a simple request. It is a royal command. Suji quickly leans in and whispers to Isaac. Hey, are you crazy? Suji asks. Learn how to read the room. But Isaac completely ignores him, speaking out loud. Why should I? Isaac asks. Can't you see they are just trying to use me, no matter how dangerous it is? They expect me to survive all on my own, even if I might die during this mission. Surely the royal family will compensate me properly, or am I mistaken? He says with a smirk. Our main man Isaac calmly breaks down the situation for his two royal guests. I believe the spy is already inside. Even though I do not know who it is, they took down level 6 and 7 knights. This task is clearly highly advanced. Is it not completely obvious that I deserve hazard pay when I am literally risking my own life? Expecting me to work for free would honestly go against basic common sense. The Empress chuckles at his words. So you must be the famous youngest priest of the Josua family. Whisper lazily looks at her, then turns to Chablis to drop a random comment. She is the Empress, but her son looks nothing like her. But Isaac casually explains the truth to his companions. That is because she is not his biological mother. Hearing this spicy drama, Whisper immediately gets hyped. So you mean the son of a concubine became the crown prince? Man, if I were her, I would definitely want to get rid of him to settle the score. Or we could just flatter the queen and handle the prince for her, since she seems pretty interested in you anyway. My master, as Kim Il-suk casually drops this truth, nobody expects the queen to actually side with the pope, making Whisper lose his mind instantly. But why haven't they taken her out yet? Suddenly, the queen unexpectedly smiles and starts chatting with him, as if some small mistake just happened. Although my side sent a request to the Holy See, given the sheer danger, that compensation is indeed not enough at all. I will personally make sure you get properly rewarded. Is this enough to satisfy you? The youngest priest of the Josua family, Kim Il-suk cannot ask for anything more, so he smartly replies with a bright smile, saying, "Oh dear, I humbly accept this mission, Your Majesty." Then, he and Whisper suddenly recall the warning from Shaber. Since you have now made a contract with the greatest god, the Empress has definitely taken a special interest in you, Master. The two of them then happily celebrate this together. The intel from Sabin is incredibly useful indeed. After all, she has been locked up for quite a long time now. Looking at the woman before him, Kim Il-suk excitedly glares at her while silently mocking her in his mind. But isn't she being incredibly obvious with this? She is clearly trying to use him to drag the crown prince down, and Whisper immediately chimes in to state the absolute obvious. This woman definitely has her own agenda. We can all see she is desperate to strip the prince of his rank. With an annoyed eye roll, Kim Il-suk agrees. Of course, with the Empress siding with the Pope, once the prince takes the throne, he will surely purge all her factions. He unconsciously glances at the prince sitting still as a statue. Then, he thoughtfully adds, if he had not reached the level of a swordmaster, she probably would have made her move a long time ago. Right at this moment, Chap suddenly opens his mouth to join the conversation. Dragging an apprentice priest into this web of conspiracies is honestly way too cruel. This is not something the clergy should ever get involved in. The queen calmly lifts her teacup, as if deep in thought, but a mocking idea instantly crosses her mind. What a mature kid for his age. I am absolutely sure he just cannot stand the fact that I called Il-suk here. But when she speaks, her voice remains pretty calm, saying still, it is an undeniable truth that the Skeleton Demon King's minions are targeting the royal family, and they might even directly threaten your very life. My prince. The subordinate standing behind the Empress instantly gets the hint and chimes in, saying there is definitely a minion of the Skeleton Demon King hiding inside the palace. Right in the vicinity of the Imperial Palace, we have discovered cursed magical tools of the Skeleton Demon King, along with countless items used for summoning. And here is the absolute kicker. The queen drops a dramatic conclusion that leaves Kim Il-suk completely frozen in shock. It seems the Skeleton Demon King wants to completely wipe out Hela Palace, the very heart of the Holy Land. Inside, he desperately wants to scream right in her face that there is absolutely no way he has any interest in that kind of stuff. I just want to hoard a bunch of wealth and enjoy a nice, relaxing life. The queen cannot read Kim Il-suk's mind, so she just keeps rambling on, saying after all, even the Skeleton Demon King could never break through the Holy Dragon's barrier. In his mind, he curses, I already told you that is not it. I do not care. Dealing with those dragons is just too annoying. While he feels deeply wronged, Whisper chimes in with another sarcastic comment. Eliminating the royal family would indeed be a highly effective way to destroy the Holy Dragon's barrier. Right then, the queen slides a stack of papers toward Kim Il-suk and explains this is the list of servants inside the palace who have been acting suspicious. After wasting so much time beating around the bush, she finally gets straight to the point. I want you to use this list to drag those suspects into the light. After all, you are a genius who contracted with the supreme god. You will be richly rewarded, so go catch the one targeting the royals. But Kim Il-suk still insists on asking a question. Why do we not discuss what that reward is actually going to be? Before he can even finish his sentence, Suji jumps out, seals his mouth shut, and covers him by shouting a loud promise as you command, Your Highness. Kim Il-suk still tries to mumble, this idiot is going to get us totally scammed. But Suji is completely focused on dragging this troublemaker away, snapping back sharply. Sure, go ahead. The queen watches them leave, calling out in a friendly voice, I will be waiting for your good news. Once they are safely outside, Suji finally unleashes her nagging mouth to complain, Oh my god, you absolute idiot. I thought we were totally dead back there. I cannot believe you actually dared to act like that in front of royalty. But Il-suk is not one to back down, instantly snapping back, who even cares about that kind of thing right now? Ignoring his completely frozen teammate beside him, he just keeps rambling about his brilliant plan after all. She is the queen. Just think about how much cash you can squeeze out of her. Only a total idiot would miss a once-in-a-lifetime chance like this. Just thinking about all that massive wealth has Kim Il-suk literally drooling like a waterfall. He thinks he needs to get close and empty her pockets, but his greedy face leaves Suji completely speechless. Why would the supreme god choose this absolute train wreck? But suddenly, a familiar warning chime rings in their ears. Do not trust the queen, Chap warns, stepping out of the room. He wants to wake these two greedy fools up because she is only using your title. Startled, Suji can only gasp that the crown prince is here, while Chap continues in his most serious voice. You could easily die, so I advise you to act with extreme caution. But mid-sentence, he adds a slightly random note still. I hope the Skeleton King's spy snakes get captured. Suji is acting like a total fanboy now, his voice cracking a bit as he replies. Yes, please do not worry, we will definitely catch them, he promises, his face flushing red with pure excitement. We cannot let that evil Skeleton King return. A dramatic declaration that makes Kim Il-suk want to slap him. I am back. You absolute trash that night. The palace looks completely normal from the outside. But behind those walls, whispers are spreading. You just know the Skeleton King's followers are lurking close by. We are talking cursed items and dark summoning tools scattered everywhere. And that warehouse is packed with the Skeleton King's things, Kim Il-suk asks impatiently. Why are we just waiting here then? Suji asks cautiously but firmly, just watch. The culprit is bound to enter that warehouse. The moment he says that, Kim Il-suk immediately calls out his lie. The real summoning spot is elsewhere. It is obvious just looking at the warehouse goods, making a startled Suji demand answers. How on earth do you know so much about the Skeleton King? But before getting an answer, Kim Il-suk smacks his head down, telling him to duck, and Suji looks up to whisper in shock. Keeping his voice low, Kim Il-suk cannot hide the sheer contempt in his tone as he fires back. I told you they would come, he says, his tone turning dead serious. The culprit is glaringly obvious now. Suji demands to know who it is, and Kim Il-suk drops a total bombshell. It is obviously the queen. Stunned by this, Suji instantly yells out what, before quickly trying to deny it himself. But was she not the one who hired us to find the Skeleton King's followers? Kim Il-suk quickly sets him straight, explaining she is just trying to cut ties with her own spy. She thinks she is clever enough to fool the priests, he says, suddenly getting way too excited. With literal money signs flashing in his eyes, catching this puppet is their golden ticket to impress the crown prince or emperor. And then we drain their pockets, leaving Suji completely terrified. Why are you so obsessed with cash? Huetba, who had been dead silent, suddenly asks. But are you really going to be fine if that is a summoning circle? Your soul might get entirely drained. Kim Il-suk awkwardly scratches his head, insisting humans cannot even trigger it anyway, so it is perfectly fine. His words do not quite match his nervous actions as he suggests they just chase after her first. Seeing him leap up, Suji weakly calls out to wait, too busy looking around to notice the strange changes on Kim Il-suk. It is pitch black, so be careful. But turning around, Suji's eyes widen in utter shock. Staring at the empty courtyard, he frantically calls out his friend's name into the dark night. Il-suk is gone, currently teleporting straight into another dimension. Feeling the magical energy around him, Kim Il-suk's heart begins to race. Damn it! He is doomed. This is the Skeleton King's actual summoning circle. But a sudden voice snaps him out of his panic. Addressing him as the son of the Josua family, Kim Il-suk locks eyes with the speaker. His usually confident face goes completely pale, and after a tense silence, he finally finds his voice to scream out Crown Prince, leaving them in a painfully awkward silence. With neither of them willing to speak first, Kim Il-suk silently questions how on earth the prince managed to activate a real summoning circle. He leaked so many fake copies. But mid-thought, Kim Il-suk suddenly realizes the chilling truth. Ah, of course, this is indeed my original summoning magic, Tuyetbo bitterly mutters. Did you not teach the skeletons to use it whenever they face a real emergency? He dejectedly admits that they are all far too stupid to even remember it. Kim Il-suk quickly brushes his armchair advisor aside to focus on the main problem he is dealing with right now. But more importantly, does this actually mean the Crown Prince is a spy for the Skeleton King? Even though this crazy theory scares him half to death, he is still determined to dig for answers. He awkwardly asks, "Your Highness, what are you doing here? Are you patrolling this area?" And before the prince can even answer, Kim Il-suk is already making up excuses for him. "Ah, I see. So you are patrolling," Tuyetbo says, rolling his eyes in contempt to crush the boy's silly delusions. No way, it is pretty obvious that the Crown Prince himself performed the summoning ritual. Sensing danger, Kim Il-suk decides it is time to escape, politely asking the prince for permission to leave so he can finish some urgent business. "I saw nothing." Before he can even finish his excuse, Chapley instantly cuts him off. "Why did you appear from the Skeleton King's summoning circle?" Chapley demands. Kim Il-suk cannot tell if this prince is acting or just incredibly dumb, but his mind is already mocking him out of habit. "Why on earth are you even asking that now? You were literally just caught red-handed summoning the Skeleton King. Your head could literally roll on the ground at any moment, you know." In the middle of this crisis, Tuyetbo just keeps throwing in his incredibly annoying commentary. "Master, you are a saint candidate," it says, "yet you get summoned by the Skeleton King's magic." The question answers itself, really. People in this empire are somehow super smart, are they not? His secrets exposed, Kim Il-suk grits his teeth in frustration, cursing and wondering why things had to turn out this way. He designed that spell specifically for demons, so any human should have found it almost impossible to trigger. Tuyetbo suddenly has a pretty wild theory. To even activate the master's summoning spell, a person must speak the skeleton tongue, and more importantly, they must offer him their absolute loyalty and deep respect. As it says this, it lunges right at Chapley, loudly declaring that this royal is definitely a faithful believer of the Skeleton King, which actually makes him a pretty cool guy. Kim Il-suk instantly shuts down that ridiculous theory, because the Crown Prince of the Holy Empire would never do something like that. Chapley cannot hear the conversation between the master and his minion, so he just continues his interrogation. "Tell me once more, why were you summoned here?" he asks. Kim Il-suk decides to just play dumb, preparing to lie right through his teeth. "I did not do anything. I just fell out of a tree," Kim Il-suk lies. But Chapley instantly objects, pointing out there are no trees here. Rolling his eyes, he quickly lies, saying that he must have just crawled straight up from under the ground. Losing his patience, Chapley warns him to at least make up a story that sounds somewhat believable. Kim Il-suk lets out a heavy sigh and turns the tables, asking if it is somehow more believable that the Crown Prince is a cultist. After that bold question, a heavy silence falls as they enter a tense staring contest. Eventually, after a long standoff, Chapley finally suggests a change of scenery. "Let us go somewhere else to talk, especially since it is pitch black out here," he says. And just like that, our favorite rivals take their stubborn battle of wits straight to the Crown Prince's private palace. Kim Il-suk sits back with folded arms, silently evaluating Chapley from across the room. It is basically a joke. His holy power is radiating so bright and pure right now. To his eyes, the prince is literally glowing like a midday sun, which is pretty mesmerizing to look at. Kim Il-suk rubs the back of his neck, thinking that it might have been way better to just pretend he saw absolutely nothing. Even in a new room, Chapley asks the exact same question, "Why did you appear?" This guy is so incredibly stubborn it leaves Kim Il-suk completely speechless. "You complete idiot. Is that seriously the only thing you care about?" he wonders. Ignoring the question, he starts looking around the room, wondering what is actually going on with this place. His eyes are instantly drawn to a massive shelf filled with Demon King figures, while the desk is cluttered with books on dark spells. And hanging right in the center is a majestic portrait of Kim Il-suk himself, riding a glorious warhorse. Having his embarrassing past thrown right back in his face makes Kim Il-suk want to explode, wondering where on earth the prince even found all this stuff. He decides to confront the prince directly, pointing out that this basically makes him a massive stalker. "Your Highness, you were literally caught in the act by a high priest," he says, telling the prince he clearly does not understand the danger here. But no matter how much Kim Il-suk tries to explain, Chapley is determined to repeat his favorite question like a broken record. "Why did you appear?" he asks. That simple, annoying question instantly triggers the short-fused demon lord inside Kim Il-suk. Staring at that twisted, angry face, Chapley's brain suddenly sparks. For the first time, the prince feels incredibly smart as he shifts to a brand new question. "Are you actually the Skeleton King?" Chapley asks. Kim Il-suk loses his mind, eyes popping out as he yells in sheer fury. He wonders how that is possible, thinking he was only summoned because he once swallowed the Skeleton King's finger. That explains why his body reacted. Hearing this, Charles looks down and quietly sighs. Noticing his weird face, Isaac wonders why the guy looks so completely devastated, before frowning and cautiously putting him on the spot. Isaac asks if he is interested in the Skeleton King. Charles looks down, admitting this room actually belongs to his little sister. The princess is obsessed with the Skeleton King, so Charles wanted to summon her crush just to see if he is truly worthy of her affection. Gritting his teeth, Isaac looks around the room and silently calls absolute bull. This prince is a terrible liar. No matter how you look at it, this is clearly a boy's room. Scratching his nose, Isaac proposes a deal: he will play dumb about the prince's secret if Charles keeps his summoning completely under wraps. After all, neither of them stands to gain anything from picking a fight with the Holy See, right? Charles nods in agreement. Exactly. Those holy fanatics do not show mercy to dark mana users, especially people like us. Suddenly, Isaac gasps in realization. Now check out this twist. Charles squints, asking if Isaac is not a dark mage. But his next words make our main character turn totally pale. Charles says, "I remember 10 years ago, you used dark mana on the bishop." Avoiding eye contact, Isaac looks away as those heavy memories from 10 years ago hit him like a massive tidal wave. Back then, as the pale morning sun painted the quiet halls of the Grand Palace, a young Charles quietly pushed open the door. Holding his breath, he peeked inside to see a baby Isaac completely losing his mind, relentlessly beating down the man in front of him. Isaac recalls the exact day he beat that corrupt old bishop half to death with a baby rattle. The bishop took a bone-crushing beating, his eyes wide and mouth agape, completely unable to fight back against a toddler. Staring in complete shock, Isaac wonders how on earth this prince knew about his baby days using dark mana. He can only shiver while carefully examining Charles' face. He realizes the legendary Holy Dragon bloodline grants the power to detect demonkind through those golden eyes. It must be the legendary Emperor's eye. Beside him, Hesper freezes in absolute shock, asking if that is the very power his master sought. Hesper murmurs, "My master." Isaac silently nods. With those eyes, he could finally master the ultimate magic he once failed to cast. Snapping back to reality, Isaac wonders. He asks if Charles can genuinely sense his dark mana and magic core. But Charles shakes his head, admitting he actually feels absolutely nothing from him. Such immense power is shielded perfectly, likely because of his saintly blessings. "Why did you accuse me of using dark mana then?" Isaac asks. Charles repeats his stubborn demand, saying he wants Isaac to confess to being the Skeleton King. Sighing in frustration, Isaac decides to just pack up and head home. But before he can leave, Charles calls out. "Fine, if you really want to know how I recognized your dark mana," Charles says. "My dragon blood is so incredibly potent that I can easily decode monsters, or even things that cannot speak, like the babbling of a baby." Isaac freezes, his face flushing with pure embarrassment as his mind spins over that word. Can you imagine the dread? Stiff as a board, he slowly turns around to stare at Charles, a horrific realization hitting him. Did this guy actually understand every single thought behind his baby gibberish back then? Seeing that Isaac gets it, Charles looks down and adds that while he couldn't translate everything, he knew Isaac absolutely loathed the bishop. In fact, to Charles and his father, Isaac was like a savior. Charles asks if he already knows the meaning of their hair. Platinum hair is blessed while black hair is a curse. Everyone despised his dark locks, calling him filthy while constantly insulting his mother. They eventually drove his mother to her grave, and that corrupt old bishop was directly involved in her tragic death. Isaac's eyes widen. Was the Empress's death orchestrated by the Pope's faction? Beside him, Hesper fumes with absolute rage, growling that they deserve to be completely wiped out. Flashing back to his infancy, Isaac remembers constantly thumping that crooked old bishop. He curses silently, wondering how that garbage dared to target him. He tells the memory to get out of his sight. If a bastard like Charles frames him as a demon, Isaac will lose access to the Emperor, entirely ruining his grand plan to plunder the royal treasury. That Emperor is basically his puppet. But unlike the agitated Isaac, Charles just calmly rests his chin on his hand and replies, "Actually, Charles admits he thought Isaac was either possessed by a demon or just flat out insane. But a demon can never possess the body of a blessed saint. It seems even the gods themselves make mistakes. Knowing the gods messed up actually brings him peace. It is satisfying when a platinum-haired saint, the god's own representative, turns his back on the Holy See. For once, he feels like he isn't the problem, almost as if the heavens are comforting him. He genuinely appreciates that. Charles asks again, "Are you really not the Skeleton King?" Kim I-sok snaps right back, "Do you seriously want me to be the Skeleton King, Your Highness?" Chaplet just asks him, "So, are you the Skeleton King or not?" He shakes his head immediately, denying the whole thing. "No," he says, while rolling his eyes. How many years does Chaplet think he has been alive anyway? Did Chaplet honestly expect him to fall for a trap like that? Oblivious to his thoughts, the prince says seriously, "If you really are the Skeleton King, I will gladly hand over this entire kingdom to you." Cold sweat runs down Kim I-sok's face. He points a finger right at himself. "You know, maybe I actually am the Skeleton King." "Yeah, that's right, I am definitely the Demon King." Chaplet just brings up the same point he has repeated a million times already. "Did you just admit to being the Skeleton King?" Kim I-sok finally loses his temper and explodes. "I was just kidding. How obsessed with the Skeleton King are you? Giving away the whole kingdom? Are you serious?" Throughout the whole rant, Chaplet's face remains totally blank. He simply nods along. "Well, yeah, the Skeleton King's ultimate goal is this entire kingdom." Kim I-sok silently curses this crazy guy who only hears whatever he wants to hear. Ultimately, he decides not to linger there any longer. Before walking away, Kim I-sok mutters with a frown, "I will just pretend I didn't hear a single thing today. My family will start getting suspicious." Now, if you will excuse me, Chaplet does not forget to give him a careful warning. "Today is a moonless night, which is absolutely perfect for summoning you. Stay safe out there." Kim I-sok grinds his teeth in pure frustration. "I told you, I am not the Skeleton King." Once he steps out of the castle, he walks slowly through the courtyard. Huetbo senses something different and speaks up. "You seem pretty happy." Kim I-sok readily admits it. "Of course I am, why wouldn't I be? I had no idea the Crown Prince was a loyal follower of the Skeleton King. Honestly, I get it. The Skeleton King is pretty cool after all. I fully deserve that level of respect. Besides, as long as we put the prince on the throne, everything is going to get a whole lot easier. I can't expose my real identity, but maybe I can manipulate him by pretending to speak on behalf of the Skeleton King." Huetbo shares his thoughts. "I don't know. The prince seems sharp, plus getting summoned is actually pretty risky." Kim I-sok argues back actually, "It is not all bad, because I discovered that the saint's body and soul are incredibly tightly bound. Thanks to this, the soul separation holy magic won't even work on me. The saint's body clings way too hard to that soul, so there is really nothing they can do about it." The companion agrees, "It seems like the roots will only go deeper as your power grows." Kim I-sok has absolutely no clue that someone is standing right behind him. He keeps chatting casually, though getting summoned out of nowhere is still a massive pain. I should probably reinforce the Demon King summoning ritual from my end. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts him off. "Hey, where do you think you are going?" Out of breath, Suji stomps toward him and demands answers. "You scared the life out of me. I thought his henchman dragged you off somewhere." Kim I-sok doesn't say a word, just giving a sideways glance. "Fine, you caught me. I actually did get dragged away." Then Kim I-sok puts his hands on his hips and asks, "What is this? Did you really bring him along just to search for me?" Suji gasps, completely shocked. "Just? Did you say just?" Kia aggressively steps up to block him, speaking up right away. "Because you ate the body of the Skeleton King, you have become the ultimate catalyst for his summoning ritual. If you get kidnapped, it is going to be a massive disaster." Suji agrees, showing the mark on her hand right in front of Kim I-sok's face. "Yeah, exactly. Plus, the Light God warned us that the royal palace is highly dangerous." He notices the mark and immediately locks his eyes onto it. The bright light of the Light God. Suji places a hand over her heart and speaks with absolute seriousness. "He said he is currently trapped because of the Skeleton King. I have no idea what you are talking about, but we need to capture the Skeleton King's followers and help the Light God." Hearing this, Kim I-sok bites his lip. Did the Light God suddenly issue a warning, and he is trapped? Before he can process this, the entire space around them begins to shake violently. Suji whips around to look. This energy coming from over there is someone trying to summon the Demon Clan? Now watch this. The guy can't help but shake as he screams out, "What? Are they actually summoning the Skeleton King right now?" Kim I-sok is equally terrified, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. No. A skeletal hand suddenly bursts out of the ground, followed by a massive, bony figure that looks exactly like the hand itself. The skeleton opens its jaw, spewing out thick black smoke, and arrogantly stands right before everyone. As they realize what it is, they all scream in terror. It's the Skeleton King. Now that the Skeleton King has been summoned, Kim Il-suk and his group have no idea how to react. They can only stand there with their mouths wide open. That absolute idiot actually set foot on this land. How dare the demon clan invade the Holy Kingdom? He grinds his teeth in anger, screaming silently inside his mind. No, that is not the Skeleton King. That is just a giant skeleton, a mutated giant skeleton. Right next to him, Huedbo leans in and gives his input. That is a Demon King summoning circle. But isn't this the kind of magic circle that requires a deep understanding of holy magic? Kim Il-suk facepalms in absolute despair. Damn it. So that means the culprit is actually a priest? Out of nowhere, another young guy runs over in a total panic. This magic is bad news. It is a control spell used to summon and command beasts to attack. Kia steps back, completely on guard. What on earth is happening? Who is its target? Right then, the giant skeleton with wide, glowing red eyes charges forward like crazy. Someone screams out, "Your Majesty, over here!" The three figures behind the giant skeleton are the ones controlling it. En stretches his hands forward with a wild, excited grin. He commands the summon, "Obey your summoner's orders, kill the Emperor immediately, and release your full magic." Right after those words, the giant skeleton reacts, frantically crying out, "Master, is that you? Master?" One of the cultists is completely thrown off by this. Breaking into a cold sweat, he mutters to himself, "I don't ever recall telling you to call some random summoner your master." But suddenly, something catches the giant skeleton's eye. Without a single moment of hesitation, it sprints straight toward the palace. En and the others are shocked, shouting out, "Where are you going?" But the giant skeleton completely ignores them. Its glowing eyes light up as it gasps, "You finally summoned me after 150 years. Your humble servant is so deeply touched, I might actually cry a river." Isaac grashes his teeth, thinking, "You idiot, stay away from me." Suji has absolutely no clue what is happening. As the massive skeleton draws closer, Suji can only shriek in sheer terror. It is coming right toward us. It is going to attack, isn't it? Watching everyone lose their minds, Isaac quickly makes a decision. There is no other way. I will just have to fake an exorcism and banish it like last time. Look at this. Siddi's hands are not reacting at all as he stares at them, frantically wondering why his magic is failing. Isaac is in the exact same boat. He cannot use his holy power. Wilbur glances into the distance and speaks up. A magic barrier that completely neutralizes holy power has been cast over the entire area. Suddenly, the giant skeleton's eyes flash with light. It clenches its massive fists, unleashing a sudden burst of raw power. Right then, someone yells out, "That is high-level mind control magic. Someone is directly manipulating this beast. We must use our own magic to suppress it and break their control over it." Isaac lets out a helpless sigh. "Just let me leave in peace, please." He raises his hand, knowing this is risky, but he has no choice. Immediately after, a tiny spark of light flickers and erupts into a massive, raging wall of fire, swallowing the giant skeleton whole as the crowd looks on in absolute shock. Surrounded by the wildly swirling, brilliant flames, the towering undead stands there completely clueless. Then, it suddenly vanishes into thin air like a fading illusion, leaving the area in total silence once again. While Suji is still frozen in shock, Wilbur excitedly yells out, "Look, the giant skeleton has completely disappeared. Was that some kind of teleportation magic just now?" Suddenly, footsteps echo closer and closer, and the one appearing is none other than Chablis. Holding a sword in his hand, he speaks in a calm, steady voice, "Just as I thought. The skeleton demon king aims to destroy this entire kingdom." Isaac completely loses it and screams, "Stop making things up, man." As Chablis sheathes his sword, the crowd starts cheering together. "Long live the Crown Prince, His Highness has saved us all." Kia, who has been quiet, suddenly reminds him. But get this, Kia points out that the threat is still active, asking why he doesn't just destroy the beast's core. Chablis maintains a completely blank expression. He asks, "Isn't that something we should keep?" Isaac snaps back with a frown. "Why are you even asking me?" Chablis explains, "Because it is the loyal servant of the skeleton demon king, your servant." Isaac snarls back, "I already told you I am not him." Losing his patience entirely, he turns around to leave. He calls out over his shoulder, "I'm going to chase the cultists. You guys go check on that skeleton and watch it. Leave the rest to me." Crossing her arms, Kia suggests, "Wouldn't it be better to just track it down and destroy it?" Isaac stops and yells right in her face, "Touch that thing and you are dead. It belongs to me. If you dare lay a finger on it, do not expect to study with me anymore." Suddenly getting yelled at leaves, Kia completely dumbfounded. "What?" He does not bother to explain, only shouting back furiously, "They dared to control my skeleton to frame the prince. This is absolutely unforgivable. With that, Isaac dashes forward, shouting back that he will return. Kia glances over at Shabless, who is staring at Isaac's departing figure with eyes full of deep admiration. She silently wonders, is Isaac really on the Crown Prince's side? Elsewhere, Isaac is absolutely fuming, cursing under his breath, how dare those punks summon and order my subordinate around. You are all dead meat. Heavy, panicked footsteps echo through the desolate forest. N is leading the group, running for their absolute lives to escape. Damn it, what on earth just happened? Do you have any idea how hard it was to summon that skeleton? Did that cursed prince just blow it away somewhere else? The power of the holy dragon is truly terrifying, but I never expected it to be that insane. The woman running beside him shares the exact same rage, screaming not to mention, that creature ignored all of our commands. A creature called from a summoning circle should obey its summoner, right? Could there actually be someone over there who is even stronger than the summoning circle itself? And denies it instantly, refusing to believe it. This is completely absurd. That summoning circle was personally drawn by the Skeleton Demon King's most loyal servant. Anyway, let's go find that skeleton right now and get on with our master plan. We will replace the Crown Prince and cast Joshua into the abyss. Suddenly, N freezes as he bumps into Isaac's menacing figure looming high above him. He speaks with overwhelming bloodlust. What now? He glances around, but his teammates are nowhere to be found, sparking a wave of pure panic. Damn it! Where did everyone else suddenly vanish to? Before he can even process it, a devastating kick crashes right into N's face. Having no time to react, N gets sent flying and slams violently back first onto the hard ground. Isaac also lands, and calmly asks, looking for your little friends. My subordinates have already taken them away. His entire body freezes up for a second as a chilling realization hits him. They actually bypassed a 7th-tier magic barrier. Is he using a weapon on par with the Chief Inquisitor? If it is just that kind of weapon, he can still handle it. After all, he is just an insignificant priest. But as he glances down, the weapon in Isaac's hand is glowing red. N freezes the moment he recognizes that object. Is that a bell? Seeing his panicked face, Isaac only gets more excited. Now you are all alone, you idiot. Do not bother running. I still have a robbery to finish here. I need to clean this up before my grandfather finds out, otherwise my position as the successor is completely history. As Isaac steps closer, N panics, what on earth is this lunatic babbling about? But watch how Isaac ignores him entirely. He grins wildly, since the holy doctrines do not allow harming humans. He will just have to quietly make him disappear. Cursing internally, N can't believe this guy is not even trying to hide his identity. Damn bastard. As his weapon touches N, Isaac demands coldly, before I get rid of you, I have a few questions. Answer, honestly, or this is going to hurt. And shivers, asking where he is pointing that dangerous thing, while desperately trying to calculate a way out. He is just a priest, which means his physical defense is pretty much non-existent. All N needs is a quick distraction, then he can blast him with a spell. Stealing his resolve, he shouts that once he takes care of him, the great Skeleton Demon King will be highly pleased. But those words do not seem to shake Isaac's confidence in the slightest. He only sneers coldly. Raising his burning, flame-engulfed weapon, Isaac asks back, who did you say would be pleased? N is utterly frozen in terror, completely caught off guard by this brutal reaction. A priest? This guy is totally unhinged. Without a single second of hesitation, Isaac swings his arm, unleashing a massive burst of fire that completely engulfs N's body. The intense heat burns away his breath, making him gasp, but he desperately tries to keep his composure through the agonizing pain. It is fine if he just uses his dark flame to suppress the burns. He can endure this. Isaac looks highly satisfied with the results. He says with pure amusement, if you do not want to be burned alive, spill the truth. Who is backing you? Despite the pain, On stubbornly keeps denying it, claiming he knows nothing. Not getting the answer he wants, Isaac brutally slams his weapon into N's head. The magic force makes N's eyes nearly pop out. Terrified, he instantly confesses, we plan to frame the Crown Prince for treason. Isaac leans down and strikes him once more. What about your claim of pushing Joshua into the abyss? And frantically spills all the details. Isaac's actions completely shook the Pentagon, totally changing Joshua's standing. We cannot allow Isaac or Joshua to be sainted. But if he uses that skeleton to assassinate the Emperor, he will be blamed for failing to eliminate the Skeleton Demon King. He smashes his face aside, continuing the interrogation. Who gave the order? Grimacing in pain, N frantically blurts out a name. A man named Lanhe ordered us to do it. Hearing that name, Whisper shares his thoughts, suspecting this Lanhe must be a demon. Isaac does not stop, relentlessly beating him down. So that Lanhe fellow ordered you to manipulate someone else's precious skeleton? N frantically shields his head, internally crying out over what on earth a precious skeleton is supposed to mean. Pushed to his absolute limit, En finally snaps and screams at the top of his lungs, "I do not know the exact details. I only know he is connected to the Dark Angel. That Lanhe guy gave me a magic tool to control the skeleton, and he is a direct subordinate of the Dark Angel." Whisper, hovering behind Isaac's back, agrees, "Yes, that is exactly how it is." Realizing something big, he quickly stops. Wait, here is the real shocker. Isaac clenches his fist, grinding his teeth in pure rage at the Dark Angel. Isaac rubs his chin, deep in thought. The Dark Angel. He furrows his brow, silently analyzing the situation. It seems like one of the true demons is accompanying this Dark Angel. Whisper quickly chimes in. There is a very high chance the Dark Angel has joined forces with someone from the royal family to assassinate the Emperor. Isaac sighs, muttering it is probably the Empress. With that, he casts a glance down at the struggling En on the ground, a sudden wave of suspicion rising in his chest. But why does the name Dark Angel sound so incredibly familiar? He is absolutely certain he has heard it somewhere before. Before anyone can even process what is happening, En leaps up, covered in pure murderous intent as she charges forward and screams, "Die. You little brat, you tiny pest." Isaac stands completely still, utterly unfazed by the sudden threat. After a moment, Isaac smirks and mutters, "I knew it. A leopard really never changes its spots." Just as En is about to close the distance, a massive bony hand suddenly appears right behind her. Out of absolutely nowhere, this giant skeleton stomps down with heavy force, completely crushing En under its foot. Isaac puts his hands on his hips, looks up at the monster, and asks, "I told you to stay with Kim Shu-di. Why are you here?" Panting heavily, the giant skeleton replies, "I was worried you would get hurt, master." But as soon as it finishes speaking, it suddenly falls to its knees and starts wailing. A startled Isaac asks, "What is wrong with you?" The giant skeleton sniffling explains its grief. "I cannot believe my all-powerful master has turned into such a tiny fluffy creature." It bangs its head on the ground, crying out, "What a tragedy." "Just wait a moment, master. I will quickly tear off that disgusting disguise for you." Annoyed by the giant skeleton, Isaac grinds his teeth, muttering that he really wants to wring her neck. Suddenly, loud shouts echo from the distance. "It is around here. I can feel a massive amount of dark mana in this area." Hearing this, Isaac quickly places his hand on the giant skeleton's head, channeling energy to recall it. "We cannot afford to get caught here." With absolute composure, he summons his power, activating divine punishment to alter its core attribute. Through all of this, Isaac maintains a completely calm expression. A moment later, the massive skull shrinks down into a cute little doll, making Hubo incredibly excited with this new form. It remarks that hiding her like this is pretty clever, since she is a high-ranking demon and sending her back to the shadows is tough. But before it can finish, Isaac casually throws the doll high into the air. The giant skeleton cries out in despair, "Master, we literally just reunited. Why must we be parted so soon?" An exasperated Huibo asks, "Did you not say we should keep her?" Isaac frankly replies, "If we get caught red-handed, we are completely done," leaving Huibo utterly speechless once again. "Is it really okay to throw her into the holy lake?" Isaac confidently reassures him it is fine. "I already changed her attribute anyway." Meanwhile, the crowd led by Suji finally arrives at Isaac's location. He asks Isaac with concern, "Are you all right?" Looking at the surroundings and seeing the target in the nearby bushes, the group murmurs, "Guess you are doing just fine." Bijin happily runs over to offer his congratulations. "Great job. You actually managed to capture this spy." The friend beside him chimes in, "You played a huge part in this." Ignoring their praise, Isaac immediately gets straight to the point. "I heard this criminal mention someone called the Dark Angel. Does anyone here happen to know who that is?" The friend gasps, in shock. "Is the Dark Angel really that notorious criminal?" Bijin looks just as stunned, wondering aloud if he is targeting the Holy Empire now. Noticing their bizarre reactions, Isaac asks, "Is he really that dangerous?" A pale-faced Suji quickly explains, "Wait, you seriously do not know? The Dark Angel is the contractor of the Skeleton Demon King." "The contractor of the Demon King?" You can practically feel his panic. Hearing this, his entire body freezes solid. Did he seriously sign a contract with someone like that? Huibo leans close to his ear to whisper, "These scammers are getting pretty bold." The green-haired friend glances at the defeated enemies on the ground and sighs in relief. He does not look so good. "How did you manage to suppress him like this?" Isaac looks away, keeping the real truth to himself. His magic tool simply went out of control. After that, he just collapsed on his own. While everyone is chatting, Chaplet suddenly arrives. Walking up right behind Isaac, he offers some praise. "You truly did not disappoint me." Isaac flinches, utterly stunned by this sudden appearance. Where in the world did this guy even spring out from? Ignoring his bewildered stare, Chaplet continues, "You have worked hard. Young master, let us head back to the palace together. The royal family will reward you handsomely." Cut to the next day. A magnificent palace stands tall and majestic under the bright morning sun. Inside the grand royal banquet hall, Isaac focuses entirely on stuffing his face, completely ignoring the loud gossiping echoing all around him. They say young Master Isaac caught the cultist, bringing massive glory to the Rosua family once again. Spotting the weapon resting on the table, Suji grimaces and complains, "Can you please put that blood-stained bell somewhere else?" Isaac casually responds, "Oh, this? His Majesty requested it. He wants me to explain exactly how I captured that guy." Suji yells back in frustration, "You could just explain with words. Seriously, how did you even bring this kind of thing inside?" Weapons are completely banned inside the royal palace. Isaac simply offers an innocent, brutally honest answer. "What do you mean how? The bell is always kept safely inside my underwear anyway." As the two continue to bicker, a warm, deep voice suddenly interrupts them. "This is wonderful news." Alexander enters with a gentle smile and praises him. "I am thrilled you put my gift to good use." Realizing who just walked in, Suji quickly scrambles to his feet. "Your Majesty." Smiling and nodding, the Emperor continues, "How could I not feel incredibly grateful for this? Not only did you cherish the gift I gave you 10 years ago, but you even used it to capture the criminal who tried to assassinate me." Standing beside Alexander, Chaplet also wears a proud smile. Right after that, another voice chimes in to join the fun, drawing the attention of both Isaac and Prince Charlie. As expected of the contractor of the greatest god. The Empress gently smiles as she approaches, admitting she asked him to look into it, but never expected him to actually capture the spy. Isaac stares right at her angry face, which is clearly struggling to maintain that fake, forced smile. Inside his head, a dark thought pops up. You just know she is absolutely seething right now because her evil scheme failed. Even Whisper, hiding inside his collar, cannot contain his pure excitement about her massive defeat. She must be boiling inside. Her plan to frame Prince Charlie completely shattered the moment the Dark Angel was exposed as the real culprit. But the Empress is not backing down yet, raising her voice once more. She asks if she can personally reward him for protecting His Majesty, wondering if a fine young master like him would accept a grand gift from the Empress herself. For such an outstanding young priest, she absolutely insists on paying him back for his noble deeds. Hearing this, Trappist visibly freezes up. But unlike his anxious friend, Isaac stays cool, calm, and collected through it all. He places a hand on his chest, claiming he is truly honored by her words. However, Prince Charlie already promised to reward him personally. Accepting anything more would be far too greedy for a simple servant of the gods, so he politely asks her to only give him her warm blessings. Reading right through his subtle rejection, the Empress's expression instantly turns ice cold. She coldly asks if a priest of the greatest god should be so cozy with Prince Charlie. Isaac just gives her a brief reply. He happily admits he quite likes Prince Charlie, especially since the royal is a devoted follower of the Skeleton King. Right after that tense confrontation, Suji asks him about it in a panicked whisper. She warns him that he just made a massive enemy of the Empress, but Isaac does not care at all. He casually shrugs it off, asking if she would rather have him team up with the corrupt Pope instead. He walks along with his hands behind his head, casually mentioning that Prince Charlie was incredibly moved by their little talk. But before he can even finish his sentence, a sudden shadow looms over them, blocking their path as someone shouts that they finally tracked him down. One angry youth steps forward, calling him a shameless bastard and demanding that he hand over the precious land deity immediately. Their leader joins in, shouting curses at the brat, while Isaac just sighs, asking if they are seriously still obsessing over that old drama. He asks if they really have nothing better to do, driving the leader insane as he screams that they searched day and night without food or sleep just to find him. But look at this smug jerk. He claims they are taking it back today, confident that Isaac cannot cast any holy spells inside the royal garden. Go ahead and try. We will report you for insulting the royal family. Whisper immediately pulls out a notebook to write this down, noting that only royals are allowed to cast holy magic inside this garden. Seeing Isaac just standing there like a statue, the thug barks at him to hand over the deity already. Isaac leans back, casually telling them he already decided to donate the deity to the royal family, making them look like absolute fools as Whisper takes another note. Whisper writes that touching royal property equals instant treason, while a blonde thug points a trembling finger at Isaac, calling out his obvious bluff. He yells that it is ridiculous, since the royals would never accept a deity from the Pope, demanding that Isaac stop lying to their faces. A cold voice suddenly interrupts, declaring that young Master Isaac is absolutely correct. Prince Charlie stands there proudly, raising his voice to confirm he already decided to place that deity in the Emperor Palace garden, making the shocked thugs instantly bow to Prince Charlie. Prince Charlie ignores them, slowly walking up to the group to continue his lecture. He scolds them for daring to covet property meant for the royal palace. Seeing Prince Charlie take his side, Isaac beams with smug confidence, acting even more arrogant. Isaac taunts them, pointing out that Prince Charlie just confirmed the land deity belongs in the royal gardens, and Prince Charlie nods along. Prince Charlie agrees, saying they indeed decided to keep the deity in his private garden, leaving the thug leader pale and silently cursing his bad luck. He could have sworn Prince Charlie said the Emperor Palace just a second ago. Still dripping wet from the lake, Prince Charlie turns to give them a stern warning. He warns that taking the deity will be treated as direct theft of royal property, prompting Isaac to pump his fist, smugly asking if they finally understand. He tells those absolute fools to stop bothering him and just give up already, before turning to Prince Charlie to ask a quick question. Isaac curiously asks why Prince Charlie is completely drenched, and Prince Charlie casually dries his hair, explaining that he was just taking a relaxing dip in the lake. Suji stands nearby and gasps in utter confusion, while Isaac scratches his head, completely clueless about why Prince Charlie would do such a weird thing. He wonders if he forgot something really important,